someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
A familiar meeting between the Phillies and Mets is on deck for a weekend series on Friday, June 20th and Saturday, June 21st, both at 7:15 and Sunday, June 22nd at 7:10. Order tickets today at Phillies.com. Back-to-back nights of a guaranteed blast at the ballpark. You won't want to miss the Xfinity fireworks shows on Monday, June 30th and Tuesday, July 1st, both at 6:30, when the Phillies host the Padres. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Your Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost. Only from Xfinity Mobile.
Evans Pest Control. Evans Pest Control.
Spring is here, and so are the pests. Mice, rats, termites, too many to even count. They're waking up and looking for a way inside. Don't wait. Call Evans Pest Control and schedule your spring maintenance visit. Google Evans Pest Control.
Pest Control. Oh.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street is a Philadelphia-based law firm with a long history of outstanding success, headed by super lawyer Michael DeFino and his brother Vincent. They have decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. DeFino Law is one of the most reputable firms in the city, focusing on trial work, personal injury, Uber car accidents, slip and fall, DUI, criminal defense, and wills and estate. Serving Philly for over 60 years, founded by the late Judge Anthony DeFino. 215-551-9099.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It took Florida 30 years to win his first Stanley Cup and just 12 months to win number 2. Behind Sam Reinhart's 4 goals and Sergei Bobrovsky's 28 saves, Florida blew out Edmonton 5-1 in last night's clinching Game 6. Sam Bennett with 15 postseason goals won the Conn Smythe Trophy as the playoff MVP. 37-year-old Brad Marchand won his second Stanley Cup 14 years after his first. What a team they are. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Wednesday morning with the Phils lose. Not a very good game. Not a well-pitched game. Every Phillies pitcher last night gave up at least a run. And the bats weren't good. The lineup stunk. And, of course, the big news last night was Castellanos was benched, as we found out yesterday afternoon. So there's a lot.
Cal Ripken can rest easy.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, true. A lot to discuss with the Phils. The Rob Thompson, Castellanos thing, what you make of it. Look, we'll get into the Eagles. We've got a great prize to give away today related to the Eagles and that championship. Sixers draft pick, that's coming up in like a week. NBA season could end really soon. NHL season ended last night. So all of it with you on the phone lines at 215-592-9494. Rich!
Joe, hello.
Johnny wearing a Snoop Dogg jersey.
I got my Snoop.
Is that the one from
my
him?
Snoop gear.
That's
pretty,
awesome.
It's pretty cool,
Right,
honestly.
it is very cool.
It's a short
This
sleeve
is
sweatshirt. I don't even know what to call that.
Well, we've
Yeah,
heard
I don't
that
even know.
Snoop story
It's a
so many
zip up
times.
The front. Zip
Nice.
up the front, Snoop Dogg.
I like it.
It's silky smooth.
Just
zip,
like you, buddy.
Zip. It like a lounge jumper
like Snoop.
top.
A lounge jumper top. I like it, especially over the collared button-up shirt.
Yeah, that part.
Well, that was not planned.
That
and
part
then
looks dorky.
I also brought in my one of the
John
Eagles-
Ritchie jersey.
Eagles
awesome.
jersey.
This is background material, boys and girls.
Yes, these are for our show background.
On YouTube. Yeah,
Yes,
when
for
people
the
watch it. How are you, bud?
Great. Really great in many ways. Not great with what I saw last night.
No.
How the heck did Kepler do that?
What, drop the ball?
Yeah, I mean, the way that not just drop the ball, the most inopportune time possible.
Well, it didn't look like
that
if he was- yeah.
like the punishment from the gods in some ways for whatever happened. That didn't even look natural, that type of drop.
I'm
It's
sure.
like it exploded off his body. Like, what the heck? That is an ugly-looking miss.
So I would imagine Rob Thompson not too happy when that moment happened because
No! Can you imagine?
By the way, Rob Thompson
But, you
also
know,
what?
Yes, Rob Thompson for all of his faults previously for being too soft with the guys. Good for him.
I agree, John.
Way to be tough and way to stick to your guns.
I agree.
And that looked so awful last night, watching the ball blow up when Kepler tried to catch it. And that probably lost us the game.
Well, it was a
But
huge moment.
I don't care. I like that you did the right thing and you were, strong with Nick Castellanos. You clearly hit him where it hurts. And that matters. I think the streak, 236 straight games, obviously that matters to Nick Castellanos. And Topper's sending a message to those guys in the clubhouse. Hey, you know what? You do things the right way, or I'm going to hurt you where hit you where it hurts.
No, look,
so to
John,
speak.
I agree. So, all right, let's set the stage here for everyone. Obviously, you can react to last night's game specifically. And by the way, it was brutal to have Kepler hitting fourth. I mean, that's a whole nother matter. That might have hurt Rob Thompson more than the drop. And you got to write Kepler's name fourth. But anyway. All right, so weak lineup last night. You got no Harper. You got no Castellanos by choice, meaning Rob Thompson's choice. So let's dive into that topic at 215-592-9494. Let's just make sure everyone understands what happened. We'll walk you through it, and then we'll react. So it starts with Monday night's game. And Philly's holding a lead, and Castellanos was removed from the game for defensive purposes. Very typical tactic in baseball history, but one that hadn't been utilized with Castellanos as a Phillies outfielder in his tenure here. So, we know someone like Rojas is better. There's a number of players out there, including Kepler, including Marsh, that are better defensive outfielders than Castellanos. So if you hold a lead, manager obviously holds the right to say, I'm going to put the three best defensive players out there and try to hold this lead at the end of the game. That was Rob Thompson's thing 2 nights ago. Castellanos comes off the field. He's not happy about it. He says something to Rob Thompson. Now, we wish we knew what the something was. We don't.
We don't.
It hasn't been said publicly. It may never get said publicly.
Can we assume it was likely just that's messed up?
I would imagine.
But something
I would not assume
I would
that.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would assume the opposite.
He's not benching him for being like, hey, man, that's messed up.
Yeah.
You bench me.
Well,
like,
no, messed up with some F-bombs and this.
Right.
And
I think he
directed-
said something offensive.
Yeah,
Like,
Well, I agree. I mean, but
Yeah.
it depends what your definition of messed up is. Yes, I'm with both of you. I think he said something strong.
I think he
about it being messed
crossed
up.
a line.
Well, that's what Rob
Yes.
Thompson has said.
At Topper. He
Presumably.
got upset. Hey, to you.
Said
and
something disrespectful.
went too far.
Look, there's one of two things as I perceive it, or both likely that happened. And again, we don't know, and this gets a little dicey because you just don't know. But I would say he either said something directly to Rob Thompson expressing Castellanos' immense frustration in an aggressive way that was too much and disrespectful to the manager, or he might have pulled using a Jimmy Butler line when Butler was not a Sixer. You're choosing Rojas over me? Right? I mean, it could have been disrespectful to his teammates or about his teammate. That's possible. But either way, he said something, and Rob Thompson has publicly come out and said, so let's walk you through this. Rob Thompson came out publicly before the game and referred to it as inappropriate. Inappropriate was the word Rob Thompson said. Castellanos says that Rob Thompson told him he, quote, crossed the line. So whether inappropriate or cross the line, that sort of concept has been put out there by the combination of Rob Thompson and Castellanos. Casty gets benched for the game last night. We certainly believe he probably, unless the player's arm fell off, was not going to be brought into the game even as a replacement player late in the game. He did not play in the game. He did not start in the game. Phillies lost the game. And by the way, they could have used him. Now, John, I agree with you 1,000,000%. I really applaud Rob Thompson for doing this. So let's circle back here a couple years. Rob Thompson has, a lot of people believed, been a player's manager.
Yeah.
The way you look
to his detriment.
The way a lot of people perceive it to his detriment.
Occasions.
So here's what I say. Good for Rob Thompson. First off, forget the benching. First off, for saying, I don't believe this player is a good enough defensive player for me to have him in the game in the 8th or 9th inning of a close game that my team leads. Look, if you're down a run, you're probably going to keep Cassie's bat in the lineup. But if you're up a run or two, what Rob Thompson's... And let me just say this for everyone. Maybe some people are too young to know this or remember this, but let me just say this. There are, at a minimum, 2 teams in baseball history, at a minimum 2, maybe more, that did not win a World Series in part because the manager did not utilize the defensive replacement that they had utilized the whole year. 1977, the Phillies left Luzinski in left field. Ray, you know
Black
this.
Friday.
You were a kid growing up on this.
Yeah, I was a kid. Yeah.
I mean, Luzinski played in left field as the starter, but was typically replaced late in games the Phillies held the lead. Game 3 of 77, NLCS. He's not replaced. He misplays the ball. Phillies lose the game. It's an all-time Phillies loss to the Dodgers. Phillies lose that series, and with a 100-win team, don't win the World Series 2 weeks later. There's a lot of people that will always contend had Ozark pulled Luzinski out and done what he did the whole year, Phillies could have won the game, could have won the series, could have won the World Series.
Why did he not?
I don't, Rhea, do you remember that off the top of your head? Why did he not?
I'm trying to remember.
I don't know,
Yeah,
but he
I mean,
did.
I was
But he
so
did not.
young.
Same thing. 86. Bill Buckner, the ball through his legs. He was replaced throughout that season, except in that inning of that game, which was Game 6 of the World Series. What's my point? Let's start with this. Good for Rob Thompson to say, I don't care if this guy's making $20 million, $100 million. I don't care nothing about any of that.
Or his streak. I don't care about his streak or whatever.
Yeah. If I deem a player better to win this game, I'm going to play that player. By the way, start putting in your head the Trey Turner thing defensively, Bryce Harper thing defensively. These things can be a process to begin. This tells me Rob Thompson, who we all know could get canned 4 months from now if this Philly season doesn't end the way we want it. And he knows that. He's not a dummy. He knows that. So he begins with a weak defensive team, by the way. Let's not kid ourselves. They're a weak defensive team. So good for Rob Thompson for doing that. And then, John, to your point, in my opinion as well, good for Rob Thompson for laying down the law on Castellanos of, that's unacceptable. That's not the way we're going to be. Now, you can make the case very clearly that it hurt the Phillies' chances to win the game last night. They put a bad lineup out there. But you know what? I'll take that in the long term because to me, this isn't just about a message to Castellanos. It's a message to Trey Turner and Bryce Harper. I hope there's more of it. To me, it's a message to the whole team that we will do. And I'll give Sirianni. Let me tell you about Sirianni for a second.
I hope they take a second and open their eyes to this bigger message.
Well, that's the thing because, look, Sirianni said to Saquon, you're not going for the record. Love you, but we're not putting you in there for the record. He also looked at Saquon 11 different times that Saquon ran the ball to the 1-yard line and said, I believe on this next play, Jalen Hurts gives us the best chance to score the touchdown. And I agree with that. So that's why you get push from the 1-yard line. But let's be real. It hurt Saquon's numbers. It hurt his MVP candidacy. Saquon had to deal with it, and to Saquon's credit, he did. But, Saquon might have won the MVP if the 11 times times he took the ball to the 1-yard line, he got the ball the next time. Let's just say he tacks on 9, 10, or 11 touchdowns. He might have been the MVP. But here's the deal. Sirianni's thing is we will do on the play what we believe gives us the best chance to win the play, which gives us the best chance to win the game, which gives us the best chance to win the Super Bowl. I applaud Sirianni for that approach, and I applaud Rob Thompson, and maybe it's a little late to the game, but I applaud Rob Thompson in year 4 saying this is how it's going to be. That's the way I see it. I'm all in on what Rob Thompson did. By the way, I'm a Castellanos fan. I think he'll handle it okay. At least I certainly hope he does moving forward. You know, moments happen, blow-ups happen, situations happen, co-workers, superiors, inferiors, whatever you want to call them, bosses, employees, whatever. So Casty had a moment. It's okay. You let him have a moment. It's not the end of the world, but good for Rob Thompson doing what he did. That's the way I see it. You tell me what you think, 215-592-9494. John, do you disagree with anything I said?
I feel strongly that being strong on this is important. I think, no, I don't disagree with anything. I think Topper needs to be strong on this. I think we are in accord, and that sickens me in many ways. But no, Topper, keep doing a good job like you're doing, and maybe then some. You know, like
because he's going to have to talk to Aaron Nola before the playoffs and say
he needs to you're not going to
get the start.
You know, he needs to talk to a lot of the guys, and hopefully this can ease that process because it doesn't feel like those talks are going to be easy to embark upon. You know, like the entry point for those talks. Yeah, maybe this is a part of the way that you can get there. Hey, look, you know, Nick had his streak, and it was broken not because of his inability to play, but because of his inability to be a good teammate.
Yeah, to deal with it in the moment. Yeah, exactly.
So there are consequences in this clubhouse. This team need you to do this. Yeah. Something different. Play a position that maybe you weren't expecting to. Have a different role. Maybe you were not expecting. And that's as soon as this year. If we want to win this whole shebang, let's get real. This team needs some work.
So, look, we'll take your reaction to the whole thing, 215-592-9494, and what it represents now in the 4th year of Rob Thompson as you look back to what's been and as we look forward to what we hope will be, which will be a great deep run and a championship, but we don't know that it will be. I mean, they may not have the horses as hitters and relief pitchers. I mean, the bullpen was a disaster last night. It was horrendous. And you know it's going to be horrendous when you see those names out there, Ross and the such. I mean,
exactly.
It's just a horrendous bullpen.
You knew going in.
Horrible.
Tanner Banks. He's
all right,
coming
Tanner.
out.
Exactly.
Come on. Whoa. All right.
All right.
We bench him.
Yeah, exactly. 215-592-9494. You can watch our show on YouTube. Obviously, listen, as I know most of you are right now, regular radio or app. All good. We love it. What is your reaction to what Rob Thompson did, to what Castellanos did, and what you make of it? 215-592-9494. Phone calls on all this all day. Eagles, we'll get to it. We got a lot to do today, including a great prize on 94 WIP.
If you've been putting off replacing your old drafty windows, I'm telling you now is the time to call Window Nation. They replaced 15 windows in my home in South Philly. I'm actually having Window Nation over to my shore house tomorrow to measure out and replace a window there. With new windows from Window Nation, you're going to find that your AC runs less, the house is quieter, you will absolutely feel more secure, and the offer they have right now is one of the best.
Ria's absolutely right. I had my windows done by Window Nation too and couldn't be happier. And my kids couldn't be happier as well because the new windows were for their rooms. And also now their windows look so phenomenal. And their rooms feel phenomenal. It looks better. I mean, this offer is phenomenal. You buy 4 windows and you get 4 more completely free.
On top of that, you can get it all done right now with no money down, no interest, and no payments for 2 full years. It is absolutely the smartest home improvement decision you can make, especially with their lifetime warranty and the fact their windows are assembled right here in the USA.
And you're getting the best of the best. Window Nation was just ranked number 1 by Forbes for best window installation companies. Can I say that again? Forbes ranked them number 1. They are unbelievable, but act fast because this incredible sale ends June 30th.
So get peace of mind for the summer and beyond. Schedule your fast, free estimate with Window Nation 866-90Nation or online at windownation.com.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm gonna ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
I'm Omar Reese with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Chiefs started mandatory minicamp Tuesday, and Pro Bowl defensive tackle Chris Jones says he's still not over the loss to the Eagles in Super Bowl 59. Jones, who addressed the media after practice, said he's using the loss as motivation to get, quote, back to the mountaintop, end quote. The Giants also beginning mandatory minicamp Tuesday, and while Russell Wilson is number one on the quarterback depth chart, head coach Brian Daboll has been impressed with rookie quarterback Jackson Dart. Daboll saying Tuesday that Dart has been excellent on the field with absorbing information and that he's smart and aggressive with the football. Dart's competing with Wilson for the starting job. Ravens also on the field Tuesday. Lamar Jackson asked whether or not he's over the loss to the Bills in the playoffs. Jackson saying, quote, I don't think I get over any losses. I'm still hung up on youth football losses. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
You could think you found your dream home online. The kitchen island looks perfect for your inner chef. The backyard, a paradise for your green thumb. And that extra room, hello walk-in closet. But here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. And this sound, yeah, you're gonna be hearing a lot of that. Don't let your dream home turn into a nightmare. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
For all station contest rules, go to 94WIP.com/rules.
Ever been crammed in a car on a road trip, knees to your chest, wishing for more space? Yeah, not anymore. Introducing the all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9, our first 3-row all-electric EV. That's right, space. Finally, in an EV. With class-leading interior space, there's room for the whole crew and their gear. Road trippers, carpoolers, gear haulers, families. This EV is built for your kind of adventure. And the Ioniq 9 rear-wheel drive S-Trim, it delivers an EPA estimate 335 miles on a full charge. Actual range will vary. Plug into a 3250 kilowatt DC ultra-fast charger and CCS adapter, and in just 15 minutes, you can get up to 150 miles of range. Actual charge time may vary. Plus, you get tech infused with standard safety features like Highway Driving Assist 2 and Blind Spot Collision Avoidance Assist. And with a 10-year, 100,000-mile battery warranty, the road ahead is wide open. EVs aren't just for city driving anymore. The Ioniq 9 is for those who go further. Literally. Learn more about the Ioniq 9 at HyundaiUSA.com. Call 562-314-4603 for complete details.
Today, some sun and humid with a few storms. High 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Telesystem. Phillies 5-game win streak snapped by the Marlins 8-3. Not a great return to Miami for Jesus. Luzardo gave up 4 runs on 6 hits, walked 4. That's a season high. But the big story is the benching of Nick Castellanos by manager Rob Thompson.
One of the many things about Nick that I love is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play.
With Castellanos' bench, Max Kepler started in right field. Didn't exactly go so great. Dropped a fly ball, which Thompson said Kepler lost in the lights. Hackers suck. That's why Telesystem's mission is to make sure Phillies' businesses' technology solutions stay connected and protected. Visit hackersuck.com to learn more. Weather brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Warm, humid afternoon storms. High 87, currently 70. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, man. Tell you what, I better start talking soon or some curses are going to fly on the air.
It's all right. Snoop's the best because his like clean versions, or he just does the like dizzle rizzles and stuff. So he's like the best clean versions. They're great.
John rocking the Snoop Dogg jersey. Well, Nick Castellanos could have rocked
because he gave it to me.
That's pretty cool, man.
Because he handed it to me as he himself undressed.
That's great.
He handed me
So he was wearing that, or he had it? It was a separate. Like, did he literally give you the shirt off his back?
See, I don't remember specifically. I really don't. I don't think
it's a John Ritchie story.
For everyone else, this memory is indelibly locked in their mind forever.
No,
every
you know
moment
what's
of
really? It was just so distracting how skinny he was. I've never seen that, especially in a locker room like this. I'm used to seeing 350-pound guys, and here's Snoop, who was really tall, but he was just a rail, just so thin, and he was getting undressed because it's the locker room. So I don't think he was wearing it. I think he was wearing something else, but he was changing for the MTV scene that he was about to film. And he told me at the time he was a big fan of the fullback position. He was a big fan of the way that I played it. And I think we were all aware that it was about to die.
Well, yeah, it was.
And so he was like, here's for the sunset of your career. Take
Good,
this.
man. I love it. All right, so Castellanos, what do you make of it? Rob Thompson, what do you make of that? I mean, it's I'm kind of glad it happened, to be honest with you. I mean, on one hand, you wish it wouldn't have, but on the other hand, I applaud Rob Thompson, and I hope it sends a message to the whole crew. Let's go to the phones. And I'm telling you, actually far bigger, in my opinion, far bigger than Rob Thompson benching Castellanos last night is the decision to manage different in close games that the Phillies hold a late lead. That, in my opinion, will have the biggest ramification, and that kind of stuff's going to trickle down. At least I hope it does. I think it should. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494.
Can this lead to, hey, Trey, we need you to
Can
migrate?
lead to anything. But know this, Rafael Devers also just got traded by the Boston Red Sox because of these types of things. Devers, I mean,
Not with a guy who's making $300 million.
Yeah, exactly. But sometimes players buck on this stuff. I mean, a lot of NBA players buck on stuff. Like Castellanos have that kind of juice. Rob Thompson saying, "I'm the boss." Good for Topper. All right, 215-592-9494. And reminder, AMA today at 7. So coming up in a little over a half hour. You ask, we answer. Get those questions in Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. 3 ways you can interact with the show. And great questions will make the air. Let's kick it off with Mike in Morgantown. Mike, what do you make of this, man?
Good morning, guys. I respectfully disagree with both of you.
Okay.
I think Thompson took this opportunity to, for whatever reason, put it out there publicly, which I think causes, it just causes friction with the whole team. I mean, this isn't something Sirianni would do. You keep it behind closed doors. You bring him in, you sit him down, you talk to him. Now, if you decide that he's going to be benched, fine, but keep it behind closed doors. And as far as this leading to, maybe talking to Bryce or Turner, absolutely not. He's let Bryce walk down the first baseline for years now and not a word said. So I just think it's wrong.
Mike, what if the things that he said were in front of other players? These things were said not just to the manager, but to the rest of the team.
Okay, so again, have a team meeting, pull it inside. This isn't something you put out in the public. This could blow up the season.
There's a huge difference here. There's a huge difference. I can understand you feeling the way that you feel if these things were said in a vacuum. If this were Nick Castellanos saying to his manager, "Hey, Topper, blah blah blah, this and that about you," while we sit in a room all by ourselves. Topper doesn't have to make an example of the situation the same way he would when the rest of the team knows that Castellanos said something that was negative about Topper, about the manager, about the manager's approach or the manager, whatever it was. I think Topper had to do something to hold up his end of the bargain and show his strength.
So I agree with that. But listen, Mike, you bring up an interesting point, which is Castellanos could have been benched without the world knowing that he essentially wasn't getting into that game no matter what last night. You're right. He could have done that. I'm fine with Rob Thompson going public with it. He didn't go public in a way that leaves every detail out there. I mean, he was very clear to say, I'm not really discussing this too much. But yes, you're right. He put it out there in a way that he could have kept it more in-house. He chose not to, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I just disagreed with the whole way it's handled. And honestly, defensive purposes, I didn't see who he brought in the night before. I'm assuming Kepler. But, I mean, think about it.
Well, I think it was Rojas and Kepler moved over. Look, they're three best defensive outfielders, and I think everybody would agree. Their three best defensive outfielders are Rojas, Kepler, and Marsh. And I'm not saying Marsh is great, but let's not act like Castellanos is a better defensive player than Marsh. He's not.
Oh, he's
or
not.
Kepler.
Clearly
despite
not.
his mistake.
Kepler had a bad play last time, but he's been a much better defensive player.
There's no question. I mean, that's the way I see it. Look, 215, Mike, appreciate the call. 215-592-9494. What do you make of it? Let us know. Also up ahead, your chance to win a tremendous prize. We'll get to that. And specifically what Rob Thompson said before the game. 2 different interviews yesterday prior to the game. So we'll get you that audio and more. There's a lot going on. The NHL season ended last night. Ray, the Flyers, they
It ended a long time ago.
Flyers didn't win the Cup, right? Just
No,
want to make
they
sure.
did not.
Because
No.
someone might have been hibernating the last 7 months and wondering if the Flyers won the
team
Cup.
in Florida, which
Oh, yeah.
burns my
I'm with you.
way more than any.
Back-to-back.
I was rooting for Edmonton big time.
I was too. I am so with you. I still think of that frickin' Jovanowski guy. I hate him. And the frickin' Florida Panthers. And they used to throw
John Van Beesbrook, man. That's
guy.
how long I've hated the
That guy,
Panthers.
right.
Let's go, all right?
Weren't they the team who used to throw the stuff on the ice when the Flyers would play them?
Well, that man, obviously Detroit did.
No, but they would
octopus
throw
thing. They would
those-
throw rats.
the rats.
They did the rats.
Yeah, they would throw
it's
those-
so annoying.
those
It's like
rubber rats.
I'm
on
throwing
the-
rats on
next
the
to
ice.
Van
It was 30 years ago.
Vermin on the ice. Great. Awesome.
All right, there's a lot happening. Your chance to react to it all. And a great prize on the line next. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on 94 WIP. All right, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, FanDuel, the best place to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And, yeah, that's right, one more game or two more games left in the NBA Finals, depending on whether Indiana can extend the series. You know, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends, whichever way you're going. Indiana, OKC, specific player props, whatever it might be. Look, if you want to check if a player is playing well and with consistency during the playoffs, you can. Or maybe flirting with that potential triple-double or getting it. You can find that all out because inside the app, you can get the latest stats. So get yourself all informationed up to be an informed bettor with all the stats right there at your disposal inside the FanDuel app. And then obviously lock in your bet or bets at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. You can get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Look, so many ways to bet. Now, you can't bet the NHL Stanley Cup Finals because they're done. But you can bet the NBA Finals. They continue for one or two more games with FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all. And at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike and Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
At LensSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help.
That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies.
To
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Whether you are a weekend warrior or competing at a high level, you are an athlete with goals, and NovaCare Rehabilitation, they are here for you. They've got NovaCare's Select Sports Center of Excellence, specialty locations focused on the needs of athletes. So if you're injured, NovaCare will help you get back to playing your sport. They'll also help you prevent injuries from happening so that NovaCare can prepare you to compete at your highest level of performance. At all Select Sports Center of Excellence, athletes, they're treated for their specific injury, training needs, and goals. Most importantly, you will get care provided by sports-specific physical therapists using advanced training and technology. For more than 30 years, NovaCare has long been the trusted Delaware Valley and South Jersey leader in physical therapy, hand therapy, and sports medicine. Select Sports Center of Excellence, just one more way. NovaCare is meeting your needs. To learn more about Select Sports Center of Excellence, go to novacare.com today. NovaCare, the power of physical therapy.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Glad Hair. Phillies fell to the Marlins 8-3 in Miami, snapping their 5-game win streak. Prior to the game, Rob Thompson announced Nick Castellanos benched for what Thompson says was an inappropriate comment made when Castellanos was pulled in Monday's game for a defensive replacement. Scott Fransky read Castellanos' reaction to the benching.
He said, quote, "I understand the decision. It was when I got taken out. I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. He said that I crossed a line, so my punishment is that I'm not playing." The follow-up question was if it was frustrating for him, given how he prides himself on playing every day. Nick's response was, it's his decision. He's the manager.
Max Kepler replaced Castellanos in right and misplayed a ball that led to an RBI. The area's foremost authority on hair restoration is now a part of Morgenstern Medical. Visit the area's #1 team for hair restoration at gladhairctr.com. Warm and humid afternoon storms, a high of 87. It is currently 70. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
All right, great song for a Wednesday morning. Hope you're having a good start to your day. Can't wait till they play Hail to the Chief to me.
I knew you were going to say that.
I mean,
I knew you were going to say that.
It's only a matter of time. It's not if, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a matter of when. I'm thinking I say 44 and 48, but I guess that would be 45 because that would be inaugural speech in January 45. So I bet we're going to have another 45. At some point, when are we going to start not like 1945 saying not 45?
I know.
It's a weird thing. All right. So a lot going on here, one of which is the Florida Panthers winning the Stanley Cup. All right, let's play a little bit of what Rob Thompson said last night. You can react to it. Also, we'll give you a chance to win a cool prize in a moment here. But Topper, two different things, very similar in nature with what he said, but let's just give you both. Because you heard there in the update with Rhea what Fransky, reported that Castellanos said. Because there's quotes of Castellanos on the issue. But let's get specifically to Rob Thompson and audio of Rob Thompson. The first is he's meeting with reporters prior to last night's game. He doesn't go into great detail, but he describes somewhat what happened with Nick Castellanos.
Last night, one of the things about Nick. One of the many things about Nick that I love is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play. And I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, so that's where Rob Thompson takes it. So that, for our last caller, just to be clear, if you're just tuning in, our last caller thinks Topper went too far to say that publicly. He didn't say much, John, but he said something. Maybe Andy Reid would have not said anything. Maybe. But I'm fine with it. I mean, look, Rob Thompson would be asked after the game, why didn't Castellanos play? Especially if there was a situation, late in the game when he doesn't even pinch hit, when theoretically he could pinch hit. So, at that point, Topper either would have lied, try to, what's the word? Obfuscate? Is that the word?
Very good use of the word.
I'm trying. Or tell the truth there. Anyway, he tells the truth on the way in the door, but doesn't give you great detail. Similar kind of answer. Here's one more of Topper. This is before the game interview here on WIP with Scott Fransky prior to the game. Here's what Rob Thompson said.
Last night when we took him out for a defensive replacement, he had an inappropriate comment in my estimation, and so this is the punishment, and he's going to sit today. He'll be back in there tomorrow. We want to get by this, and because we got a game tonight, we got to keep moving forward.
All right, so that was Rob Thompson, two different answers prior to the game. What do you make of it? I applaud Topper for doing what he did, but you tell us at 215-592-9494. Also, coming up in 1 minute, how you can win what I think is an outstanding prize. Not only today, but this week on our show, as we give away 5 of these this week. A really cool prize related to the Eagles championship. That's up ahead in 1 minute.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. If she's seen a ring she loves on Pinterest, they've got it at Benari. Halos, hidden halos, vintage, side stone rings, 3-stone rings, classic or contemporary, and white gold, yellow gold, rose gold, platinum. You can go with a simple solitaire or the most intricate design imaginable. Benari is an authorized retailer for all the top bridal designers, so if she's looking for a certain brand like Takori, Benari has the entire collection. And Benari's amazing associates are not retail clerks. Thank you, Yoni. There's true experts who specialize in helping you combine a beautiful, handcrafted ring with just the right diamond to make your dream ring a reality with no compromises. You can do that, or he helped me pick out the perfect David Yurman bracelets for my daughters. Don't select a ring that looks like everyone else's. She deserves something that reflects her unique style, taste, and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
All right, so I'm in a generally pretty good mood today, but there's a few things cheesing me, and I'm not going to lie. One of them is this.
Panther perfection. The Florida Panthers win their second consecutive Stanley Cup. The Panthers go back-to-back. The Stanley Cup will remain here in South Florida.
All right, not only is it Bobrovsky, who the Flyers had, 15 years ago. He was on their team, 13 years ago, whatever. Well, they had the guy. Guy's not won now, 2 Vezinas and 2 Cups? All right, whatever the hell it is. Not only did they have him, but here's what really bothers me and is ridiculous and will be the pathway into us giving away a great prize today, which I'll detail for you in a moment. Because I want to know who or what is ridiculous. All right, best answer whoever provides it is going to win tickets to a cool prize. I'll detail in a moment. But here's why I asked that question. Because it is ridiculous that the Florida Panthers, who were born like a minute ago, well, I guess 25 years ago or so, 30 years ago or so, the Florida Panthers have won more championships in the last 2 years than the Flyers have won in the last 50. Matter of fact, they've doubled. How many? I mean, not doubled. The Flyers have had 0 in 50 years, and the Panthers have had 2 in 2 years. It is very irritating, and it's ridiculous. And obviously, 30 years ago, I never saw this coming because the Flyers had Lindros and Leclerc and would smoke the Panthers until they did it in 96, and now the Panthers won back-to-back cups. All right, here's the deal, boys and girls. Give us a great answer at 215-592-9494 for what is ridiculous, because it is ridiculous the Panthers have passed the Flyers by, long by. But here's what you can win in the process of answering the question of who or what is ridiculous. Something that is not ridiculous, an awesome prize. A pair of tickets to see the Eagles 2024 championship season musical concert with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man coming up in about a month, July 24th, with Merrill Reese hosting the event. You're going to have the Philadelphia Orchestra playing. You're going to have NFL Films-inspired music, and you're going to have highlights of the championship season on big screen TVs, and you can be there. Like, celebrate the Birds' title. As we talk about the fact the Flyers haven't won a title since last century. All right, 215-592-94. What a prize. And by the way, for tickets to this, you can get to Ticketmaster.com. That's Ticketmaster.com. But you can also just win them today at 215-592-9494. When you call in and talk about the Eagles or Rob Thompson and Castellanos, anything going on, answer the question, who or what is ridiculous? Best answer wins the concert tickets. Sean, what are you thinking?
Right of way is ridiculous.
What does that mean?
Does anyone know?
Like driving?
Who has right of way? Yes. Driving was. Right of way, I'm learning now because my daughter went through her driving testing and everything else.
You think we should not have right of way?
No. Right of way is so important. But I think I think when you pay close attention, it's very clear. Very few people really know what right of way is or who has the right of way. Like, this is something we need to start having public service announcements.
I don't think it's
something
that complicated.
Where
you give a
I
hand
don't
wave.
either.
You put your hand up.
I don't either, but I'm telling you, right away, a left turn situation where one guy has to
Richie
give
has
way
more
for
problems
the
with
other
this
guy.
left turn thing than anyone who ever existed.
It never ever works. I know, it all boils down to the left hand turn. But right of way is a major problem, and no one really wants to talk about it. It
Well,
seems like.
I think if you're turning left, typically you don't have the right of way. That's
exactly. You
good
are
rule
correct.
of thumb to go by.
You are correct.
Okay.
All right, so give us a great answer for who or what is ridiculous. Devin, what's ridiculous? Who's ridiculous?
So this is one example of an overall problem with Hollywood entertainment. The fact that they're remaking Harry Potter into an HBO show. Like, why remake something that's not even that old? It's all
Great
just
call, Devin.
remakes of things that have been done
I
already.
love this call. Devin,
I want
great.
to see it.
It is ridiculous. Like, enough already.
Didn't know it.
Have
Not
a new
gonna
idea.
watch.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't know it, but it sounds ridiculous. Seltzer,
No.
what's ridiculous?
I will do a who and a what.
Okay.
Quick story by way of Matt Damon to give it the answer. Matt Damon said he was talking to Tom Cruise about one of his Mission Impossible movies and a stunt he was going to do. And Tom Cruise said, yeah, the insurance company wouldn't cover it. And Matt Damon goes, what did you do? Well, we found another insurance company, is what Tom Cruise said. Tom Cruise's commitment to our entertainment and putting his life on the line for it is ridiculous.
Wow, Tom Cruise's commitment. All right, very good. Look, everyone get thinking here at 215. There's so many big answers. 592-9494. Rhea, who or what is ridiculous?
It's a who and what. You are ridiculous for not having Jalen Hurts on your list, like in the top 15.
All right, you got it. So the way everyone else votes on this thing, understood. 215-592-9494. Look, a lot of answers to go with what's ridiculous. I'm going to take you near Columbus Boulevard. There is a shopping center. Actually, Devin, not too far from where you live as well. So down Columbus, you pass the McDonald's, you take a right-hand turn. I don't know the name of the road, but there is a spot where there is a four-way stop sign, which is fine. Here's the problem. 3 of the entry points to the four-way stop signs have 2 lanes. it's essentially a 7-way stop sign. There are times where there's someone looking to go straight and left from the same spot. Straight and left from the same spot over here, straight and left from the same spot over here, straight over here. You can have at times, I'm not making this up, this is true, 7 cars and a stop sign that all have to look at each other and, okay, who goes first? 7 different cars!
It's almost like you need to know the right of way.
It is. And I wasn't going to say
Order of arrival is important now.
Right, but it gets hard when there's 7 different
I
cars.
think I know exactly where you're talking about.
It's outrageous.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, to have 7 cars that potentially can have to finger point to you go.
So you
no,
got to
you go.
start giving precedence to the person on the right first.
It's out of control, and it's not that often you get 7 all at the same time. But I've seen it, and believe me, it's ridiculous. All right, who or what is ridiculous? Best answer, whoever provides it, wins this awesome concert tickets. Celebrate the Eagles championship. NFL Films, Merrill Reese, the Philadelphia Orchestra. I mean, you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let's go phones. 215-592-9494. Derek and Paoli. Derek, good morning.
Good morning. Yo, real quick, Rhea, yesterday when you did your top 11, you said A.J. Brown didn't have any drops, right?
I said I thought he didn't have any drops all season.
Well, I know that one drop
So
he had against the
that's
Rams.
right, he had the one. Yep, he had
that was a big drop. But other than that,
Hey,
your
Derek,
list was,
get her. I just want someone else under the microscope with this topic.
Get her! Nah. Listen, I was calling about Castellanos, though. I mean, he plays every game, you know what I'm saying? So I just feel like for him to even take him out for defensive adjustment in a game in June, that was a little much.
Absolutely, Derek, you're absolutely wrong.
But does I feel like we're all forgetting that Topper said, I think it was just earlier this week or even last week, that he was going to start getting Castellanos off his feet a bit more and having him DH. So it wasn't like it was anything crazy for him to be pulled to focus on defense.
And Derek, here's the deal. If Castellanos was a superb defensive player, then you got an argument.
Right.
He's not. I mean, he's got no argument here.
I've seen him make some great catches, man. I've seen him make some great
I have
games.
too.
Yeah, but the amount of balls he doesn't get
he-
to, the amount of balls that he doesn't even touch because he is slow and doesn't take great routes and all that. Like he is a below average right fielder.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this though: where John Ritchie at? He was a pro. So John, what does a grown man? How does a grown man cross the line with another grown man, like to say something like that to get you benched? He had a nice little streak going. So I was just curious because I mean they're both grown men. So what do you think he could have possibly said to get that type of punishment?
Right. Well, he said Topper told him he crossed the line. I do think it must have been in front of other people in the clubhouse. I think there is a hierarchy that must be maintained, a hierarchy of respect in any team, in any clubhouse, where if you're the head guy, the head coach, or the manager, like Topper is, he has to be deferred to. He has to be believed in. And if very clearly, I think Casty said something that broke that rule. I respect you. I defer to you. I believe that your decision is correct and final. That's the message that needs to be sent and replicated and repeated ad nauseum in a clubhouse for a team that's good and a team that functions at a high level.
By the way, Derek, there's a million things he could have said. With your boss, next time he tells you to do something and you don't want to do it, and I'm not saying Castellanos said this, but try dropping this is effing BS.
I don't think Derek makes $100 million.
Yeah. No, I don't think he does either. But Derek, try dropping that on your boss and then see how it goes. Because we don't know that happened. I do know this. I know a player in Philadelphia sports that dropped an FU at his coach. I know that happened. So when moments like that happen, it can cause a problem. Like I
said, it's June.
If it gets to that point,
like you have to set a precedent.
Yeah.
Like if players hear Castellanos do that,
Correct.
then they're like, oh, so I can do that?
Right.
I expect, no, I don't want to be taken out of the game. Get out.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody
You
else
can't do
already did
that.
it, though.
Well, it doesn't
You
make
don't
it
think nobody
right.
else
Like
ever
Topper
did
has to
that,
put his
though?
foot down at some point.
And listen, Derek, we don't know how many times this had happened before. Look, I don't want to drag Castellanos through the mud. I like Castellanos. I think he seems like a really good guy. I enjoy having him on the Phils. He's irritating in his inconsistencies, but I think he plays really hard. There's no doubt he wants to win. I appreciate the fact that he posts, meaning he plays every day. When he's healthy, and he has been healthy, the guy plays. He switched positions for the Phils. He came here to be a left fielder. Bryce got hurt. He moved to right. There's a lot about Castellanos to respect, but if he disrespected either one of his teammates or the manager, that can be cause, depending on the severity of what he said, for him being benched. And I support Rob Thompson. Look, I think Rob Thompson's a pretty sensible guy. And if Rob Thompson said he crossed the line, he probably crossed the line. Derek, give me an answer. Who or what is ridiculous?
You know what I think is ridiculous, though?
What?
The other day I was at Home Depot, man, and people walking around Home Depot with pit bulls, man. Ain't no reason for you walking around Home Depot with a pit bull.
I don't
Nothing wrong with pit bulls.
It depends what they do.
No, I think it's more I think he's talking
bring
more
them to
about
Home
the
Depot.
dogs everywhere
But
thing.
I'm
where
just
it's
saying
like,
pit bulls get a bad reputation.
oh, I agree with you. That's fair.
agree
But
I don't believe you should bring your dogs to Home
Do
Depot.
they?
I agree.
Do they cause more damage than the average dog?
I've had Cheney is my fourth pit bull.
Depends on the pit.
I'm just
bull.
asking. Do they cause more?
Never
than the
had
average?
There's definitely other dogs that cause more
Yeah,
damage
try
than
the
pit
little
bulls.
yappy dogs.
Don't take the German Shepherd there. All right, Rhea, what do you make of this Castellanos thing?
You're not going to like my opinion.
No, I
You'll
can
be
tell.
shocked.
That's why I'm asking. I heard what you said there. So let's go. Let's go.
So my eye roll when I heard it was quite exaggerated. Here's the thing is, I think there's been plenty of times where I think that Thompson should have benched people for, repeated mistakes and whatnot. And I think he's benched Bohm, obviously the maturity issues he had.
Yep.
Castellanos appears to be a pain in the keister. He's an emotional guy. I like emotional people.
Yep.
I appreciate when players are in the heat of the moment. And, people are like, well, when Richard Sherman popped off, I'm like, when you're in the heat of the moment, I get emotional.
Talking about the Aaron Andrews thing?
Yeah.
The game had just ended.
The game had just ended.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I never had a problem with that. So I don't believe that it's anything he would do to Bryce Harper. Or I could see Bryce Harper, getting real emotional.
Do you think it's fake tough guy by Rob Thompson?
A little bit. That's all I'm saying.
And
Now,
a little
now,
too late?
That's my thing is,
Yeah.
I think, if you're going to do this stuff, kind of do it. But again, I don't know what Castellanos said.
Sure.
We don't know what he said, but
Yeah.
I don't think it would be, I think it's easy to make an example out of Nick Castellanos.
All right, let's also get to our Twitter poll question of the day. You can obviously react on the Castellanos-Rob Thompson thing, but Twitter poll as well, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more in a 2025 Armin Chevrolet, starting at Chevrolet Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. All right, NBA draft coming up in about a week. We ask you this question. Which is more important for the Sixers as they move, of course, toward this draft? And they've got a big decision to make with pick 3. They really do have a big decision to make. So here's the way we frame the question. Which is more important? Is it? Here's the question. Whether by trading or drafting a player with the 3rd pick, should the Sixers prioritize getting the best player for the next decade, what they perceive to be the best player for the next decade, or getting a player who best fits with Embiid and the rest of the roster? And notice we include rest of the roster because it's not just Embiid, but the Sixers have a lot of guards, and there's a good chance that the best player may be a guard. And so do you just draft another guard? I mean, what's the way to go about this? So here are the choices. Choice A is best player for the next 10 years. Choice B is best fit. How do you size up this draft, whether it's by a draft pick or a trade to acquire someone, of what Daryl Morey should do? 215-592-9494. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics on 94 WIP.
Baseball fans, BetMGM is giving you a chance to win a prize every day during the baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. All you need to do is pick an area of the strike zone and take your best swing. If you get a single, double, triple, or home run, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet on them. Just log into your BetMGM sports account to get started. Then visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. You'll score a prize if you hit a single, double, triple, or home run. There's nothing more exciting than going yard, so swing for the fences with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly.
See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey and Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offers subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards may vary. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to restoring cars, Diego's got skills. And with Total Wireless in his corner, the whole world sees them. With the dual camera system on his new iPhone 13, he can take amazing car photos and post them on the fly with super fast 5G, and even turn this hobby into a full-time gig. His claim to fame? Claiming iPhone 13 with 5G on us. Get iPhone 13 with 5G on us when you switch to the Total 5G or 5G Plus Unlimited 3-month plan. Total Wireless, in your corner. For limited time while supplies last. Valid in store. Device taxes and fees may apply. Requires port in and ID verification. Restrictions apply.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Boomer and Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Hall of Famer Bruce Smith. 30 years ago, the 62-year-old Buffalo legend took advantage of a costly mistake by my left tackle and flattened me with the hardest hit I ever took in my career. I know it's weird to wish him happy birthday, but he was nice after the fact. I'm Boomer and Science.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Ask Me Anything. Ask me a question. With Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
All righty, AMA, as we do every single Wednesday at this time. You ask, we answer questions from Facebook, Twitter, and the text line. And if you want to ask the question, what did Nick Castellanos say to Rob Thompson? Well, we just don't know the answer to that.
Minds want to know.
Right. All right. But I'm sure Devin will ask Cassie next time Phillies are in town.
Yeah. So Nick.
I'm sure he'll share.
Yeah, because he's so good at sharing for the most part, with media. He loves talking.
Oh, classic. All right, Celsi, what do people want to know today?
Joe, people want to know how your training's going. We haven't had an update in a few.
It's going well. I feel great. I mean, I really actually feel great. And now here's what's not good. I golfed yesterday. Here's the good side. I thought I struck the ball really well. And still on 9 holes, I got a 54. So it's like, I got to refine the golf game. Look, I expect to lose golf, but I do believe I can win golf, but probably will not. But the overall training, getting the body ready for this marathon of 5 competitions, I feel really good. I'm going to crank it into even higher gear as we get closer to certain things, start sprinting more. But,
you're not allowed to use those terms. Crank it into higher gear.
Higher gear.
Sprinting
Yes.
more. Have you sprinted?
Yeah, a little bit.
Ever?
At any point?
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I have in the last 2 weeks. I've been picking that up, but I'm not going at maximum speed yet.
So not sprinting then. Sprinting implies
sprint?
maximum
I guess
speed.
that's true. That's fair. But look, I feel great. I feel limber. I feel good.
Limber.
And by the way, I have given dates to the station for golf and for baseball.
Oh, you're
We're
ready.
We're looking to do baseball in early July. Like it's going to happen. So
That's like next week.
it's coming up soon.
A couple weeks.
Yeah.
Jack said his arm feels great.
Good for him.
Ah.
Yeah, for
Good
what
for
it's
him.
worth.
Throw a strike.
Yeah, that's going to be the key.
I noticed.
I know.
Yeah,
All
I know.
right. Our buddy Beat the Hammer on Twitter asks, has there ever been a disagreement on air or off air at WIP where there was real resentment toward each other? Bad blood. For example, the afternoon show loves to take shots at the morning show people. Now we have the Jack versus Joe thing, which may get heated. Just curious.
I don't think so. Look, my thing is, as long as it's all in good fun, then cool. Like, if someone's being a jerk about it, and to my knowledge, no one ever has around here, not at least with me, then, like, we're good. Like, you can take all the shots you want in a fun, playful way where in the end it's not mean. If it's mean, then to use a Rob Thompson thing, then that could be crossing a line. But as long as I feel like we're not being mean, then yeah, let's have some fun with that kind of stuff. I'm good. I've never felt like there's been an issue here. Now, John might not have liked me year one. That could be a whole nother matter. But
back in the day, there was.
I feel like I can't even remember. I feel like if there were a problem, it's likely that I might forget after a certain period of time that there was a major problem. Like I don't think there have been.
No, I don't think so either.
And I think at the root of it, like you said, Joe, we're happy to try to just unearth whatever we can that's interesting to talk about, and let's be honest and try to have fun. And sometimes, maybe we've taken it too far. I think I'm guilty often But, if we do, we'll try to be civil about it, I guess.
Yeah.
And I think we're all in it trying to pull on the same rope, aren't we?
I agree with that. As long as you have trust and respect, then we're good, and I think we got plenty of that. No issues, in my opinion.
Having said all that, the afternoon show's a bunch of losers. All right,
They're
let's keep rolling.
all losers, yeah.
Let's do one more from Odie. Odie says, do you guys miss doing things later at night because you have to get up so early?
I don't really believe they're losers, by the way. I mean,
I'm
I
just
don't really
joking
feel
around.
that.
I'm just joking
around. I really don't.
Well, I think Fritz is.
Okay.
I wouldn't call Ike a loser.
I'll say,
and I
no,
don't think
you're right.
Spike
Ike is not a loser.
No, but
I don't
Fritz-
think Spike is a loser.
No.
I'll go Fritz is a
Well,
loser.
he will be against.
But I think he'll be a winner against you.
Yeah, well, what was the question, James? What's this?
Yeah.
Staying up late at night?
Yeah, do you
or
miss
not?
it?
I don't, because I actually stay up quite late
I know,
frequently.
you're crazy.
Because I take naps.
Well, I take naps too, and I still go to bed way earlier than you.
No, I'm up pretty late, pretty frequently. It's not the healthiest way to go about it, but it's often the way
I
do it.
definitely miss doing stuff late at night, but it's all about discipline and sucking it up and going to bed.
I
with
stay
that-
up until the game's over, and so that means it's usually midnight.
Well, it's not always
Midnight. I go to bed like 9:30 when the Phillies game is
Really?
done. Absolutely. I watch the Phillies game in bed so that when it's over, I can turn over and go right to sleep.
Wow. I do remember at the playoff games and the Sunday, Monday night games, that's hard.
Yeah, they're painful.
It's hard to go to sleep
that's tough.
because you're
Yeah.
wired,
Well,
man.
that's a different thing.
I
That's
remember
the
after
worst.
one of the Phillies playoff games in 2023, I had over 100 text messages, but 47 different text message threads. 47. And I was like, all right, I'll respond to that tomorrow. I'll respond to that tomorrow. It's like, all right, people, I can't respond to them all tonight. Anyway, it's all good. And with that, AMA, we shut it down.
Ask Me Anything with Joe DeCamera
All right.
and John Ritchie.
So, Casti and Topper having their thing. I support Rob Thompson laying the smackdown. Good for him. And by the way, that goes on the way in the door, meaning saying, Casti, you're not a good enough defender for me to leave you into a close game that we hold the lead in the 8th or 9th inning. Good for him. And then, obviously there was some bucking from Castellanos, and then Rob Thompson smacked him down again by saying,
I'm fine with
we're
that, with
benching
him
you.
telling him that, but
Yeah.
I think sometimes you got to let players, especially your emotional ones, let off steam.
Depend- would you
depending
agree it
on what-
depends?
It does
Yes.
depend on what he
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
But I think sometimes with certain people that you work with or whatever, you just know that they got to just get it out,
Yep.
and then 5 minutes later they're fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do believe in that.
Let me ask you a question. So if a young Joe DeCamera looked at a teacher one time and said, because I'm trying to figure out if I called a teacher an A word, okay?
You're trying to figure out?
I'm actually, all these years later, I'm still trying to figure out if I called him an A word.
Okay.
So if I said to a teacher in front of the whole class, if you act like an A to me, why shouldn't I act like an A to you?
You should have been expelled.
No.
You're Catholic school, right?
No, maybe not. I'm not going to divulge the school. I'm just saying, James Seltzer, did I in fact call him that word?
I don't know what word you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I didn't want to ask and get made fun of.
No,
for
I
it.
know. I was joking, Devin. I know exactly what word he's talking
what
about.
word?
What else could it
What
possibly
is-
be that starts with an A?
It
I
ends
was
with an
joking.
E. Ends with an E.
Come on.
It ends with whole.
You can say that. I thought you could say. Okay.
No.
But you say the
You can
A
say-
word, not with the
Yes.
second part all the time on air.
I
so I don't know why
threw
we're.
the whole hole in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
The
you
whole
can't
thing
say that
was-
to a
Yeah, you
the
can't.
whole-
You can't combine them on
So
the air,
John,
Devin, for future reference.
John, I need a
Thank
ruling.
you.
All these, John, all
I don't want to
these years,
violate any FCC
all
regulations
these years
here.
later, if I said to a teacher, which I may or may not have, if you act like an A to me, why shouldn't I act like an A to you? Did I call him that or not?
Yes, of course you did.
I don't think I did.
You said he was acting like one.
It's a hypothetical. If you do it, why should I do it?
You set up
You
a
definitely- yeah.
hypothetical
No.
scenario.
Nope.
If I.
How did you not get expelled
You
from
set
school?
up an
at any-
if-then
How did they-
statement.
This is why
It's
Joe
impossible.
Joe
You didn't
changed high
say-
schools like 5
You did
times.
not say the if-then statement was the truth.
I did not.
You set up an if-then statement
appreciate that.
left it as a query. Hey, I don't know. This may or may not be what I believe.
Right.
But it is an if-then
I
statement.
appreciate that
Did you
support,
get
John.
suspended?
I did not.
So you support what Topper did, but you said something like that in a classroom, and you're looking how proud of you.
Well,
you
I
are.
may or may not have said that. You know what I'm saying?
100%
You are way
said
too
it.
proud about this.
Yeah, look
She's
at him.
right.
Everybody on
Yeah.
YouTube knows I got a
Yeah,
big
look
old,
at you. You're so happy
big
right
old
now.
smile.
You're
All right.
like, yeah, I did it. That was me.
All right, 215-592-9494. Your reaction on the Rob Thompson, Nick Castellanos thing. What do you make of it? Ugly game from the Phils last night. Not the best game from Luzardo. Disastrous game from the bullpen. Disasters. They're horrendous. I mean, Tanner Banks, you got to be kidding me. Plus, we're going to get in some Eagles stuff. Ross Tucker joins us at 7:40 today. That and more. And I believe today is finally the day where I will tell you about the details of my book. I'm excited about a book I've got coming out. I'll tell you about that next segment as well. We got a lot to do. Joe Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
Let me talk about my good friends at Lexus at Cherry Hill. I've been leasing cars from Lexus at Cherry Hill over a decade. I've gotten to know everybody really well there. You will get to know the great people and the service you'll receive when you head over to Lexus at Cherry Hill. They are now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. That means when you go in, it's first class all the time. You'll see the difference at Lexus Cherry Hill. Stop in, visit with Tony Labello and his team. They'll help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams. They've got over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus at Cherry Hill, they are a veteran-owned and operated business. So face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. So start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For JD Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Trey Turner with another road home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy? Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy sales event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less. If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
Breaking news coming in. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well-qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Hey, John, you and I have both had our new windows from Window Nation a little while. They're actually coming to my house tomorrow down the shore. Need a window replaced down there. Beyond keeping my house comfortable, the one thing that really strikes me about it is the quality of the Window Nation windows. They feel so secure and solid.
I know exactly what you mean. That's the confidence that comes with their 50-point factory inspection and a lifetime warranty. Plus, their installers are true specialists, many with over 15 years of experience. They installed my windows while I took a nap.
I'm going to try and do that tomorrow. It is no wonder they have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and over 45,000 5-star reviews. They've installed over 3 million windows across the country. They are not just a company. They are experts you can genuinely trust.
And for anyone who wants that same trust and quality, Window Nation is making it incredibly easy. Buy 4 windows, you get 4 more completely free. And if you replace a whole house full of windows, they'll give you a free exterior door.
Plus, you can do it all now, and you do not have to worry about the bill. Get 2 years with no payments, no interest, no money down. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Don't overpay for windows. Call 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Well, quite the eventful night in South Beach for the Phillies. They had their 5-game win streak snapped. Nick Castellanos benched prior to the game due to what Rob Thompson called an inappropriate comment made by Castellanos after he was pulled for a defensive replacement in Monday's game. So Max Kepler replaced Castellanos in right field. And, well, of course, this happened.
Swung on, line towards right center field. Coming on is Kepler, and he missed it. I think he lost it in the lights. Tried to make a basket catch, and it goes off his glove, and in to score is Sanoa, and it's now 5-3 Miami.
That is Scott Fransky with the call. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older. Must be a New Jersey gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by the Chesapeake Restaurant and Inn. Warm, humid afternoon storms, high 87. Home of the best live music and tiki bar at the C&D Canal. Enjoy Happy Dad hard seltzers, now available in Delaware and Maryland. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, a little dust up. Nick Castellanos and Rob Thompson, and it did hurt them last night. Reading the update there with the Kepler drop, and I mean, the only thing maybe worse than Kepler dropping the ball is Kepler hitting fourth. And I know he's played better lately, so I don't want to totally dog the guy. But, when you see that lineup last night.
It was not optimal.
I mean, Max Kepler hitting fourth. I mean, you got to be kidding. By the way, guys, I got to just put this out there. Bryson Stott is killing them.
Dude, he's so bad.
Yeah, he is. And James, I'll say this. Last week or so is the first time I started thinking he might not be on the team next year.
Yeah, well,
like the whole way I've been thinking, all right, look, even if he struggles this year, he's on the team next year. He's a cheap player. He's a good defender. He's a heady player, and they'll look to get him right next year if they don't this year. But I mean, I'm starting to kind of reevaluate. Like, I don't know if there's even a spot for him next year. He's brutal.
Well, if nothing else, I think you're going to start seeing a platoon far more often. Look, he's batting 188 since May 1st. 188.
Yeah.
That's almost 2 months. We're like a month and a half past May 1st. He's batting 188. He's been a disaster.
And this is after the struggles last year.
Of course, yeah.
And guys, we've seen plenty of players, in my lifetime. I'm 47 years old. Plenty that showed early flash, and then it fizzled.
Dom
Brown, Juan Samuel.
A million of them.
There's a million of them. I mean, pitchers and hitters. And, Tyler Green. There's a ton. So, he may just not be a good enough hitter, which is a shame because he brings a lot of other good stuff to the table. He's a competitive player. He's a good defender. He's he's a heady player. Like you can tell he has good instincts.
Good base runner.
But if you can't hit good enough, then it's hard to justify playing the guy. So anyway, we'll see where that goes next year. I agree with both of you. Short term, there could be more of a platoon thing, and I guess Sosa would be that guy. But anyway, all right, 215-592-9494. This segment, it's been a while. I wanted to get closer to the finish line before announcing the... Seltzer, should I announce the details of my book this segment? Because it's been a while, right?
Finally, yes.
It's been a while. All right, so we'll get to that later this segment. Ross Tucker and more. Obviously, the Castellanos, Rob Thompson thing is on the table. Speaking of on the table, little birdie told me something. John Ritchie, little birdie told me this is a big day in your life. Is that correct?
Oh, it is a big day.
Is this a big day in your life?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
My children are meeting over at my girlfriend's place, and they're helping her start moving her stuff to our
Wow.
place. Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, so the workforce.
I love that you're putting the kids to work.
Yeah, the workforce
Who needs
of
movers?
3 children, Richie kids, are helping to relocate.
Does Dad get involved after the
Alicia.
show? Like you play a role as well, right?
Yes, after the show,
all
I'm
right.
meeting them
Look
over
at you.
there, and I'm going to be moving boxes too. So this is, it's exciting times.
By the way, I don't know if you know this, John.
Things are moving quickly.
Devin, Seltzer, and Rhea are all available starting at 10 a.m. today.
I told John I will never move anything ever again. Like I'm so past that spot
Moving,
in my life.
it has to be like a bottom 3 adult activity.
It's the worst. Horrendous.
Like everyone
The worst.
has to do it at some
Horrendous.
point, and it never gets. Even if you hire movers, it never gets. easier.
Unless, like John Ritchie.
Well, unless you have your kids do it.
And you're in love.
And you're in love.
No, moving still sucks.
It feels like
it doesn't.
It probably still sucks. Yeah.
Well, John's not moving.
No. All right, John. Well, we're happy for you,
Yeah,
man.
thanks.
Yeah,
Thank
a little
you.
concerned for her, but happy for you. So, all right, 215-592-9494. The Castellanos thing with Rob Thompson. If you missed the audio of what was said yesterday, and we don't know what was said 2 days ago, just to be clear, we don't know what Casty said to Topper, but something was said. It was deemed to be something that crossed the line, something that was inappropriate. Rob Thompson benched him for last night's game. He announced that publicly before the game. I'm good with it. I'm good with all of it. And in a certain odd way, I'm almost kind of happy it happened because I hope it sets a different tempo and tone for this team. And I hope it leads to things like Trey being told at some point you're changing positions. Bryce, if need be, being told you're playing right field if he's physically capable of it.
But that's not going to happen for this season.
It will not happen this season.
I mean, so
it will not
that's,
happen.
That's my whole point.
I know.
Let's pick and choose our players. Who
Yeah.
are not. You've heard him say before. I don't want to go up to JT and say anything to him.
Rita, you're going to remember this. About 20 years ago, I think it was 3 Eagles players got in trouble.
Oh, was that smoking high on South Street?
Something.
Yeah.
And like one or two of them got cut.
Correct.
And one absolutely did not get cut.
Yeah, because he was. We know who he was.
Right.
But
Now,
no.
Jimmy Johnson famously was asked because there was a player asleep one time in a meeting, and Jimmy Johnson cut the player. And he was asked, well, what would happen if it was Emmitt Smith asleep during the meeting? And Jimmy Johnson said, I would. It was either Emmitt or Troy Aikman. I forget which one. He said, I would go over and say, Troy, Emmitt, I would do a little nudge and say, hey, wake up. We're in a meeting. And they're like, okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are different rules for different people.
Always have been.
Always have been. But I appreciate two elements of what Rob Thompson did here. First and foremost, the way this whole thing started, which was Rob Thompson saying, I'm going to put out there the team that I believe gives me the best chance to win 2 nights ago late in the game. Meaning, if Castellanos isn't one of my 3 best defenders and it's late in the game and I got a 1 or 2 run lead, then I'm going the better defender. I mean, the 86 Mets lost the World Series because they didn't do that. 77 Phillies.
Red Sox.
Sorry, Red Sox. Yeah, didn't also. 77 Phils, might have won the World Series if Luzinski had been pulled out in Game 3 late in that game. So, this is a common thing in baseball. And Castellanos, you ready for this? Got to deal with it. Be a big boy. The reality, Castellanos is the best outfielding hitter they have. The reality is Marsh, Rojas, and Kepler are their 3 best defensive players. And if I got a 1-run lead, and now listen, if Castellanos is batting first or second the next inning, maybe I leave him in. But if he's batting 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th the next inning, I probably take him out. So good for Rob Thompson to say we're going about it that way. That's number 1. Number 2, Castellanos bucks, and Topper lays the smackdown and says, okay, you don't play next game. Good for Rob Thompson.
Casty got a little too big for his britches, it sounds like, in front of the other guys, most likely.
Most likely.
But we don't know.
Most likely.
Yeah, there's an order that must be maintained, and if you step out of line and put yourself in front of or above the head guy and you're a player, then you can't have that.
And I'll say this.
I think Rob Thompson did the right thing here.
I agree.
He is laying the smack down appropriately.
And I'm a Castellanos fan. This isn't like, the worst thing in the world.
And by the
It's
way,
far from
I
that.
like the way he's dealing with it after the fact. I like the fact that he said, you know what? I don't agree with it. I don't like the decision, but he's the manager, and I have to take it. I
don't know that he said I don't
Yeah.
agree with it. I think that was not said. But
I don't think he said. He just said he's the manager.
Yeah,
It's
he
his
didn't. Yeah,
decision.
All right, it's his decision. He's the manager.
I don't know how
I
great he
wasn't
is
happy
with it.
about it.
Yeah.
Spoke my mind. He said I crossed a line, so my punishment is I'm not playing. It's his decision. Castellanos said he's the manager.
Yeah.
So, all right.
That's fine.
Castellanos took it the right way.
I mean, I agree. Look, he had to deal with it, and I guess he is. Let's
We'll
go, folks.
see if he takes. Because
We will.
remember,
Yeah.
remember, he's in Miami where his family is, and he grew up, and they were there.
Mm.
So I think those kind of things sit with players.
They can. They certainly can. And players don't like to be embarrassed, but
Correct.
so
But he might have done something to his
he
manager.
might have done something that merited the situation. I would tend to look. I think Rob Thompson, amongst other things, is a pretty reasonable guy. And if Rob Thompson says Castellanos crossed the line, my guess is Castellanos crossed the line. What do you make of it? 215-592-9494. We'll also talk some Eagles with Ross Tucker coming up in about 10 minutes. Neil in Northeast Philly. Hi, Neil.
Hi. A couple things. Well, Bobrowski's an old thing, but 13 years ago,
it
goes in the draft. I think the Flyers need a goalie, definitely draft a goalie and a scorer and maybe even get up a backup goaltender. I think that would help the Flyers team.
Well, Neil,
What's
so
your
I'm
opinion
struck by
about that?
So the Brombrowski thing, from what I remember, was 2012. And I think that was the year the Flyers played 3 different goalies during the playoffs, which I think was Bobrowski, Leighton, and someone else.
Czechmanek was gone by then, right?
Czechmanek was long gone. He was 04, I think. But the reality is, Neil, look, it's an organizational fiasco that they had a goalie that has gone on to this kind of success, and they got rid of him like 12 years ago. That is a disaster. For those that don't know, Bobrowski won the Stanley Cup last night. He was the Flyers goalie, in the early part of last decade. They could have kept him. They didn't, and still have a goalie problem. I mean, I'll say this. Of all the things we discuss in Philly sports, it maybe has gotten the least attention of something that mattered a ton. I mean, they actually had a guy, and they just gave him away. And by the way, probably no one even remembers what they got for him. I certainly don't. Anyway, Neil, what else you got? What do you got on the Philly situation?
Well, I'm glad Topper stayed up. Like I know Ben Davis has said, that Thompson's a little bit, like tougher than like people, like he has the disposition of being even keel, but that he'll say something like that, and he actually, like made a disciplinary move, like in Castellanos, like I guess Rhea said, like is a volatile player a little bit, so So I think good for Thompson that he like made a move. And
I agree.
Actually, that might be a precursor to what I'm saying. I think bring up Crawford. I would send down Weston, Wilson, and bring up Crawford now. And and see what he could do. Then the Marsh is doing well. So I would.
Marsh
stay
is
with Marsh
actually this.
while
Look, this is the best 2 weeks of Marsh's season. That's clear.
Yeah, so I would stay with Marsh with Hot, but maybe as an option with Crawford with his speed, and also he's been batting like 350, and he just came back from the quad injury. So I would send him up this series with the Mets. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but the Mets have lost 4 in a row coming into the series. They were up 4-1 and they lost an extra inning to the Braves. So that's good too, that part.
That is
and
good.
The fact that Wheeler is starting off the series as well.
All right, Neil, I like what you're saying here. Give me an answer. You can win these Eagles championship concert tickets, which sounds like an amazing event. Who or what is ridiculous?
That the Sixers haven't made it past the second round in the playoffs, and Morey got a 3-year contract extension.
Yeah,
That's
all right.
totally ridiculous.
So what am I writing down there? Because he gave me 2 different facts. Sixers not past second round since 01
Well, I
or
think
more.
I think it's Morey
the
because
two.
of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the one
He
leads
got an
to the
extension
other.
despite not making it past the
I
second
think it was more a Morey point.
Yeah.
Tell me which is more ridiculous. I'm going to give you 2 facts. Which is more ridiculous? That the Sixers have not made it past the second round of the playoffs since 2001, or that the Sixers have only made it past the second round of the playoffs one time since 1986.
I think this time because,
Wow.
when you
It's gotta
say
be the
that,
second fact, right?
When you say that, it's insane. But, Embiid for the first couple of years before the injuries, completely diminished him, was one of the greatest players in the game.
Embiid?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he was tremendous. He was
so-
tremendous. Let me ask you a question, because I'm going to announce details of my book coming up in a few minutes. But if a person was writing a book about Philly sports and wanted to feature the Sixers, how would you do it over the last 20 years? Have a lot of blank pages?
Just Iverson. AI.
I'm just saying.
Just keep reinforcing like
Nothing
Dr.
else has happened in the last 25 years.
AI, Dr. J, Charles Barkley, AI, Charles Barkley,
Oh,
Dr.
my
J.
Lord. Yeah. I'm going to sprinkle a little Will Chamberlain in there.
Moses Malone.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Kenny. Kenny, good morning.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, Kenny.
How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. John, how are you?
Super Kenny.
Good. As the pride of Lansdale, I had to give you guys a call again. What do we do?
Why? Well, did you give yourself that?
Yeah, what is up with that?
That nickname, or do other people know you have that name?
I'm the only one that matters in Lansdale, John.
Oh,
It's a pretty little town.
Wow, sleepy town, sleepy town.
Yeah, no, I like to go around like that, but I honestly have problems with the Castellanos situation.
Talk to us. What do you make of it?
People are acting like we have Cal Ripken Jr.'s streak on the line here.
It's a joke. Totally agree.
It's an absolute joke. The dude has been average at best for the Phillies. He's not a great player. He's a terrible fielder. You had a caller earlier say, he's the only one that hustles. I've seen balls to right field where he literally has jogged to get them.
So
Like,
I haven't
he's
noticed
awful.
that. He's not a good defender. I think his effort's been good. I mean, maybe there's a player you're thinking of I can't remember, but I think his effort has been good, but he's a below average defender.
And we do this in Philadelphia where we hang on to this lore of a player of who he was in Cincinnati where he's going to hit 338. He's an average player. They will be better without him if they can figure out the outfield. You know what I'm trying to say? If there was a player ready to come up right now, we wouldn't even be having a conversation because he's really not that good. He's average.
Yeah, I think
So we gotta-
he is pretty average. I think that's a fair way to put it. He's pretty average. Yeah.
I have one more thing for you about the Flyers.
Sure.
Do you think Giroux feels pretty salty? Getting traded to Florida, they lose in the first, second round, and then he signs with Ottawa, and then they win back-to-back championships.
I don't know. I hadn't thought of it. I guess it's possible. I look, Giroux unfortunately for him, he wasn't on better Flyers teams with better players. Most of Flyers' great players through the years have had better players around them. But with that said, I also think he could have been better here. He reminds me. It's almost like a Bobby Abreu thing a little bit. Like he was their best player, but I still think there was more he could have done. That's the best way I'd put it.
His best years were with Yager, and he shrunk every other time in the
Yeah,
playoffs.
no, he was at his best. I mean, I'd have to look up the stats, but my recollection is 2012 and 2013, he was at his best.
Absolutely, when he blew up Crosby in the playoffs.
Absolutely correct. That's correct.
That's all I had.
Kenny, give me what's ridiculous or who's ridiculous.
I think you're ridiculous. Not only did Rhea steal my top 11, but do you think you can beat Jack Fitz in anything?
Okay, well, we're going to find out. Kenny, I'll write it down. Me versus Fritz. I'll underline me for ridiculous. Look, I've told you before, I'm going to lose Goff in all likelihood. I'll probably lose the running, but John, the three I got to win are hoops, baseball, and tennis. And I think I not only can, I think I will. I'm looking forward to it. We're getting near showtime now. So,
And your experience with tennis is what?
I played in, 6th grade at Penn Charter, and I think I played in 7th grade at CHA.
Expert tennis player.
Hold on. You think you played where?
I played Penn Charter 6th grade and CHA 7th grade.
Play this audio for Fritz. He's going to be shaking in his boots.
I hung up the racket. I hung it up.
You think you played for 2 years in middle school?
Yes, I know I did.
You know that Jack played tennis in high school.
I've heard that.
4 years.
Oh, did he? I actually didn't know that. Did he?
But Devin, wouldn't you say he's got an oaf-like thing? Like he seems like
do not pull me into this.
No, but he does seem like a
oaf.
But he seems like a trip over his own feet kind of guy.
You kind of seem like a trip over
you
your
can
own
think
feet guy
you want.
as well.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we'll find. Listen,
I don't know Jack's background when it comes to tennis.
We'll
so
say this about tennis: we're going to know very early. Like in tennis, it's pretty obvious early whether someone, Now, I might intentionally, we're volleying back and forth before we begin. I might hit it in the net on purpose.
Intentional, just to fake them out?
Just to Woody Harrelson him
I remember listening to, this is so random, it just came to mind, I'm not even kidding, the afternoon show months ago, and Jack said he didn't know he could play tennis, but he couldn't serve.
Yeah, he said he struggled to serve.
So that's
I remember that.
Inside information.
I appreciate it. I remember him saying he struggles to serve.
So I think you could get the best of him.
And look, I'm not the greatest, far from it. But, I think I'm better than he is. All right, so let's get to this Castellanos and Rob Thompson thing a little bit more. Let's give you 2 pieces of audio from Rob Thompson, and then we'll get to something Scott Fransky said as a way to give you what Castellanos said about it. So, because we don't have Castellanos audio, but we know what he said publicly to the Scribes, and Fransky relayed it last night during the game. So let's start with Rob Thompson. He is meeting with the Scribes, the writers, before the game. He describes, not in great detail, but to the extent he chose to go to it, Rob Thompson describes what happened.
Last night, one of the things about Nick, one of the many things about Nick that I love, is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out. And so today, he's not going to play.
All right, so that was.
And I'm going to leave it at that.
I'm sorry. So you're going to leave it at that. So that was Topper early in the day, mid-afternoon or so, when he meets with reporters. He also said a similar thing, just to give you the full context of what was said publicly about it from Topper. Similar kind of answer, but slightly different when talking to Scott Fransky before the game.
Last night when we took him out for a defensive replacement, he had an inappropriate comment in my estimation, and so this is the punishment, and he's going to sit today. He'll be back in there tomorrow. We want to get by this, and because we got a game tonight, we got to keep moving forward.
All right, so I could read you what Castellanos said yesterday in reaction to this. We don't know what he said coming off the field on Monday night. We don't know that. We do know what Castellanos publicly said yesterday. I could read it, but let's have Scott Fransky say it, because he said it during the broadcast last night here on WIP. Here's what Scott Fransky said.
He said, quote, "I understand the decision. It was when I got taken out. I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. He said," meaning Thompson, "he said that I crossed a line, so my punishment is that I'm not playing." The follow-up question was if it was frustrating for him, given how he prides himself on playing every day, Nick's response was, it's his decision. He's the manager.
Okay, so that's the way Castellanos, publicly faced it yesterday when facing the music of being benched. One more thing for Franzke, because he gives context from his perspective, knowing Rob Thompson. Franzke gives additional context to the situation.
I can tell you that the idea of taking him out of the game defensively, I can almost assure you that Rob Thompson would not do that on the fly without talking to Nick about that first. Nick is an everyday player who plays every inning of every game and loves to do so. And Rob understands that wholeheartedly and loves that about Nick and respects that a great deal about Nick. It definitely wasn't a surprise to Nick when it was put in motion last night. He knew that it was coming. Take that for what it is.
So that makes it, in my opinion, worse for Castellanos, the look, because if Topper talked to him privately, and Franzke's telling you, like he did, then if Cassidy then popped off when coming out of that game, then that makes it a little worse. And to me, makes Rob Thompson more justified in saying, okay, then you don't play the next game. I'm totally pro Rob Thompson on this one. I really am. And look, I like Castellanos. Moments happen. You move on. But I appreciate, as a Philadelphia sports fan, Rob Thompson saying, that's unacceptable, and I'm not playing you the next game. You can react. 215-592-9494. Ross Tucker, who was in a lot of locker rooms, a lot of situations, will get his reaction. And, of course, a lot on the Eagles as he was at the OTA last week. All that with Ross coming up in 1 minute.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Fire up the grill because Wild Fork has your ribs. Wild Fork had our filet mignons and our crab cakes this past weekend also. That's what we had for Father's Day at my house. That was amazing. But now we're talking ribs, and I'm telling you, all the ribs you can imagine, like pork spare ribs, only $2.28 a pound, or mouth-watering venison French rib rack, only $25.98 a pound, or my family's favorite, pork St. Louis spare ribs, antibiotic-free, only $3.98 per pound. These are the absolute best for a delicious summer barbecue. Toss them with Wild Fork smoked pecan rub. Bake slow and low in the oven for 2 hours and char on a hot grill, charcoal, gas, or wood. You decide for an amazing finishing flavor. You can brush with your favorite barbecue sauce for that sweet, smoky twist in every fall-off-the-bone bite. So visit one of their greater Philadelphia retail locations today. And if you're headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store. Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
All right, Jetta Cameron, John Ritchie. We got Devin Seltzer and Rhea with you on a Wednesday morning. Wonderful to be with you. Thanks for being with us. Let's remind you the Twitter poll question of the day brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Reminder, NBA draft is next week. So we ask you this Twitter poll question. Whether by trading for or drafting a player with the third pick, should the 76ers prioritize getting the best player for the next decade or getting a player who fits with Embiid and the rest of the roster? It's a little tricky because it's not just an Embiid thing. Best player might be a guard. Sixers got, 5 million guards. So, really, their best players are guards other than Embiid. So, should they draft a guard? How do you do it? So you can vote A, best player, B, best fit. Get voting at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Reminder, our show's on YouTube. Please check us out on YouTube sometime when you can. And comment on YouTube because we like to mix those comments into the show as we move forward from time to time. All right, let's talk some Eagles football and a little bit of team dynamics with our guy Ross Tucker, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Ross Tucker World Takeover with the multimedia star, both locally and nationally and perhaps even internationally. Good morning, Ross.
Good morning, Joe. How are you?
Ross, what's it like to be a multimedia star?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, you know what? See, I'm going to tell you why I know you are. Because the Reading Phillies have you throwing out the first pitch this week, and only stars throw out the first pitch.
Well, hold on a second.
Is this true?
Didn't they just have Jack and James do it like last week?
Yeah, that really submarines Joe's point. Like, it just crushes it.
I got to be honest with you guys, though. Well, I've never done it before, and I'm pretty sure there's something wrong with my rotator cuff.
Oh, no.
Sounds like Jack Fritz here.
He does.
And both my daughters retired from softball this year, so I haven't been, like, throwing or anything. I don't even know. Like, I texted Tom McCarthy to get his advice, and he said to go up on the mound, but I don't know if you're allowed to do that. I don't know what are my tips here. I'm sure, John, you and Joe have done
This is really simple, and I got 4 words for you, and it's going to sum the whole thing up. Suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah.
That's it.
Just but am I allowed to go up on the mound? Because I would want to go up on the mound and do like the whole wind-up thing.
They don't let you go on the mound.
If you feel the need to switch arms, man. I switched throwing arms when I was 30. I had to switch. I was taught to throw righty by my dad, who didn't seem to notice that I write with my left hand and kick with my left foot and brush my teeth with my left. Yeah, I did everything with my left hand. My dad brought home the glove that covered my left hand for baseball.
So, John,
that was troubling.
Your advice is for me, for the first time I'm ever doing this in front of 8,000 people in Reading, you want me to throw it left-handed?
You could practice.
That's your advice?
You could practice in advance. That's what I did.
That's the worst. It's tomorrow night.
That's horrible.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard. Are you? So you know what it is,
that's
Joe?
what we did
John's
when we
trying
went
to get
down
me to go viral.
Yeah.
That might go viral.
Yeah,
then.
John
All
really
right.
did.
So you don't feel
there.
confident in your ability to. It's not far from in front of the mound. So if your shoulder is that bad, you could get it there with your left. I promise.
But I'm going to throw it even higher and harder than I think. Right, James? Is that you guys have all done it?
So the one caveat is they usually have a kid catching it. So,
oh boy,
yeah, you don't feel like you want to whip it at them unless you're Jack Fritz, who absolutely whipped it at the kid and terrified him.
I think the caveat is the Reading Phillies are desperate that Seltzer, Fritz, and now Ross Tucker are all throwing out first pitches.
You're not wrong, Jack.
I think some farmer out there wasn't available that day. All right, Ross, let's get to it. I want to do a ton of Eagles with you, but let's actually start. I know you were listening on the way in, the Rob Thompson, Castellanos stuff. So let's just talk team dynamic, player, coach. Without having to name names, what's the craziest disrespectful thing you ever saw from a player to a coach in your years at any level of football? And look, football's in the pro level is totally different because there's only 16 your time, 17 games. Players rarely get, suspended or benched for a whole game. But what, in your opinion, that you saw merited, yeah, this guy should not be allowed to play the next game? And how often did the coach make that decision?
Well, it's funny because only 2 come to mind right away, and it's the same guy, and it's the same year, same team. The one was in the offensive line meeting room where he just basically totally emasculated the offensive line coach.
Wow.
And it was very, very uncomfortable. The other one was during walkthrough where he got face-to-face with the offensive coordinator and said, I've been here since before you got here. I'll be here long after you're gone. And then the OC said, the worst mistake I made was keeping you on the roster. I mean, it was intense. And actually, now that I think about it, football is, maybe it's because football is a little different. They did not discipline him for the next game. He might have been like a 6 or 7 time Pro Bowler at that point. He was kind of revered in the community. I don't think the community really knew maybe what he was like inside the building, but they should have done something.
Yeah.
It was very uncomfortable, and that cannot be allowed. And I feel like in football, it's less likely. Baseball and the NBA, with these guys having these gigantic guaranteed contracts, maybe it's a little bit more common. But yeah, that's the worst I've seen, and I don't remember them, to my knowledge, Joe, I don't remember them disciplining him in any way.
Yeah, no, it doesn't surprise me. And again, when it's, if there's 162 games in that sport, maybe that player said, okay.
That's a dysfunctional organization.
Yeah, that's rough.
That
was bad.
Organization, so that organization must have lost exclusively then.
Well, you know what? You know what's interesting about it? They moved on from him after that year. And I think he was very surprised. They moved on from him. He actually ended up going somewhere else and starting for several years. But so maybe rather than discipline him, they just thought, okay, we're done with this guy. I'll say this:
that's such a huge move. Then great for them.
Yeah,
but it's unfortunate you have the. Let's put it this way: if Jimmy Butler wasn't such a pain in the butt, I'm sure the Sixers would have been more inclined to keep him. I mean, some players are just difficult. I mean,
listen,
why
do you think the Dolphins are trying to trade Jalen Ramsey? Yes. They just gave him a huge contract last year. They made him the highest paid corner in the NFL last year.
Yeah.
And they only did that, by the way, because Patrick Surtain got $24 million a year out in Denver, and the Dolphins knew, he's not gonna be happy if he's not the highest paid guy. So he had like 2 or 3 years left on his deal. They extend him to give him $24.1 million, and he's still not happy. By the way, shout out to all the Dolphins players that were so happy the team got rid of Fangio last year.
You're not
Shout
kidding.
out to all the. By the way, they've gotten rid of like Javon Hollins now with the Giants. All the guys that came out on social media and were like, "Good riddance to Fangio." The Dolphins have kind of moved on from a lot of them. now.
Yeah. All right, Russ Tucker with us here. So, Russ, let's get to the Eagles. And I know you had your eyes on the practice last week with the OTA. Give us one or two things that stood out to you the most, and then we'll drill down on certain position groups and all. But what really struck you the most with what you saw with that practice?
Yeah, 3 things definitely jump out. Number one, just everybody being there and there being no drama or issues whatsoever. That is unusual, especially for a team that wins the Super Bowl, because usually after a team wins the Super Bowl, everybody thinks that like they're the reason why the team won the Super Bowl and they want this or they want that. But the Eagles do an incredible job of being so proactive with some of these guys ahead of time that to have no malcontents at all, I think every other team has at least one guy where there's an issue. So that's number one. And then actually watching things, I spent a lot of time watching the O-line. And, Kenyon Green, this former first-round pick that they traded for in the Gardner-Johnson trade, he's working at third-string left guard. And so that is a long way to go to potentially being the starting right guard instead of Tyler Steen. So I know a lot of people have talked about it. Hey, he's going to Stoutland University, and maybe he's this year's Mekhi Becton. That might be the case, but man, I feel like last year during minicamp and the lead up to training camp, I was hearing a lot of whispers about how much they liked Becton. For Kenyon Green to still be third string and at left guard, not even at right guard, where Steen is, that would surprise me if he ends up really competing for that job. I'd be surprised. That is Steen's job to lose.
How about that?
And then the last thing, just watching the Eagles out there, probably the most important thing for this team this year is that all the guys that kind of played their best in the playoffs, Hurts included, of course, but the guys that, Jordan Davis had sacks in the NFC Championship game in Super Bowl.
Nolan Smith would be an example of that.
Nolan Smith,
Yeah.
Jalix Hunt, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll even say Jahan Dotson was
Yeah.
making plays at the end. Ajama, who's going to step up for Milton Williams. They really need all those guys to pick up where they left off and then some. I think we assume that they're all going to. I don't know that that's the case. Like I think we all look at what happened in the playoffs, and certainly the Eagles picking up Jordan Davis's option, for 2026, that they're hoping what he did those last 2 games continues. But for the Eagles, in my mind, to have any chance to win the Super Bowl again this year, all those guys that really played by far their best in the playoffs, they have to be at least that good, if not better, this year.
So Kevin Patullo has been here for 5 years. Kevin Patullo, this is now his first year as the offensive coordinator, as the guy who's calling the plays and who's standing up there in front of the offense and installing the plays for, time and time again. So how much of an advantage, Ross, is it for this team, for Jalen, to have this familiarity? I know he's not the same play caller from last year, but Patullo was here and has been here with Jalen for 5 years, for quite some time now. Is that going to be noticeable this year? Jalen has had to sort of start from scratch every year except for the one time he had the repeat experience of offensive coordinator 2 years in a row with Shane Steichen that culminated in the loss in the Super Bowl. It was the 2020 2021 and 2022 season that went to the 2023 Super Bowl, I believe. So how close to that feel can we get with Patullo in this role as offensive coordinator?
Well, I mean, considering Hurts isn't one of the 11 best athletes in Philly, I think he's going to struggle. Would be my guess. I'm kidding. I'm kidding
about that.
By the way, I'm still trying to figure out how Joe, the week before, I was listening, or maybe I saw on social media, how he said that Hurts was the 5th best quarterback in the NFL, but he's not one of the top 11 guys in the city. I don't understand that, but whatever.
A lot of good players.
Makes no sense. I got you. I got you. All right, so no. You know, the interesting thing about Patullo, John, is we can all sit here and we can all say it's great that he's been here the whole time. And certainly he has a lot of familiarity with what Sirianni wants. He knows Stoutland well and what they want to do in the run game. He knows what Hurts does well, knows what he doesn't do well. The only issue with that discussion, and I know you guys have talked about it before, is that it seems like every time the Eagles have done this in recent memory, whether it was Mike Groh when Frank Reich left, or Brian Johnson a couple years ago when Steichen left, it doesn't seem like the familiarity has worked out all that well. And I don't know why. These are all different people. But remember, Hurts had a really close relationship with Brian Johnson, who they elevated to OC. Ultimately, I think familiarity is good. There's no doubt about that.
But it's overrated, Ross.
No, it comes down to the guy.
Totally right.
Like we can all sit there. We can all sit there for 3 years and play a video game together, like Madden video game, right? But some of us are going to be better than others when the controller's actually in our hand and we're the one actually doing it. So Patullo, by the way, he might be amazing. He might be an incredible play caller. I don't know, to my knowledge, that he's ever done it before. Mm-hmm. So the advantage there, and the Eagles will show nothing in the preseason, the advantage there is that he will have some new wrinkles and that the defensive coordinators around the league will not have a book on him. The disadvantage is there's going to be growing pains. Like anybody doing any job for the first time in their life, he's going to make mistakes. He's going to learn from those mistakes. What the Eagles need is for him to learn from those mistakes as quickly as possible. Steichen had already done it a little bit before the big year. Certainly, Kellen Moore had been doing it for years. He's going to make mistakes early. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles were 2-2 after a month again. The goal is that Patullo learns from those mistakes quickly and does not make them again.
Yeah, Ross Tucker with us here. Ross, I want to go off the roster for a sec because there was a story about a month ago that cropped up, and I'm curious your perspective. So for all the talk about the tush push and many people thinking the Eagles specifically were targeted because of their success, I think a far bigger thing is if the salary cap change goes through, where there's talk of the NFL trying to change the way teams like the Eagles, and there's not many of them to the Eagles' extent, spend so much extra cash, and sort of what I'll refer to as salary cap loopholes. I mean, it's technically in there, but ways that the Eagles, through Howie and Lurie's money, manage the management of the cap very effectively.
Right.
Do you think the Eagles are being targeted with this potential change? That the Eagles' success and Howie's greatness at it? Because, years ago, what was it? Was it Wilt or Kareem where they're like, you can't dunk the ball because they're so good that you can't dunk the ball? Do you think the Eagles are being targeted with this potential change?
It's a terrific question. For those of you that aren't familiar, the Eagles put void years on a lot of their contracts, which enables them to spend way more cash than the salary cap for that year because they spread the cash they give in bonuses over the void years. I do not think, Joe, that the Eagles are being targeted and that this is a competitive. Well, here's the dichotomy. Most of the owners don't want to do that. Most of the owners want to make more money. And so they're not happy that they're being put at a disadvantage. Lurie, I've told you guys this before. I had a team, a very successful team, GM, tell me that his cash budget, meaning what his owner allows him to spend on players in a given year, is $20 million less than the Eagles.
That's a big difference.
That is a big difference. So I don't think I think that they're upset that they feel like, hey, in order to be as competitive or as good as the Eagles or some of these other teams, we're going to make less money and or make very little money. And the organizations that are entirely reliant on the football operations for their cash flow, for their family, they want to make more money. I mean, but it's a bigger thing than that, because they're already talking, Joe, that the players are getting too much. Because as these percentages keep going up and the salary cap keeps going up, that 50% that the players get is becoming a lot. So I have heard multiple teams tell me the owners are starting to feel the squeeze of not making as much money as they'd like to. Wow. They still make plenty, sure, but not making as much money as they'd like to. I think it's more about that than just targeting the Eagles, but it's like, hey, the Eagles have this advantage, but we don't want to do that because we want to pocket that $20 million.
It certainly would hurt them if they harden that cap, so to speak. It certainly would help or would hurt the Eagles. There's no question.
Ross, yeah, I got one more thing for you, Joe. Oh, go ahead, John.
I'm curious how good our edge guys are. We've got youth coming off both edges in Nolan Smith and Jalix Hunt. We're dependent on these guys to get a lot of production this year. Are they ready? How good are they? And how did they look when you've seen them in limited reps out there?
Very excited about both those guys. I was not in love with the Jalix Hunt pick. I thought a third-round developmental guy out of Houston Baptist or Houston Christian, I thought third round was a little bit rich. Man, how he knew what he was doing there. Because a guy with his physical traits, if he wasn't developmental, if he came out of Texas or Georgia, he would have been a first-round pick or maybe a second-round pick. But because he was developmental, the Eagles were able to get him in the third round, and they probably got him like a year ahead of time. I don't think they actually expected him to play it all last year. I think that they were targeting him playing this year after BG and Sweat were gone all along. I've had multiple people. BG came on my show and said Hunt's put on weight. So hopefully that, they think it's good weight. I'll also say this, to bring in guys like, people don't know a lot about these guys right now, but Ojulari and Uche, it's very important that you have third and fourth rushers. Uche has an 11.5 sack season. Ojulari, I believe, has 3 of his 4 years. He got at least 5.5 sacks, which is a really good number for a third guy. So the Eagles basically sold both those guys on, hey, look at the rest of our D-line. Look at Jalen Carter getting double-teamed. You just saw what Milton Williams did. You just saw what Sweat did. My guess, guys, is that there's probably a 50-50 chance on both those guys being able to really be productive and play well, which is why the Eagles went out and got 2. Yeah. Like, if it's 50-50, let's get 2 of them. They only need one of them really to work out.
Ross, good stuff, bud. We look forward to it. I mean, the season really isn't that far away. And needless to say, we'll be cranking it up as we get closer to training camp, which I guess is now in 5 weeks, I believe. So, Ross, good stuff. We look forward to talking to you soon. Thanks, pal.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
All right, there he is.
Ross.
Ross Tucker. Remember, the Eagles start earlier. I mean, what is it? Thursday night game, right? Yeah. Think of it this way. Eagles play 3 days after Labor Day. Like, it's
play on my birthday.
Yep. Look at that. 52?
September 4th.
51.
51.
Come
Very
on,
good.
Joe,
I'm
you're
sorry.
aging him.
I lose track. I'm getting old. I lose track of these things. All right, you can react on everything. The Eagles, obviously, Castellanos and Rob Thompson. Main thing we've been discussing today, 215-592-9494. I also want to tell you guys about this book I've got coming out, which obviously over the last couple of months I have referenced a few times. And I just wanted to get closer, frankly, to it coming out, knowing like it's actually going to happen, because you never know when the rug's going to get pulled out. I just sent the 4 of you, John, Devin, James, and Rhea, a text message with a photograph of the front cover. So the book is a book about Philadelphia sports, and the purpose of it is really for kids. For younger sports fans, teenagers, a little bit younger, but it's totally going to work for older fans as well, basically on the best moments in the history of Philadelphia sports. So what the book is entitled is The Best of Philly Sports. And then the subtitle is Amazing Moments and Stories in Philadelphia Sports History. And it's really designed to really pay tribute to the great teams and players that we've had in the history. Look, we've had a lot of negative, all right? Been a lot negative in Philly sports, but this book is to really entertain, especially the younger folks, entertain people on the rich history of our teams. The Phillies, the Flyers, the Sixers, the Eagles, the Big Five, and others like Joe Frazier, like all these great figures we've had in Philly sports, and to present it to kids and say, this is the best of the best. These are our guys or our gals. These are who we've had. These are who, obviously, we should always cherish. And those of us old enough do. And so it's, anyway, you guys see the cover and you see who's
cover's awesome.
It's exciting.
Well,
Yeah,
you.
the cover's
Thank you.
really great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So the cover is Bobby Clark, Dr. J soaring through the air with a dunk. Classic shot. A lot of you will recognize that shot. Saquon jumping over the Jags guy.
Backwards leap.
Yeah, and Brad Lidge and Carlos Ruiz about to hug. When the Phillies won the World Series, I initially thought it would be 4 championship moments on the cover, and it got complicated because 70s stuff, like the Flyers thing, it's a lot of black and white photos.
Mm-hmm.
So we couldn't have black and white with color. Like, it would be really funky.
Agree.
So we kind of had to find like action shots. But anyway, the bottom line is I wanted to put, and here's where this came from. I just want to tell you where this came from. So 2013, I'm talking to my nephew, big sports fan. He was probably 9 or 10 at the time. And we're having a conversation about basketball. He's a big sports fan, huge, fan. And I referenced Dr. J. And I see this glazed look on his face. Like I'm like 10 seconds past him, and he's got this, past Dr. J, and he's got this look. I'm like, wait a minute. You don't know who Dr. J is, do you? And like, he didn't know if a Dr. J is a who or what. Like, he didn't know what Dr. J, you're in a basketball conversation, Dr. J. Like, wow. What is that? What is a Dr. J?
Medical professional.
Right? Like, I thought we were talking hoops, and now I got a doctor here. And then, so that struck me. I'm like, that's interesting. And then a few weeks later, I was in my mother's basement, and I found a book from the 70s, my older siblings probably grew up with it, on national sports figures that were the heroes of like the first half of the 20th century into the 70s, like the Babe Ruths and Jackie Robinsons and Jim Thorpes and Jesse Owens, like all these great figures.
I had that book with,
Did you?
with Bob Gibson, Babe Diedrichson, Wilma Rudolph. That's how she became my all-time favorite.
Yeah.
I probably read that book hundreds of times.
And so, Rhea, and I'm glad to hear that. So when I saw that book, I thought, wow, what a cool book. And then I thought, wait a minute. I think I could hopefully put this kind of thing together for kids of Philly sports, a Philly sports book. So that's what I did. The book features 66 stories, whether it's a moment or a season or a championship. Some guys, unfortunately, like Charles, like there is no pinnacle moment. So for Charles Barkley, it's like the Charles Barkley thing, but it's not like, hey, the Sixers win the title like they did in '83, or the Sixers get to the finals like they did in '01. So anyway, bottom line is it's great moments, it's great stories, players, teams, the whole deal. And I will say it will work for adults. Like, I feel very confident if you're an adult, I think you'll enjoy it. I mean, that's up to you, but I think you will. But it was specifically designed for kids, but written in a way while basic, not so basic. It's not for a 6-year-old.
Could Jack read it and understand it?
Jack Fritz, that is an interesting one.
Not a big reader.
Well, look at him.
He's made it very clear. Yeah.
So anyway, this is the background of the book. Obviously, it'll be available on the major bookstores and Amazon. Good question. So September is when you can get it from Amazon and the major bookstores.
You can pre-order beforehand?
You can pre-order now, actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can pre-order now. It's called The Best of Philly Sports. You can pre-order now, The Best of Philly Sports on Amazon. It will be in select stores in August. By the way, I'm going to look to be extremely aggressive to try to get it in as many stores as possible.
You've been doing some book signings and stuff?
I will do book signings.
Look at this!
But here's the thing, James, and I mean this. I want it to be where people shop.
So the internet?
Well, yes, but no, you're right. But here's what I mean. Like a bookstore, a major bookstore, maybe 1% of people go in there.
Right. Yeah.
I want it in the pharmacies. I want it in the hoagie shops. I want it down the shore. I want it in the ballparks. Like I want it in the train stations, in the air, wherever people are. That's where I want it. I want it to be in the stores where people buy things, in addition, yes, to the internet. So anyway, yeah, you can pre-order, but we'll do more on it as we get closer. September 9th is the official launch date from an Amazon standpoint to physically get it. But you can pre-order now, and it will be in select stores in August. And, think about your kids and your grandkids and your nieces and nephews, not to mention yourself, because I do think it will work for adults.
This is like a 12-year odyssey for you.
Yeah, I wrote most of it.
Think about that. That's crazy.
I did a lot in 2013, a lot during the pandemic in 2020, 2022, and then this past year, I really kind of like honed in. So anyway,
How many pages does it end up being?
About 160.
Oh, it's really manageable.
Something like that.
That's great.
Oh, no. Let me be clear. Good question. Short stories, like designed to get in, tell it, and
You
get
said
out.
there's 66 of them. So is it
66.
66 chapters? So
Yes.
short chapters
Yeah.
get right in one to the next?
Pretty much. And
That's
by the
cool.
way, would have been 65, and 65 probably would
Why
have been
not
on
76?
Well, hold on. So it probably would have been 65, and 65 would have been on the cover.
And then they won the Super Bowl.
The Eagles won the Super Bowl. And then like 66 is a funky number for a cover. So yes. But, when I initially wrote it, it was just 50. And then the Eagles won in 2017. Then you got the 2022 Phils. And then I realized I had to expand. It's like, wait a minute. There's things I can, because I hadn't initially thought of some things, like the Army-Navy game and the Penn relays and like things that are like Philly. And I was like, wait a minute, I got to put that in. But most of it is Phil's Flyers, Sixers. Look, this is designed about Wilt Chamberlain, Mike Schmidt, Charles Barkley, Reggie White, the greats, and saying, here's our history, the best of it. So anyway, I hope you
needed to leave blanks to get to 76, and then you could just stick it there. And
Well-
go ahead. You got those, I don't know, it's like clothes hangers. You got extra clothes hangers all the way to 76.
Here's what I like about it, John. A couple more championships.
We got room.
Another
We got
edition
room.
in
there's no
6 to 8
doubt.
years. I hope to
There's
release this
more on the
3 or
way.
4 times,
Yeah.
in my life. So anyway,
Yeah,
all
I
right.
think so.
It's called The Best of Philly Sports. Check it out if you get a chance. It is available for pre-sale on Amazon. And anyway, I appreciate your consideration with it. 215-592-9494.
Congratulations,
Thank
Joe.
you, man. I appreciate that.
That's a big deal.
I appreciate it. All right, Joe DeCamara, John Ritchie, the Castellanos thing, the Rob Thompson thing. What do you make of it? We'll tell you. If you've missed our opinion, we'll tell you. And plus what those guys said, we'll get that to you next as well on 94 WIP. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook. As always, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's the best place to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals, which, by the way, have either 1 or 2 more games left, depending on how long this thing goes. And I tend to think OKC wraps it up in 6, but that's no bet. That's no sure bet, is what I mean to say. But you can find the bet or bets that works for you and lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. So many different ways to bet. And remember, you can get the stats right inside the app. You can get all the information you need inside the app. It's like a one-stop shop for everything, including, in-game betting, prop bets, obviously just, basically who's going to win MVP. All of those different possibilities is there for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. And reminder, $200 comes your way in bonus bets. $200 if your first $5 bet wins. So whether you're betting baseball or, of course, basketball or look to baseball with the local squad involved in another game later today. All of the sports, all of the games, all available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball. I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass? He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on.
Philadelphia, Radnor, Allentown, and Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Michelle Ferreri, licensed in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Hey, Joe DeCamara here. June means road trips, beach weekends, tailgates, you name it. It's grill and go time at United Tire. Before you hit the road, make sure your car's ready. Right now, when you buy 2 or more tires, you get a $50 $50 off any service your car needs. Maybe you need an alignment or brakes, or you want top-of-the-line road hazard coverage. Whatever it is, United's got you covered. From oil changes to inspections to brand new tires, the team at United Tire is the best in the business. Visit UnitedTire.com to schedule your service today.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. CJTire.com.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th, and the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. Online at robinford.com.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Arkansas keeps staving off elimination in the Men's College World Series. Last night it beat UCLA 7-3, setting up tonight's rematch against LSU, which won 4-1 on Saturday. But the big story has to be Omaha's right-hander Gage Wood. On Monday, he threw the first Men's College World Series no-hitter in 65 years. He also struck out a record 19 batters. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Is your home ready for summer? This season can mean everything from storms to heat waves and can lead to increased energy demand in your home. So get ahead of potential electrical problems before it's too late. Call the experts at Horizon Services for all of your home's electrical needs. Horizon Services has same-day service, so you won't be waiting around worrying in the sweltering heat. If it's a bigger job, say a new whole home generator, Horizon is giving you $500 off installation. As always, thanks to Horizon's expert teams, you know the job's going to be done right the first time. So keep your family cool and comfortable, your electric bills down, and get ready for summer with Horizon. Click or call Day or night, Horizon is available 24/7 to help with all of your home's needs. Schedule a visit right now at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. Phillies win streak ended at 5 with an 8-3 loss in Miami. So is Nick Castellanos' consecutive games played streak, benched by Rob Thompson for what the manager said was an inappropriate comment made after he was pulled Monday for a defensive replacement. Marlins Stadium is so empty of fans. Imagine being able to clearly hear a fan yell this during the telecast.
Did someone just... Yes, someone just yelled free Castellanos.
That is John Kruk and Tom McCarthy on NBC Sports Philly. The Inquirer's Olivier Renier spoke to Dallas Goedert about not knowing if he'd be back with the Eagles. Goedert told the Inquirer Jalen Hurts reached out to him, made him feel like Goedert was important to the team and that he was important to Hurts. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Warm, humid afternoon storms. High 87, currently 72. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free between now and June 30th. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning to you on this Wednesday morning. It is a great morning for the Davis family. Congratulations to Ben Davis and his son Teg Davis and their entire family, because Teg Davis, Ben's son, has advanced to the Final Four of the College Baseball World Series. I mean, that's like...
And he's a baller.
He's a baller. He's one of the really good players.
He had a blue pit that loaded the bases. That was part
Last
of
night?
their comeback.
Yeah.
And he looks exactly like Ben Davis.
Except for the bleached hair.
My gosh.
So we know how proud Ben is, and he should be, and it's exciting for our show to have someone whose, son is obviously really getting close to like maybe winning the College World Series. So it's awesome stuff. So congrats to them, and we wish them well in the coming days. Obviously, it's all coming down the stretch. NBA coming down the stretch.
They've never won it before either. I was just looking.
Well, you know why? They never had Teg Davis.
That's true.
He never
Clearly,
great point.
I mean, I'm just saying
what they needed.
Indiana done or OKC the trip it up here. What happens here?
I think unless Tyrese Halliburton somehow makes a miraculous medical recovery, they're probably done.
It's a shame.
They're probably done.
It's a shame that
Probably shouldn't have played down the stretch.
If it ends like this. You just don't want to see a season end because a guy gets hurt, and
I
tend to
know.
think they would have been done anyway. All right, Devin, what do you make of this Casty Topper thing?
I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat as you and John. Like, I think that Topper was probably in the right. Like, no one knows exactly what was said. But Rob Thompson, I think he's a great manager. I know, some people, depending on how the Phillies are doing, it's a long season, can say, maybe he's not as aggressive as a manager as they would like. But I think this move shows that he does have more authority than I think he's given credit for, by fans at least. To me, I take away that this was clearly to set an example for the rest of the clubhouse. Like, you can't disrespect whether it was me, another player, whoever it may be, the organization, and get away and think that, you're just going to roll out there again the next day. Like, there are going to be repercussions. And I think that whatever was said, I mean, Topper's a pretty understanding manager. It had to have been pretty deep
This
of a
is
cut
a massive
in order
statement.
to get that reaction from Topper.
I agree.
So-
Yeah. Well, this Topper coming back with this very decisive decision. I love the discipline, and
Yeah.
I love the fact that he's hitting a guy with tenure where it hurts.
Yeah.
Because tenure is what's gotten Topper in trouble in the past in terms of, maybe he left wheels,
Yep.
like a little. Maybe he deferred a little too much. Maybe he
put
deferred
Craig
a little
Kimbrell in
too
the
much
game.
to Trey. What's that?
Put Craig Kimbrell in the game.
Yes.
Who was by far their most accomplished reliever, but he was
That tenure
but
thing,
it was shot.
it
was
got
over.
in the way.
Yeah.
He's accomplished, tenured. That's why. Sometimes those decisions get complicated. They're made so much tougher because you respect the guy for all those years, all those struggles, all those extra trips to the training room. They really do matter, and they add up, especially to a guy who's been around the block as long as Topper has. But he's just got to figure out a way to put his foot down and do the right thing. Here, it's exactly what he's done.
Yeah, no,
he has set the example. He has absolutely been decisive and said, "Hey, I'm above it all, guys.
Well,
you cross me, you do this the wrong way. No one's above the team. So you're going to sit, even though 236 games clearly mattered to you.
Yes, it did.
And you are very tenured. None of that matters. This team matters more than all that other junk.
And
So
that's what I see.
You get to sit.
And, John, I see that as one of Sirianni's great strengths. I think that was a driving force behind how the Eagles play and the purpose with which they play. I used this example earlier, but I'll say it again if you missed it. So Saquon got the ball to the 1-yard line 11 times last year. I mean, great. He got the ball to the 1. But those next carries went to Hurts. Why? Because Jalen Hurts had a better chance to score than Saquon Barkley. And look, let's be real. Saquon might have gone 10 for 11, might have gone 9 for 11, might have gone 11 for 11, but Jalen's like 11 for 11. You know it. So the ball goes to Jalen. Jalen scores, and Saquon's got to deal with not getting the glory of the touchdown. And I respect the way Saquon dealt with it. We know it might have cost him an MVP, but Sirianni's point is, and this was Rob Thompson's point with initially pulling Castellanos out of the game. He's just saying there's a better defender than you. Late in the game, we're up a run. Better defender than you. Sirianni's thing is we will do what we need to do to win the game. By the way, that also goes to A.J. Brown, who doesn't get the ball as much as he obviously could with a different type of attack. But the reality is Sirianni's thing is we will do what we believe gives us the best chance to win the game, period. And that, to me, is what Rob Thompson was doing Monday night when he pulled Castellanos out. And by the way, it was a long time coming. But you do have 3 better defensive players. There's no question. Kepler, Rojas, and Marsh. Say what you want about their offense.
Did not look that way last night.
He didn't. But
that's the irony.
It is the irony. But they are clearly their 3 best defensive outfield. Like, there's no doubt. So if I got a 1 or 2 run lead, Castellanos, you're out.
And here's where I will just say, and Castellanos, I don't know what he said right now.
Yep.
But if you're going to decide to start doing this as a tenured veteran member of your team, maybe you don't do it in Miami. That's all I'm saying.
Why do you say that?
Because his family's there. His
Right.
family
Like if
was
it
there.
has extra meaning for you,
It
then
does. I mean, he talks about it all the time. That, that's where he's from. That's
You know
where
what,
he
though?
resides.
Here's what I'll
If it's
say.
good- all I'm saying is you do. Baseball players are different.
You run a risk, but Rob Thompson also runs a risk. This almost goes to when the Phillies got hit by the Braves thing. And it's like, well, if you don't hit him the first game, you don't hit him the second game, maybe I get you back later. Maybe the moment's lost. I mean, let's say he gets through, because remember, this is a 4-game series.
Yeah.
So who do they play Friday? Is that the Mets series?
the Mets.
Yeah, the Mets.
Yeah, they host.
So
the
then
Mets.
it's like, well,
he's not going to do it. But that's
you know
the
what I
point
mean?
is. So you're not going to do it in the Mets because that's too important.
Yeah,
of a
but then
series.
you've missed the
But I
moment.
could do it against Miami because they're not good. But I'm just wondering how that conversation went with him.
Well, sure, but
if he, now Fransky, I thought was kind of vague. Like I believe he had it with him, and he had this. I'm not. I got to listen to that cut again.
Well, let's listen to
okay.
it. So I very much believe Scott, and I would tell you.
Yeah, but I thought it was vague in the beginning.
Well, it was,
Okay.
but you know what I would think? He probably got it from Rob Thompson.
And he was vaguing it out.
Yeah, that's what I would guess.
Okay, let me listen.
Let's
to it again.
listen to Fransky describing what he thinks happened in the lead up to Monday.
I can tell you that the idea of taking him out of the game defensively, I can almost assure you that Rob Thompson would not do that on the fly without talking to Nick about that first. Nick is an everyday player who plays every inning of every game and loves to do so. And Rob understands that wholeheartedly and loves that about Nick and respects that a great deal about Nick. It definitely wasn't a surprise to Nick when it was put in motion last night. He knew that it was coming. Take that for what it is.
So if that's true,
I can almost assure you,
Right.
but I think he was telling you what he was told.
I do too.
Yeah, but he was phrasing it in a way.
I
Like
agree.
so when I first heard that.
Yeah.
But I'm just
And that makes Castellanos' thing worse. If
Way worse.
If Rob Thompson told him on
Way
Saturday
worse.
or Sunday, the next time we're in this spot, I'm pulling you out. And let's say Castellanos says in a private meeting in the office, I don't like that, Skip. And Rob Thompson's like, look, it's what it is.
Yeah.
We can talk about it here a little
Depending
bit.
on what the game
but
is
this
like.
is what it is. And now you get a day or two later and you have your first example of it. And the player grumbles in front of others, especially if that happened, about the decision. That's not cool by Castellanos.
Yeah, I need to know that it happened.
But
Because
if you knew that it happened, if you knew Rob Thompson had that.
I think Castellanos would be out of line.
Yeah.
Wait,
but
so
I
what-
still don't like that it was done there in Miami. I'm just, players have feelings about certain
They
things.
do, but I don't want him benched for a Mets game, and I don't want it to wait a week.
So you mean it? You want to know if he talked to Casty immediately after the
No,
game?
he's talking
or-
about prior, that he said ahead of
before
time, hey,
that.
in these type of situations,
I'm gonna
we're going to
s-
pull
okay,
you
so
out.
before the
Yes.
defensive swap. I
Correct.
thought you meant before last night's game.
No,
Okay.
no. And I look, what do I know? But I'll just guess that Rob Thompson would do that. I think Rob Thompson is savvy.
I think most managers would do that,
But
honestly.
this is an organization that is refusing to talk to the shortstop who stinks.
Well, that's where there is mixed.
I mean,
But that's a different thing. That's a
I know,
a
but
general
no,
manager.
but-
no, but that's a general manager owner discussion. If you're talking about
I
moving
said
Trey Turner from
organization.
shortstop,
I said
know,
organization,
but this
yeah,
is a Rob Thompson thing.
Yeah, but
late inning defensive replacements is a manager thing. That is a manager's call. It's not something you go to the owner for. It's not something you come to GM. Moving Trey Turner from shortstop is something you have to go to the owner and the GM
All right,
for. Sadly.
I don't disagree with you, James, and I like your use of the word sadly, but here's what I'll say in Rhea's, not defense, just point. Cassie could be thinking, yeah, but I'm better as a right fielder than that guy as a shortstop.
But this is a late inning defensive replacement. We're talking about moving positions. They're completely different things.
But we are
Completely
talking,
different.
not completely different.
How
somewhat
not? One
different.
is talking about moving your position,
listen.
what you do every day, what you've done your whole life, learning a new position, and going to play it. The other one is talking about you're going to take it up for one inning.
But I will bring it back to the Sirianni thing. The objective should be, what gives my team the best chance to win?
I agree. I'm
Period.
just saying they're different levels of
Okay.
discussions. Rob Thompson can't move Trey Turner.
I understand what you're saying. All right, let's go to the phone. So there's a lot to chew on, including a bad loss. By the way, Tanner Banks, Sean, I mean, really. Luzardo's got the lead when he leaves, but ultimately loses the game because a couple runs are given up
Probably
by
shouldn't have
Banks.
left for Luzardo out. Brought him out for the
Why
sixth.
did he? I was surprised.
I didn't
at
like
that.
it in the
Well,
spot.
I'll tell you why. Because
he doesn't have relievers.
no
I know. One begets the other.
So who
was
was
at
it last night?
103.
Banks?
He was at 103 pitches. Like someone had to come in. There were just from the night before. You had guys who I don't know. It felt like guys who threw 9 pitches.
Well, that's
you had
right.
some guys
Taiwan.
who seemed like they could have gone, but they're trying to go with the lesser experienced guys,
Right.
and it blew up in their faces.
Every Phillies pitcher last night gave up an earned run. Banks only is charged
hard
with
to
one.
do.
What about? Did
it's
you
just
see the
brutal.
hit that was off the nub?
The nub.
There was a nub hit last night. Like that's not right.
It's rare.
And that I think it might have driven a run in, like an RBI nub hit.
You watch enough baseball, you see it. The craziest one is when a pitcher has essentially wild pitch, but it hits the back of the batter's bat, and it's not a wild pitch; it's a foul ball. Like if the batter has the ball up, has the bat up and wiggling it around, and if it hits the bat somewhere, then it can be a foul ball. There's a lot of weird things. All right, so Casty and
You get
Topper.
hit by a pitch and it be a foul ball. That's even weirder.
If you swing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
If you get hit by a pitch, it can be a strike if you swing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that's super weird. You get hit in the leg, but you swung, and it's like, well, you swung.
Don't swing, man. That's my approach with Fritz. Just don't swing. Let's go to the phones. He will walk, James. You know he will walk me at
It is
least
by far your best
at
chance.
least twice.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Don't you think this
Might
is
hate you, too.
problematic?
Oh, he
Like,
will. Yeah.
Joe is.
Of course
Joe's
I do.
revealing
What it is.
Joe is declaring his whole plan.
John,
is
we
to
knew
just-
this was his plan. He's
I'm
never
aware,
shied away
but
from
I
this.
haven't.
This has
That's
been
why
his
we
plan
try
from
to
the jump.
encourage
I
it to
agree.
look different, to be different,
Jack-
to discourage him from doing that.
Jack agreed to it. That's on him. And I'll just tell you the basic thing for getting on base 4 times. It's going to be very simple. 2 walks, 1 hit by batter, one base hit. That's all I got to do. That's easy. That's 1 hit. I got that. Let's go.
That sounds like such a win.
What a win, yeah.
All right, let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, good morning to you.
Good morning, team. Can't wait for this book to come out, Joe. And my pre-order thumb is really itchy right now.
Thanks, buddy.
wondering if, potentially I could get a little inscribed with the hammer on the inside
You
cover.
sure can. And by the way, we'll also have some giveaways, on the show. We'll have some stuff. There'll be some events around town, and I'm looking forward. And I'd say this, Ed, sweet spot. If I had to guess, sweet spot probably 11 to 16-year-olds. But I'm telling you, it's going to work for adults. I mean, adults will be able to read it with ease, and in many ways, it'll be a trip down memory lane. But there'll be some stuff in there adults don't know, no doubt.
Well, it was so great because I think
You should definitely, hold on. You should definitely put that quote up. Adults will definitely be able to read it with ease.
Right.
That should be across the back. Adults.
You know what I mean. What I mean is they won't feel
They'll
like
enjoy it. Is what you're trying to say.
Because if an adult reads a 5-year-old book, they're going to say this is not enjoyable. It says the cat in the hat. Like it's
from
not
ages 8 to 88.
Right.
Just say that.
I will tell you that. You know what?
That's nice. Jimmy.
You know what made me
8
this?
to 88.
Yeah,
I've always liked that. Right?
You know what
Yeah,
made
that
me
sounds
this? You know
good.
what made me the saddest about the book? Because it's good stuff, memories, moments, stories. The Flyers. There's only 2 featured Flyers stories this century. There's only 2 featured Sixers stories this century.
Yeah, I was thinking when you were talking about the photos and having trouble, like that shows how long it's been since the Flyers were in a championship.
The only two Flyers things I have this century.
Well, 2010, obviously.
2010, and name the other one.
04, is it? Or 03?
So 04, there's a nice run. They lose in Game 7. It's referenced, but it's not a featured story. Something happened 4 years prior to that. Rhea, you had to do a morning show, but you also had to watch a game around 2 a.m.
Oh,
the
Primo,
Pittsburgh.
of course. Duh.
Yes.
Honestly, it was 2000, right?
Primo's goal.
Yeah,
Primo's,
on the edge of the
Primo's goal got featured, and 2010 got featured. And the 2010 feature is primarily about the comeback versus Boston.
As it should be.
Down 3-0, and then 3-0 in Game 7.
Historic.
The only 2 Sixers things this century were the 0-1 Sixers, and I do give Joel a chapter. I think he deserves it. I know we're all frustrated.
Well, what about the process? Did you include that in the Joel chapter?
It's included.
Because it should be talked about.
It's discussed. Yeah. You judge whether you liked it or don't. And I specifically said many liked it, many didn't like it, but there's only one player that has had long-standing. He's been here the whole time. It's Joel. Like Ben doesn't even get mentioned because, you know what I mean? Like
good.
But anyway, I'm sorry, Ed. Go ahead. What do you got on the Phils last night, Ed?
Well, it was the sort of the unholy trinity of starting pitching issues, bullpen. If I ever see another inning of the Joe Ross experience,
yeah, it's
lose
tough.
my mind.
Yeah,
and the right-handed hitter. But I really wanted to focus on 3, and I think the third one may not have been a blunder, but Otto Kemp not scoring on Brandon Marsh's double, Johan Rojas getting gunned down at second. And then I think Marsh should have tagged on that bloop in one of the next innings. So, I mean, it's just the base running is absolutely killing us.
So one thing that strikes me about your comments there, you're talking about some of their lesser players who sometimes are less refined. I mean, first off, you're talking about less tenured guys. And, I don't think the Phillies play a dumb brand of base running. But they have had moments at times, as all teams do, and you saw some last night. I agree with that, but I don't think it's a major issue with the club, but sometimes it's going to bite you.
Yeah, and sorry if you hear, it's not my 3-year-old you may hear in the back seat. It's just Castellanos.
Sounds like you're Team Topper. That's what I'm guessing. Team Topper here?
Team Topper, definitely. But, my 8-year-old's going to love your book because I remember, the book that Rio was talking about with Wilma Rudolph, Tracy Culkins, George Mikan, all those pictures. I'm just looking forward to being able to do that with her.
Thanks,
so
buddy. Well, I appreciate that. Ed, give me something. Who or what is ridiculous?
Can I say something that looks ridiculous?
Sure. Is it Mike Tyson's face?
Not
No,
quite.
no,
I call it the hipster tuxedo. It's a flannel shirt and wool hat in the heat of summer.
That's very good.
You got it, Ed. Appreciate the call.
Ironically, Spike's wearing that today. So.
Oh, I'm sure. Speaking of pictures, pictures was a whole nother thing. So I wanted to have a picture for every chapter, but the publisher's like, look, you don't want to make the book too long and I get that. Then it's you don't want an encyclopedia. So we had to settle. I think it was about 35 photos. That was a process, man.
Did you get to
Like,
pick
how do you-
the size of the front of the book?
It was discussed.
Did you have
I
different choices?
I deferred to their expertise. They know more than I do about how what a book feels like and all that. I haven't felt the book. The book hasn't been made yet. Like I'll get the book around July 25th to August 1st, and then I'll get it in stores and all that. But the photo process was interesting. So there's only 2 chapters that have 3 photos each. Name the 2 chapters that have. Name the photos. You can actually do this. 2 chapters. Each have 3 photos.
Well, one is this season.
Correct.
Eagles season. So
All right, give me the 3 photos from this season.
Saquon
the leap,
Hurdle.
obviously.
That's 1.
Jalen Carter sack.
No.
Oh,
the Cooper DeJean touchdown.
Yes, that's 2.
Jalen Carter, Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, the face in Mahomes. That is a good picture. No.
Come on.
Oh, win it like a Lombardi picture.
Jalen Hurts holding the
Okay.
Lombardi
Yeah, of
Trophy,
course.
looking at the Lombardi Trophy. All right, the other one is 2017. Name the 3
you're
photos.
not allowed to have that picture in your book.
Oh, it's in there. It's in there.
I'm lodging a
The
complaint.
word sensational. Jalen Hurts looks at the trophy after his sensational performance in Super Bowl 59. All right, 3 photos from Super Bowl 52.
So something of the Philly special, whether it's him catching it or
It is right after he has caught it.
Yep.
You got Torrey Smith in the background, all excited. So full
BG
strip sack.
and then someone at the podium, Nick Carson.
I think it's Nick with the. I think it's Nick with the trophy. I actually got to look that up.
Yeah, it's got to be Nick.
Because I looked at so many photos, I'm getting confused at this point. But I think that one has 3, and I think it's Nick with the trophy. All right, let's go. Best photo in the book is Dr. J soaring through the air. It's an unbelievable photograph. All right, let's go to Jordan in Princeton. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, Philadelphia. Good morning, morning show. How are you?
What's up, buddy?
Awesome.
John Ritchie, congratulations to your daughter on graduation. It's a nice social media presence you have. I think Joe is trying to have this air of mystery with no pictures or anything. And John, you're out there. It's very nice.
Thank you. I'm trying. I mean, I'm being.
Yeah, you've been
told
upping
it's
the Instagram
important.
game lately.
Well, I mean, it is.
Is he really
being helped?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
wonder why.
I don't know if.
I'm being helped out. Quite a bit.
He is
I'm being
upping it.
showed the ropes.
There's a lot of Instagram action
on
from John Ritchie.
Insta.
So someone is running the account.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, I'm learning how to do this.
He went from
stuff,
not using it
guys.
at all to using it all the time. I wonder.
That's so funny. That's great.
Behind every successful man is a more powerful and successful woman, right?
There you go.
Absolutely. Very, very good point.
It is a very emotional morning for me as my older son had his last Little League game ever last night.
Wow.
Done with Little League,
Oh.
Moving on to school and Babe Ruth and all the older and the 69.
What is
How
that, by
little
the way?
is Little
Yes.
League? Like, how old
Sixth
are we
grade?
talking?
Is that where you end
I
it?
was thinking 4th grade. What is it?
It's technically 12U, so he ages out at
Yeah.
11. There's a couple of kids that are a little bit older than him, but they're generally in that 6th grade,
That's what I thought,
11-year-old range when they finished. And,
Man.
you know,
Some of us
it's
actually
been-
played Little League, Joe. So
No, I played it. That was the highlight of my whole. That was literally the highlight of my athletic career. I'm not kidding.
It's 7 seasons, going to the same fields with a lot of the same parents and watching these kids develop. And, it really is very emotional to watch your kids grow up, but doing it playing the game that I absolutely love. I think baseball is the best sport, and I think it's the kind of sport that can bring families together in that familial way. Football is fun, but you go, you party, it's wild. Baseball, you sit down as a family. On Father's Day, you looked all around the stadium. Wonderful seeing families there. I just love how the game of baseball brings people together. Now, my kid had some hard coaches. Like, I'm soft. I can't be that hard on my kid, but he had some hard coaches. And the lesson he was always taught is the importance of showing up and doing what you're told. And Nick Castellanos did not do what he was told, and he was reprimanded for it. And we complain about Rob Thompson for being soft and indecisive. And whatever was said would be nice to know.
Yeah.
But you got to give credit to the guy who we rag on all the time for not being hard and not taking charge of his clubhouse and letting the players lead. And he benched the guy. And that was it. And I'm really proud of our manager for doing that. And I hope it sends a message to both the clubhouse and to Philadelphia that we do have a great manager with this team. And he is not the problem here. It's consistently, indiscriminate play.
I tend to agree with you on that. Jordan, give me an answer. Who or what is ridiculous?
What is ridiculous is the passage of time. home from the hospital. I blinked, and he's done with Little League. I cannot believe it. And John Ritchie, I know you feel the same way.
It's so true.
Interesting answer.
It's so true. It's the truest thing anyone's ever said.
Last night I had a moment. Last night I had one of those moments. It was like a Kelsey. Oh man, Kelsey's retiring. Now I'm going back through the years, thinking about my own reflections. And
Actual
I'm going
tears?
to break down. Last night last night I had an actual tears moment thinking about my son growing up.
Wow.
My son. I mean, my gosh, he really is like a man. My son is now home from college for, a couple months, and I get to see him every day. He is a completely unique, unbelievable person that I just am getting to know again. Because he was away. And holy cow. I don't know.
Good for you, man. I'm happy
But it was
for
one
you.
of those things I'm thinking I must be just tired or something. Why am I sitting here crying thinking about how important this other person is?
That's
this
a nice
kid,
moment.
This 20-year-old kid.
Well, I know
Man.
you're proud, and I hope
Very
you're
much so.
I hope you're proud of yourself, because I mean that. I mean,
Thanks.
you had an incredible impact on helping him become who he is.
Well, it's all feeling pretty good.
Good, man.
Everything's
wonderful.
good.
All right, we're hoping to get the Sixers in better shape. Well, we're hoping Daryl Morey does, or we're hoping someone else does. Part of the strategy for the 76ers, the NBA draft's in a week. Going to give you some audio coming up in 1 minute related to potential strategy for this. Interesting stuff on possibilities or not for the 76ers. We'll get to some audio in 1 minute related to the Sixers in the draft. It's interesting stuff. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center. As they do, let me tell you, I golfed with Dr. Wolfinger yesterday, and he's a better golfer than I am. All right, freaking 54 for me in 9 holes. That's a disaster, and it's even worse made by the fact I actually thought I hit the ball pretty good. Still shot a 54 on 9 holes. But here's the deal. I know, not good. But PI Dental Center, exceptional when it comes to complex dental treatment or simple dental treatment. For me, it's been the more simple variety. I've been in good shape. Year-to-year maintenance, hope to stay in that category. If you're in good shape, awesome for you. Get yourself to PI Dental Center, year-to-year maintenance, awesome. But if you got a big old problem, and I know a lot of people in society do, have major issues, pain, maybe you don't like the way you look and it creates a self-esteem issue, well, know that PI Dental Center, with Dr. Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slell, both board-certified prosthodontists, they specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth, and they can really help you out. PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Make sure you visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. All right, let's talk about something most people don't care about. We don't care about as much as we'd like them to care about, which is the NBA draft. James, how do you segue to a topic that people aren't that in on? Try to hold listeners, but no, they're not that in on it.
I think you just did it.
Well, we're going to find out if it
tried
works.
to, yeah.
We're going to try. All right.
As listeners fall away.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, stay with me. I got something for you here. I really do.
It won't be that long, we promise.
So, John, I think this is while you were out last week. Devin, I can't remember if you were here the day we did the poll. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the Sixers having the 3rd pick in the draft? Devin, were you here for that?
I don't
think
I
no.
was.
Okay. So, John, you weren't. I think it was Monday.
Jody Mack,
I think
wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was Monday this
Yeah.
week.
It was Monday.
All right. So, John, our poll was on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the Sixers having the 3rd pick in the draft? Which ordinarily, let's be real, if you have the 3rd pick, people should be very excited.
Sure.
So we broke it up into 4 choices. Again, scale of 1 to 10.
Third pick, you got some studs historically.
Yeah, correct.
Crazy studs.
Yeah, like Mike Jordan.
Yeah, pretty big.
Yeah,
pretty
pretty
big deal.
All right, Joe Embiid, 3rd pick.
Not shabby.
Yeah, why
As
are we
a healthy
calling them by
Mike
their
and Joe.
unofficial
All right,
nicknames?
so
I'll take a Mike or Joe.
Our thing was on a scale of 1 to 10. So choice A won this poll, John, on a scale of 1 to 10, a 1 or a 2, meaning barely excited, of which I put myself in. 47% of people.
47.
47.
That's
By the way,
horrendous.
9 to 10 excited, like truly thrilled, excited, really psyched, only 13% were a 9 or a 10. Anyway, I say that to say I know people are down, and I am one of them, and I'm with you, and I feel you, because I think we all should be there. Now, we have today's Twitter poll question of the day, which is brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Do more and get more. In a 2025 Armin Chevy Trailblazer, starting at only $23,995. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question today. Whether by trading for or drafting a player with the third pick, because the Sixers could pick a player or make a trade. Should the Sixers prioritize getting the best player for the next decade or getting a player who best fits with Embiid and the rest of the roster? I certainly say it's getting the best player available for the next 10 years. This time last year, I probably would have told you the other side. But I don't believe in Embiid enough to say let's fit around him. With that said, there is a player at 2, Dylan Harper, that a lot of people think is clearly better than anything the Sixers could get at 3. And so there's a thought maybe the Sixers will try to get to 2 and get Dylan Harper. I mean, theoretically makes sense, right? Spurs hold the pick. Bill Simmons recently on a podcast with Ryan Russillo makes it seem very clear that it will be very hard for the Sixers to move up that one spot for that one player.
There's one other one, though. Tell me what you think of this. If they're keeping Fox, if they just dropped from 2 to 3 and got McCain in the trade from Philly, so they would still be picking at 3 and they could take Knippo or Trey Johnson whatever, or Ace Bailey, whatever they want. And they get McCain. But I also don't feel like Philly's giving up quite enough. What is that trade for you? If it's McCain and 3 plus what to move up a spot?
Korkmaz, they still have his rights.
I don't think they have his rights anymore. Or is that just a no-go? You're keeping Harper.
No one in the NBA would trade out of the 2 into the 3.
That's how I feel too. I just wanted to talk it out.
Let me be clear. I think the Korkmaz thing was a joke. Okay?
That came out of left field. I was like, what?
I know it was deadpanned, but
it was a joke. That's how he does things.
When he tells you that like nothing's going to get it done, okay, Korkmaz is the punchline. So think about that. What he's saying is you can't even trade 3 and Jared McCain for 2. And Jared McCain,
even if you could, I wouldn't do that if I was the Sixers. I wouldn't trade Jared McCain. That's my point.
Look, I like him. Yeah. I mean, I'd have to know some of these kids more. If Dylan Harper's way better than the guy at 3, then Anyway, it's just the whole thing's disappointing. They're going to get some player most people have never heard of. James, remind me, where were you on a scale of 1 to 10?
I was between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was right in the middle of those two. So, yeah.
I mean, John, you can't be high with interest, right? I mean, I know they got the 3rd pick, but they have the 3rd pick because of their failure.
I know. And now it's muddy with Ace Bailey, like whether he's even worth the 3rd pick.
Notice he was the 3rd name said by those 2, and they just went through 3 players for pick 3. He was the 3rd guy said. So it's a messy situation.
Yeah,
let's go to the phones, Joe. Anyway, we'll have some draft coverage next week, but it's kind of brutal. Joe in Mayfair. Joseph, good morning, pal.
Good morning. We'll talk about your list another time. I'll need an hour to dispute you with. But,
fair enough.
I am against what Rob Thompson did with Nick. We can sit here and say that Zach Wheeler should demand to stay in the game and that be okay in front of cameras saying you're not taking the ball from me. There's nothing Nick has not done in right field. He saved a few important games. Professional guy shows up every single game. No matter if he starts fishing for balls.
He does. He does.
But that has nothing to do with a player that just wants to play the game. He won't bench someone for making stupid mental errors constantly or not running out a ground ball. But you're going to bench a guy who's emotionally upset that he does not want to get pulled from a game in an error of load management. I'm not hustling. This guy shows to the park every day, and he's the only one on that roster every day that shows up every day.
All right, Joe, let me ask you a question, because you're presenting a good argument, and I agree with you that Casty is a pro in all those regards.
Kyle Schwarber shows up every day.
Yeah.
Joe, what I'm saying is I'm playing the field every day, John. He's a DH.
All right, okay. Joe, that is a difference. Joe, here's my question for you. Is there a comment that could be so aggressive, so out of line, that you would change your opinion?
If it was done in public and he said you finally had the cojones to do it or something like that, then the answer is yes.
And by public, you mean like along the bench in front of the players?
Correct. Yeah. If it was done in private, I don't care what he says in private. You're coming to me man to man to tell me how you feel about being pulled from a game. I respect that. But you can't tell me that Zach Wheeler has the right to say, I'm in 108 pitches, you're not taking the ball from me and showing a manager up, but Nick can't do it. I don't see the difference. And it's Johan Rojas, who's made a ton of mental errors in the outfield.
He has.
I can see if you had some Gold Glove, amazing defensive replacement. You replaced me, miss.
What's the but though, Joe? But Rojas is still better defensively than Castellanos. That's true.
I would say no.
Statistically,
you're wrong. You're wrong.
I'm not saying statistical. I'm saying
he is a better defensive player. He is a better defensive
They're not
player.
even in the same hemisphere.
Yeah. Come on.
What are we talking about? Is this a serious thing?
I'm not saying that. No, he is a better defender.
Okay.
What I'm saying is Nick has not done something to cost the team a game in the outfield. He's actually made amazing.
Joe, you're overrating some sliding catches. He doesn't get to the vast majority of balls. You put a solid right fielder out there, they're getting to way more balls than he does. So he does hurt them in right
He does. I mean, Joe, just pointing. Case in point, the last Phillies right fielder before him, Bryce Harper, was clearly better. I mean, it's clearly better. Bryce Harper is a very good defensive right fielder.
And he wants to play at first base because that's where Bryce Harper wants to be.
Look, Rhea, I hear you.
I think it's better for his arm. He just got his arm hit.
You.
Like, I'm not moving Bryce right now after the arm thing and all that. I don't care.
If he is physically capable of playing right field,
go play right now because his arm is hurt.
If same thing I used, John, to the teacher, the if word.
No, you didn't use this.
If I did, actually. If Bryce Harper is capable of throwing the ball from right field, I'm moving him to right field. And it's like, deal with it, buddy.
Again, this is a guy who's already breaking down. Like, we're talking about, oh, no, we've got 6.5 years left on this contract, and his body might be breaking down. Like, I think you have to do whatever you can to protect him, sadly.
I actually think right field, and listen, players that played at the big league level could know more than me, for sure, but I think right field might be less taxing than first base.
Oh, it's definitely not.
Dude, first base,
There's a reason they put him at first base. Like, they chose that. Right field is the hardest throw in the game.
But it's harder for the throw, but there's a lot of dives at first base. There's a lot of...
but I think they're just worried about the arm.
There's a lot more left-right dives where you hit the ground at first base. A lot more.
I don't know.
I
know
think
about
so.
Dives.
Then sliding catches?
Sliding catches, dives, and all that, like, that's more outfield. First base, I feel like it's more like flexibility. Like, you're doing splits on the...
Well, you are doing splits with
more
free
isometric holds.
More core work.
All right, Joe.
That was a good sound effect.
Joe, give me who or what is ridiculous.
I will say it in a minute, but I will apologize. Johan Rojas is a much better defensive player than Castellanos. I just don't like Johan Rojas on this team.
Well,
so
I don't either.
Against him because I just can't stand him. What's ridiculous, and I know it's not going to win, but as a passionate Philly fan, I'm 52 years old. The Wells Fargo Center has not hosted an Eastern Conference game since 2010. It is embarrassing.
Finals game, you mean? Finals.
Yes, game. Eastern Conference Finals game since 2010 is absolutely ridiculous. That as passionate sports fans, one of the best sports fans can't get a team to the Eastern Conference Finals in 15 years in a building.
Well, I'll even up the ante a little bit. Appreciate the call, Joe. So the Wells Fargo Center, which opened in '96, is a couple years away from having no championship in its whole time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what is it? 2031 is the new arena, I believe. So if it goes 31 years plus 5 others, could be 36 years, no titles.
It's crazy.
Better get on it. Sixers and Flyers, you better get on it. All right, up ahead, what Topper said about the Castellanos situation. We'll get to that audio and more on a very busy Wednesday morning. Castellanos and Rob Thompson, what do you make of it on 94 WIP?
A hotel can offer a great club or a bar. A resort could offer a high-end restaurant or a spa. But if you want it all, if you want dining, bars, pool, spa, gaming, clubs, and shows, it takes much more than the Boardwalk. It takes the Village. It takes a Borgata. If it takes the best dining tables under the same roof as the best gaming tables, if it takes one pool being just a dozen pool lengths away from the next, if it takes trying your luck and a new dish on the same night, if it takes room service and bottle service, it takes nothing short of a Village to make your stay. So they built one, and they call it Borgata. Visit theborgata.com to learn more.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right. Only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade. No matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
When couples walk into Benari Jewelers, they can't believe the selection of amazing engagement rings. I'm talking thousands of choices. Classic or contemporary, white, yellow, rose gold, platinum, a simple solitaire, or the most intricate design imaginable. And all the top bridal designers. Benari will help you select just the right diamond to make her dream ring a reality with no compromises. She deserves something that reflects her unique style and personality, and you'll find it at Benari Jewelers, Exton in Newtown Square.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck on outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything by hand. And in just a few weeks, we'll send back your originals, digitized, preserved, and stored in the cloud, so you can easily stream, download, and share your memories anytime, anywhere. Join the millions of families that have trusted Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value for 50% off. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
O'Reilly!
check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. With the NFL's spectacular growth and profitability, the envy of the sports world, the PGA Tour plucked its next leader from there. Brian Rolapp, the Harvard MBA who negotiated the NFL's $110 billion media deal package, will become the Tour's new CEO. Rolapp was considered a leading candidate to succeed Roger Goodell. However, Goodell is expected to get a contract extension. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by the Labor's District Council. Less at fun. Phillies Marlins again this evening here on 94 WIP after Miami snapped the Phils' 5-game win streak last night in a game Nick Castellanos did not appear in as he was benched by Rob Thompson.
One of the many things about Nick that I love is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play.
With Castellanos' bench, Max Kepler started in right field. It did not go so great. Dropped a fly ball, which Thompson said Kepler lost in the lights. Labor's District Council of Philadelphia and vicinity are committed to providing the safest, most well-trained workforce for the construction industry. Labor is building a better future today. Weather brought to you by Window Nation. Warm, humid afternoon storms, high 87, currently 72. Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free between now and June 30th. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. 866-90Nation or windownation.com. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station.
You know, it's gotten lost in the shuffle today because of Rob Thompson, Nick Castellanos stuff. But, man, the bullpen, that was one of those examples last night. If you had the bullpen from last year, you might have won the game. Right? I mean, it was horrendous. Against, by the way, not a good team.
No, bad team. Yeah.
Bad team.
Yeah, flat out bad.
Bad team.
Michael Mercado.
Wow.
You got Tanner Banks getting in there. Look, Jesus Luzardo was not. It was
not his best
good.
game.
He wasn't good, Jesus Luzardo. Last night he was like he couldn't locate the way he needed to. And so he walked. What was his season record for walks, and just not as tight as it needed to be. But you know, he handed it off, and we were up. I mean, Schwarbs had us up 3-2.
Yeah.
And it's Tanner Banks and the Tanner Banks show.
Joe
there you
Ross
go.
And
yeah.
all these
But then
guys.
Michael Mercado ended up allowing 4 hits. Jeez, 4 hits and
that was brutal.
Couple, yeah, very ugly.
And they lost going away. I mean, it really, in the end, wasn't close.
Joe Ross managed to walk a man again, which, you know, clearly we can't allow.
Not good.
Not good enough. And the problem was the night before, it felt like, oh my gosh, look at the wealth of relievers we've got. We've got Taiwan with 9 pitches under his belt and did a nice job. But does this mean that he is now in this new capacity unavailable 2 nights in a row?
Probably. Well, it's not even like I trust Taiwan a ton or anything like that. I mean, that's the problem, especially if we're talking about the playoffs.
Sense of security?
Guys, Alvarado killed him.
There is no security. Exactly.
Alvarado
I don't
killed
trust
him.
any of these guys. Like, in a playoff game, in a big spot,
Yeah.
any of those guys walks out from the bullpen, I do not have confidence.
Well, Strom and
that's a
Kerkering got to
problem.
get it together.
Yep, Strom especially.
No, you know what?
Kerkering's been pretty good. Kerkering's been all right.
But I'm saying, if you're saying you don't trust
only-
anybody,
No, I agree with you. Yeah.
he can be better.
Kerkering is the only one, but geez, it's only like the last week that I've felt any semblance of security with Kerkering.
Look, I mean, it's been rough. All right, Devin, team's on the road, which means you're not there. You're down at the ballpark for a lot of the home games covering the team.
Yeah.
So Castellanos, presumably for a night game tonight, clubhouse, media members, 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock?
What time's the game tonight? 6:10 again, or is it later? Probably like 3 p.m.
All right. How do you think he will handle it? So he will walk in, media members will be there.
Yeah.
They will go up to him and say, Nick, you were benched for yesterday's game. What's your reaction? What do you think? How do you think he will handle it?
Well, the thing about Nick Castellanos that I actually appreciate, but I know it can go either way with media, is he's very honest. Like he may not give you a very lengthy answer, and sometimes he'll kind of look at you like your question was idiotic if maybe it's not the best question, but he's always going to give you the truth. So I would expect that if he talks, like the thing about baseball is because these guys play every single day, there's a chance that he's not even in the clubhouse beforehand. Like you don't know if the team's going to, put him in that situation to begin with. Maybe they will because a road game especially doesn't have, as many cameras and reporters there. It's mostly the beat writers.
And there's something to be said for just ripping the Band-Aid off. Just getting on with it.
Like waiting until you come back before the Mets series when they're back home.
Yeah.
But I would expect Castellanos to keep it real, and hopefully whether it's before or after the game, before or after, he usually is out there early for batting practice every day.
Keeper. I mean, to an extent, he's already addressed it. Let's be clear. He talked to the media members yesterday, but with that, we don't have audio of it. There's no audio.
And that's the thing. Like reading it, it's harder. Like with Rob Thompson's words, when I first saw it, like read it, it sounded much harsher than when I actually watched it and watched the words come out of his mouth, the way he kind of put it and the way he gave a positive before saying, like, yeah, we just, decided that's the course of action we're taking. So Castellanos, I found his answer to sound a bit flippant in writing, but I would like to hear it said, in person or through a video or audio.
So 2 pieces of audio, then right back to the phones. Let's first listen to Rob Thompson from yesterday, when he met with reporters prior to the game and addressed the way he wanted to address it.
Last night, one of the things about Nick, one of the many things about Nick that I love, is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play. And I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, so that was yesterday. Then he didn't play in the game. Now, during the game, Fransky relayed what Castellanos had said, and this was public through I don't know if it was a writer or more writers, but this was public through at least one writer. But there just was no audio of it. So we'll play. I could read it to you, but let's listen to Fransky discussing it last night during the game.
He said, quote, "I understand the decision. It was when I got taken out. I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. He said," meaning Thompson, "he said that I crossed a line, so my punishment is that I'm not playing." The follow-up question was if it was frustrating for him, given how he prides himself on playing every day. Nick's response was, "It's his decision. He's the manager."
Look, maybe the media members don't even ask him today because they'll feel like it's been addressed.
God, no.
So you think they dive in today? All right, Nick, day 2, your reaction.
Yeah.
If they don't, they're not doing their job.
Yeah, no, I
$1,000,000%. The only way they don't is if Nick won't talk.
Yeah,
that's the only way this isn't addressed
which is a possibility.
Directly. That's why I said it. Yeah,
100%.
I agree. It's certainly possible. But if he's there and he's talking, it's all it's going to be.
Okay. Well, let's go to the phones. Your reaction?
I expect him to handle it well.
I do too.
See, I think, if Nick Castellanos talks today, that's all it's going to be. I don't know if Rob Thompson is going to be asked about this, more than maybe like a one-time casual ask. Just given that they asked him.
No, the follow-up with him is, have you spoken to Nick since last night?
Yeah, are you guys cool?
Right. Aside from that, I don't think he's going to be like peppered. Right.
This is going to be interesting. But I think it's going to be all much ado about nothing. When Nick speaks, when Topper speaks today, I think they're going to say the right things. And it's going to be, we're trying to keep the flames
never know what's coming out of Nick's
batted
mouth.
down.
You don't, but I'll say this.
True.
I do think he's a pro.
But I think
I do. But
I
he's
think he'll handle it well.
unique.
Hold on.
No,
but
for
we
sure.
know now,
for
but
sure.
But what he said just got him benched.
No, I
He's
understand
going
that,
to be very
but a guy's allowed to have
a
guy's allowed to have a bad moment in a 10-year career. I mean,
okay.
If you ask me, yes or no, is Nick Castellanos a pro? Yes, I think he's a pro. He's a pro that had a bad moment. It got him zipped a game. He'll be back today. I think he'll handle it well. I do.
Yes.
Let's go to Rob in Delco. Rob, good morning. By the way, Ben Simmons, that's an example of someone who's not a pro. All right, hello, Rob.
Hey, good morning, crew. How's everybody?
Good, buddy.
Doing well, Rob.
Listen, I got a hypothetical for you. I got a rip Jack Fritz comment, and then I have what's annoying today, okay?
Yeah.
I'll start with the hypothetical. I got buddies who are in a group chat. They're hockey fans. I'm not. I really haven't enjoyed hockey since the Lindros days, Joe, because let's face it, they've been an embarrassment.
They have been. Look, 2010 was really fun. 2004 was pretty damn good. 2012 was pretty good. But it's been rough this century. That's very clear.
Okay, so here's my hypothetical, guys, and then I'll get on to my comment. Would you rather, and trust me, I'd rather have it both, but this helps me rationalize that our basketball team and our hockey team are an embarrassment. Like, this helps me get through it. Would you rather have a dominant team in football, the best team in football, which we are right now, and we have a chance to do something special again this year coming up, or, and an awful hockey team, an embarrassment like the Flyers are, or have the Flyers be the Florida Panthers and we're the New York Giants? What would you rather have?
Well, are you saying for 1 year or for like the next 50 years?
No, for the way it is now, for the way it's been for the last 10 years. Would you rather have it?
I don't know, man. I don't like the questioning. I don't like the question. I mean, I'll just say this. I'd like to see them all win. I would like to see the Flyers and Sixers win before I die.
Joe, could you name me a Florida Panther besides the goalie?
No.
Brad Marchand.
Oh, Marchand.
And one of the greatest
he
deadline
did play
pickups
great.
And they got the Kachuk kid, too.
Yeah.
I know that.
No, I do know of them, but my initial answer was no because I could not think of them off the top of my head. I'd still tell you Ed Jovanowski. It was 30 years ago.
Remember him? Yeah,
I do remember him. I do.
But, I mean, it's just I'd rather have our football team the way it is, and the Flyers continue
Yeah,
to
but Rob, but here's the greater point. I hear your point, and these are fun hypotheticals, but the point is we want the Flyers and Sixers to join the Eagles and Phillies at least being good. It's too long now. I mean, the Sixers were good. I mean, we got to give them credit. They made the playoffs 7 straight years for the first time since they had Dr. J recently. So, it's not nothing. But the Flyers have been nothing. I mean, they've been nothing for a long time now, and it's really irritating. It's unacceptable to be this bad for this long, especially, by the way, in a salary cap world.
Give us a glint.
Salary cap world, you're supposed to be.
2020,
there was a glint. They had the 4th best record before the pandemic. Then they got that 1 seed with that best of 3 thing, whatever that 3-game thing.
1 seed.
One
and then
seed.
They took it and ran with it.
They did run with it.
They won a round and they got to a game 7.
Yeah. It's Mickey Mouse. Let's be honest.
It was pretty.
It felt real for just
no, it did
1 or 2.
But
rounds.
I think it felt bigger because we didn't have sports.
That was
it was
much
amplified.
So. Absolutely.
That was
part
came
of it.
back and it was like, go Flyers!
No,
Oh my
I know.
God!
It was incredible.
I know, but I also say this: they had young Carter Hart playing well. They had Giroux, they had Carter Hart. I liked that guy. I liked Kevin Hayes before people then didn't like Kevin Hayes. I loved him that year. Anyway, Rob, my point is I get your point, but I just want all of them to be good. Rob, give me an answer, buddy. Who or what is ridiculous?
Okay, and this kind of goes to the sport of baseball. And the Dodgers did, Joe, what we should have did weeks ago.
What?
Not only did they drill a player, they drilled arguably the best player to ever play baseball. They didn't worry about who they were drilling. They drilled arguably the face of baseball, the best player in baseball, right? So
who?
When the Padres drilled Ohtani last night.
Wait, I thought you were saying the Dodgers drilled the best player of all time. You're saying
Padres.
Ohtani was drilled. I gotcha. Okay.
Tatis Jr. was drilled, and then they turned around and drilled Ohtani right away.
Okay?
All right. And I'm still perturbed about that, Joe. I'm still perturbed about that.
You mean 2 weeks ago or whatever?
Yeah. I'm still perturbed.
Dave Roberts got thrown out.
I gotcha. Okay.
It was pretty heated.
All right, listen. Now that I think of ridiculous, I'm thinking of who was it? Joe West? What did he slam down? David.
Joe West.
Was it Joe West and David West? Who did he slam down that one time in a fight?
Oh God.
Remember, there's a Phillies Mets fight.
Joe West slammed someone down.
Joe West was the worst.
Joe West was the Phillies and Mets were in a fight, and Joe West slammed one of the Phillies players to the ground. Like he got involved, but too aggressively.
Whoa.
Dennis
Cook.
Dennis Cook.
Dennis Cook.
Very good.
He body slammed Dennis Cook down.
During a bench clearing
Yeah,
brawl.
Phillies Mets. Yeah, I remember it. It was yeah, you're right, Dennis Cook. All right, let's get to Bob in Wilkes-Barre. Barry. How do I say this?
Wilkes-Barre. What?
Barry. Yeah,
Wilkes-Barre.
I got
Really,
confused.
dude?
I know it. I got confused. Well, you said it a little different.
Yeah, it's Wilkes-Barre.
Say it, John.
Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah.
Barra?
Devin?
I say Barry.
Yeah.
Barra?
I say Wilkes-Barre.
See, now I'm
correct.
overthinking.
All right, Bob, how do you say it?
Wilkes-Barre.
Wilkes-Barre.
You go with the full Barry.
So
That's
you
what I
live,
thought it was,
right.
too. I thought it
lives
was
in
Wilkes-Barre, too.
So we should
Wilkes-Barre.
say Wilkes-Barre, I guess.
And what
right?
were you saying, John?
I was saying
Wilkes-Barre.
Wilkes. So
You're saying it
Wilkes-Barre.
like Edinburgh.
So is that
All
wrong,
right,
Yeah, you were just kind of stopping it.
Bob?
You
I've
weren't.
been on hold for an hour, and you're arguing over how to say.
I'm sorry. We're trying to learn.
Yeah, I would like to know.
Good morning, Bob. What do you got, buddy?
Good morning. I want to talk to Richie about his kids helping his girlfriend move because I had a situation similar. My wife passed 20 years ago. 15 years ago, I started going out with this woman. And 10 years ago, we decided to move in.
Yeah.
And my daughter and her are like oil and water. It is the most uncomfortable situation. And I've talked to both of them about it, and they both blame each other, and they're both to blame.
Oh, no.
Whatever you did, keep doing it because it's going to make your life a lot easier.
Yeah.
When they're
thank you.
When they're in their company, they tolerate each other. It's
Man.
hello, goodbye.
That's
And
rough.
It's very rough. And
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'll give my girlfriend Alicia so much credit. She's been really conscious of how delicate that this process can be. You know, the boyfriend, girlfriend, when I'm 50 years old and a dad of 3, that really has been touchy and strange, and we're all figuring it out as we go, and she's just really been amazing with all of that and managing the feelings of a lot of people that I didn't even know existed.
Yeah.
The feelings, I'm saying.
And by the way, Bob, this is why it was such a big deal in the 1970s when Cindy Brady nominated Mike Brady for Dad of the Year in that one episode. Very big deal.
I remember watching that one.
Such an awesome show.
It was a great show.
Oh, my gosh.
All right.
I might
Did
need to
you
go
cry
back
at
and
that
do that.
part, too,
I
or
might need
just
to
in
camera
you
the
got
Brady
friends?
part.
The caveat to all this, my daughter told me to ask her out.
Wow. And then
Because I
resented.
had-
So she told you to ask the woman out and then got resentful because it worked so well when you guys got together?
Yes. I had to go to a wedding, and my daughter would come with me to these weddings. And finally, she said, "Dad, they're so boring. I don't want to go with you. Why don't you ask Sarah?" Her name was Sarah. It was my dog's groomer, and he said, "You like her. She likes the dog. Ask her." So I did. The girl came. We hit it off.
Wow.
And it went downhill from there.
Oh, that's fun. Interesting story. All right, Bob, we can get 2 of the 3 of you to an Eagles championship
That
concert
should be a fun
tickets.
conversation.
Now, you're going to have to figure
Right.
out if you take the gal you're with or the daughter.
Yeah. Do you like one better than the other?
But who or
Nope,
what?
don't answer that, Bob.
Who
Don't
or
answer
what
that.
is ridiculous? What's ridiculous?
You are, Hammer. You're
Nice.
ridiculous.
He's right.
Great job.
Well
on
said.
that.
Third
Bob.
person to
Great
say
job,
it. So,
Bob.
all right, all
Great
right.
job.
All right, Bob.
Wilkes-Barre.
People care so much about calling you ridiculous that they're happy to give up an amazing
They
prize
do.
just to get to do it.
That's-
That says something.
That's their choice.
Guys, we learned people from Wilkes-Barre say Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah, I always thought it was Wilkes-Barre too, the
I
Scranton
thought it was
Wilkes-Barre
Wilkes-Barre.
area.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
pronounce it
Wilkes-Barre.
like John does.
Yeah, you were just kind of
Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah, you were kind of cutting like a barra.
Barra.
Yeah, Wilkes-Barre. I thought that's the way you said it. Wilkes-Barre,
I
even though
can't
it's
say Barry, it's not
B-A-R-R-E.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to, Rhea,
Oh,
or
no,
else you're gonna be like
no,
the camera
I
calling
don't.
Dario Saric.
I am
Wilkes-Barre.
I'm with Joe on this one. It's how I pronounced it my whole life.
Okay, let's go to John. John, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How's everything going?
Awesome, John.
Good, good. All right, so I just got something to say. Just let me just say it like this: 100% most of the time, I'm with you, Richie. I'm a Richie guy.
Uh-huh.
You know, your views, our views, everything. But I'm a little disappointed, man. I'm a little disappointed, and I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, Joe might not have a lot of people behind him. And, yeah, Jack might be, you know, a former pitcher, and he runs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But one thing you don't do is somewhere deep down inside Joe is the hammer. And one thing you don't do is you don't bet against the hammer. That's like telling Jordan, hey, you got the flu? Let's let Bill Cartwright shoot.
Stop.
John.
You can't compare him to Jordan. Only he can do that.
Brilliant analysis.
How did he?
Oh, no.
How did he pull the
this.
wool so far over not just your eyes, your entire head? How did he pull the wool over your head?
Better question, John. Is your name John DeCamera?
Yeah.
Every Friday morning, we get proof. Beat the Hammer, the best segment in radio history.
Wow.
We get proof.
Well, John, I appreciate that.
Well, considering I came up with the
Villanova?
idea for Beat the Hammer, I like this call
Is this
now, John.
John
Great
from
call. I agree
Villanova,
with you.
Amy's secret brother?
Right. So, John, here's what struck me yesterday when I golfed, and I didn't golf well, but I thought, I will be so in Fritz's head. Like, I will be that guy that throws, because I think you can tell he doesn't have mental fortitude. I will throw him off his games, and I will win this competition.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
Joe. I'm 100%.
Because, there's a soft underbelly to his whole thing. The actual belly, the personality,
your
the whole
own
thing.
soft underbelly.
Yeah, but I
to begin with, that you're looking for reasons
quite pronounced at times.
non-athletic that
But
he will
it's
be
less, right?
beaten by you.
Yeah, you just
it less
the
than
way
when
you
it's-
Well, it doesn't
stand,
help when you're
you
like rubbing
stick it out
like
you
that.
like
you're
you stand
pregnant.
in a exactly. You always do that. You stand that way. Like stand up straight, and you'll look better. Hold your belly in a little bit.
Devin, you agree?
Let it fly.
Devin, you agree? Is the soft underbelly to Jack Fritz like the whole thing?
You know like
what?
your own.
You know why I'm saying you hate that line.
I was just thinking, like, why are we still using the line soft underbelly? I've heard it more times in the last few weeks.
Such, I mean,
And
dripping
every
with
time it's
irony
against my
when
will.
he's
But it
talking
sums
about
up
the
his
soft underbelly.
But it sums up his body and his personality.
You say as you're rubbing your own
No,
belly.
Yeah, my body's soft, but I got.
And then he'll,
Winnie
and
the Pooh
then
over there.
and then after he rubs his soft underbelly, he'll sit down to rest and then put his soft foot in his mouth.
Been a
and
while.
Do stuff like
All right,
yeah,
John.
come on.
John, I appreciate
Many
your
soft
support.
things.
I ask you, who or what is ridiculous, sir?
Never bet against the Hammer. My answer is going to be Dallas Cowboys fans. For some reason, every year for the last 30 years, they're 100% confident that this is their year.
You know what? They have been a good call.
Are
I
they?
don't know if they are anymore.
I don't think so either.
I
I feel like they're pretty beaten down now.
You know what they are?
Right
Can I
now.
give you a local analogy?
Sure.
Flyers fans.
Yeah.
Us.
Yeah. It's a very similar thing.
Did you
right?
see
Yeah,
that?
it is.
Because you know what? In the 70s and 80s and 90s, there was a lot of winning,
50
even if
years
it wasn't a
opposed to
title. There was a lot of
35 or
good,
whatever,
lot of
but yeah,
good
30.
seasons.
Yeah.
But
They-
the Flyers fans and the ownership don't walk around every year saying we're gonna be a great team this year. We're gonna win.
But we used to.
We used to. But
Every
it's
year
been
the
a
Flyers would
while.
get eliminated. I think, you know what? Next year, great chance to win the
The
Cup.
Flyers
I
have
believe
at
that.
least gotten back to the championship round since winning one. You know, even though
Yeah,
they
but
haven't won
in the
one.
Cowboys' defense, they've
No, Dallas has
gone-
never been to the Super Bowl. is
No,
what I'm
but
saying.
they won the division like last year. Didn't
Yeah,
they?
but they've not been to
Division.
the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but
That's-
when has the Flyers won their division?
the Flyers have gone to the Stanley Cup Finals multiple
I'm saying
times.
recently,
since-
in recent years.
I know. My point was
Your
since
vote?
they won the
Here we
title,
go.
they have not gone back to the championship. Dallas hasn't. At least the
Come
Flyers
on,
have.
Dad.
You are both saying accurate things. Everybody is accurate here. All right? You good?
I
Everybody
knew there
Dallas
was a dad
Cowboys.
moment coming there.
These
Settle down.
Did you see the Cowboys had 3 OTA days that were, required, and Micah Parsons showed up to 1. He gave them 1 out of 3.
No.
Like he gave them a pity attendance day for the OTAs. I thought that was interesting because he's now
a pity day.
He's now not under contract. Remember, he's about to get the big deal. And this is the deal that's going to cost the Dallas Cowboys another $40 million plus per year when they're already way overpaying their quarterback and all of their contracts are out of control and the cap is just working against them because they've mismanaged it for so long. Now their star is giving them a pity OTA day, 1 out of 3. And they're going to try to figure out a way to make this math work somehow.
It's going to be fascinating
and it doesn't work for them.
To see what they got this year, it's going to be interesting. They probably will not be that good. All right, Joe Cameron, John Ritchie, time's yours, and we're up ahead on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And then after tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. Go to FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR, and you'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP. That's FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to get started today.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Trey Turner with another road home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Chicago Bears fixed their offensive line and hired Ben Johnson, one of the best offensive coordinators in the game. They're better, but the schedule is tough for the boys from the Windy City. I'm going against the public and betting the Bears to go under 8.5 games. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Rain, make it, rain girl, make it. Hey, Prime members, Grubhub and Amazon have just the thing to help you save. You can get $0 delivery fees on eligible Grubhub orders. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to start saving. Terms and additional fees apply.
It's Stars and Stripes Harleys sign-in ride event. No cash down needed. Rates as low as 1.49% APR on select Harleys. Put no cash down, sign, and ride away on your new Harley at Stars and Stripes Harley. Save thousands on interest at Stars and Stripes Harley Davidson.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code RadioLaunch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Come and enjoy one of your seasonal favorites from our new Summer of Shellfish menu, including our flavorful garlic and herb, roasted shrimp and lobster, tasty crabby tuna poke tacos, or our incredible seafood boil featuring crab legs, scrumptious shrimp, clams, mussels, and more. And try one of our delicious seasonal cocktails with your meal. There's Summer of Shellfish only at Chickies and Pete's.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
What's up, guys? Devin Caney here. If you're thinking about getting engaged, you have to check out Cozy Jewelers. I stopped by their store a couple weeks ago, had the best experience with Paul Cozy. He's such a great guy. I learned all about their stunning engagement rings, their in-house process, and the passion behind this amazing family-owned business. You won't find a more knowledgeable or trustworthy team. So if you're ready to pop the question, you need to step up to the 5th C. That's cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. So go to cozyjewelers.com or check them out in Newtown Square.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Ranger Suarez on the mound for the Phillies as they play the 3rd game in their 4-game series in Miami. Marlins snapping the Phillies' 5-game win streak last night. A game in which Rob Thompson benched Nick Castellanos, ending his consecutive games played streak at 236. Thompson says Castellanos called him an inappropriate comment after he was pulled for a defensive replacement in Monday's game. Win a Maserati Gran Turismo Modena this June. Grand prize drawing June 28th. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Weather brought to you by the Chesapeake Restaurant and Inn. Warm, humid afternoon storms. A high of 87. It's currently 72. Enjoy Kona Big Wave and Mango Kart specials all summer long at Chesapeake Inn, home of the best live music and tiki bar at the C&D Canal. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com today. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, I got to correct myself. My sister tells me it was Marsha Brady, not Cindy Brady.
Oh, no.
That nominated.
Devastating.
That's tough.
Mike Brady. Yeah, that's a big L. Big L for the Hammer. Good morning to you. So, Seltzer, you got an event, when is it, this week?
Tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow for the Phils game in Philly. Ladder 15 in Philly. It's right between 15th and 16th on Samsung.
Yep.
Fritz and I, your nemesis and I, for the High Hopes pod, hanging out, drinking Miller Lights. We're going to be doing trivia. You can win Phillies tickets. It's going to be an awesome time coming out.
Good. Well, check it out when you get a chance. That is tomorrow at 9. How's that podcast going, man?
It's going great.
Yeah?
Yeah, you know.
So who's a better podcast partner, Fritz with the baseball thing or Elliot with the football thing?
They're both great.
Come on.
Both wonderful.
You are.
Couldn't do better.
No, you could, actually.
I'm very lucky to have them both as podcast hosts. I mean it.
I can't get this guy to crack. Let's go to Jack right now in Lancaster. Jack, good morning.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Going great, Jack.
Hey, I just have to get on Joe here about this whole Hurts thing. The hate on Hurts is just unreal. I understand that he's not the best quarterback, but he is the quarterback of the Super Bowl champion.
Absolutely.
And,
well, it's not hate. I just think there are better players, but he's good. But I mean, some of these other players are really, really, really great players.
Yeah. Well, it's just hard to believe that he's not on your top 11 or 10 list, whatever it is. It's just, if you go and look at what he's done in his career so far, it's just, I know you're just looking at it for one season, but it's just hard to imagine that he's not on this list. And you would say was carried, right? I mean, that's your
in the regular season, I thought he struggled in the passing game quite a bit, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree with that?
Well, there was times where he did not look elite or very good in the passing game, but I think he brings other things to the table.
He does. That's right. He does.
So for instance, some of Barkley's runs were great, and he had great moments, and those are Barkley's runs.
Yep.
But I think Jalen Hurts still a lot to set him up with just because Jalen's.
I agree. There's no doubt. I think Jalen's running helps Saquon's running. I agree with that 1,000,000%.
And just some of the things, there was clips different times that you would see, how true they were, not where Barkley was like, well, he switched to this and that's why I got that big run.
Sure.
And then even if you look at A.J. Brown and all these guys are great around him, I'm not discounting them, but A.J. Brown in his career before he came to the Eagles versus his numbers with the Eagles, he's got way better numbers. I think over 1,000 yards receiving better in the same amount of time.
Yeah, no, AJ in 22 and 23 was a statistical monster. He's a great player.
Right,
all right, Jack, I need an answer from you. Who or what is ridiculous?
I just think it's ridiculous that Hurts has somehow made it into your book.
He did some good things. You know that.
Really, Joe? He did. He really did do some good things.
By the way, Mike Schmidt shouldn't be in the book either then. No Schmitty.
But if he got carried, then Barkley carried him. So you should have Barkley in the book, a picture of Barkley or the offensive line, not Hurt.
All right, buddy, you got it, Jack. I got you. By the way, I did see Dr. J the other day. Met him for the first time, and I got to show him the front cover of the book, and it was an honor for me to hey, Doc, you're on the front cover of my book, and he did chuckle when I said, you're in half the Sixers chapters. The Sixers is Dr. J. You think about it. I mean, from 76 when they got him all the way through 87. Think how little else there's been since. I mean, since Doc left, I got one chapter on Charles Barkley. I do have a chapter on getting the number one, on drafting Iverson 1. That was a big deal. I mean, that was a big, because it worked out. So that way I get to tell the Iverson story a bit. And then 01 Sixers. And then Embiid. But that's it. In close to 40 years.
Yeah, but Dr. J was just so
Dr. J was so unbelievable.
Dr. J was like Michael Jordan, just, around the Michael Jordan time.
Well, Jordan loved Doc growing up.
Yeah. He was Michael Jordan modeled his game in some ways, in the aerial capacity after Julius Erving.
Yeah.
And we had him right here in Philadelphia.
Correct.
Yeah, he's getting gray and, looks a little different than it used to, but it was such a
Doc was so amazing
privilege to have him on our team.
And I felt proud to say, hey, you're why this book got made. My nephew didn't know you, and I was like, we can't have 10-year-olds and 11-years and 12-years not know. Because, I'm struck by the fact, like, a 13-year-old never saw Allen Iverson play.
No, it's incredible.
Now. So, like, that's why the book is, like, let's teach the kids really and entertain them. All right, Devin.
You should. Man,
what?
What? There's no way. There was a big deal when I was in 4th grade.
Yep.
Remember the hand, Dr. J's hand?
Sure.
They did the photocopy of his hand on the 8.5 by 11 piece of paper.
Yes.
And it really did. It was the whole thing.
It would cover like half the ball.
Dr. J's hand was the whole piece of paper.
No, I remember.
Which I thought was super.
It was unbelievable. All right, Devin, I forgot. The last caller brought up the top 10 list, or 11 as Spike likes to call it.
Yeah.
I forgot. I apologize. I meant to do this earlier.
okay.
Your top 10, or if you want to be a dork like Spike and go to 11. 10 or 11. What do you got?
You want me to go
Let's
through
go.
it right
Come
now?
on. What do you got?
Oh, my God. All right.
Let's
all right.
go.
All right. I'll try to make this quick. So I actually had to ask Spike and Jack to send it to me because I submitted it through their Google survey and didn't save it.
Right, you forgot. John
Am I
forgot.
going starting at 11 or 1?
Your choice.
All right, I'll start with 1. Saquon Barkley. Number 2, A.J. Brown. Number 3, Jalen Hurts. Sorry, Joe.
It's okay.
Number 4, Jalen Carter. Number 5, Devontae Smith.
Very Eagles heavy. I like this.
6, obviously I was called a worm already by the afternoon show off the air.
A worm?
Yeah.
Who says
Number
worm?
6, Lane Johnson. 7, Kyle Schwarber. 8, Matvey Michkov. 9, Cooper DeJean. 10, Zach Wheeler. 11, Bryce Harper.
Well, I don't like the Zach Wheeler thing, but, you know.
That seems
and
to...
Quignon over Cooper, in our opinion, but I get it.
So my reasoning for Cooper was I was looking at it as the best athletes right now. And I agree, like, overall, I think Quignon is a better athlete, but Cooper picked off the best quarterback in the league and ran it back for a touchdown in the Super Bowl. So, like, that was my reasoning in putting him there. I know, like, Jack Fritz is upset with me for putting Zach Wheeler all the way down.
Too low.
And then I know.
It's too low,
I know.
yeah.
But it is what it is. That was the way. And, like, Joel Embiid made, I think, the top 3 in my list last year, and he doesn't even make it this year. So it really just depends on who I think is the best currently in Philadelphia sports.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe, you know, I do have the list from past years. We'll maybe have some fun with that tomorrow, because one thing I was struck by is that, except for Rhea, this is 2 years ago, who 6 of your 10 from 2 years ago are still in your top 10.
Are they really?
But for James, you, me, and John, no, Devin, I didn't have yours. I don't know why. But the 3 of us had only 5 of 10.
Wow.
From 2 years ago.
Wow.
I need to. I have mine saved somewhere. I'll find it.
Name the player we all had in the top 10.
Trey Turner.
Who has been traded since.
Reese.
No.
No, he didn't
Wait,
get traded.
in the
He was
last-
a free agent. He was a
Traded.
free agent.
Oh,
you're right.
what's his name? The Hassan Reddick.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, good call.
Oh.
Yeah,
and then
of
you got
course.
like Kelsey with retirement, and, you know, and then you got guys
Jalen
like
was firmly in the top 10.
Jalen Hurts was my number 2.
Wow.
Yeah, he was my
What
number 2.
happened?
And now
He
he's
didn't-
won,
he won a
one
Super Bowl.
2 MVP, and it's gone down.
I don't
Punished
understand
for
that.
becoming a world champ.
Well, I did watch the regular season. All right, with that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours.
All right, Time's Yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Make sure you unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Joe, to win the presidency, you have to win the state of Pennsylvania. Your views on Jalen Hurts will make it impossible for you to win the state of Pennsylvania. Therefore, impossible to win the presidency. Keep running your mouth against the best quarterback the Eagles have ever had. Time's yours.
Yeah, it's an interesting point.
Loser.
I got time. I climb out of a hole if I need
Might
to.
never be able to recover from it.
Yeah, I thought Joe DeCamera's top 11 list was bad. John Ritchie came in today and said, hold my beer. Time's yours.
Oh, no. I wish I knew his objection.
Wow.
Can anyone remind me what was...
The Maxey was really high on his, remember? Was one thing we were
that
objecting
was...
against.
There were a couple funky things. Devin, you haven't Wheeler. What'd you have, 10?
This
I
was
was
2
behind
weeks
Devontae
ago.
and
Make a list.
I have Wheeler at 10. Devontae Smith is a very underrated athlete,
love
both in
him.
Philadelphia
I love
and
him
around
too,
the NFL.
but I don't think he's better than Zach Wheeler.
I don't either.
Joe DeCamera, dude, super happy. for you getting your book done, man, like all kidding aside, I got a 12-year-old grandson out in Chicago. Can't wait to get this thing to him, but I got to get it signed, man. Congrats, dude. Very excited for your book release. Good job, Joey.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll be happy to sign any and all books that I can. And
for a small fee. No, I'm just kidding.
And it is called The Best of Philly Sports, Amazing Moments and Stories in Philly Sports History, and I hope you get it for your loved ones. And with that, shut it down.
The Times Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
Or you can just do what I would typically do, which is just buy it for yourself. You know, why give a gift to someone else when you can give a gift to yourself? That's my motto in life. It's going to be on my gravesite. Why give a gift to others when you can just give a gift to yourself?
Yeah, sound like a joy to celebrate
Did anyone
Christmas with.
suggest
Really?
giving it like a short title that was really like eye-catching and
We had a couple. We had so
ear-catching?
many options. So initially I was a tribute to Philly
Like,
sports, and they said a tribute.
Baloney!
No
Exclamation point!
No.
Exclamation point! Like
No,
that.
they had a couple. They threw at me.
Hogwash!
Well,
That would have been a
give
good
me something
title for your
positive.
book.
What would be positive?
Hogwash.
Nah,
John.
Goat.
Patooey. You know, like
I think the title is fine as is.
You cannot imagine how much I
yuck
thought about all this.
I
stuff.
can't imagine.
Well,
We know you.
Dude,
We
it
know you
was-
pretty well.
it
so.
was-
Did you, Joe? I just curious
Yeah.
when you were thinking about the title of the book.
Hmm?
Did you say to yourself, "I'll get back to you"?
Oh, well, I do say that quite a bit. Yeah. I was like, I'll get back to it. There was some, I don't even know what the hard, you know what was a tough one? What do you put in and what do you leave out?
Yeah. Well, did you have somebody look over it?
Yes, but not a ton, but yes. But I mean, I'll tell you, like, because things that aren't featured stories, I found ways, like, I'll give you an example. The Snow Bowl game.
Yeah.
It's not a featured story, but I wanted to make sure it's in there somehow.
should be.
Right? So that is in the beginning of the 2017 Eagles chapter. Basically what I did at the start of each chapter, I would catch the kids up on what has happened since the last chapter with like one paragraph. So like the start of 2017 is, you know, Andy gets fired, Chip gets hired, Chip starts good, Snow Bowl game, they make the playoffs, 2013, and by the way, the whole thing falls apart 2015, here comes Carson and Duck. Boom. Now we're into 2017. So it's normally like one paragraph just to catch people up on what had happened, and that's where I would drop in things like that. I mean, even like Jimmy's double verse, you know, it's not its own story, but it's in there at, I think, the start of the Roy Halladay chapter, I think. Anyway, all right, let's turn to who or what is ridiculous. We're looking for the best answer for who or what is ridiculous. You can win these really cool concert tickets to see the Eagles championship celebrated in concert in July. We're moving fast. Troy, give me something ridiculous.
Man, the PPA, Philadelphia Parking Authority.
No, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. I got some stories, man.
Do they have the lowest Q rating around here, James?
I've gotten in some yelling, like flat out yelling matches with PPA people.
And you know who I support and you versus them?
Probably them.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Now, me versus them, I support me, but you versus them, I support them. All right, David in Wilmington. David, give me an answer.
I'll tell you what's ridiculous, that it's 2025 and shopping carts don't have like a foot brake on them.
Huh?
He needs a break on the
How
shopping
often
cart.
do you need to use that?
No, I would say just don't move the shopping cart that fast. Not that hard. All right, we got to come up with a winning answer. Who or what is ridiculous? So PPA, yeah, interesting. But we got the hipster tuxedo. We got the passage of time.
It's a good answer.
A little bit more theoretical. Wells Fargo Center having no conference title round games since 2010. Sixers extending Daryl Morey with a contract even
I like that
after his non-success. You want to go there? What do we want to go with here?
I think it's a passage of time. There's nothing more ridiculous to me than the fact my daughter's 6. I feel that all the time.
So just that it starts moving faster the older you get?
the older you get, and it's like
Passage of time.
it flies by, man.
Is ridiculous the right...
I don't know.
Oh, Joe, it is ridiculous. I took
I think it's
Marco
ridiculous,
for
but-
Temple yesterday. I
Maybe
mean,
the
like,
speed that
college.
it feels like
It does go a lot
accelerates.
faster.
It does
It
feel
does.
ridiculous and
All right.
frustrating, and it's ridiculous.
Well, congrats to Jordan with that answer. By the way, let's close out the Twitter poll question of the day. Brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Should the Sixers go for the best player or best fit with this draft pick or a trade? John, it is 91% say that it is about best player, not about best fit. Everyone, have a spectacular rest of the day. Joe and Hugh are up next. We shall talk to you tomorrow.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to watch the Birds buck Tampa. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really two. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management and practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. J.J. Spawn began the PGA Tour season ranked world number 108. Now, after Sunday's U.S. Open victory, he's now all the way up to number 8. Spawn's Oakmont prize check was a whopping $4.3 million. However, caddy Mark Cairns received 10%. And, of course, the IRS and the state of Pennsylvania combined to rake off another 40%. That leaves the 34-year-old with $2.15 million. Now, still, that's a hell of a payday. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. A lot to get to today, including some drama here down in Miami with the Phillies. Devin will join us at 11. Elliot Shore-Parks to talk to us about his top 11 list. And I think we have some thoughts on this Phillies stuff going on last night as well. An update on Bryce Harper. Will the Phillies use a young player in a trade? A lot to talk about today, and a pair of Phil Siggets to give away against the Padres in a couple weeks. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. Listen, I think I had to put this PSA out there. And, like when I say live your truth, it applies more to sports, not like real life stuff.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Because it's kind of different. Because like when we argue about sports, there's different narrative and different sides that we could take.
But that's fun and games.
Yeah. But when we talking about like living your truth and like real life stuff, it don't really, just wanted to put that out there because some of y'all are different. Like, just different. And the way you think is different. So, I just think I just had to, say that.
Well, I know this might apply to what you were trying to say there. It kind of blends sports and then real life, depending on what was said. I have a feeling Nick Castellanos was listening to you when you said live your truth, because it sounds like he lived his a couple nights ago. All right, we got drama with the Philadelphia Phillies. They lose last night. Not a good game, right? They didn't, Luzardo wasn't at his best, and the bullpen stinks. We know this. And they didn't hit a bunch last night, so they lost. Last night they lost. They took a loss to Miami. Hopefully it's the only one in this series. But typically after a loss, that's the conversation. This really has nothing to do with last night's game. It's actually about who was not in the lineup for last night's game. and what happened the night before. So we got word yesterday, and it was like, wait, what? That Nick Castellanos was not in the starting lineup. The reason that is a big deal is Nick Castellanos had a very long streak of playing in every single game to the point where
Iron Man.
He was the team's Iron Man. He had passed Jimmy Rollins in terms of consecutive games. No Philly had a consecutive game streak as long as Castellanos was working on since Pete Rose. I mean, it's been a long time where he played every single day, even including last year when the guy was struggling. They put him out there every day. So when he was in the lineup yesterday, I was like, wait, what? Did I see that wrong? Well, then we got word. No, we didn't see it wrong. There was a reason. So 2 nights ago, Nick Castellanos was taken out of the game for defense late in the game. He did not like that. He said something to Rob Thompson that apparently crossed the line, and Topper, as punishment, did not play him yesterday. Let's hear Rob Thompson yesterday explaining the Castellanos situation.
Last night, one of the things about Nick, one of the many things about Nick that I love, is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play, and I'm going to leave it at that.
All right, so Topper decided to bring us behind the curtain, but then kind of stop it there, right? He didn't let us know.
He said something inappropriate.
Yeah, and he left it there. All right, let's hear from Scott Fransky on the Castellanos response yesterday, and then let's flesh this out because I have a lot of thoughts here, and my brain and my heart are in different places. I'm going to tell you how I feel because I think this is a tricky one. The Phillies will open up a can of worms here. Let's hear Fransky yesterday explaining how Castellanos responded in the clubhouse.
He said, quote, "I understand the decision. It was when I got taken out. I wasn't happy about it. I spoke my mind. He said," meaning Thompson, "he said that I crossed a line, so my punishment is that I'm not playing." The follow-up question was if it was frustrating for him, given how he prides himself on playing every day. Nick's response was, "It's his decision. He's the manager."
Yeah, that sounds that doesn't sound like Castellanos is obviously happy right now, and you can understand why. Or one more from Scott Fransky here. Was Castellanos surprised it went to the level of having to not play in a full game?
I can tell you that the idea of taking him out of the game defensively, I can almost assure you that Rob Thompson would not do that on the fly without talking to Nick about that first. Nick is an everyday player who plays every inning of every game and loves to do so. And Rob understands that wholeheartedly and loves that about Nick and respects that a great deal about Nick. It definitely wasn't a surprise to Nick when it was put in motion last night. He knew that it was coming. Take that for what it is.
All right, so Scott explaining that Topper, and what I read that was Topper probably had told him at some point, we might take you out of the game late in the game for defense. Rojas went in. Now, his spot in the lineup came up one more time on Monday night. Perhaps that was what annoyed Castellanos. I don't know. Here's where I'm at on this. In 215-592-9494, I typically side with the coaches in this. In general, like if there's a player being a me guy or insubordinate, I tend to think the coach has to put his foot down and say, hey, come on, a team first, right? But Hugh, a couple things strike me about this that are odd, and it's why I don't fully support Rob Thompson in this. I don't think Topper's crazy for it. I think there's a lot of gray area here. Number one, Castellanos has been here years. He has never been a good defensive outfielder. Never. In the playoffs a couple years ago, or the last couple years, I always said maybe he should come off the field late in games, just like I said about Trey Turner. They never seem to do it. So we chose now, right after all these years of him not being a good defense player. Now is the time to do this? All right, that's a little interesting. Second, let's not forget where these games are going on. This is down in Miami. His family is there. I feel like Topper chose to do this at a very odd time. And I know they're trying to win games, but guys, he did it to him in Miami against the Marlins. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, the Mets are in town this weekend. We got a lead late in the game. Soto and Lindor are coming up. I got to get Rojas on the field for defense. He did it against the Marlins in Miami, in his hometown where his family's watching the game. And then, I don't know what was said. And perhaps it went to a level, Hugh, that is just ridiculous and you had to do something. But he ended his streak. This isn't like just benching anyone for a game, right? If he didn't have a streak, I think he'd be like, whatever, one game. This guy's prideful about this. And to do it in Miami, in front of his family, I thought Topper went to a level of not just discipline, but I thought he embarrassed Castellanos by the way this whole thing went down. And maybe he had to be embarrassed. I don't know what he said. But I thought Topper went a little bit far. 215-592-9494. I just keep asking myself, why now? There was a piece of news that came out this morning that they maybe been butting heads for a while. Castellanos felt slighted when he was dropped in the order on opening day. I don't know what's going on here, Hugh. You've lived a life where you've either been in this spot or you see maybe teammates in this spot where, butting heads with a coach. What's your perspective? Because mine is, I get what Topper did, but in his hometown after all these years, it felt very heavy-handed to me.
Two things that I'm going to be asked to be allowed to do today.
Okay.
One of them is long talk.
Okay, well.
And recklessly speculate.
Oh, that's what you do best.
Reckless speculation about what was said. Because the first thing, when I heard he was benched, I called somebody or I texted somebody that I knew that I thought was going to be down there. He wasn't there. And asked him what was said. He didn't know because they didn't go. But my thing is, from the limited knowledge that I have about the Phillies and the locker room and everything, they feel like they're a close-knit group. And it feels like Topper's a player's coach. And it feels like he's the type of guy where you can have tough conversations and he doesn't take it to heart. So, with all of that being said, my first question is, what did Castellanos say to make Topper that mad that he put his playing streak on the line? Because that's a big deal. As we know, especially given what he played like last year, he was struggling last year. And there was some talk about taking him out of the lineup last year. Didn't do it. Stuck with the guy. Hung in there with him. Let him work his way through it. And, eventually he started playing a little better, but still, he had a long stretch where he was not playing well.
Yep.
So, my question, everything you said is valid. He's at home, his family's from there, all that. So what did he say in that moment to make Topper that mad that he said, you know what, I'm going to hit you where it hurts? Because that's exactly what he did. I don't know. I don't know what was said. I don't know if this was something that was brewing for a long time. But I feel like Castellanos is in the wrong, especially when you talk about how Topper has ridden with you through all the ups and downs that you've had since I've been here that I've seen you be a part of.
It's been a lot.
And for you to, whatever you said, it must have been real bad for him to snatch your streak from you like that.
Especially there in Miami.
Yes.
Especially, and again, we know how much that streak beats him. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down on this? Team Topper, Team Castellanos? I know there's a lot of people out there that support Topper in this. I feel like there's been more support for Topper I've seen than the other side. I can't fully support how heavy-handed Topper was. Again, none of us know what was said. Clearly a line was crossed. That's obvious. He must have said something that clearly made Topper react. But after all this time, they've obviously had issues before. That was reported this morning. After all this time, Castellanos, that streak mattered to him. And to take it away from him, it felt very heavy-handed. It just felt like, not only am I going to sit him, I'm going to tell everyone and then make him respond to what I said. It felt heavy-handed from Rob Thompson. And I'll also say this from a Castellanos perspective. If I was Nick Castellanos and I was playing the way I have this year, which is obviously not great defensively, you know what I'd look around and say, why don't you pull the other guys off the field that don't play good defense late in the game? Like in the last couple of years, Castellanos has been a below-average right fielder. Trey Turner's been a below-average shortstop. And Trey's playing better this year. I just mean in general the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
Trey never comes off the field for Edmundo Sosa late in the game. It's the same thing. It would make them better. I understand why he probably takes it personal. Like now you take me off the field. None of the big games, but in Miami with my family here, it just the whole thing feels weird to me, and I don't fully support Topper. And I'm concerned now that they're going to have a sulking Castellanos for the next whatever, because he's an emotional guy. I don't know if this thing just blows over and he's back in line if everyone's smiling today. I don't know.
Yeah, but I like the way you framed it, but it sounds a little selfish to me. From his perspective.
I get that, yeah.
When you talk about what this team is trying to accomplish, and we knew going into this season that it was going to be some uncomfortable moves that were made when we were talking about shaking up the lineup, the starting lineup early on. That was something that was uncomfortable. Moving guys around, trying to get the best for the team at this point. So when you say, why didn't you do this, that, and the third for the others? I could come back if I'm Topper and say, well, hell, I did it for you last year. So why are you complaining about the way that I manage when This is where you forgot where you came from because I looked out for you last year, and you can't worry about the way that I manage other guys when I've handled you with kid gloves for the most part. See, that's where, if that's the case, since we're recklessly speculating.
Oh, we're here now.
Yeah, we're here. Then he's in the wrong. He's in the wrong for being selfish and putting his needs above the needs of the team. Because, like you said, Topper doesn't strike me as the type of guy, and Scott said it as well, Fransky, that does anything without notifying his guys. So what's the problem? If you're not playing well and he's trying to win a game and you've bought into what he's trying to do, what's the problem?
Well, that's fair. It's a fair point you make. At 215-592-9494. I guess my question is why now, right? Like, Castellanos has never been a good right fielder. Let's just call it for what it is. He's exceedingly average, probably below since the minute he got here.
Mm-hmm.
So all these years, all these games, he allows him to finish the game. He doesn't take him out for defense. Now we've reached that point. I mean, if I'm Nick, I'm like, what changed? Why me now? Bohm stays on the field. Turner stays on the field.
The sense of urgency has changed.
Okay.
That's what's changed.
Maybe.
Topper took the pledge.
Topper
took the
pledge. Well, that I like to hear. All right, Kyle, what do you got for us? What are you feeling on all this?
I mean, we got sensitive Giglio today.
Not sensitive.
I mean, can we grow some cojones?
It's not sensitive. No, Topper,
spine.
Family. Hold on a second. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Words. What did he say to Topper to bench him?
Okay, but words.
I need to know.
No, but think about it.
Sensitive is Topper.
I don't need to know what he said because I do. No, I already know that it crossed the line. Topper said it crossed the line. Topper is the most even keel guy that we've seen in this town in terms of like a sports figure in how long? Like for him to bench a guy that, well, by the way, owes his streak to Rob Thompson in the first place, where Topper kept playing him when he sucked all last season, but he let him work through it. That streak is directly attributed to Rob Thompson's faith in him. So, first of all, he owes that to Rob Thompson. But, like, here's the thing. I don't give a crap that his family is in Miami because how many times... Like, Nick Castellanos has been in the big leagues for like 10 years, okay? They've seen the guy play baseball before.
Sure.
Right? Like, you cannot disrespect your boss, the manager, in any setting at all. Like, say all of a sudden my family came into town for the first time in forever, and this is the only opportunity, this isn't the case, but the only opportunity they had to listen to me on this show and the radio. But this morning, I said to Rod, dude, you have no idea what the hell you're doing when it comes to programming this radio station. And he goes, guys, I'm taking Kyle off the show for the day. That is what has to happen. Like, I mean, that's the appropriate response. And, I mean, I get it. Like, Nick Castellanos can't disrespect him like that. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, if Topper feels the need to have to do that and Nick Castellanos crossed the line, then Castellanos could sulk all he wants.
Yeah, and he might.
That's just what had to happen. And at the end of the day, it's one game. Like, how often do we criticize Rob Thompson for sleeping in the dugout, or people have called him Rob Zombie before, and we didn't like when he didn't let them retaliate against Atlanta. Well, like, now he's putting his foot down and saying, guys, I am the manager. You have to respect me. He can't let the inmates run the asylum.
I get that. And you said a lot of things that make sense there. When managers change their perspective on things, it doesn't always fly in the clubhouse. Like Rob Thompson, you can't just go from like, hey, I'm happy-go-lucky guy to you're out of the game now and your streak is over. That's because then you're like, what happened?
But doesn't that tell you that it was egregious?
It probably was. It probably was.
I mean, think about what we know about both guys. Nick Castellanos is a very passionate guy. Like, he has a very high opinion of himself as a baseball player, right? And Rob Thompson is a player's coach or like a player's manager. So, like, that tells me everything I need to know right there.
You also need to know your people. I'm not a boss, but like you mentioned, Rod here, you have to know your people. There's some people here that probably could take constructive criticism better than others. Nick Castellanos is a baby. I mean, let's just call it for what it is. He has a little me guy to him. Now, he's not a bad guy, but his streak matters to him. Mm-hmm. Where he bats in the order matters to him. So obviously, and you're right that who cares? His family's seen him a million times. I bet it matters to him. His family's always he seems like a family guy.
Well, then that's the message.
Well, but you know what? If I'm just telling you, if I'm Castellanos, I'm like, you've been thinking about this for a while. Scott told us that, right? That they've probably been thinking about getting him off the field for defense for a while. Mm-hmm. Why here? Why like of all the series? Again, like I said, this weekend against the Mets, first place on the line, 9th inning, 1-run game. Get his ass off the field.
I mean, he should have picked a better series to mouth off to Rob Thompson. I mean, honestly though, because
it just feels like Topper created this.
But from what
and then Castellanos went too far.
But what we know about both of these guys is that I think we heard and we read from who reported this is that this isn't the first time that they've sort of butted heads or not seen eye to eye about something. And I think it was about the him in the lineup earlier this year.
Yeah, the Athletic had it. So Castellanos, this is from the Athletic this morning. Castellanos, according to team sources, has complained about disrespect whenever he's hitting lower in the lineup. It was something he voiced in the spring training, and he hit 7th on opening
And whatever that was, it didn't come to this. So clearly what he did crossed the line. What if, for instance, he said something about Johan Rojas in front of all the other players in the dugout? You're replacing me for this stiff? Like,
made me laugh.
That sends a ripple effect.
Of course it does. Look, I'm not saying that Topper is out of bounds here. I just feel like he felt to me like Topper picked a fight with a sensitive player at a weird time. And now we're here. So we got to sort this out. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? Team Topper, Team Casti? I get it, but I don't fully support Topper on this. It felt heavy-handed. That's the words I'll use. Chris in Middletown is up. Hey, Chris.
Chris.
Happy hump day.
Chris, what's up?
I'm Team Topper.
Okay.
Because it appears he's finally letting the boys drop and manning up, and I love it. The nonsense that he allowed to go on with these players running the team needed to end. Nick playing every game because that's what Nick wants to do. It's not what was best for the team. Schwarber and Harper complaining about where they were hitting and their preference and being pretty heavy-handed about saying, well, it's just where I want to hit. I'll hit wherever, but I'm Schwarber, I'm a leadoff. Harper, I'm a three-hitter. No, he's finally gotten over that and said, that didn't work. This is the only way we need to win a championship is we got to do what's best for the team. It's about the name on the front of the jersey, not the back. You might have heard that from a player before, but it's time we finally start to run our organization that way. So, guys, I have to take a little truth serum, though. I was about, if I have to be honest, my take was going to be this. The problem with the team is one glaring reason, and that problem is Hugh Douglas.
What'd I do?
Hugh, I'm sorry. I just now realized that my take was wrong. Now, Hugh, I know the truth, Hugh.
Mm-hmm.
You're being bullied by Joe.
Is that what it is? What did Joe do?
Joe or Joel, whatever you want to call yourself.
About to be Joel now,
Shut up with the soft garbage. Stop it with the feelings. It's weak.
No, see, with the issue, you guys are missing something here. You hit, Chris, you hit on it, but you didn't realize. There's a double standard in that clubhouse, and if I'm Castellanos, I'm like, no. You said it yourself. No. So wait. So Turner gets to play shortstop as long as he wants, but I got to come off the field. Bryce gets to hit whatever he wants, but I got to come off the field in front of my family in my city. You can't be Mr. The players run the clubhouse, and then all of a sudden, now we're making these kind of moves. Topper,
nonsense.
No, this is Topper. No, Chris, no, you're nonsense.
Reality of life is this. Hugh will tell you this. In that locker room when you played, I bet you the elite athletes got a longer rope than the good athletes. That's life, Joe. And that's just the way it is.
But guess what?
Unfair, I don't care.
The issue is Castellanos doesn't know. Castellanos doesn't know what he is. He thinks he's one of those guys. Chris,
he thinks he's above everything, Joe. He thinks he could do whatever he wants. He thinks because he wants to play every game, he gets to play every game.
Well, because the manager let him last year. See, but a precedent was set.
I'm glad. Here's now what the team needs to do. Ignore Joe. Listen to Kyle. Be heavy-handed. Discipline them. Give them toughness. We need a firm hand.
Yeah.
I'm all in on Team T-O-P-P-E-R. Be strong, Topper.
I love
listen
it.
to Joe.
Good stuff, Chris. We appreciate it. Guys, I get what you're saying, but this is the same manager who let everyone do whatever the hell they want.
To a certain extent.
But this is why I think that we have a problem here. We all support this, but if it's the same person who lets all the other players do what they want, I understand why Castellanos is sensitive about this. Why does Trey get to stay on the field when he can't play defense either? When you have a manager that is acquiescent to what the players want, and then all of a sudden, on a Monday in Miami, now we're doing what's best for the team. We did name on the back with the Phillies for all these years. And now Monday in Miami, we start with name on the front?
You know what?
That doesn't work sometimes.
Well, you know what's funny is that if anybody should understand this more than anybody, it should be Castellanos. Because, to your point, Trey Turner, he's been hitting better.
Yes.
Defense is somewhat lacking still, but he makes $300 million.
Mm-hmm.
And like we've talked about on this radio station for a long time, he's in a position where ain't going to be a whole lot of movement. You're not that guy. Like Castellanos, you're a piece, but you're not that piece. You're not in the same realm as a Bryce.
Agreed.
Or a Trey.
But he thinks he is.
Yeah, he does. But here's where the reality sets in. I let you, and I'm talking like Topper Dog. I let you go out there last year, and I didn't set you down when I should have set you down. I need to do this because we are in a different space right now. Going into this season, what did we say? They didn't change anything, but you had to do something different. So he tried to make these little nuanced moves in order to make the team better, correct?
Yes.
So if I come to you as a guy that I've given a long leash to, because this is what I think happened, and tell you, hey, it's probably a chance I'm going to probably have to sit you down defensively. We're gonna have to do that, so I'm trying to figure out when I'm going to do it. It might happen in Florida. It might happen in Miami. So just giving you the heads up, because it doesn't feel like Topper does anything, blindsides anybody. And he tells you this, and you take this moment to say something that's so egregious that it's going to get Topper heated. Because it doesn't feel like he's the type of guy that gets mad easily. You could yell at him, but he just took advantage of the situation.
Yeah, it seemed like he did. 215-592-9494. Do you fully support Topper on this? What side do you come down? It's a fascinating situation for a guy that plays all the time. 215-592-9494. Hughes Clues next. We had a great price today. And a couple moments from last night's game made me wonder what was going through Castellanos' head at the time. That's all coming up. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals, and now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/JohnR, JONR to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free. Plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com Hellsberg.com/US-DOE.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state, back and forth, dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then, 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or Hellsberg.com.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Take advantage of limited-time leasing offers on select Acura models, but don't wait. Offers in June 30th at Elite Acura.
Guys, it's almost summertime. You know what that means.
Trips down the shore, vacation time.
And you know what comes along with vacation time?
I sure do. Spending time watching baseball all by myself.
Well, yes, Jack. That, of course, but more time with your significant other. More private time. That's right. More time for lovin'.
And when it's time for loving, you want to be at your absolute best. And if you think those days are behind you, you're wrong. And you need to check out Blue Chew.
There's so many things to love about Blue Chew. It's all online, so no awkward doctor's appointments and no long lines at the pharmacy.
And it's a chewable. I hate taking pills, so a chewable is excellent.
And since it's made and shipped here in the USA, they keep the price down for you.
But it's only the price that's down.
Hey-o! It's got the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxon.
And we're going to give you the first month for free.
That's right, free. Go to BlueChew.com and use code 94, and you're only going to have to pay for the shipping.
And then you can
chew it and do it.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling Grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Line towards right center field. Coming on is Kepler, and he missed it. I think he lost it in the lights. tried to make a basket catch, and it goes off his glove, and in to score is Sanoa, and it's now 5-3 Miami.
Welcome back. Yeah, that one didn't help. Midday show, Hugh Douglas show. What do you think Castellanos was thinking in the dugout last night, watching Kepler drop the ball right at him in right field?
I'm talking about he could have probably did better.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, you were on the bench for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So, whatever that reason is and whatever you said, it's just crazy.
It's one of those things where when you make a move like that, right? You take an everyday player out, you just hope that the guy that replaces him
is better.
Or doesn't screw it up, right? And they didn't lose last night just because Kepler didn't catch that ball. Didn't help, though. And I'm sure Castellanos, I would have loved a camera shot to Castellanos during that moment last night in the dugout. We didn't get that, though. 215-592-9494. Also wondering what Castellanos was thinking if he heard this. Listen to this last night. Now, there's not many people down there in that stadium. Like, what do they got, like 9,000 people? But Five. There were enough people to let you hear this. I didn't even know there were this many Castellanos fans, but here they are last night.
Did someone just... Yes, someone just yelled free Castellanos.
That's a loud
That's
person.
got to be a friend, right? You think it's just a big Nick Castellanos Phillies fan that's just there? Or is it someone he knows?
Probably
just
a funny guy.
Someone making a joke? Yeah. Well, it worked. I mean, it got into the broadcast. I like how they couldn't avoid it. They're like, yeah, that made it through to the broadcast.
That has to be a pretty empty place for that to pick up the way that it did.
With the echo?
Yeah.
It is a pretty empty place. 215-592-9494. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Your take on all this. Team Topper, Team Castellanos, where do you come down? Again, I understand why Topper probably felt compelled to react to whatever the heck Castellanos said to him. I question the time and the place down in Miami after all these years of Castellanos not being a good defensive player. He has to come off the field for defense on Monday. That you throw in the streak, and then this is a team that the players run the whole thing. Players don't get benched. Players don't come off the field. Bryce Harper could not hustle. No one says anything. Trey Turner could be a butcher at shortstop. He gets to play every day. I'm just telling you from my perspective, if I was Nick Castellanos, wouldn't have handled it like that. Can't imagine ever crossing the line like that. But I would think to myself, why me now? And why not them ever? I think that's the culture Topper has created. And if he wants to change it, it seems like there's going to be a little backlash.
Well, Castellanos has been extra bad in right field this year.
He has.
And I don't necessarily agree that it's the culture Topper created. Like you say he doesn't do it to Trey, and he doesn't. But Trey's leading the NL in hits.
How about last year when Trey wasn't?
Yeah,
but Sosa just sat there on the bench late in playoff games.
Right, but Hugh and I think you all agree that there has been a different sense of urgency from Rob Thompson this year in terms of moving the lineup, the bullpen, everything.
Yep.
Like he's making every game count.
He is, but this is the first time it's been centered on discipline. I mean, they've had guys that make terrible base running moves. I mean, again, not so much this year. Bryce Harper has not hustled at times. Would Bryce Harper ever get pulled out of a game or get benched?
No, but we know why.
But again, so you're right. You're all right about that.
His bat is on an entirely different plane than Nick Castellanos.
But Nick Castellanos doesn't think of himself as maybe what he really is.
That's his problem.
Yeah,
well, it is. But you have.
But
as a manager, you got to deal with the egos of each player. And Castellanos, he's not a superstar. I think Castellanos thinks of himself as just the same as Schwarber and Harper and those guys.
But here's the thing that has probably changed: the sense of urgency. And I think that everybody understands that. This is where I think you're kind of missing it a little bit. You're right in everything that you're saying when you say that he's been a player's coach and they've let the inmates run the assignment, everything like that. But what has that gotten you?
So it's not gotten them far enough.
And that's the problem. And you have to know going into this season. What did we say going into this? Daycare's dead. Daycare's over.
Yeah.
All that other stuff. So obviously if Castellanos says what he said, he didn't get the memo.
Let me make an analogy. I understand your point. And I'm not saying taking him off the field for defense was the wrong move on Monday, right? Rojas, for all he isn't at the plate, is obviously a much better defensive
defender,
player.
Yeah.
Like, if the goal Monday night was to win the game and beat the Marlins, I don't think Topper did anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to spin it to something else. Like, if you have a hothead or you have someone that you know is emotional, don't you almost have to expect a little emotion back? Like, what I mean is, I'm going to give you an Eagles example.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember in December? I think it was the Steelers game in December. Remember when on the sideline, Nick Sirianni went up to Jalen Carter to talk to him.
And they backed him off.
And Jalen Carter, did Jalen Carter treat Sirianni with respect on the sideline?
No, he was like, as a matter of fact, Coach No Neck jumped in between.
Right.
Because he was like, no, you probably don't
want
that.
So
Sirianni
knew he was walking into, I'll just use the term a lion's den, right? Like this guy's got kind of a loose cannon. He could have benched him after that. He showed him up on the sideline. But Sirianni said, all right, it was a heat-of-the-moment thing. I need this player. And I understand Carter's better than Castellanos. I'm just, like, the way I view it is Topper didn't do anything wrong Monday by taking him off the field. Did he have to bench him for the next game? Couldn't he have just said, you know what, Nick, let's talk it out. I thought you crossed the line. And Nick Price says, listen, I'm frustrated. And they talk it out like... I felt he escalated it by benching him and then telling everyone why he benched him.
You have to be able to read the room, Joe. I remember, and I think this story is relevant because of the timing of everything. I remember I was sitting in a special teams meeting, right? And a lot of guys were in there talking, and I had just happened to be in a room. And this is when I was probably coming off of my second Pro Bowl. So, I had a little bit of cachet.
Right.
And I remember Coach Harbaugh, like I said, everybody's talking in the room. But when I said something, or I turned around and he thought that I was talking, he cussed me out in front of everybody. And I was upset about that, but I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything because I knew exactly what he was doing. He was trying to get the room back, and he used me as an example because he knew that I wasn't going to say a whole lot. And after that meeting, he said, yo, man, he said, I hated to do that, but you were talking, and I have to get the room back. I have to get that respect back. And I understood that. And I didn't say anything because of that. And that's basically what it is. You have to understand that sometimes when you're trying to get everybody on the same page, there might be a chance, there might be an opportunity or time where you're going to be made an example out of, especially when you're playing bad. You know how he would have been better off if he wouldn't have got benched if he would have been playing better. Like, that's the bottom line, and that's the thing that you have to understand. We talked about all year, and we have been talking about all year, that this team, if they don't get it done now, that they're probably going to disband everybody.
Yep.
And Topper's probably not going to be here. Topper understands that. He's coaching. I mean, it hasn't been said, but there's a little bit of pressure. You're coaching for your job.
Well, I agree. And
you know what I mean?
And there's been more urgency. I mean, he's changed more things quickly this year than he has in
So you
years
have
past.
to understand some of those antics and things that you did in the past, that dog is not going to hunt. You can't do that, especially if you're one of those guys that sits there and gives the lip service like you're bought all in. So now we get to Miami just because it's your hometown and you want to show out for your girlfriend or your son or whatever. You get mad because you got benched and we're trying to win a game. Man, get out of here with that.
215-592-9494. Jeff in Wilmington's up. Hey, Jeff.
We are so back. I totally disagree with you, Jeff.
Now I know we're on the right track now. All right, go ahead, Jeff.
I'm both with you and Kyle on this. So whatever he said had to be pretty bad for Topper to do this because, Topper's been pretty easy on the guys for the 3 years he's been here, however long it's been. Castellanos may have done what Kyle said, like you're sitting me down for this guy, meaning,
Rojas. Yeah.
Now look, Rojas, you can argue that Rojas may not be a great upgrade in defense. He is faster and he can get to more balls, but he's made a lot of mistakes himself this year as well.
Jeff, before you go on, when Kyle brought it up and now you're bringing it up, I do wonder the timeline too. So he took him out for defense, and then the Phillies had a rally in the ninth. So Castellanos' spot in the lineup came up one more time. I think when Topper made the move, he probably thought he wasn't going to hit again. So, Jeff, I wonder if that's when he said something like, this bleep's going to hit now, or like, however he offended Topper and Rojas by saying, like, you really want him to hit over me. I wonder if it was, maybe it was really about, and then I understand it more. If he put down a teammate in the dugout, that's crossing a line. Now, if he just say, "Hey, Topper, bleep you," like I don't think that's warranting a benching.
Well, it was most likely also said in front of other players.
Right. Well, that's
where it's, and I think there has been a different philosophy change between this year and last year with Topper, with making moves faster. There's more urgency, like you said. There's more urgency to win games. And you got 4 games in Miami. If your family can't get there for one of those 4 games, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you, but we're trying to win ball games here.
I understand that, and I'm not trying to say that should be above the team. And Jeff, we appreciate the phone call. To me as a manager, it's not just for the night. You got to know the player, you got to know the team. This guy's sensitive. Let's just call it for what it is. Nick Castellanos is a sensitive guy. We've heard before he gets offended if he's not hitting the middle of the order. So I think some players pick a player on the team that probably would not be offended by this. Take like Brandon Marsh. Brandon Marsh strikes me as a pretty even keel guy, right? You take him out, pinch hit for him. He might not like it, but I don't think he's going to say anything.
Who didn't like going to the bullpen? We were talking about it. Taiwan didn't like going to the bullpen, but he didn't complain.
But he's more. I think he's a pro, right?
Yeah. So this is more. So this is more to me on Cassie than it is on anybody.
But don't you have to know if you're the manager? You have a firecracker here.
And that's why you tell him and you talk to him. And if he still goes off the deep end, you do exactly what you did. You bench him. You embarrass him.
See, that's where we disagree. I don't know what was said. None of us do. I don't think he had to bench him yesterday. I mean, again, I'm fine taking him out for defense. He can't play right field. He stinks out there. But the benching yesterday felt heavy-handed.
Can we agree that whatever he said, it was egregious enough for him to get benched? Because I don't
know. I don't know that.
I don't feel Top. You ain't gonna say, "Oh, Top, you benched me for this bump." I don't think that's gonna get you benched. He said something real disrespectful.
Well, so here's what I think.
I think there was some curse words used.
If he criticized a teammate, to me, that's worth the benching. If he just say, "Hey, Topper, bleep you," that's not worth the benching.
No, it was more like stupid mofo or something like that.
I don't think that's worth the benching. I don't.
I don't know, Joe. When you're trying to win games and you have one of your players questioning your moves and stuff like that, that's worth a benching.
Yeah, we disagree.
And then say, you're talking to him. I just feel like this escalated. I don't feel like it was just the one thing that was said. This feels like an escalation.
Well, now we find out where it goes because we can all go back and forth on last night. Was it right? Was it wrong? The players got to perform now. I mean, they need.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens today.
I'm telling you, Castellanos strikes me as a sulker. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope he comes out there and gets 3 hits tonight, and we all move forward. But, I mean, there was a story the other night after Kerkering got his first save. They're all celebrating with Kerkering in the clubhouse, and he's sitting there staring in the corner. I mean, he's a sulker. And Topper is part of this situation now. Let's go to Alex in Chicago. What's up, Alex?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Alex.
Good morning, Philly. You take a lot of this wind out of my sail, what I was going to say, but I just got to say a couple things.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, Castellanos, I can't stay. You ever see him in an interview with somebody trying to do their profession, and he's got to be like a jerk to everybody? I would trade him tomorrow. I would trade him today, just so you know. He's a crybaby, Topper. And then the other thing is, how can you say, "Oh, all of a sudden you're going to change"? Yes, all of a sudden you are going to change. Today's the day. That's how life works. And I agree with you. This wasn't a one-time thing. He probably says stuff all the time under his breath in the locker.
Alex, you're probably right, and I understand that. But if
he's a baby.
But that's fine. But if you're going to change on the fly as a manager, you're going to
changing on the fly. Maybe he already said something to him already.
Maybe, but if you're going to change, guess what you're going to have to expect, Alex? Some pushback. Like the fact if Topper is offended by some words. Then
how do you know he's offended by words?
What was his explanation yesterday? He said something that crossed the line.
It doesn't matter what his expression. It's right. Maybe he said it for the last 2 months. Who knows? Listen, Topper is the manager of this team. You almost sound like you've never been on a sports team.
No, Alex, I have, and here's what
sorry.
But again, I've never played in the big leagues. Like I'm not pretending that. But my point is,
as a parent. You watch your kids.
Alex, I'm glad you brought that up. If I'm an even keel dad, and then I decide all of a sudden to scream and punish, is the kid going to respond?
No.
Then that's what happened here.
Okay, all right. Let's slow down. What if you're a parent and you're watching your kids play every day? Okay?
Yep.
And then once in a while you say, "Hey, Johnny, take it easy with how you treat him." Okay, next day, "Hey," and then one day you say, "Johnny, your effort today," and he's your kid, and it breaks your heart.
Yeah.
And he looks in your eyes, and you're like. You know why, and it's it. Let's move on.
Can we further the? I think it's interesting what you're bringing up. Can we further the analogy though? Let's say you have multiple kids, and one kid does things all the time that you don't agree with or not right, and you don't say anything.
They're just not acting right. Yeah.
Right, and you don't say anything. You don't say anything, and then the other kid. Hold on, Alex. The other kid does it. The other kid does it, and you say something, and you punish them. The other kid is going to say, "Hey, what about that one?" And that's what just happened here. I don't know why we're missing this. Like, you could agree with Topper and you could say team over player. Last year,
100%.
The shortstop was a disaster, right? And he never came off the field for defense. If I'm Castellanos, I say, why me now?
Because it's you now. That's
guess what? But then you have to
because it's your turn.
Then you know what you have to expect? Backlash.
Let's see what you do tomorrow.
That's
what I say. And as far as the family thing, being in Miami, I don't give a rat's ass where you are. Oh my God, I would trade him today. Anyway,
I love it,
have
Alex.
A good day.
Good phone call, buddy.
I wonder why Alex was whispering.
He's probably at work. I'm guessing he's in his office.
He was very
That's
emotional.
about as fired up as you can be. For
without whispering.
I loved it.
For
Yeah,
whispering. That was pretty good.
It was good. I mean, he was fired up. I felt it in a moment he wanted to yell at me, but he had to remember he had to whisper. He's definitely in his office. You think there's like a Zoom or something going on? He just took the camera off and he muted himself? Yeah. They're calling his name. Alex, you there, buddy? Alex, what do you think about that report? And he's just not listening. He's talking to us. All right. I'm sure Ron and Mako's got a lot to say about this. Ron, what's up?
Good morning.
Good morning, Ron.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good, brother. How you doing?
I'm all right. So I'm not player. I'm not manager. I don't listen to managers speak. I don't listen to owners speak. I just don't go on any of that. But, Joe, what you just said, hits home is that the fact that, 2 years out of the 4, he's in his fourth season. 2 years, 2 seasons. The guy started the season, didn't hit the ball till the end of June, almost into July, where he was an automatic out.
Right.
Swinging low away, and he stayed in the game. I mean, he never came out of the lineup. So as far as I'm concerned, Harper or Thompson, I mean, he's just inconsistent with the way he gets it. The wind blows wrong, and when it comes down to making the big decisions, that's where he blows it. Okay, he's blown it in a playoffs with the decisions that matter. You know what I mean? And he's blown them. So they had words, and the manager stomps off upset. Okay, and then he gets vindictive and holds him out the next day. So that to me, these are kids, 2 kids that are arguing. This is not a grown up involved here. So I mean, Harper does something, nothing happens.
Yep.
Trey Turner's booting balls all over the field, nothing happens. And I'm not a Castellanos fan. I'm not really. I'm just not.
You're a Phillies fan, Ron?
I am. Unfortunately, I am. I was born into it, Kyle. And you know what?
The unfortunately is good.
For every minute that I have with this Phillies team, okay? Because I wear it, man. This team has, every 15 years they pop their head up, and I don't know what they're going to do with this mess that they got here, but it's not going to be pretty. Joe, I got to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I guess you're going to start what? The apology tour is coming through town soon.
For who?
The apology tour.
Which person?
Well, I guess you got to start sucking up the bone now.
No. No. We dance this dance. We dance this dance every year with Alec Bohm.
What you talking about?
Well, not. I mean, he thinks because he's hitting. He hits every year for 40 games, and then by the time the playoffs come, he's in tears. I apologize,
Joe,
Alec Bohm.
Joe, you got a short memory. Ever since Bohm came up, he's hit the ball. That's what kept him on the field because he was botching third base. His bat has kept him in the lineup.
Singles.
Okay?
He hits singles. Singles
and doubles.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? We need a guy like that. We need a guy. We got to have guys that hit for average. Okay, because these home run guys, they're not going to cut it in the playoffs. You got to.
Well, Bohm doesn't cut it in the playoffs. Bohm doesn't hit in the playoffs. He cowers.
Well, you know what? Look, it's just what? How many years has he been up now?
He's been up 4 years. And Ron, we appreciate it. Ron, I get it. We'll argue about Bohm another day. I mean, I knew Ron would chime in. All right, Hugh, before we go any further, we got to get to a great prize we have to give away. Come see the Phillies, maybe Topper v. Castellanos, live July 1st against the Padres. It is a big game. It's a fireworks night. We'll be at the game. Hang out with us. Phillies, Padres, 6:30 on July 1st, a Tuesday. Let's play a little game called Hugh's Clues.
Have you seen my dog Hugh? He's got a brand new clue. Begins with the tramp stamp. Everybody's looking for Hugh's Clues. Come on in. Hugh's Clues. It's Hugh's Clues and you.
You know what? As I read this first clue, I just want to put this out here. Keep it clean, y'all. Keep it clean.
Don't be a Castellanos. Keep it clean.
Don't be a Castellanos. Keep it clean.
Are you Topper and the audience is Castellanos?
Well, in this
they're going to mouth
situation,
off.
I mean,
okay.
no, because I'm used to the heat that I'm gonna get for this first clue. But as I thought about it, and knowing this audience the way that I know it, I'm just like, hey, we're keeping it clean. Okay, this first clue is this thing brought me great joy.
You're the equivalent of Topper pulling Castellanos out in Miami.
What are you talking about?
I mean, this is ridiculous. People are going to bleep you just the way Castellanos bleeped Topper.
They do that. They do that every day.
Wait, what is
anyway.
the first clue? This gives you joy?
Yeah, this brought me great joy. And slather Vaseline. That's what I'm talking about. Childish, just childish for no reason. I would have rolled him because after I said, no. You know what's funny?
I was waiting for it.
Because after I said it, and we were, because we workshop these things, and I was like, we didn't really. That first question, I didn't really workshop that thing that great.
It gives you great joy?
They got thick wood, hard.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Hey, I know I'm going to get killed by you people today.
Do you know how many people out there want to win these tickets? And they're like, this
Okay,
guy.
can I just say this?
No.
Think outside, it gets better.
Okay, well, it can't get worse. Better. I'll put it that way. 215-592-9494. Where do you come down? Team Topper, Team Casty. He was benched last night. Apparently, he crossed the line, what he said in the dugout after he came off the field on Monday night. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show. Lot to discuss here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe you've been flirting with a potential triple-double, well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after tip-off, combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win really big. Get started with FanDuel Sportsbook by getting started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer to make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Calling all June birthdays. Get ready for an epic celebration at Oasis Club Philly, Thursday, June 19th. It's the monthly birthday bash, and everyone's invited. Whether it's your special month or you're celebrating a friend, if it's your birthday month, you and up to 9 of your friends get free admission in an open bar from 9 to 10 p.m. Don't miss out on this fun party. Oasis Club Philly has the most tempting entertainers performing live on stage from noon until 2 a.m. Special overtime hours on Saturdays from 1 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Roto-Rooter. Plumbing problem? No match for a little DIY duct tape. Shoot, hold on. Nope. There we go. No match for a little... dang it, wait. Duct tape and a wrench. Leaks are no match for duct tape and a wrench. And a bucket and a towel, more duct tape, a hammer, this random tool I found in the basement, another bucket, more tape, a little more tape. Perfect. On second thought, maybe leave plumbing to the pros at Roto-Rooter.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Are you annoyingly inattentive? Do you watch a movie and then ask a zillion questions because you weren't paying attention? Do people ask, how do you sleep at night? Then you should get a mattress from Mattress Firm. They can help anyone sleep. Mattress Firm's July 4th sale is on now. Get a king bed for a queen price and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. Get matched at Mattress Firm. Sleep at night. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ring culture's back in the headlines. This time thanks to LeBron James and Steve Nash. On their podcast, they called it what it is. Lazy. Reducing legacies to just the jewelry count? Short-sighted. But we know where this started. Michael Jordan. It wasn't just the 6 rings. It was who didn't win because of him. Ewing, Malone, Barkley. And because we compare everything to MJ, it always circles back to LeBron. Fewer rings, but longer resume. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Where every moment of Phillies baseball happens. And that is gone! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Is this about Castellanos' streak? You don't know what you have till it's gone? It's over now. Rob Thompson ended that yesterday.
I never understood why they putting up a parking lot. Put Paradise and put up a parking lot.
Well, it's about, like, they're cutting down forests to put things for
okay,
commercial
guys.
use. You know what I mean?
That's okay, guys.
It's a remix of like an old Joni Mitchell song.
Yeah, I remember.
She's a big
Yeah.
So the beauty of it is gone. We have a parking lot.
So you're putting all the trees and putting them in a tree museum, and then you got to pay to see them.
So is this Castellanos' song to Topper?
Sure.
I mean, maybe. We'll see what happens now.
Take away all the beautiful things.
All that beautiful streak. It's over now. All right, welcome back. Midday Show. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. For another clue for Hugh's Clues coming up later this hour. That first clue stunk, Hugh. You know that?
Yeah, it did.
People are upset.
Yeah, very upset.
Okay. Just want to let you know.
I mean, I'm on brand.
Yeah, this might be worse than on brand. It's like Castellanos. He's on brand, but this might be worse.
I'm on brand.
Let's welcome in our guest. Devin Caney joins us in studio. What's up, Devin?
Not much. I have to say that I was talking to Hugh about his Hugh's Clue in the break, and pretty broad.
Yeah, they're usually like that. They're usually like that.
Broad is a nicer word than bad, but yeah.
He said painfully.
Yeah. Painfully broad, the first clue. All right. Painful describes the Phillies a little bit right now, Devin, at least with the clubhouse, or at least one player. What did you? So what was your reaction yesterday when you saw the lineup? Because I thought I saw it wrong. I was like, "Where's Nick Castellanos' name?" I mean, his name is always in there. It has been for years. What was your reaction? And then what you thought when it all came out yesterday?
My first reaction when I saw the lineup was, "Oh no, I hope he's not injured." Because if you remember, I think it was just a week ago, maybe less than a week ago, they DH'd Castellanos to, quote unquote, get him off his feet a little bit. And we know that he hasn't been doing well in right field. That's not new news to anyone. Defensively, I think offensively, Nick Castellanos has been fine, if not better than fine this season. Like he just hit a grand slam a couple days ago. So I don't really have too many complaints in that department. So I, at first, was worried that maybe something happened to him in the previous game, because we also know, Rojas and Kepler went in the outfield, Castellanos, and that's what led to, all of this drama that we're talking about now. But then shortly thereafter, I saw, the news that he was benched for his comment. And I was shocked, just because it's not a move that I've seen Rob Thompson make ever, or at least admit to the reasoning behind the move. So I was really surprised.
I was too, and I'm glad you brought it up. So Topper's the one that told us, right? Like, we found out because Topper. Now, I understand he was probably between a rock and a hard place. Like, if it was a different player, maybe it's not a story, just a day off, and we pretend there's no issue. Mm-hmm. But because of the streak, I don't think they could have just sat Castellanos without telling us something. But that, I feel like Topper opened up the can of worms by telling us, hey, I benched him for this reason.
Yeah. I keep thinking about it, and I don't know what exactly was said. I don't think anything should have been said, of course. I can only assume that maybe it was something either offensive to Rob Thompson, or even more so offensive to Rojas or another player, in the heat of the moment. And Rob Thompson had to take a stand. Like, he was almost like his hand was forced in that situation to say, I can't let this go without some sort of punishment coming down, and this is going to be it, and we're going to move on. Look, I know the streak is over. I know that it's his hometown in Miami, but at the end of the day, they play 162 games in the regular season. It's not that big of a deal to sit up. I don't even think that they lost last night's game because Nick Castellanos didn't play. Yes, Max Kepler made one bad play in right field, but Jesus Luzardo wasn't sharp yesterday. The bullpen stunk yesterday. So there are many different reasons that went behind that loss, and I know people will immediately point to the move of benching Nick Castellanos, but I hope that they can move past this and it doesn't become a lingering issue.
That's the question that I have. So how do you think this is going to affect the locker room? Because, Bryce wasn't there. He didn't travel with the team. He's not down there. And he's considered one of the leaders of the team.
Yeah,
and I would assume that Casty is as well.
Strange. Is that not?
It's a little strange.
It's
a little strange. So how do you think this is going to affect the team moving forward?
I mean, hopefully it won't affect them too much. I think a lot of it will come down to how Nick Castellanos handles it, right? Like, if he's mature about it and he goes out there and, he's in the lineup today, like Rob Thompson said, look, he'll be back the following day. It'll all be good. Then I think they can move past it. But Nick Castellanos, this is the first time he's been benched for, an inappropriate comment, as Rob Thompson said. But also, as Rob Thompson said, he is an emotional guy in that, I think it was 2023 postseason, the Phillies had advanced. It was the NLDS or CS, I don't remember which one, and the whole team was celebrating. And if you remember, Nick Castellanos was sulking in the corner. He's done that when he's not happy with himself versus the team. And I don't know if this was, purely being upset with Rob Thompson or upset with himself as not being good enough defensively to stay in the game. I don't know the reasoning behind it, but I just hope it doesn't become a lasting issue or an issue that affects other players within the clubhouse.
I'm glad you brought that up because I keep thinking to myself, was this worth it? Not that I am trying to excuse Castellanos, right? He needs to be a professional. He can't mouth off in the dugout to his manager. But you're dealing with a sensitive player, right? He's sensitive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it is. And he prides himself on playing every day and staying on the field. I mean, what you said about his defense is real, but it's kind of weird to me they chose against the Marlins in where his hometown to do it.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing if it's the postseason or it's a huge game against the Mets and it's a one-run game in the ninth and you're like, oh, let's put Rojas in. We have a better chance. I don't know. It just feels like a weird time to do it, Devin. That if I'm Castellanos, I'm like, now? Like, this is when we're doing this?
Well, yeah, like the whole timing of it is kind of funky because like you're playing the Marlins and when the original change happened that upset Castellanos, like the Phillies had the lead and I guess it was to hold the lead. But then if you're going to say, oh, we're going to bench Casty because it's just the Marlins the following game, then that's like the complete opposite mindset to have. But so, yeah, I mean, it doesn't make sense. I know that, Rob Thompson, I think that he's a great manager. I know that, fans, there's been frustration, with Bryce Harper getting hit by a pitch and like not kind of being more fiery and standing up for his guys. But then, when he takes action, it could have been to stand up for his guys. We don't know exactly what was said by Nick Castellanos. Some people have an issue with it. I do know that Rob Thompson is really even-keeled, nice guy. I mean, he's Canadian. He's very, he doesn't get rattled very easily. I think anyone can tell that from listening to him speak for 30 seconds. I do know in my not very long time of covering this team and getting to talk to Rob Thompson before and after games, the one thing he doesn't like is any type of perception that he's not a good guy and that like he doesn't care about his players and that he's like neglectful of them in a way. So that's why this just me. I have to guess that this was something like that was said against Rojas or a teammate where Rob Thompson, like I don't think he would care if it was something said specifically to him that was insulting to him, if that makes sense.
It does. I mean, yeah. I mean, I wondered that. Because he took him out for defense, but then his spot in the order came up one more time on Monday. Rojas hit Monday night. That would have been Castellanos. So, like, when you said that, it made me think, like, did he say, like, this bleeping guy's got to hit now or something to that effect?
Right.
And maybe that's offensive to Rojas. And I get all that. The question is he going to sulk now or is he going to hit? Because I feel like people brought up yesterday, in 2008, Jimmy Rollins was benched, right? Charlie Manuel benched, and Jimmy responded, and Jimmy helped him win the World Series. Like, that'd be a great ending to this story. Castellanos is an interesting guy. I could see him hitting well for a couple weeks now and like channeling this. I could also see him sulking.
Yeah, he is an interesting guy. That's a good way to put it. I find it interesting to talk to him, like interview. I haven't interviewed him one-on-one, but even just like in media scrums, because you never know what's going to come out of his mouth. And just like to your point, Joe, like we don't know what's going to happen with him on the field. I hope, look, Nick Castellanos, what is he known for? He hits home runs when there's, big breaking news. Maybe he'll hit a home run when the news is about him.
Wait a minute, that's when somebody died usually, ain't it?
Usually,
yeah.
I know you were trying to clean it up,
or
but it's
just
like usually when somebody dies.
I think the bit has kind of run its course, but now it'll be like any sort of news. Everyone just assumes that Nick Castellanos is going to hit a home run.
Maybe Topper's trying to create the news so he can get Castellanos.
There you go. Little reverse Uno card there.
That makes me wonder what he said even more. Because if he said, like, say to your point, if he said something egregious about his teammate, and now his teammate knows that, and how he feels,
that's a problem.
That might be a problem in the locker room.
Yeah, well, and they have such a great clubhouse culture, the Phillies do, and that's something that they really pride themselves on, and it's something that they've been prideful about for the last several seasons, really since like 2022. And I think a lot of that comes from guys like Kyle Schwarber, from guys like what was Rhys Hoskins, even Bryce Harper, like the leaders in the clubhouse. And Nick Castellanos is one of those guys. So I think if something was said that was out of line, there would need to be, repercussions dealt immediately.
Yeah, we'll see. And he'll be in the lineup tonight, so we'll see what happens there. All right, before we let you go, Devin, what is your feeling or read on the Harper situation? Because it seems like you think it's bizarre. I do too. He was supposed to go on the trip, then he didn't. And they still haven't told us what his injury is. It's just like its wrist is bothering him. I don't know what that means.
It's concerning to me. I think it's a little bit strange that he didn't go on the road trip. Part of me, I guess the fan in me, the hopeful thinking is like, okay, maybe he didn't go because he's working on some sort of, rehab to be ready for the Mets series. Because that's a really big series that's going down here in Philly starting on Friday. So could be about that, but yeah, it's a mystery. And the fact that they had a day off last Thursday, most of the team was at Kyle Schwarber's charity event. Bryce Harper wasn't there either. Maybe he's getting, some quiet treatments on whatever this mysterious wrist injury is, but it's certainly something to watch. And I think the fact that he didn't travel with the team is a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I think it is too. And I just want them to tell me, hey, it's a sprained wrist. Hey, it's bizarre. Because usually with injuries, we have a sense of what the injury is. And with this, it's more like, yeah, we'll see when he's back. So that is something we'll keep our eye on. Devin, we appreciate you hopping in.
Thank you.
Of course.
Being
Thanks,
in studio.
guys.
And I know you'll be listening for the next Hughes Clue.
Oh, I'm locked in.
Yes.
I can't wait to find out what it is.
Yes, it can't be worse than the first one.
It probably.
Well,
is that a challenge?
No, I can't. No, I take it back. I don't want to challenge that. All right. 215-592-9494. Let's go to Bob in Jersey. What's up, Bob?
Bob.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you doing?
Hey, Bob. What's up?
So I'm a Castellanos fan. I think he contributes to the game. He contributes. He plays every day. He works. He hits the balls. He gets the bases moved. As far as the Rob Thompson thing, if he disrespected him, obviously you can't do that to your manager. But he contributes. He's a good guy. He's part of the energy. If they last night they had no energy at all. He was out. Not saying that they would have won the game if he was in, but he's part of the energy. He's part of the clubhouse, and he contributes a lot to the game. I mean, he has his issues.
Bob, I agree with that. I agree. He's a contributor. He's not as great of a player as Harper or Schwarber, but he's a part of this and has been for years. I agree with you.
Yeah, he's part of the energy, and I mean, I want to know what he said. It had to be like you guys have been saying. He was in front of other teammates where he had to do something, or you can't disrespect your manager, obviously. But if he had other guys in the room and he said it in front of a bunch of people, he kind of had to do what he had to do. But I don't agree with the breaking the streak either. I mean, you took the wind out of the guy's sail. You already had a bad night last night. You're pulling the energy away from him, and if he is as sensitive as everybody's saying, of course he's going to be not coming out and be 100%. It's in your mind. It's in your head.
Well, it is now. Yeah, Bob, it just felt to me like Topper picked a very odd moment to create this. I mean, this is Topper created. I mean, it's not Castellanos didn't just mouth off for no reason. He took him out of the game. I mean, that started this, and it broke precedent. And, Bob, that's where I come down, why now? I get it. He's not a good defensive right fielder. He hasn't been a good defensive right fielder since the moment he got here. But now, all of a sudden, on a Monday night against the Marlins, we're doing this? It's bizarre to me. Bob, what do you got for us for Hughes Clues? Yeah. What is your guess? Phillies tickets online, something that brings Hugh joy.
Oh, man.
Keep it clean, Bob. Keep it clean.
That's a tough one.
It is.
That's a tough one. maybe a good meal.
Well, yeah, a good meal brings everyone joy. Bob, that's a good guess. It's not it.
Bad guess.
Yeah, well, actually, every guess is going to be a decent guess because you gave a clue that was so open-ended.
Yeah, it was a vague clue.
That's on you.
That's what this is designed not to give it away with the first guess.
See, but I'm not going to be mad at any of the responses. I'm not as mad at Castellanos as the rest of you. This is your Topper in this. You started this.
Well,
and now you have to expect the responses.
But we all know that. I mean, if you want to be honest about it, the first couple callers, they're basically sacrificial lambs.
Wow.
So unless they can think on a deeper level.
Did you hear? This is like you yesterday saying that everyone that was on your side was delusional.
I mean, we are. Mm-hmm. But see, listen, this is where you could be delusional in sports. I think I should have been clearer.
Well, yeah, that was your fault.
You can't be delusional in real life.
Sometimes they coexist.
They kind of overlap just a little bit. Yeah. But I should have been clearer, and we can be delusional in our sports takes. But in real life, the rules are a little different. In real life.
A little bit. Most people don't realize that, though. That's part of the problem with this world. They're just delusional in everything.
Some people listen, and they get caught on one side, or they hear certain things.
Yeah.
And it's like, dog, what's wrong with you? stop living in your mom's basement or wherever it is you're staying, residing. You know, just get out and see people.
Yeah, get out, see people, and play Who's Clues. Lisa in Delaware's up. Hey, Lisa. Lisa.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh,
How are you?
good, Lisa. What's up?
going on?
Hey, guys. It's great to talk to you. I've been listening for a while, first-time caller. I guess the Castellano fueled me today to call. So let's just start by saying I love Casty. I'm the first one to send a good meme of him to friends. But I'm also a teacher. So I'm going to kind of go at this from a teacher angle. You said earlier, Joe, thinking about, well, why is he looking around and he's saying, hey, the other kids are getting away with it. Why can't I?
Right.
Well, it's an individualized situation, right? And we're not talking about kids. We're talking about grown adults. But in a classroom as a teacher, I have to set the rules. I have to make sure that everybody knows this is what we need to do. And sometimes what looks right for you doesn't look right for somebody else. So with a grown adult, I guarantee you Topper had a conversation with him. He did not go into this cold. He knew what was going to happen. And whatever he did or said, it was egregious. It had to have been, because there's no way he would have benched him. And I think that, you made the comment also that, well, if you just yelled at me, that's fine. Well, I can tell you as a teacher in a classroom, when a kid yells at you, if he gets away with it, everyone gets away with it. So you really do have to set those ground rules and individualize things. So I think, no, he's benched.
I understand your point. My wife's a teacher, Lisa, so I get the perspective you're coming from. The one thing I would say is, to me, a little bit different is they're highly emotional athletes are going to sometimes pop off. Right? Like I mentioned the Jalen Carter yelling at Nick Sirianni on the sideline.
Yep.
I said sometimes I think a coach has to put his foot down, and I agree with you, just like a teacher does to kind of maintain the order of a classroom. But sometimes I think a coach just kind of have to almost understand that. Like, hey, I'm dealing with really highly emotional athletes that are trying to win, and sometimes they're going to pop off. Like, I'm not, again, he crossed the line. I understand Topper's upset. I just wonder that line of, do I really bench him? Because it's not just a benching. He ended his streak. I mean, we know how much that means to him. And I feel like he made a pretty strong example of him yesterday.
I mean, and I agree. And I think that if it wasn't something that was clearly egregious, either towards him or towards, Rojas or another player, he wouldn't have done that. I mean, as a teacher, there's times you have to enforce a consequence that could keep a kid out of an important game.
Right.
But you know what? You have to do that. And I tell my students, when you go into real life and you're working with a boss, you're not allowed to pop off in any other profession. And I understand the sensitivity factor, but at the same time, where do you draw the line and just let everybody be emotional and pop off?
It's a fair
Just
point.
a question.
Yeah, no, Lisa, it's a good call. All right, Lisa, what's your guess for Hugh's Clues? Something that brings
Hugh,
you
you're killing
joy.
me.
Yeah.
That could be anything.
I know.
I'm going to say you're on a date with an attractive woman, long talking at Buc-ee's. I'm throwing them all.
Wow.
That's a good guess.
Now, have you ever done that particular date?
I haven't. I have.
A date at Buc-ee's.
A long talking at Buc-ee's date?
I have not met anybody that is as enamored with Buc-ee's as I am.
Well, that's the one if you find them.
That's the one. You marry her.
That's the one. Lisa, that's not the correct answer, but it's a really fun guess. Yeah, that's how you know. That's the test. Long talking at Buc-ee's.
Yeah, long talking at Buc-ee's.
Get live as we
get live at Buc-ee's. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I think she brought up some good points there, right? And like kind of Topper's hand was forced by Castellanos. I want to make one thing clear because we were recklessly speculating there a few minutes ago with Devin about what he maybe said and who he said it to. I would feel differently if the story comes out that he criticized a teammate in the dugout. I think that's a line too far. Now, it's one thing I say Rojas can't hit. He can't do that to his teammate.
No, he can't do it to his teammate.
But if it's just like, hey, bleep you, Rob, I don't think that's benching.
Hold on. Because here's where I think there's a little bit of a double standard.
Okay.
Say we knew what he said to Rob Thompson, and it was something along those lines, like bleep you, or like you said,
just about Rob.
Then then you know what we're coming here and saying. Like, how can Topper just let that happen? No backbone.
Yeah,
Bench him. Hold on.
You be talking about how
in
soft
week
he is.
14, Jalen Carter had to be separated from Sirianni. He didn't take him off the field.
Right. But what did we say about Nick Sirianni? He has no control of his team. That was what the story was.
But okay, so that was. And that was the reaction. But Sirianni knew his team, right? He knew his player. He knew he had a hothead that he had to give him space. And that kid helped him win the Super Bowl.
Right.
But you got to know your people.
Well, yes, but also Jalen Carter is a much more impactful
I
player than Nick
understand that.
Castellanos.
But again, I think this is part of this. Nick doesn't know who he is. I mean this sincerely.
That's his problem.
But as a manager, you have to manage that. You have an ego. Nick Castellanos has a $400 million player ego, and he's a $50 million player. I mean, that's what he is. But you got to manage that as a manager. Like, he thinks of himself as Bryce. He thinks of himself as Schwarber. He thinks he's just as good as Turner. And he's not. I mean, but you got to deal with that as Rob Thompson.
But so, like, I feel like we're almost equating this to him going out. Like, remember Joe Girardi when he was just lifeless the entire time he was here, and then he faked getting thrown out of a game?
Yes.
Like, that's what I feel like we're almost acting like Topper's doing right now. Like, I feel like we're not giving enough credence to the fact that he probably said something that really crossed the line, and he had to do this.
Maybe.
I don't think Topper's an idiot, or he's doing this for posturing or anything.
I don't think so.
Like, this is something that I feel like, to me, when I heard this happened, I immediately thought, well, he must have said something that forced his hand and had to bench
Maybe.
it.
It just feels inconsistent to me. I mean, I can't wait. Well, I don't want it to happen, but
The principality of it.
I'm focused on the next time something similar happens. I don't know if anyone's going to pop off with the words.
Maybe it won't now because of what Topper just did.
But what if it does? What if Bohm talks back when he's talked to?
No, I don't think he will.
Well, then sit his ass on
I'm
the
gonna
bench.
try to put this in context that both you guys understand. Have either one of you ever seen Life? Have you ever seen the movie Life? Eddie Murphy and
a long time ago. Yeah. Okay.
Remember Bug's Life popped into my head.
No, because in the thing, like, Goldmouth tried to take Martin Lawrence's cornbread, right?
Yeah. Oh, you brought this reference up before.
Yeah, and it's like, you can't let him take your cornbread, because if he take your cornbread, then he gonna probably take your Fruit Loops later on. Like, you're gonna put yourself in a position where he's gonna, like, take all your food. So you have to make a stand right there, and that's what Topper did. That's what it kind of sounds like, but there's a lot of layers to this story that we don't know. Now, if it was said about Topper, that's one thing. But if it was said about a teammate and it was that egregious, how does that affect the chemistry in the locker room?
I agree with you. It's a very good point. I go back to this.
I'm a little bit concerned about that. Now, that's where we talk about this, because that's why when I woke up this morning, the first question I had was, okay, what did he say?
Yeah, and look, right now we're being told it was just a Topper thing, right? And that's one thing. If it was about a teammate, that's different. I'm just telling you how I'd feel if I was Nick Castellanos. After years of being here, I always get to stay on the field for defense. Now you take me out in Miami, in my hometown. By the way, last year, the shortstop couldn't catch the ball if it was hit right to him. He never came off the field. We had a better shortstop sitting on the bench. He didn't come off the field last year, but I got to come on. Double standards don't work in locker rooms, and I feel like Topper's created one. You may feel like, get him, Topper, today. He has to deal with this now, though. 215-592-9494. Your phone calls on all this. Plus, something Dombrowski said on Harper's injury before the game that fell by the wayside with all the Castellanos stuff. And another clue for Hughes Clues for a chance to go to the Phillies game with us on Tuesday, July 1st. That's all coming up. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Winning on the field starts with how you recover off the field. And nobody helps you bounce back like my team at the Mattress Warehouse. This 4th of July weekend, this 4th of July, you can celebrate with big savings at Mattress Warehouse, up to $1,200 warehouse-wide. Right now, you can save $500 on the Tempur-Pedic best-selling Breeze mattresses designed to make you feel 10 degrees cooler all night, every night. Plus, this is a big plus, everybody. Get $300 in free accessories with your purchase. If I were you, I would take that $300 and I get a couple pillows, because the pillows are nice, especially if you're getting a new bed. You might as well get some new pillows. Do what I did. Come in today and sleep better tonight during the Mattress Warehouse 4th of July sale. Shop the entire selection and find a location nearest you at mattresswarehouse.com, mattresswarehouse.com.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Trey Turner with another road home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Breaking news, and this one is almost ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
There's nothing better than watching the game live. And with Xfinity Sports and News TV, you can stream over 50 live channels for $150 less than YouTube TV per year. From game time to prime time. It's the local channels you love, the news channels you need, and the sports channels you can't live without. History-making moments aren't going to wait for you, and replays never do it justice. So get Xfinity Sports and News TV today for all the live action you could want. Plus, you can save even more with Peacock Premium. A $7.99 a month value included at no extra cost. Xfinity Sports and News TV. The live TV you love with savings you'll love even more. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Savings compares Xfinity Sports and News TV at $70 per month to YouTube TV at $82.99 per month.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with the little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco brewed from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Mix with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial. What's that? Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Humid with a few showers and storms through the afternoon. High 88.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Baby, come back. Any kind of fool you would see. There was something in everything about you.
Great song.
It is a great song.
Who left, though? Who coming back? Who coming?
Well,
Castellanos?
Castellanos will come back in the lineup today, assuming. But also Bryce Harper. What do you mean you don't know? You don't think he's back in the lineup today? We got ourselves a 5-alarm fire if he's benched again today.
I don't know. We
No. He's not back tonight.
I am recklessly speculating.
Yeah, you're causing problems.
You're the king of that.
If he's not back tonight, we have an issue. I mean, what words could cause you to be out of the lineup for 2 games?
Yeah, we're looking at trade dedeadline stuff. If he's not back.
Yes. I could think of a few.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm reckless.
Don't have him do that. We got to get that dump button ready.
No.
Let's not do that. All right, Bryce Harper, he'll be coming back soon. We think. Who knows? We had Devin in a few minutes ago talking about how kind of bizarre it was that Bryce did not accompany the team on the trip to Miami. But it was Tuesday yesterday, and this just fell totally under the radar because the Castellanos thing took over. But Dave Dombrowski, before the game, he spoke about the Bryce Harper injury situation. I want you to hear this. I want your read on this because it just sounds odd to me the way they're framing Bryce's soon-to-be, maybe return. Here is Dave Dombrowski.
Well, I'm not concerned from what the doctors tell me as far as any type of long-term repercussions. They have found what the issue is, and they've been able to deal with that. Now it's a matter of when he can feel comfortable to play. I don't really know when that's going to be. I don't think it's going to be a long time down the road. And he continues to make strides on a daily basis. But it will be a matter up to him. He's been cleared to go ahead and get back in the lineup whenever he feels comfortable to do that. So he has to work through some things and just in the rehab process, and he's doing that. So I'm not sure the exact return date at this time, but we'll just have to play through it with him. And he works hard and is following the instructions that he needs to follow. So hopefully they'll get him back much sooner than, like I said, later down the line.
A lot of word salad
when he's comfortable.
Yeah. And the doctors have used the word cleared. He's been cleared to come back into the lineup when he's comfortable. What does that mean?
I have no clue. I've never heard anything like that because normally when you're cleared to play, I mean, you're usually with the team, right? Mm-hmm. And you're ramping up to play. Because remember the first year when he came off the injury, when I first got here, we went to Clearwater. And we saw him ramping up, getting ready to, play. I don't understand that. I don't understand what he's trying to relay when he says it like that. He's cleared to play, but he'll come back when he's ready.
And also he said it not a long time. I mean, he's almost speaking in 2 different timelines. One, it won't be long, but also it's probably not short. It's all depending on when Bryce wants to come back. I mean, the biggest encouraging thing I heard there was they don't believe this is going to be a lingering thing for years to come. Once it's better, it should be better. That being said, I mean, he did deal with this last year, and now we're doing it again this year. But all right, so they don't think this is going to be like a reoccurring thing down the line. Great. But not a long time, and he's cleared when he's comfortable? Again, no one tells me what the injury is. Why is this so hard? What is his injury? I've been asking the same question for 2 weeks, and no one says it. I've never seen an injury to a player where they won't say even a strain. There's no word, no medical word to what his injury is. I've never seen anything like this.
Carpal tunnel? I'm recklessly speculating.
That seems bad. Is that bad?
Well,
do people still get that? Because no one writes anymore.
It's funny. I've seen people that have the little brace that they wear on their wrist.
Yeah. But do you used to get it from writing, with a pen?
Yeah, I think so. And but it's the nerves and the tendons in the arm writing or something.
But who writes anymore? Do people get screen issues?
Well,
with their fingers?
I think that people that type might have it as I use my fingers to air type. I don't know. I mean, I guess somebody that works in the office will have to give us that information.
Yeah,
but I think it's still a thing, though.
Carpal tunnel still a thing?
It probably is. Let me just
ask AI what's going on over there. All right, 215-592-9494.
This is what we do now.
Yeah, we're going to use AI to figure things out. All right, before we go back to the phone lines, you can react to the Bryce thing and, of course, Castellanos. Team Topper, Team Castellanos, which side do you come down on? Look, I'm not mad at Rob Thompson, and I understand if he felt like he had to do something. I just feel like this was a step that was too far to bench him for the game. I mean, I just didn't think it was necessary. You take him out of the game, he mouths off, deal with it. Talk it out like grown-ups. I thought he went really far by benching him, specifically, yes, where they are down in Miami, and you could say, no, you don't care. Okay, he cares. The player cares, obviously. And his streak. I mean, they played him all year last year with the streak, and now all of a sudden, because he mouths off, the streak is over? I don't know. You're dealing with a very sensitive player, and Topper. You know that phrase you lose the battle to win the war.
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid he won a battle and is going to lose a war with this guy. I mean, like, if the guy sulks and he gives you nothing the rest of the year and he sits in the corner crying, or maybe not crying, but like upset, then what did we accomplish here?
Well, so let me equate this to, and I know these are two adults, and I don't have kids, but if you're ever punished or something, you're playing a video game, you rack up a ton of progress in the game, right? But you say F you to your parents or something like that makes them have to discipline you.
Yeah, the game's off,
and they're going to shut the game off,
right.
no matter whether you saved it or not.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude.
So
that's just discipline. That's how it works. Something you love, see ya.
Yeah, and I understand that. But all right, to further the example, as we're using the kids thing here, you have two kids, and one, doesn't clean their room, and the other one, you say you punish one for not like. Topper's not consistent. I guess that's the best way I could frame this. We've had other players here that have been, in my mind, worthy enough to come off the field for defense late in the game. We don't do that. But we decide after 3 years of Castellanos being a below-average defender, now's the day, in the middle of the game, in Miami, you're off the field. I mean, if I'm Topper, I was expecting him to say something when he came into that dugout. All right, where do you guys come down? 215-592-9494. Hugh, though, do you have anything on carpal tunnel and another Hughes quote?
Yeah, it's still common.
It's still common?
It's still common. It involves the compression of the median nerve in the wrist, leading to pain, numbness, and tightening in the hand and fingers. While some cases can be managed with conservative treatments, others may require surgery. So, yeah, it's still a thing.
And this was the AI portion of the show
the AI.
for today.
Yeah, we do AI
Well, we might
now.
have another one later. All right. What do you got for a second clue, Hughes clues? Because that first clue.
Are we getting a second clue?
Let me say, it's one of your worst first clues in a while.
I'm consistent.
Yeah. No. Well, I guess you are.
Consistently.
Bad. Okay. What do you got?
This has been around for at least 60 years.
All right. Well, at least that's something.
It's been around for at least 60 years.
So this gives you joy.
Yeah, it gives me joy.
And it's been around for at least 60 years. This could be like a 60-year-old person.
I mean, can I give like when you hear it, it has a distinct sound.
Okay. Well, I think you help. I think this was a better clue. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Well, I kind of that's clue 2 and 2A.
Okay.
Like a bonus clue.
So that could help people, or you could feel embarrassed when you give out 5 clues and no one gets it by 1:45 today. We'll see. We'll see where this goes. Will in the Northeast. Hey, Will.
Oh man, I knew y'all was going to get me there.
What's up, Will?
Hey, what's going on, Dream Team? How y'all doing today?
Good, Will.
What's
What's
going
up?
on?
Hey, you, come on, man.
What I do?
Get him, Will.
That's a great clue.
Yeah, it was. Oh man, yeah, I was on my way with something else, but I would say with Castellanos, that's my guy.
I know.
Like you said, man, Rob been letting him play through everything, man, and you got to give him a little leeway for that. You know what I'm saying? He was struggling. He's been struggling, but also you got to give him his props too. He's been the most hardest worker on the team, and guess what? He's been improving. I ain't gonna front, Costi. You're a little slow, man. You got to get a little faster. You know what I mean? Because you're a little slow, like on your reaction part. But for other than that, he been hitting, man. He been when everybody got cold, he was still hot. So let's not take that out of the equation now. But Costi, listen, man, get over that. Get a homer and a grand slam again today, baby. I'm always on your side. And for the Phillies, man, listen, man, y'all got to tighten up. And what I think he said to Rob, man, to be honest, he pulled his coattail. See, he pulled Rob too. He said, listen, man, you need to do a better job managing. And he do. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to keep it real. But other than that, man, I think Costi going to have a great game. I don't think he's going to hold that and let that bother his game. But, just kiss and make up, man. Let's go ahead and win this.
Well, that's what we need to do. The best thing today will be 2 hits by Castellanos, first 2 at-bats, and we all move on. We'll see. Will, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? What is he talking about today?
Oh, man. You said it got a distinct sound, Hugh?
Yeah, it sounds like nothing else.
Oh, man. A Sophie?
A Sophie?
Not that, Nick Castellanos.
You talking about the ice cream truck?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Softy. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Actually, I think that's
a good guess.
It could bring you joy if you like ice cream.
Yeah, if you're an ice cream person.
Well, who's not an ice cream person?
Well, some people don't like to go. I think when the Mr. Softy truck come around, it's a money grab.
Well,
because
you
they always
think that
do it
about
in the
everything,
neighborhood.
yeah.
Well, they do it in like when the kids, especially when the kids outside, you hear it. And then all you hear is screaming, "Oh, the Softy truck! I need some ice cream."
But it doesn't mean you don't like ice cream. You just like money more than ice cream.
I mean, it's just like I just think it's a money grab.
I'm gonna take an answer off the board for a distinct sound.
He's a good player. 17 and a half sacks last year.
I like Trey. Excuse me. You just wanted to do that. It's okay.
It's a distinct sound.
It is a distinct sound.
It's okay.
Not sure it brings you joy though.
It actually brings him the opposite. I think there's shame in there.
It's not. Let me tell you.
But compared to last year,
dude, I did it again.
You all right over there?
I feel like I'm being humbled right now.
Well,
Just keeping stuff.
You're supporting Castellanos being humbled. We got to humble you. So
I mean, every now and then you have to be humbled.
Yeah.
I think he did. I'm super curious about what he said.
Do you think it will come out at any point? So the only way for it to come out is someone in that dugout, right? So that means a coach or a player would have to, have loose lips and let
loose
someone
lips sink ships.
And they do. I'd be disappointed in the Phillies if it came out because that means something. Because there's no media people in the dugout, right? And the only people that know are uniformed members of the Phillies. I guess you could throw a trainer in there, then on uniform. But there's very few people that know what he said, right? Maybe there's 20, 25 people in earshot, whatever the number is in that dugout. Do you think it will come out? I don't think it will.
Yeah, I don't think we'll. I think it will.
Do you think it will?
Yeah, I think it's bad. Well,
I hope it doesn't.
I hope this. I agree with you.
because I think it's bad. I think it's bad. I think
like really offensive.
Yes. I mean, but I'm always extreme.
Yeah, you are.
In my thought process. Because it makes no sense. Because everything that you said is true about how Topper has handled these guys. We've even had conversations several times about how Topper's too laid back. I mean, think about that for a minute. We complained about the fact that Topper didn't swing on anybody when Bryce got hit in the elbow.
I don't want Topper to swing.
Well, you know what I mean.
I know.
It just sounds better when I, embellish it like that. Since I'm already embellishing these stories the way that I am. I just feel like it might be more egregious than that.
If it comes out and it's not that bad, would you guys change your mind on Topper? What if you just walked in like, you're a bleeping moron? Like, is that worth a benching?
In front of the rest of the team?
Oh,
yes.
Come on.
Are you kidding me?
I don't think it is.
I don't think he played tonight.
You don't think he plays tonight?
No, come on.
He's playing tonight.
I am.
If you call the manager a moron in front of the rest of the team,
but that's
are you joking?
I mean, but Topper's got to handle it.
Hugh, what if you called Andy a moron in front of everybody?
I don't think that's enough to get me benched.
That's what I mean. I don't think it is.
But first of all, football maybe a little bit different. There's 17 games.
If I said something a little bit more spicy, I mean, which I'm not going to give you an example.
You don't think calling Andy Reid a moron would lead to any sort of discipline?
I basically said, well, this is when he first got here. I said that he didn't know what he was doing. I said this mofo didn't know what he was doing.
Say this happens all the time.
How dare you?
I mean, but this was early on.
You should have been
in my my interactions with Coach Reid.
You doubted maybe the greatest coach of all time.
Didn't know what he was doing.
And you're a football guy?
Yeah.
And that was when you actually were a football guy.
I feel like this could potentially be a lot worse than we think it is. Because it's out of Topper's. I think the thing that we're missing is that this is nothing that this is off brand for Topper.
Yes.
You know what I mean? This is not Topper's brand.
Totally.
Topper is the laid back coach's guy. Like he's the player's coach and all this other stuff, and he doesn't really get outside his square a whole lot. This might be worse. This might be way worse than we think it is.
How does this not tell you everything you need to know? Like that this was necessary. Everything we know about Rob Thompson. Like, again, I don't think this is a posturing thing, or this is like, he's putting something on display or putting on airs or anything like that. Like, it feels like, I don't know how to say it any other than like, this seems pretty obvious that this had to be done.
Well, you also have to know the player, though. Like, whatever happened, this story will be written with the rest of the season, right? Like the Jimmy Rollins thing with Charlie Manuel. They won the World Series. Those guys figured it out. Charlie felt he had to discipline him, but take him out of the game, right? He wasn't hustling, and Jimmy responded. Like, that's the story now. Like, whatever you think on today, we're reacting to it. But if Castellanos goes in the tank for the next 3 months and he looks like he's disinterested, It's on Topper.
No, that's on Nick Castellanos.
Yeah, it's
no, it's not.
I disagree.
It's entirely on Nick Castellanos.
No, we always talk about teachers, right? Like Hugh blames the students.
Yes.
The manager's got to get the most out of the player. If you know this guy is sensitive, which we know he is, then maybe you got to let things go.
But it's baseball, dude. He's paid $100 million. Go out there and swing the freaking bat, mister. I don't have a college degree. I hit baseballs. Quit sulking. Go out there. Shake it off. Forget about it. If anyone has dog mentality, it should be Nick Castellanos.
I wish he did. Yeah, I don't know if he does.
And see, this is where, if Nick is feeling that way, I have a problem with that because going into the season, this was a season of uncertainty, correct? Because you ran it back.
Still is.
You know, and the consensus was we're trying to get to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
If you are in your feelings to the point where you can't take discipline and you want to sulk and you want to undermine the team, then like we talk about taking the pledge, you didn't really take the pledge. You didn't really believe in the squad because that, to me, is a lot. For you to be in your feelings, like, because this is what we're talking about. For what we know, you're upset. And I'm just going to, simplify it as much as I can. You're upset because you got benched at home in front of your friends.
I think that's a big part of it. And a lot of people out there I know are saying they don't care. But he does.
You got benched at home in front of your friends.
Yep.
One game. And the Mets lost last night, right? The Mets lost, right?
The Mets lost in extras to the Braves.
And we were 2.5 games. Was it 2.5 games behind the Mets?
Just two now.
Two.
Okay, well, you know I'm going with this. And you're in your feelings about being benched and we're trying to win games? Like, there's bigger picture stuff here.
I agree. And I'm not saying this is a good character trait of Castellanos', but it is. Let me read you this. This is from the story yesterday before the game started without him in it. This is from Charlotte Varnes covering the Phillies for The Athletic, all right? This is about the game on Monday. They won this game. This is the game he was taken out for defense. This is how the story starts. She's there. She's covering the team. He sat alone, chair facing the center of the Phillies clubhouse, staring straight ahead. Teammates laughed and chatted around him. Orion Kerkering's first career save and Monday's 5-2 win lingering among the group. Nick Castellanos did not take part. It was an unceremonious ending to an unceremonious night for the Phillies right fielder. He's a baby, guys. Like
so grow
that's a problem.
up. But
that's a
you
problem.
think this many years in the big leagues, he's going to change? I mean, this is who he is.
So
You got to manage him.
If that's the case, then he's unfixable.
Let me say this.
So how do we get the best out of him? Do we take him out of games in the middle of the game
Light
in
a
Miami?
fire under his ass and tell him that you do this again. You're sitting again.
If
you want to play or
Sit
not?
him all season? What are they going to do now?
If he's sulking because he got benched or he wasn't a contributor.
So this was when he was taken out on defense.
That's what I'm saying. In front of his friends and family members, because we're trying to win a game. That's a whole problem.
I know.
And I've ridden with you all last year. I let you do whatever you wanted to do last year. But when I'm trying to win a game, your friends watching you catch a baseball or not catch one and seeing you out there bothers you to the point where you want to say something egregious enough for me to bench you before the game?
I'm not saying you guys are wrong, and it is annoying and frustrating. I wish he had more dog mentality. But when you have this kind of player, you can deal with it a couple different ways. You could try to get the most out of him the way you have the last couple years. Like, this is a major change. Like, I agree with everyone that says this is probably not the first time this happened. So Topper just decided now we're going a different direction. But after all these years.
I don't think it's just now. Like, something happened that was different from the past. You know
He
what
popped
this
off. He popped off.
Yeah.
He popped. Yes, he did.
You know what this is, Hugh, from Joe?
What was that?
This is Major League Buddies.
It's
Major
not.
League Buddies.
It's so Major League Buddies.
No. What you're doing is you're trying to put everyone in the same bucket. I realize he's a lost cause, so I got to get the most out of this guy.
Yeah, but I'm trying to win baseball.
Yeah, I am too, but they got to win a game tonight.
Okay, look. First of all, they're playing the Marlins.
Oh, they lost last night.
I know, but so say I'm in high school. I get pretty good grades, right? Like I'm a B student, but I'm kind of a class clown. This is all probably pretty true.
This sounds spot on.
And one day the teacher says, "You know what? You're going to the principal's office. You're getting detention or something like that." And it sort of embarrasses me in front of the class. We have a test the next day, and I fail it. Are my parents going to be like, "That's on the teacher. Don't discipline my son for being a jerk"? No, dude, get it together.
Right, and if I'm Nick Castellanos' parents, I'm annoyed at him. But I'm not his parents. I'm a fan, and I want the best out of him. The whole thing by Topper strikes me as odd that we just reverse course after being Mr. Nice Guy all these years. Now we're benching guys that end in streaks. Ken and Cinnaminson. What's up, Ken?
Ken.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good
What's
morning,
up, Ken?
So Kyle keeps, borrowing the word that I said to him when I called through, posturing. As Polonius said in Hamlet, to thine own self be true. This is not Rob Thompson, and it is entirely posturing. And this is Jim Leland's one of my favorite managers ever. You guys, I think, know that. I've brought him up several times. I have no problem benching a guy. I've seen video of Jim Leland telling Barry Bonds when he was with the Pirates, if you don't like it this way, you can get the F out. So I have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is that, like you said earlier, this is not the first time. So, I mean, if you spank a puppy, which you should never do, but if you spank a puppy the 5th time it chews your couch and you don't do anything to it the first 4 times, you can't spank that puppy the 5th time. I mean,
it doesn't understand. It doesn't connect the dots. Like you're right. It doesn't make sense.
I reject that there is even a line, because when you've got Taijuan Walker out there on social media, when they're in the postseason, ripping the manager about the fact that he's not even on the playoff roster.
Huey brings up a good point.
They come back
That's why
for
I say
2024, and he's like, "Oh no, we're all good. We're good. We're all good." And then he just keeps giving Taijuan Walker the baseball, and he's a dumpster fire every time, and he just keeps handing the baseball every day.
But hold on. I feel like this is a very different situation. First of all, you can't bench a player who's already on the bench with Taijuan liking tweets about whatever was happening in the postseason.
Sure, but it is a why me now?
No.
Like that's I think that's the point. It's why, if I'm Nick, why me now? Not Taijuan, not Trey's defense last year. Me now. Why?
But you don't think there's any possibility that when the offseason happened, Rob Thompson and Taijuan had a chat and talked it out? Like, it might not have been made public what happened.
But why couldn't that happen yesterday instead of the benching? We talk it out. Maybe Nick would apologize. We all move on. Instead, he said, no, I'm benching you, and I'm ending your streak.
Because probably what happened is, and from what we know, this happened in front of the rest of the guys on the clubhouse.
Right.
Castellanos brought it public in terms of to the fans and to the teammates. So, like, I mean, if nothing had happened, or if Topper didn't say, like, why he was giving him a day off, or just said, I'm giving him a day off, we all would have been like, what the hell is he doing? Something's up. Like, there was, like, I don't know. The posturing thing seems like a joke to me, if you really think that.
It's not Rob Thompson. And Joe, I would say it's not why me now. It's just why now, period. I mean, if it's not the first time, then why now? And look, am I real? If I'm a player on that team, if I'm Kyle Schwarber or Trey Turner or anybody else on that team, even Brandon Marsh, and I hear Nick Castellanos say to Rob Thompson when he's pulling him out for defensive purposes, which I have no problem with. Again, I have no problem with the manager managing the team. But if I hear Nick Castellanos saying to Rob Thompson, you're taking me out to put one of the statistically worst hitters in baseball in the game in my place, do I have a problem with that? Like, Johan Rojas is one of the statistically worst hitters in baseball. He ranks like 266 out of 282 qualifying hitters in baseball for OPS. So if you're going to say this is, Nick Castellanos is an emotional guy, I love his fire, I love all this stuff, and this is not the first time, then you can't all of a sudden say, oh, no, well, now there's a line, and you just crossed it. Because I have no idea where that line is, and that's the point.
Yeah,
but you don't have to know what the line is.
Yeah, but there hasn't been a line before.
No, that's between Topper and Castellanos. What that line is.
But now it's between us.
It could have always been the same line.
But now we know about it. But now we all know.
We don't know what.
Sounds like a lot.
Well, we don't know what the line is. We never will know what the line is. All we know is Topper said he crossed it.
He did. All right, get Ken's Hughes Coos guest off the air, because that sounded like someone was beeping pretty loud.
And by the way,
maybe at me.
Nick Castellanos is not a freaking dog. Like, that's disrespectful to his intelligence. Like that. No, but talking about spanking a puppy.
I know. But
like, what are we doing here?
Right. But the idea is, if you.
He's a grown man.
You have to be consistent with a team. You have to be consistent.
How do we know this is inconsistent? Well, it's just the first time that he said he crossed the line.
Well, that's fine, but who caused him to cross the line?
Castellanos crossed the line.
The manager, who never does this. He lets the bad defenders play all the time. I got to leave my guys on the field.
Not all the time. He does this with the outfield constantly.
Not Castellanos.
Right, but Castellanos is Castellanos is forcing his hand. He stinks out there right now.
He's been terrible. I know. And last year, the shortstop was terrible. And he never came off the field. Sosa's a better shortstop. Like, it would bother me if I'm Castellanos. I'm not trying to excuse his behavior. I'm just telling you if it was me, I'd say, you let that guy stay in the field all the time. It's ridiculous. 215-592-9494. All right, speaking of ridiculous, Elliott Shore Parks revealed his top 11 yesterday. You got to hear this. We'll get to that. Your phone calls as well on the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hatfield just dropped something special, y'all. It's marinated carnitas. They're boneless pork roast. I said that right, didn't I? Marinated carnitas, boneless pork roast. Said it kind of slow. That's why I got messed up. It's tender, juicy, flavor for days. I've had this. It's pretty darn good, everybody. This isn't your average pork roast. This is a next-level pork roast. The new Hatfield Marinated Carnitas pork roast is perfect for Sunday dinner or whenever you want to feel like a hero without breaking a sweat. Trust me, you're going to want to grab one of these, or maybe two. Put some pork on your fork. Hit up simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you. Hatfield, better care, better pork.
Hackers suck. So does juggling multiple apps to run your business. When your IT stack is cluttered, productivity drops and security risks rise. Meet Trust UC from Telesystem, the app that cleans up your digital dumpster fire. Integrated video, voice, chat, and AI-powered messaging, plus built-in cybersecurity awareness training and 24/7 dark web monitoring. Boost your productivity, cut your costs, and help strengthen your security posture. Visit hackersuck.com for more. IT is about trust.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower and hot it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeServices.com.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
You know when it's getting hot outside, you have to make sure it's staying hot inside.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Keep it hot inside, specifically in the bedroom.
Still don't get it.
Blue Chew, numbnuts. He's talking about Blue Chew.
Oh, of course.
We know you've heard us talk about Blue Chew, and we know that you've thought about it. You just want to be able to perform at your very best.
Boy, do we have a good offer for you. How about for free? Your first month is for free.
Just go to BlueChew.com, meet with one of their medical professionals, and use code 94 at checkout, and your first month is free. All you have to do is pay for the shipping, which is like $5.
We love Blue Chew because it's chewable, it's made and shipped right here in the USA, so they keep the price down, and since it's all online, no awkward doctor visits or long lines at the pharmacy.
It's the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin, but everything else is better.
So go to BlueChew.com
and use that code 94 for your first month for free, and then you'll be ready to
chew it and do it.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
The brand new summer menu is out at McGurk's. Get ready to drool over a mouth-watering smash burger packed with so much flavor. And wait until you try the lobster roll. Fresh, shocked in-house. The ultimate summer delight. Grab your crew and head over to McGurk's today.
In a world parched for excitement, one drink will emerge. Twisted Tea, the refreshing thrill ride of flavor. Recreating its classic role as the hard iced tea that goes down smooth. Twisted Tea doesn't just taste like real iced tea, it's made with real brewed tea and a 5% kick of alcohol. Taste the adventure with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO, saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sportsman. It's sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Lamar and the Ravens are negotiating again. Just 2 years after trade tweets, drawn-out talks, and a last-minute deal that made him the face of the franchise, he followed it with another MVP, but not the playoff run to match. Last time, fans rallied behind him. This time, if things drag, will the public still see a star being undervalued or a superstar who can't close in January? I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls on the Nick Castellanos, Rob Thompson situation, which led to Castellanos' bench last night. The streak is over, and now we find out where it goes starting tonight. Joining us, though, right now, with a lot to talk about, is Elliott Shore-Park, sponsored by Cozy Jewelers. Step up to the 50. That's color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. Elliott, how are we doing today?
What up? A lot to talk about. You're right. Excited to get into all of it.
All right, let's start. And we saw you here this morning, so let's start with the topic at hand today. Where do you come down, and what's your reaction to the Castellanos Rob Thompson situation, which went from 0 to 60 pretty fast with a benching for a guy that's played every game for years?
Yeah, I think it's really, really bad, and I think people are in somewhat denial about what this could be an indication of. I guess the best way I would try to explain my opinion on it is, imagine this happened last year with the Sixers. Imagine if Joel yelled at Nick Nurse walking off the court and he got suspended for a game, or if Tyrese Maxey did it. We would all sit there and go, dysfunctional team, they don't get along, this is why they lose in the playoffs. And the Phillies are the Sixers at this point. I know they advanced further in 2022, which is a difference, but they've gone from the World Series to the NLCS to losing in the first round to now, I would say, having not a terrible year for sure, but I think there's definitely been players that have not performed. They're on their last leg. This is it. The ship is going down. Maybe they'll go on a run into postseason, but this is another indication, in my opinion, of that they can feel the tension. I'm sure it wasn't the first time he said something to Topper. Otherwise, there's no way he would have suspended him. And they're just a team that's falling apart. So could they make a postseason run? Sure. Anything's possible. But I think if you look at what's happening, it's very clear what's happening. They're falling apart.
Well, hopefully that's not it. But there's obviously some indications that the thing is not as strong as we want it to be right now. Elliot, I made the comparison earlier, Nick Sirianni, and the Eagles have a lot of strong personalities, and I would be surprised if a guy yelled at Sirianni on the sideline. We saw Jalen Carter do it last year, and he benched him. Like, it's one thing to take a player off the field for a offense defense thing like he did, in that game, and he felt it was the right decision. But he invited an emotional player to get emotional. Like, I just think the benching yesterday was heavy-handed because he got emotional in the dugout. It just feels like something Nick Sirianni wouldn't do.
And I do think Castellanos overreacted just to get pulled late in the game and to react like that. Now I guess there's no video of it. No one knows what he said. So who knows? But obviously it was bad enough where Topper felt the need to pull him. And the thing that can't be lost in this too is it did end his consecutive start streak, which is a big deal to get rid of. Just to pull that, I mean, if he was on no streak, it would still be a big deal. But there is, without question, another layer of this decision where if you pull him, that matters. And I would also say, just from my experience covering the Eagles all these years, and not the Phillies as closely as I cover the Eagles, but when something like this happens, normally it's been happening for a while, and then we just hear about it. You brought up the Jalen Carter thing where he yelled at Nick last year. I think a better indication would probably, or a better comparison would be when he was suspended or, didn't start that one game.
Atlanta, week 2.
Yeah, right, exactly. Like, that was not a one-time offense thing. That was probably, hey, we need you to take this more seriously based off a few things, and here's how we're going to show you that. I think with Castellanos, the chances this is a one-time thing are extremely slim. And if it is, then that's a massive overreaction by Topper, which also speaks to the fact that things don't seem to be great with that team right now. So again, I just think people are in denial that we're just watching the Sixers all over again. No one wanted to believe in the Sixers at the end. I don't see why people believe in the Phillies.
Yeah, neither situation is good, right? If it's a multi-time thing, that's not good. And if he did overreact to one thing, that's not great either on Topper. So there's a lot going on with the Phillies. All right, Elliot, before we get to a topical thing for next week with the Sixers and your reaction to the Ace Bailey story yesterday, we got to go through your top 11 list. Hugh, did you hear or see Elliot's top 11?
No, I saw his number 1, and then he had he channeled his inner Ike Reese, and he put the whole offensive line up there. I saw a little bit of it, so I saw a few things.
Felt like cheating, the O-line thing.
I got to say that the afternoon show making this rule and then Jack not doing it feels like a real betrayal there. Like, they made the rule. I didn't come up with the Eagles offensive line thing. They said that you were allowed to do it. I did it playing by the rules, and now I'm being shamed for it. Yep. It feels very unfair.
Well, okay, so I guess it's their rule, but doesn't it feel like a cop-out? I mean, you get to include, I don't even know if you think of the right guard as part of it, or just like the 4 guys you might consider, right? Mailata, Lane, Dickerson, Cam. It feels like, I don't know, when I look at your list and I look at Ike's list, it feels like 8, 9, 10, 11, they're not really on the list. They're just kind of stuffed in there because we could have 5 guys at number 2.
Well, of course it's a cop-out. It's absolutely a cop-out, but they invented the rule. I will say, for those that are so offended by this, if I had to not do offensive line as one thing, I would put Lane at number 2, where I currently have the offensive line,
right,
and I would take Devontae off of 11 and put Mailata there. So for everyone that's so offended by this Eagles offensive line grouping, that's how I would do it if I had to play by not the rules.
Oh, I'm glad we cleared that up. All right, we're past that now. All right, some of the things I like on the list. I mean, I'm with you on Kyle Schwarber. Both had him at 5. He is a more productive player right now than Bryce. But Elliot, number 1, Jalen Hurts. I mean, I know I was in the car yesterday, so I heard you. But I just want you to take us through your thinking as you got there. How is he above Saquon Barkley? Like, he's just not as good of a player.
So I'm not watching the YouTube right now. Do you have your doctor's coat on again?
I do not today.
No, you don't have
diagnose me? No, because I actually think in some ways you're the one that needs the diagnosing and has the amnesia.
Well, I was called a quack yesterday. I was called a quack.
I mean, do you remember the Super Bowl? Like, it did happen.
Very
right?
well. Do you remember weeks, I don't know, like, 6, 7, 5, 3, when the 1 through 4?
I do.
Okay.
I do. But you know what? Where have we gotten to as a media and as a media base and a fan base where we are prioritizing weeks 6, 7, 3, and whatever as much as we're prioritizing the Super Bowl? For as long as I have been in Philadelphia, there are 2 things that have mattered more than anything else. 1, the quarterback of the Eagles, and 2, the postseason. And if you want to say we're exaggerating on the postseason, ask Joel how much the postseason means, because Joel has been extremely dominant regular season player, but I guarantee you, if I asked you on any given day what you think of Joel, you would say his career is remembered for losing in the postseason.
Yes.
So the hypocrisy for you to now prioritize the regular season over what Jalen did in the postseason goes against everything we've ever done in this city. So for me,
so it's not hypocrisy because this is where the amnesia
you just brought up week 6 and 7 when I said he won the Super Bowl.
Well, how about this? How about week 19 or whatever the heck the divisional round was? Elliot, we're acting as if every playoff game was dominant. He was this close to the reason they got knocked out by the Rams. He took 7 sacks, a safety included in that, and a sack to take him out of field goal range. That happened 2 weeks before the Super Bowl.
You're right.
So when we say postseason, we're lumping everything in. He was not very good in the Rams game. I think we all know that. He was probably the biggest reason they were not going to move on if not for Jalen Carter's sack. So, I can't just pretend it's all great when the postseason was just like the regular season. He had ups and downs.
Nobody's asking you to pretend. No one's asking you to forget the regular season. No one's asking you to forget the Rams game. I think what I'm asking of you is, if I could put my doctor coat on, is to correctly prioritize what the different things are. You're right. They almost lost to the Rams.
Yes.
Welcome to every postseason run ever by a champion, right? The Eagles in 2017. Nick Foles wasn't great against the Falcons. Guess what? We never talk about that Falcons game. When we talk about Nick, we bring up the championship game and the Super Bowl. I hear nobody ever bring up, well, he wasn't great against the Falcons. So you're right. Jalen was not great against the Rams. He was not. But when the two most important games of the year were played, the two most important games, by a mile, he was unbelievable in those two games. So I will give you and acknowledge that, yes, there were stretches where he was not good. I just don't see how a true football man like you can prioritize those over the postseason. It makes zero sense to me.
Well, but because we're talking about who's the best player in the city, not hey, what matters to me more. Of course, what you're saying, I agree to an extent with. Those games are more important, and that's a huge part of the story.
Who'd you have at number one? Who'd you have at number one?
Saquon Barkley.
All right. So let me ask you this, okay? I think that and I've heard you say this, right? How many quarterbacks could win the Super Bowl with that Eagles team? Probably, we can go through the list. 5, 6, whatever you want to say. You might say more. I might say less.
Yeah, probably somewhere in the 6 to 8 range. I don't know, something like that.
How many running backs could run for 2,000 yards behind that offensive line?
Not many.
No, I disagree. I think the same amount of quarterbacks. This offensive line turned Miles Sanders into a Pro Bowler. They turned DeAndre Swift into a Pro Bowler. And for some reason with Saquon, we act and I'm not even trying to diminish what he's doing. I'm just drawing a comparison. We all love to act like it's all Saquon. It wasn't all Saquon. The offensive line made Saquon more than Saquon made the offensive line. And that's fine. That's how football works. But why is it only with Jalen? It's about, well, these quarterbacks could do it. These quarterbacks could do it. But with Saquon, we just act like it was all him, and he came in.
But he had,
as a home run hitter.
As a rookie, he had 5 yards a carry behind the Giants' offensive line. Last year, he had 5.8. Yeah, he upticked, but he played with the Giants and had 5 yards a carry.
You not see him run past literally every player on the field a million times last season? That's not something just
great.
DeAndre Swift or Miles Sanders can do. That was the difference between Saquon Barkley and just any run-of-the-mill running back.
Could Derrick Henry do what Saquon did?
Yeah.
But he also
I never hear you bring that up when talking about Saquon. But whenever you bring up Jalen's accomplishments, it's always Josh. No, there's more than there's other guys. Jahmyr Gibbs, I bet, could have done it. I think maybe Josh Jacobs could have done it. There are probably other players, right? So Bijan Robinson, who knows what Bijan Robinson would have done behind this line? So why does it matter that other people could do what Jalen did, but not that other people could do what Saquon?
Well, I think we're conflating two debates: the top quarterback debate and then the top player in the city. Who's a better football player? I mean, who's going to say Jalen Hurts a better football player? Nobody.
I am going to say that. He has a more important job. He has a more important job. He has a tougher job. He has way more impact.
Let me address that.
Another difference is Saquon had production, while Jalen.
What did Jalen have?
They were the 29th ranked passing team in the league last year.
I'm guessing you're doing that. So I'm guessing you're doing that by total passing yards.
No, he had the wins and not the production.
No, but that's not true. That's not true.
No, it is
true.
He
did have production.
He did.
No, you're just ignoring all the rushing touchdowns and rushing yards. You're only looking at passing.
The rushing touchdowns that they got down to the 1 yard line with Saquon
but is that
and
not
everybody
production?
else.
All right, do we want to take all the running touchdowns away from running backs that got him from 3 yards out? I don't see you ever diagnosing how Saquon scored his touchdowns. So you're right.
No, hold on. We know the tush push is very different than a running back taking it from the free.
As you just giggled
how is it any different? How is a running back running it in from 1 yard any different?
Because the entire league wanted to take the tush push out. They know how effective it was. It's not even a debate.
I just want to throw an analogy in here, okay? Because we're arguing a lot of different things. When I say amnesia yesterday, I'm not trying to say the end isn't the most important. I'm saying we're just deciding to forget the whole story. But that's what's happening.
Nobody's deciding to forget that. That's what you're missing. I remember it.
No, I don't think you do. If you were reading a book,
I lived it.
If you were reading a book chapter by chapter, and every time I saw you, I asked you how the book was, and you said, it's not that great. And then 5 weeks later, 7 weeks later, you finished the book. You said that last chapter was really awesome. I can't forget that every time I saw you, you said the book wasn't that good. Every week we talked about the passing game, the quarterback. It wasn't that good.
You're right.
So,
those things happened.
So that's the story. That's the story.
No. No. That's part of the
No.
story, and it's the less important part of the story. If someone asked me a week later, "Hey, would you recommend this book?" I'd go, yeah, the ending was unbelievable. You should read it." I wouldn't be like, "Nah, the middle part wasn't great, but so don't check it out."
I didn't say don't recommend it, but
no. But you are saying that because you're prioritizing the part of the book that's less important.
No,
But if you're comparing it to
Where
another
did-
book,
where did
the
we
one
get
that's
to? Where
good
did we
from
get
front
to
to
as a
back is
media
the better one.
that ask Donovan McNabb how much the postseason matters compared to the regular season. For years, McNabb's name has been basically drawn through the mud because he didn't win a Super Bowl, even though he had amazing regular seasons all the time.
Right.
But the one thing he didn't win was the Super Bowl, and that's why people don't rank him properly. And now Jalen does the exact opposite. He does what he wanted. Everybody wanted Donovan to do. Jalen did. And now we're being told the regular season's actually just as important. So I didn't forget it. I just prioritized them correctly.
But here's the issue. Everyone's getting sensitive. We're parsing greatness here. No one, I have Jalen on my list. I didn't say he's 20th in Philadelphia right now. I have him on my list. I didn't say he's a bad quarterback. I have him, I think he belongs in that 5-6 range.
Where do you have him? That's crazy. He's the quarterback of the Eagles. It's the most important job in the city. And they won the Super Bowl. Sometimes things are just simple. When you're the quarterback of the Eagles and you win the Super Bowl, you're number one. It is what it is. That's how simple it is. That's how simple it is.
Here's how simple we're going to make it then. Let's say next year they win it again. In the Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts hands the ball off 75 times. He throws it once. What are you going to say?
Still the quarterback of the Eagles.
It's that simple?
Yeah, that's simple.
Yeah, it is that simple.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
It
doesn't make any sense.
Okay, all right. Well, then how about this? During the regular season, then let's not put all the pressure on the quarterback. If we're gonna distribute this equally, where everybody has just as much to do with wins, then let's talk about everybody and not make Jalen the focus of it every week, right? You know we do that. We did it to Carson. We did it to everybody. When you're the quarterback of the Eagles, it matters more. And so when it comes to then giving him props for what he accomplished, I can't then sit back and be like, well, other players helped. You're right. Other players did help. Jalen probably wouldn't be as successful other places if he wasn't with the Eagles. But all these hypotheticals you throw out, he is here. He did win the Super Bowl. And so to now all of a sudden decide winning as a quarterback in the regular season matters more than the postseason.
That's not what I said.
That's the issue I have. But it is what you're saying. By having him fifth or sixth.
I guess what I saw, I guess I just saw it different. When I watched the Super Bowl, you know what I saw? They should have done that all year. If he played well, which he played really well the last two games, they were so good that they took apart a dynastic team and they took apart a Commanders team that went to Detroit the week before and Tampa the week before that and won. The only reason those games were close during the season is the quarterback didn't see open guys and didn't pull the trigger. You're right. But that's the point. And how could I give him an A+ when he was the reason?
No one's asking you to give him an A+.
But that you are.
Nobody's asking you to give
You're number one. If you're number one in
give...
Philadelphia, you're A+. When Saquon Barkley's a Hall of Fame caliber player. Lane Johnson's a Hall of Famer. Zach Wheeler looks like a Hall of Fame pitcher. Bryce Harper's a Hall of Famer. Like if you're number one in Philadelphia, you are an all-time player, and he hasn't been that yet.
What do you think Jalen is?
He's an
gone
all-time...
to 2 Super Bowls in 3 years. He puts up crazy stats every year. You can ignore the rushing all you want. What do the rushing yards and touchdowns just not count now? Have we gone so far the other way that we don't even count them? Passing is not the only part of the game. Now I agree, the passing game needs to improve. You are 100% correct about that. The passing game needs to improve. Yes. I can't believe we are so fixated on the passing game needs to improve that we're diminishing all the other accomplishments he had in an effort to be like, well, he's maybe 6 or 7. No, he's not.
Well, wait a second. You just gave the offensive line credit for Saquon. The offensive line does get credit for all those touchdowns?
No, they do get credit for it. They all get credit for it.
But you're using that as his numbers.
But you're the only one. You're the only one taking credit away from Jalen and not Saquon, because we have seen running back after running back be successful.
He's a better football player.
Like it's not even close. Like we have eyes.
No, first of all, you keep saying that, but that's not true. Jalen's job, you can't even compare him, number one. That's like saying Jake Elliott's a better kicker because he's like
I'm
one of the
glad
best
you went there. I'm glad you went there.
I'm glad I went there.
Because you went to the importance of the quarterback, all right? The importance of the quarterback. Yes. Well, but at some point, there's got to be some common sense to this, right? Like, let's go back. You remember it. I remember it too. We were doing our old Eagles podcast together. If there was if there was a top 11 in 2015, Sam Bradford was a more important player because his position than Fletcher Cox. In no world was Sam Bradford a better player than Fletcher Cox then. So do we just have to put every Eagles quarterback, regardless of skill, at higher than they belong?
No, how about here's a common sense rule.
Well,
if the Eagles don't make the playoffs that year, then we don't view the quarterback differently than we do now.
Okay.
Jalen won the Super Bowl, and you're asking me to
Eagles
say,
won the
compare
Super
him to no.
Yeah,
no.
well, that's
no.
Yeah.
We cannot do the quarterback win-loss record thing all the time and do the quarterback matters the most. But now all of a sudden it's the team. And to be clear, I did this with Carson when everybody was telling me Carson's better. He doesn't have any help. Blah blah blah. I said week after week they're not winning consistently with Carson, and that's on him. You were with me on that.
Yes.
We were both anti.
I just don't know why we have to go so far.
Winning.
Like, why are we at the point where we have to elevate him higher than he has to be? He's one of the 5 or 6 best quarterbacks in the NFL, and he's one of the best 11 players in Philadelphia. Why is that offensive to people?
Because you want to know why?
Yeah.
Because he has to bear the burden of being the quarterback all year.
That's
And then
what it
when
is.
he wins the Super Bowl,
It's about
yes,
feelings.
that's absolutely
It's about everyone's feelings than facts.
It's not about feelings. No, it's not. Well, but you just want to ignore the facts. You and Kyle just want to ignore part of the facts.
No.
But if you want to talk about like why it's being disrespectful, I agree with you. If you want to have him 2, 3, whatever. But to have him 6 or 7 really
I actually had
is
him
not
9. I had him 9.
Yeah, see, that's insane to me. And that really tells me you probably didn't want to put him on the list, but you just did. So he should obviously...
Where'd you have Zach Wheeler? Where'd you have Zach Wheeler?
I had Zach Wheeler 8.
Me and him bad about the same.
Zach Wheeler
Sorry,
is one of the...
Did I miss something?
By
where's Zach Wheeler's World Series ring? Did he win one and I
So
missed
hold on.
it? You would think
So
they won
we're
this.
blaming
Talk to him,
pitchers,
Elliot. Talk to
starting
him, Elliot.
pitchers for
Talk
the
to
World
him.
Series.
Yeah, great.
No.
He's one of the greatest resumes in the history
Talk
of
to him,
October.
Elliot.
When
Talk
he's
to
on the
him.
mound, he dominates.
You're right.
Like,
You're right.
you know what I've
And
never
you know
seen?
what?
I've never seen the 7 home run game that he allowed in the playoffs. I've never
And
seen
you're right. You're right about that. But you know who else had an incredible resume?
Who?
Donovan McNabb. And all he ever has to hear about is he didn't win it.
Well,
You
he
would
didn't.
think
He
the
didn't have.
Phillies
I
won-
mean, he didn't
you
play
would-
well in
you would
playoff
think the
games.
Phillies
He didn't
won
play
the
well in
World
playoff
Series
games.
in 2022. The
No,
way
but
we
Zach
talk about it.
Wheeler
Guess what?
always
They lost
pitches.
the World
Zach
Series.
Wheeler always pitches well. Donovan crapped the bed in playoff games. We've never seen Wheeler do that. All he does is dominate.
So what you're saying is winning championships doesn't matter to you.
No, it's about how the player plays. Like that.
Yes, and Jalen is also a great player. I'm not sitting here advocating
He's
for
a
like
very good
Avonte
player.
Maddox
He's a
to be
very
number 1.
good player. He's not.
No, he's a great player.
He's not
He is a great
consistent. He's
player.
not
There is-
consistent enough. He's not. He's just not.
There is almost nothing on his resume that you could point to other than a future Hall of Famer. It's just a fact. You can ignore it all you want. He's been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won 1. He wins 80% of his starts. That's what gets quarterbacks into the Hall of Fame.
That's wonderful.
So when
There's,
you go down the
there's
list,
a lot of people in the Hall of Fame that are there because their team was great and they were part of the team. It doesn't make them.
You're right. That is part of it.
But that's
football's a team game.
That's what it is. Why is that offensive?
So why is Saquon so clearly number 1, but he doesn't get help by his
Well, we've
team?
seen him
But with
perform really
Jalen-
well on bad teams.
Yes.
Jalen's only
And we've
ever in his
seen
entire
Jalen
career
perform
been,
really
been
well.
propped up
on bad teams.
by
No,
good
that's
teams.
not true. You can say that all you want, but in 2021, they were not supposed to make the playoffs.
Right, and how did he look?
He helped take that. Did they go to the playoffs? They overachieved.
Oh my gosh, they ran the ball
Saquon-
the whole second half of the season.
Okay, so listen to what you're doing. You're saying winning the Super Bowl and making the playoffs in 2021, not that special. Averaging 5 yards a carry for the Giants, I'm supposed to sit here and be like, oh yeah, you're right. He's unbelievable. Saquon's career was a bust prior to coming.
We
to
are
Philadelphia.
putting together team success and player individual performance. That's what we're doing. Like
But I never hear you bring up team success when it comes to Saquon. It's always, oh, he's amazing. Look at everything he does. Look at what he did. And he is amazing. And he did do great things. But he never did any of that
But you're right.
before he came to the Eagles.
But you're right. I'm not doing that. I didn't say Saquon's won because he won the Super Bowl. That's what you're doing. Like
because winning the Super Bowl matters.
The Eagles won the Super Bowl. Lane Johnson's number 1. Lane Johnson.
No.
Who's a better football player, Lane Johnson or Jalen Hurts?
It's probably Lane Johnson.
And he won the Super Bowl more than Jalen Hurts has.
You're right, and that's why I'd have him number 2. That matters. But you have decided all of a sudden to diminish the impact of the quarterback, which is fine. But
No,
you're
you know
only
who
doing it
decided
'cause
to
you don't
diminish the
think
impact of the
Jalen's that
quarterback?
good.
The Eagles decided
Who?
to diminish the impact of the
Nope,
quarterback.
that's not correct
Wait,
either.
but it is.
That's not correct either.
Well, they obviously did. They took
You've
the ball
gone
out of his
too
hands.
far with this. You know how many big plays Jalen made on 3rd down this past year?
How many he made? Tell him, Ellie. How many he made?
Time and time again.
Who else is going to make the big plays on 3rd down? He's the quarterback.
So now he's the one that has to make the big plays. He's a quarterback. But
Early
in the Super Bowl,
game.
in the championship game, then it's the whole team.
Early
Yes,
in the
he's
game,
quarterback.
they took the ball out of his hands more than any team in the NFL took the ball out of their quarterback's hands. They, in neutral script, they ran the ball more than anyone. They didn't want him to throw.
You're right, but he did throw. He did throw the ball. And the number one reason they won as much as they did last year was the lack of turnovers. That was it. That's number 1.
Because they stopped throwing the ball so much.
No, but first of all, like this, everything gets scripted or everything gets over exaggerated. He still threw the ball quite a bit. It's not like he threw it 7-8 times a game. He still threw the ball a good amount. You are right. They should need to throw it more next year. I agree with you on that. But what a minute thing that we're talking about here. We're talking about winning the Super Bowl. We're seriously debating what's more important, winning the Super Bowl or how many times the ball was thrown.
No, it's about consistent excellence.
No, that is what you're debating.
He's just not. I'm sorry. Like if this offends people, then we've gotten softer than I've ever seen. He's not a consistently excellent player. I'm sorry. Like I just
don't think anyone's fighting you on that.
Yes,
we're just saying
that's what number
that's
one
why
is.
He's number one on your list. Like that should be
Yes, because
consistent excellence plus the resume.
No. I think number one on the list, he deserves it because he's the quarterback. He's the quarterback of the team. Like, again, no one's disputing that he can't be. No, it is great logic. It's a logic we've used for 30 years in this city, and all of a sudden now we don't want to use it.
Would Nick Foles have been number one?
Nick Foles is a completely different case. Nick Foles didn't start the entire season. Jalen played the whole year.
But the Super Bowl. Played great in the Super Bowl.
And for what it's worth, I've heard people say Foles is ahead of McNabb on the all-time list.
Yeah, he's been on the Mount Rushmore. I do recall that because I caught a lot of heat for that Nick Foles.
So if you want to bring up Foles, Foles is a great example of how we prop people up because they win a Super Bowl.
But why are we doing it again? I mean, like if we don't like that, let's stop doing it.
Way to use the words.
It's a mistake to do that.
I am fine dying on the island of you win the Super Bowl, you get propped up. If you don't want to die on that island, I'll miss you. I wish you were on the island, but I'm fine dying on that island.
To me, and we got to take a break.
It's just removing too much logic from the entire
No, you're removing the logic.
Way to use words, Elliot. Way to use those words.
You removed an entire stat to try to make your argument.
We are disrespecting the rest of the team. Like by giving him the credit for it instead of saying the team, we're disrespecting one of the great Eagles teams of all time. It's crazy.
Welcome to football. Welcome to football.
But why are we doing it?
Ask Q how it felt probably when he was
He's not a football guy anymore.
But you admitted yesterday that nobody's being logical about the whole thing.
This guy's lost. Right.
Hey, way to use those words, Elliot.
I'm trying.
Can we end with this? Are we ready to agree that Ace Bailey's a loser or not yet?
Oh, I love the Ace Bailey stuff. Oh, my God. It's so funny to me.
He wants to be a wizard and score 25 points on a 25-win team. That's what he wants.
The Sixers need a star so badly. And this guy comes out and says, I want to be a star. And we're all like, oh, no. Like, okay, fine. Go draft someone that wants to be a role player. See how that works out for you. They need a new alpha on the team, a new personality. And this guy has it. I would absolutely take Ace Bailey.
He's got to run far away. All right, Elliot, this was fun. We appreciate it. Yes. You have a great rest of your week, and we'll talk soon. Thank you, Elliot.
I'll talk to you later.
All right, there he goes. Elliot Shore Parks. Ridiculous. I mean, in every single way. As you giggle the whole time.
No, he makes a great
football
point.
down to nothing but the last game.
No, but you let Elliot fight your fight for you.
Yeah, no, I didn't because he used words. He now he switches to me.
Hugh's an absolute coward. All right, we got a third clue for Hugh's clues here. Plus a couple big wins for Hugh Douglas's teams last night. And back to all your calls on the Castellanos situation. If you want to chime in on Elliot's list, we could do that too. It is the Midday Show, as always, on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music. Sip refreshing Happy Dad malt seltzers at our tiki bar. Or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week. Enjoy Happy Dad malt seltzers now available in Delaware and Maryland. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with xFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Jack Fritz from WYP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Buy 4 windows, get 4 for free, plus pay nothing for 24 months. Visit windownation.com.
Phillies baseball is in full swing, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. The best part, zero bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
At Colonial Hyundai, it's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price. You want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Your Panthers back to back, and we know it on this show.
They went back to back.
Not easy to go back to back.
Not easy to go back to back.
This segment sponsored by McGurk's Pub and Grill. McGurk's summer menu is back, featuring a mouth-watering smash burger, lobster roll, and fresh seafood items. We'll be at McGurk's Langhorne location June 25th. Was that next week? Yeah, a week from today. We're going to be in Langhorne. That's awesome.
That sounds like a Wednesday.
That is a Wednesday. Today is Wednesday, so 1 week from today also will be a Wednesday.
Doesn't it feel like a Thursday? It does feel like a Thursday, though. I mean, it feels like a Friday, to be honest.
It doesn't feel like a Friday, no.
To me, a little bit.
But Friday's like got a total feeling to it. Like you wake up, you know it's Friday.
Yeah. I mean, but it just feels like, I guess, the week going kind of slow, I guess. Feels weird.
But if it feels like a Friday, then we're done today. We got 2 more days this week.
We got 2 more days this week.
Though I do think the summertime takes on a different feel. Right? You kind of don't know what the days are as much. The football season's a little easier. Anyway, your Panthers, Hugh Douglas, win the Stanley Cup. Though this year you didn't pick them.
I didn't pick them this year. I picked, who was it? The team that left out, the Edmonton Oilers? Was it the Oilers?
That's who the Panthers beat.
Did you pick the Oilers?
No, I picked the
Stars.
I picked another Canadian team.
Oh,
this
no,
was
you
the
picked
first
the Canadians. They got bounced.
Yeah, that's who it was.
Your fault.
Because this was the first year that there were 2 Canadian teams that have been in the playoffs in a long time.
Right, but you had the wrong one.
Yeah, I had the wrong one. I backed the wrong horse.
Okay, this is like just a million years in a row. Florida keeps winning the Cup. It was Tampa
Feels
Bay
like
for a
it.
while, and now we get Florida Panthers winning the Cup. So congratulations to Florida. They are champions of the NHL. Also, another win for Hughes teams last night. So we had the Panthers winning. Who else won last night? Hughes Braves, did they win last night?
They did. Would you like to hear what happened?
Yeah, let's hear that.
Bases full, 1 away.
I'm not brave.
First pitch, Riley swings and drives it to center field. Taylor going back to the warning track over his shoulder. He makes the running catch, crashing into the wall, but Williams comes to the plate and scores. It's a walk-off sacrifice fly for Austin Riley, and in extra innings, the Braves come rallying back to stun the Mets. 5-4 the final score in 10. That was a tremendous catch by Tyrone Taylor in center field, but unfortunately, nothing he could do.
Well, it's good news that the Braves won last night because they beat the New York Mets. So it wasn't all bad last night for the Phillies, even though they lost and the whole Castellanos and Rob Thompson thing is going haywire. The Mets lose. That's 4 losses in a row by the Mets here, Hugh. They're coming back down to earth a little bit. I mean, the Mets have been mostly really good this season. They've had a couple down streaks. They're in a down right now, and they've got a couple pitchers hurt. So maybe the Mets are just they're ripe for the picking because they come here this weekend, right? When the Phillies finish with the Marlins and the Braves and the Mets finish this weekend. Devin mentioned it when she was with us. It's a big series here. The Mets come into town for 3 starting on Friday night.
Yeah, man, you got a chance to gain some ground, so that's good for us. So this Castellanos thing, it's a little bit of a setback.
Yeah,
but I think it's gonna be important to see how this team bounce back tonight, and if you can bounce back tonight. We got Ranger on the mound tonight.
Yes. You know what? It is funny that we ended up, here talking about the Castellanos Topper drama because as that game was going on last night, I think until the Trey home run, you know what I was thinking to myself?
What'd you think?
Well, you were going to peacock in here because Cal Quantrill was shutting the Phillies down last night. They didn't score much off him.
No, they didn't.
You going to take a bow or something?
Oh, no, man. But, I knew it was going to hurt me because I had the under. Run scored, but when Luzardo gave up that 2-runner,
glad your head's in the right place.
Yeah, I was like, Yeah. I mean, I'm never going to bet against the Phillies in a situation like that. But I do remember the Kyle Quantrill conversation that we had, and he had a good day today. That day that I made the comment that y'all would never let me live down.
Well, he
but
stinks.
He had a good day.
I mean,
yeah.
he stinks. That's the problem. He doesn't stink.
I know. I'm nothing because you see,
he's here as like 5 for his career.
No, but I'm just saying he pitched pretty decent yesterday.
I know. That's the Phillies' fault.
Yeah.
Maybe if Castellanos was in the lineup, they'd have a better chance to hit. But
maybe if he stopped saying stuff that gets him,
who cares?
Put on the bench.
The Phillies care.
Maybe if he stopped saying egregious stuff that gets him put on the bench.
Remember when Harper got hit and we're like, screw the game, screw the win?
Yeah.
do something.
Right, but that was because their player got hit. This is Topper's feelings.
No, but we're talking about things that are gonna have a ripple effect through the entirety of the season.
Yeah.
And this is way less about Topper's feeling and more about Castellanos' feelings. He was the one that was in his feelings about being benched by Rob Topper.
I agree, but when Topper's the way. Look, come here, Topper again. His explanation yesterday for why he benched Nick Castellanos. So we know what happened Monday night. They removed Castellanos for defensive purposes. Now his spot in the order came up one more time. I don't think they were expecting it because they were towards. Castellanos had just hit the inning before he came out. My guess is Topper didn't think that spot would come up again. It did. So Nick had to come out for defense. He missed an at-bat. He had something to say. Here's Topper on kind of what happened and why he made the decision.
Last night, one of the things about Nick, one of the many things about Nick that I love, is that he's very emotional. He loves to play, and he loves to play every inning of every game. I just thought last night he made an inappropriate comment after he came out, and so today he's not going to play. And I'm going to leave it at that.
So he says he's going to leave it at that, but by saying that, by telling us, the can of worms is open. Like, we're all wondering what he said.
Now everybody want to know what was said
Yeah.
that was egregious enough to get him benched.
And now we find out how Nick Castellanos responds. Where do you come down? Team Topper, Team Castellanos? I thought Topper was too heavy-handed. None of us know what was said. I just didn't think a benching was necessary.
By the way, Mike Angelina sent me this stat.
Okay.
Nick Castellanos has been lifted for either a pinch runner or defensive replacement 10 times in his Phillies career before the ninth inning in games that were decided by 5 runs or less.
So 10 times.
Yeah. So, this is not something unheard of.
But it is something they don't typically do. I mean, that's the truth.
They've done it to him 10 times.
Yeah, I would need to go back to those. I mean, it was a big point of contention a few postseasons ago, right? Because we all saw how bad he was defensively, and they never took him off the field.
No, but he's worse defensively now.
I understand that. I think he's been as bad as he's ever been defensively this year. I mean, I am with you on that. Again, we've had other bad defensive players that stay on the field. Again, there's a lot.
Not really.
What do you mean, not really?
They always lived. But hold on. But
Trey Turner last year was
Trey
bad.
Turner is a much better hitter than Nick Castellanos.
Last year? No, he wasn't. Not last year. Last year they're about the same. Last year in the postseason, they let him stay on the field when they have a lead instead of Sosa.
Right, but okay, but that's the postseason.
I understand, but so this was
Yeah,
a
and
game.
I think it was a different.
Well, but this. What is this? Yesterday or
But,
Monday? A game in June against the Marlins.
But you want to have all of your best guys out there on the field in the postseason.
I agree. So, but my thing now moving forward is this the new precedent? We put if Topper wants to start something new, starting Monday, 7th inning or later with the lead, my all defensive team is in. I'm cool with that. Then Alec Bohm and Trey Turner shouldn't be on the field, or at least one of them shouldn't be. Sosa's on the bench. So if this is the new way, that's fine. What this felt was inconsistent, and
it's not. They've done it to Castellanos before, and they do it all the time to other guys. Like the outfield is we can say what we want about Trey Turner defensively.
Yeah,
the outfield is the worst area on the team defensively. It's not even close.
Agreed. I know that. Again, if this is the new way, then he should keep doing it. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think he's going to? Because I don't.
I do.
I think he's going to do whatever he needs to do to help win.
I disagree.
Win
So after the whole hissy fit that we just had,
he's going
to do it again tonight?
You really think this is a one-off?
I don't know.
That this is the only time he's ever going to do it with Nick Castellanos. Then that's not showing a backbone.
Well, I mean, tonight then, let's just play it out. After this whole thing happened, if it's a 5-4 game in the ninth inning, do you think Castellanos on the field in right field tonight? I do.
We shouldn't be.
Well, I tend to agree with you, but that's part of the reason I think we have an issue here is the manager's inconsistent. Cowboy Jim is up next. Speaking of inconsistent, what's up, Cowboy Jim?
Cowboy Jim.
First of all, B Student by Kyle. Come on. I'm saying C- at the most. And can you tell that C- Kyle that just because I'm a Cowboy fan doesn't mean I have an opinion about sports?
We just don't take it seriously, what you have to say. That's all.
I've been following sports before you were born, so don't give me that. And as for this Phillies thing, look, you can tell this has been building up between these two for a long time. He keeps Nick in there because he's a big baby. He doesn't want to have to deal with it. So he finally does that. And he embarrasses him in front of his family and friends in Miami. I mean, the guy just hit a grand slam the other day. If I were him, I'd be asking for a trade. Send me to the Mets or the Dodgers. Get me out of here.
I'm not sure those teams are going to want him, but he could ask.
Well, why wouldn't they want him?
Well, he's not a very good player. I mean, we could all call this for what it is. That's part of it.
And Hugh, give us a story about that you in a similar situation. that you have noted or ever seen before?
Have you ever seen a player, a teammate of yours, mouth off at a coach?
What you talking about? Like well, he didn't mouth off. He left practice. George Hageman. Remember when George Hageman left?
He was out of here.
Yeah, and he got his ass, made him put his sled. Then got his ass up out of here. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah,
that was crazy. But this is one of those things, Cowboy Jim. If he says something as egregious as I think it was, you have to be disciplined for that, because if you don't, you lose the whole locker room. You lose everybody.
Okay, but he doesn't disrespect Harper or Trey Turner. I mean, he's not going to do that. So he's kicked out of the boys' club. I'm telling you, he's been kicked out of the boys' club.
You talking about Casty? Yeah, I'm thinking like
Castellanos.
Yeah, we were talking about that. I think whatever he said was pretty egregious.
Castellanos.
I think that was the case.
Jim, what's your guess for Hughes Clues? What do you got?
I'm going to say a Dodge Charger.
Oh, Jim, that's
Charger.
a good guess.
Fun guess, Jim. All right, Hugh, we're at that point of the show where you got to give clue 3 because 1, 2, and 2A not getting the job done. What do you got?
This is named after an animal.
All right, so this is something that gives you joy. It's been around since about 60 years or so, right?
60 years or so.
60 years or so, and it's named after an animal?
Yeah.
How do you feel about these clues?
I feel great.
You do. Yeah.
Listen.
You ever get a sense of how the clues are going as you give them?
Well, I feel like this.
Yeah.
I feel like
gosh, it's awful.
the people that have given guesses so far, they know me. And, they're close.
They're close?
Yeah.
Like really close?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're close.
So now you're putting it on the next group here that someone's got to get.
The next group.
So.
I'm trying to help them out. I mean,
okay,
some pretty good guesses.
Let's see what Mario in Northeast Philly has to say. Hey, Mario.
Yo, what's going on?
What's up, Mario?
Yo, Hugh, Elliot cooked my boy on the Jones just a few minutes ago.
No, he didn't cook anybody. He's living in
sometimes,
La La Land.
Sometimes you got to let somebody come in that's a wordsmith, man, and talk. Because, sometimes, just let the wordsmith
So,
do
Mario,
his
I
thing.
understand. You think Jalen's the best athlete in Philadelphia right now?
I do.
Oh,
y'all don't get that boy no props, man. I listen to us Eagle fans, man. We down that boy,
No
kicking
props.
him in his back, calling him noodle arm, all that.
No, I never said that. I mean,
you didn't, but I hear my friends say it and stuff all the time.
Well, just because your friends are crazy doesn't mean you got to be crazy too.
No doubt. But yo, don't get away from Elliot cooking you though. I love that little situation. He was cooking you, boy. You ain't had nothing to say. I ain't never seen you like that, Joe.
Elliot was out of his mind. He wants Ace Bailey here. That guy's a loser. Anyway, Mary, what do you got?
Yeah, I was just calling with the Hughes clues, man. I ain't really have nothing too much to say about the Phillies. I think it's over. It's coming to an end. I see everything coming down to an end, man. With the Bryce getting hit by the ball and Castellanos, like it's getting bad. This is it right here. This is the last year for us.
Mario, it might be. At least this core. I mean, they got a lot of older guys. They got the free agents with Schwarber and JT. Changes are coming. Hopefully they can figure this out. All right, Mario, what do you got for us? What's your guess for Hughes Clues?
Now, the Hughes Clues, I didn't see the second option that he gave. I was going off the first one. I was going to say a bully.
A bully?
Yep, he said something he enjoyed doing, beating up a bully.
Oh, beating up a bully, like Willie Roaf, but you kind of got bullied by Willie Roaf.
He used to knock jokers out for the young.
I like that.
Oh no, I
got teabagged by Willie Roaf.
Mario, good phone call. Except you're dead wrong on Elliot. He didn't cook anybody. He was in La La Land.
That bothered you a little bit.
Well, because we have this thing. I've noticed this.
No, if you repeat my opinion, you're cooking, dude.
If you agree with what I think, you won. I mean, you won the debate. If you're on the other side, you're a moron.
I mean, that's how it works like every day.
But that's not what debate is. Debate is.
I mean, it kind of is.
It's not. It's
that's not how it should be. Like, again, you and you do this all the time, Hugh.
Wait, why are you catching a stray?
Because when we ask you a question, you're like, this is what other people think. Like, how about let's just... I know we don't like to do this all the time, but what about what logic and reality tells you?
Listen, I live my truth.
We know.
And and if I have a better grasp of reality in some cases than you guys do, then hey, that's what it is. I can't help it. I try to teach you guys every day. Like my dad used to say all the time, the more I try to teach you, the dumber I feel. Sometimes that's how it feels when I'm talking to y'all. I'm just trying to teach y'all, and then I just gotta hit y'all with bless y'all heart.
Yeah, I feel the same
bless
way.
you. Be like bless your heart. But then Elliott just came. Elliott was cooking though. By the way, that's why
he was.
So I just said
you sitting there telling him to preach constantly doesn't mean he was cooking.
I just sat here and I drink out my Buc-ee's cup like this, and I was just like,
cooking roadkill.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
He sat here for 20 minutes and argued that a guy that was a game manager for 70% of the season is the best player in the city.
How many MVPs of the Super Bowl do we have in the city right now?
2.
MVP of the Super Bowl.
2. Well, you mean like currently are in the city?
Yeah.
Well, 1. I mean, Nick Foles is retired.
That's how MVP works. There's 1 here.
You know what I'm saying? That's Jalen of the current
Thank
Super Bowl.
you. I had no idea.
Great.
That's why.
wonderful.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's how you know it's ridiculous. If Jalen plays the same game, the same exact result, and they give the MVP to Josh Sweat, what are all you guys saying?
Josh Sweat balled out.
Yeah, man, the number 1 athlete in the city.
Like if we use things that are so nebulous as a dumb MVP vote,
he still won.
Do you know they take that MVP vote with like 11 minutes
But he still
ago,
won the Super Bowl.
And there's clowns up in the press box that get to vote on it.
Listen.
Elliott voted. He's biased on the whole thing. He's part of it. You're right over there.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm
just serious. Like if Josh Sweat got the votes, then Josh Sweat is number 1.
If Josh Sweat, he could have won MVP, but he didn't. They gave it to Jalen.
So the guy that almost won MVP, right? No one minded that he left for the Arizona Cardinals because he's replaceable. The guy that got it is the best athlete in
He's the best athlete. Well, he's not the best on my list. He's the best on Elliott's list.
Yeah, but you were telling Elliott he was cooking by telling us he's number 1.
That's what I'm about to say.
That's a joke.
Elliott, live your truth, bro. If you want him to be number 1 on your list, then by golly, he's number 1.
Living everyone's truth is dangerous.
It kind of is. But,
that's how the world got to where it is right now. People like you. Okay.
We don't talk politics on this show.
I know, it wasn't politics. It was just everything. People.
We are all inclusive,
people.
but we talk about you people. All the time.
Right. We don't talk. It's unbelievable. This whole thing. All right, Carl in Maple Shade has inside info on Ace Bailey, that loser the Sixers shouldn't
What you got, Carl?
Carl, what do you got for us?
Oh man, I got all the goods. Mm-hmm. Remember the commercial? I got the Mott's.
You got the Mott's.
Yes.
We got the Mott's.
Carl, what do you got? What do you got on Ace Bailey? You know people? What are you thinking?
Well, my niece goes to Rutgers. She's going into her 4th year of 6. She's going to be a pediatrician. Saw every home game at Rutgers. She's in the cheering section. She's in the marching band. Mm-hmm. She's talked to Ace Bailey several times. And I said, Rachel, can you ask him a question for me? She said, yeah. I said, why did he choose Rutgers when out of high school? Ohio State was going to give him a full ride. Kentucky was going to give him a full ride. Kansas, Texas, and Oregon was going to give him a full ride. He said, I want to be a pro in this area.
In like the the Northeast kind of area, this area,
well, that's he didn't just say it, but I'll be daggone, that boy wants to be a Sixer now. I saw 5 of their games.
Okay. They didn't win. They didn't win enough games, unfortunately, Carl.
No, yeah. and here's the point, and here's the good stuff. It was 2-on-5. When people talk about Rutgers didn't get into the playoffs, you're not getting into the playoffs with 2-on-5. I saw it with my own eyes.
Yeah, but if you have 2 of the best 3 players in college basketball, you should get to the tournament. They let 68 teams in the tournament, Carl.
They didn't have 3 enough supporting casts to allow them to do it.
You heard me.
Yeah, I did. Carl, we did this before. We did it with Ben Simmons, and he was a loser. We did it with Markelle Fultz. Like, when a guy doesn't make the tournament, it's a red flag, Carl. Red flag.
It shouldn't be.
Sure, it should.
Be. What game did you see from Rutgers?
I saw quite a few. I watched Big Ten basketball. I saw he shoots bad shots. He's a 2-point. He loves long 2s and contested shots. He doesn't take smart shots, Carl.
He does have to work on his longer game, but let me tell you something. His inside presence is unmatched. He'll jump over anybody in the NBA. When everybody wants to launch up from the outside, this man's going to take it to the hole, off the rack.
Sound like he wants Ace Bailey here, Joe.
So you're an Ace Bailey guy.
My God, if the Sixers don't bring in Ace Bailey. Now, when I talked to my niece, you know what he wanted to know as far as on a personal level? How are you doing at your schoolwork?
He asked her that?
He didn't want to talk about himself.
He wanted to get to know his
how
niece.
she was doing.
Be careful over there. Well, he seems like a nice kid then, Carl. I'm glad. He could be a wonderful child, grown man in Washington. I don't want him here. Carl, what do you got for us? What's your guess?
Well, it's a car and an animal And it's a Jaguar.
Carl. It's close.
He's close.
It's close. 215-592-9494. Your phone call's coming up. Topper, Phillies, Castellanos, where do you come down? If you think Elliott cooked me, you could tell me that too. I mean, anyone could yell nonsense and think they're right. I mean, and you could giggle, but he's not the number one athlete in Philadelphia. Like I can't believe it's considered offensive to say Jalen Hurts isn't the best athlete in Philadelphia. You guys have gone to a level led by Hugh Douglas that is ridiculous.
First of all, I didn't have him number one.
You had him two, which is almost
I did
one.
have him.
Yeah, so you're part of the problem. All right. Your phone calls plus a proposed trade from Jim Bowden for the Phillies. Would we do it or not? We'll hit that next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94, WIP. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's eating up. After the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 in bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Enjoy a season of savings during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura. Ike Reese here, and the 2025 Acura RDX Premium Sport Crossover is now available to lease for just $459 per month for 36 months. Or you can try the Acura MDX ready to lease for only $559 a month for 36 months. Experience endless Acura possibilities with special offers during the Summer of Performance event at Elite Acura in Maple Shade today. Tell them Ike Reese sent you.
Offers end 6/30/25. Not all leases will qualify. See dealer for full details.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Did you know that not all oil changes are the same? Putting the wrong oil in your car can cause a serious problem. That's why it's important to take your vehicle to experts who know what oil is best for your vehicle. The experts at Meineke. And right now, Meineke is offering a full synthetic oil change for only $59.95, plus a free tire rotation. And while your locally owned and operated Meineke dealer is rotating your tires, he'll check to make sure your brakes are safe. Because even if they aren't making noise, they can be worn. Meineke, doing car care right.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
EPA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Pacers star Tyrese Haliburton is expected to play in Game 6 of the NBA Finals despite having issues with his right calf. Normally, we praise players for having a warrior mentality, and there's no doubt about Haliburton's toughness. The question is he helping the team by being out there? In Game 5, Pacers coach Rick Carlisle was criticized for keeping Haliburton in the game. It's up to the coach to decide what's best for the Pacers, because knocking off the third is going to be extremely tough. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Push on.
They push, they shove, they're in. Touchdown.
Your exclusive home for Eagles football. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back to this show. Hugh Douglas, Jerry Stiller, you guys put us 215-592-9494. This segment sponsored by Meineke. When you step on your brakes, you hear a squealer grinding. Take your car to a locally owned and operated Meineke. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. Hugh, I see eating over there, which means we have to thank our friends.
Shout out to McGurk's.
McGurk's, they brought some awesome food for the new summer menu. McGurk's summer menu is back, featuring a mouth-watering smash burger, lobster roll, and fresh seafood items. We're going to be doing our show from there next Wednesday on June 25th in Langhorne, their newest location. Excited to be out there next week. All right, we'll go back to the phones in a second. We're going to check in on the poll question to see where people come down. Team Topper or Team Castellanos? Look, I understand that Topper was in a tough spot the other night. I'm not saying he came out of nowhere with it. I just feel like the whole thing is odd and heavy-handed and oddly timed to, after all these years of kind of letting Nick do his thing. Now, all of a sudden, the game in Miami on a Monday, yes, in front of his family, you could care or not, he takes him off the field late in the game, and then they have words, and he doesn't get to play the next day, or at least Castellanos had words. Where do you come down on the whole thing? I felt it was heavy-handed, and then the streak involved, which you have to add to it, too, with Castellanos. All right, before we talk to everyone, Hugh, there was a trade proposed. I'm curious what you would do on this one. So Jim Bowden, former GM of the Cincinnati Reds and the Washington Nationals, he writes for The Athletic now, and he had a column about, X amount of trades he would like to see before the trade deadline, all right? So he threw out a hypothetical idea of a trade involving the Phillies and the Baltimore Orioles. Of course, those two teams, they matched up on a trade last year. That's how we got, we traded Dominguez away, we got Austin Hayes, right? So they have some familiarity with each other. Here was the trade idea. The Phillies send Mick Abel to the Baltimore Orioles, and in return, they get back center fielder Cedric Mullins and closer Felix Bautista. Mullins is a free agent after the season. Bautista is under team control for a couple years. Hugh, is Abel on the table? Would you trade Mick Abel in a deal that brings you back Cedric Mullins, Felix Bautista?
So with Mullins, I'm looking at his stats. He got 11 home runs, 34 RBIs. Yeah, I would say yeah, because Abel looks like it all depends on. Well, I'd say in this moment, I would say yes, because I feel like Rangers are going to have a good night tonight. And Nola, still don't know what's going on with Nola, but yes, I would say yes. In a vacuum right now, yes, I'll do that.
So let's play it out. If they did it, they'd have to bring Painter up, right?
Yeah.
They don't have enough people in the rotation. Nola's down for a couple months. He said that last week. So we're not probably going to see Aaron Nola till August. So if they're willing to trade Abel, they have to be ready to bring Painter up to take the spot. So I'm not – look, I like what I've seen out of Abel. I am not against trading him. I haven't seen enough where it's like, oh, Mick Abel is in my rotation for the next 5 years no matter what. I think he's promising, and he's certainly
But if they're willing to give me something for him, then I'll take it.
Now, my only issue with – and I like Cedric Mullins. He's a free agent to be, so that's a rental. And as far as Felix Bautista, a few years ago, he looked like one of the best closers in baseball. Then he had Tommy John surgery. And I look at his numbers look good. I'm a little skeptical of what I'm seeing. He's walked a lot of people. I mean, it feels to me like he's maybe not quite as good as the numbers. So we shall see on that, if he's worth all that people think he's worth. But that's interesting. The interesting part for me is it would fill two holes, Hugh. That's
why it's intriguing to me.
In
because
outfield and the closer. That is. And then you'd have the ability to put Mullins in center field, where he'd obviously be an upgrade. Though Marsh has hit for the last month. Look, if push came to shove, I would definitely want those two guys. Like, I would take them. I don't know if that'd be enough. Like, Kyle, would it be enough, Bautista and Mullins, to give up Mick Abel? You good?
Yeah, it feels like more than enough, to be honest. Like, I mean, I don't understand the point of bringing up Mick Abel to showcase him just to be like, no, you know what, forget trading him. Like, isn't this kind of the whole goal of putting a player out there and letting him perform in the big leagues if he's like a prospect type guy that you might be willing to flip? Like, this is best case scenario. He looks good. Like, they can get stuff back in return for him. And Mick Abel's not like he's not your Andrew Painter. He's not a Crawford. Right. He's not an Aiden Miller. Like, he's not one of their. He's not one of the guys who I'm like, I need this guy to be a Philly. Yeah. Like, he's the tradable piece. And if you're going to get two things back for him at two positions in need like that, then hell yeah.
So I get that point. I don't. Bautista to me doesn't look the same. I feel like he's kind of like Estevez last year. He's pretty good.
Well, fine, but he doesn't need to be our closer. Like, if the best case scenario, I think, is they get a guy, Orion Kerkering steps up, becomes the guy that you can count on to close, and then they put Bautista in, and he bumps the other guys, like Strom, for instance,
down a little bit.
Strom's definitely not been as good as we've needed them to be this season, but that is fine if it's in lower leverage situations. Like, Bautista, I think he's better than Strom. He'd be better than Strom this season. Like, it just bumps the rest of the guys down a peg. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be the end-all, be-all in your back end of your bullpen.
All right, we're talking about this potential Orioles trade. Speaking of the city of Baltimore, do we have some breaking news in the NFL here?
Yeah, Jair Alexander signing with the Ravens. There's already a picture of him signing the contract, so this isn't like they just agreed to terms. Like, he just signed to be a Raven, like, right now.
It's funny. On the break, Hugh and I were talking about Jair Alexander. I was saying I saw a report that Baltimore and Carolina were two teams after him. Well, Hugh, the report is old news now. So the Jair Alexander idea is off the table for the Philadelphia Eagles as he goes to the Ravens.
Finally got a job. Congratulations. Good job.
Well, you know what it does? It takes that potential off the table. You know, we talked about, like, should the Eagles do it? Should they not? Should they wait till training camp to see what Ringo has? Well, that's all over now. I mean, like, that's when you wait and you want to give young players a chance, you do risk losing the chance to kind of fix it later. Because, I mean, he was too good of a player to just not get signed.
Yeah. I mean, you do take that risk, but I think that if the Eagles, they believe in their young guys, so they were willing to take that chance. They believe that one of these young guys is going to pan out for them, so it was not a big deal for them to take the chance like this.
Yeah, I would have liked Jair Alexander here and a little certainty in the secondary, but he is off to Baltimore to go play for the Ravens, and maybe we'll see how good he plays, but shift the power a little bit in the AFC. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's check in on our poll question today, because today's an interesting one with the Phillies, with the Castellanos and Topper thing, and where people came down today regarding last night's decision. You are Team Topper or Team Castellanos? You know, I'm actually a little bit surprised at how many people voted in one direction here. So I expected a large majority of people to vote Team Topper, right? And Topper's the one that was yelled at, cursed at, whatever. He's the manager. Castellanos is not like. There's a lot of reasons to side with Topper in this one. What do you think the breakdown is, Hugh, of the poll? If you had to guess, Topper's winning. It's a matter of how much he's winning.
60-40.
It's 72-28. I think 28's a lot of percentage that are on the Castellanos thing. I didn't think there'd be that many today, but there are. 72%, though, are backing Rob Thompson on Team Topper.
A lot of lawless individuals out there, honey, that just don't know how this thing works.
Well, it's not law. I mean, it's lawless. It's just...
Yeah, I'm just saying, they just don't know how it works.
Yeah, I mean, also, he sticks and stones, breaks his bones. The words don't have
yeah,
to
but
hurt
we
him.
don't even know what he said,
Right.
though. And that's part of it. And I don't think people are using logic in this situation because Topper seems like a logical individual, correct? I mean, he seems like an even keel kind of guy.
He does.
So for him to be that upset, it just surprised me that nobody's questioning what was said to make him that upset, and then realizing that it probably was something really bad for him to do what he did.
Probably. I mean, but also, what if he's just being sensitive?
I don't think he's being sensitive. I don't.
Well,
if he is, then sack up.
But he is being. Topper could sack up.
No. Topper is the one that's in the position of authority.
Sure.
So
I'm just saying, I've seen players yell at their manager and coach before. I mean, Travis Kelce pushed Andy Reid during a Super Bowl, got in his face and screamed at him and almost knocked him over.
And that was outrageous.
Right, but Travis Kelce kept playing. I know it was a Super Bowl, and this is a game against Miami.
Dude.
Right, but we've seen I've seen plenty of heat of the moments.
Right, but Topper said he crossed a line. Like, I don't know why I don't know why that doesn't carry too much weight. Like, do we think Topper's lying? I don't think so. I think Rob Thompson is a very level-headed and mature and intelligent human being.
I
don't think he would lie.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So he said he crossed a
But
line.
what's his line?
I take Topper at his word.
I know. I
think his line's apparently pretty far. Like, Topper is the most even-keel person we've ever seen.
I'm telling you, that was the first thing when I heard the story, and I'm looking on like, okay, what did he say?
Right.
Because that was the first thing that I thought about, because Topper is pretty even-keeled. So it's like, okay, damn, what did he say to make Topper that mad?
Right, and I'm not excusing if he did cross the line. I'm just saying he is typically a manager who doesn't do stuff like this. And he took him off the field. And I know it's been 10 times, been a pinch run for, but for the most part, the Phillies have had a lot of leads, probably hundreds of leads since Castellanos got here. He's never been a good right fielder. That's just not usually a thing they do. And then you throw in it's in Miami, you throw in the streak the next day. Felt like it was heavy-handed. You want to take him out the field for defense? Be my guest. It makes the team better. I've been saying this for years. I'm not going to argue with him on that. But then you got to deal with him being annoyed. Like, what did you expect him to do? Say, like, oh, thanks, like, cool? Like, you know him.
Well, I'm sure he didn't expect him to cross the quote-unquote line.
He probably didn't. But, I mean, you can also just say, all right, let's cooler heads prevail. Let's talk tomorrow instead of benching him.
It's just, if I know somebody, like, take, for instance, Hugh. I've known Hugh for a good while now.
Yeah.
Someone that you know to be one type of way, all of a sudden acts abnormally. Like, what's the first thing that pops in your head? Well, what provoked them to do that? It must have been something pretty egregious.
I
just think that's the most logical way to look at it.
Yeah, it is. I also think that Topper acted differently in this. I mean, Topper usually doesn't pull his players off the field for defense late in games in the regular season. I mean, it's Miami.
But we took the pledge, Joe. We asked Topper to take the pledge.
Right, but
it's pledge activity from Rob Thompson.
I agree with that, but he's got to deal with the repercussions. And the repercussions is this player's annoyed.
Well, the repercussion is that Castellanos was a baby about it, and then Topper handled that. Like, that was another thing Topper had to handle. I think he handled it appropriately.
Well, he what the kids like to say, stood on business.
Part of this now is how the rest of the season plays out. Again, we can all stick our chests out today and say, he's the boss, he's in charge. Let's compare it to parenting or teachers. And if Castellanos goes in a shell for the next 2 months and doesn't hit, Topper's...
But that's on Castellanos.
But who suffers? Us as fans and Topper. His baseball team will lose more games.
If he goes into a shell, that means he's a selfish individual. He didn't take the pledge all the way.
But we know there's certain athletes that need to be treated differently because they are selfish or babies or immature. So you have to kind of handle it with kid gloves.
But the bottom line is this. We are trying to win baseball games. And if you're going to impede us from doing that, then maybe you shouldn't be here. Because that's the bottom line. This is a team that has underachieved the last couple of seasons, especially when you talk about when Topper took over, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if you are in your feelings about being in Miami to let your kids and your girlfriend watch you play, and that doesn't happen because you weren't playing well, then maybe you shouldn't be a part of this team. If you're willing to blow the team up for your own personal game, gained, then that makes no sense.
If I had to guess, and this is we always recklessly speculate, I think Nick doesn't feel appreciated compared to the other players.
I mean, sometimes it's like that, Joe.
I know, but you have to allow him to have feelings over it. That's my point. Like Topper's benched him for something he said. You have to anticipate
Major League Buddies.
No, you have to. No, it's not. No, Major League Buddies is the other way. I'm telling you again. If I'm Castellanos, I say the shortstop last year didn't play well defensively. You didn't pull him out. That's number one. How about this? How about everybody else has got nicks and bruises and they miss games? The first baseman, the GM just said he's cleared to play when he's comfortable. Meanwhile, Nick posts every day.
Yeah, you know why? Because Topper lets him, even when he sucks.
But there's something valuable. The one thing Castellanos does bring is he's there every day. He doesn't disappear for a week because he's banged up. He plays every day.
But there were times we thought he shouldn't. Castellanos owes the streak to Rob Thompson in the first place.
He does do that.
No one seems to care what Castellanos feels. He's the player here.
You start caring about Major. That do sound like, you know what, Kyle, you're right. That do sound like Major League Buddies.
Preach. I'm going to do what he was doing with
that sounds like Major League Buddies, Joe.
What is Topper's job? To manage the players. This is literally his job.
Doing.
That's what, yeah.
Well, let's see if it works.
Major League Buddies.
Let's see if it works. All right, let's go.
I can't believe all of a sudden you just turned into a Major League Buddy.
I'm not a Major League Buddy. You guys are in La La Land. You and Elliot.
I don't even know you anymore.
No, preach you.
What's defending Topper for?
Tell him.
The guy's half asleep most games, and now he wakes up.
Let me cook, Kyle.
Yeah, now he wakes up and you rip him for it.
No. He woke up in the wrong way.
You called him soft last week.
I heard Dean Castellanos.
I became a Castellanos.
I hear Major League Buddies right now, man. Which I'm surprised.
Tell him, Hugh.
You are Major League Buddies.
I'm surprised at Major League Buddies. Oh, my gosh. Oh, how the tables have turned.
Meanwhile, we found out that you ripped Andy, and he didn't bench you. Should have cut you right out.
That's why the Eagles didn't win the Super Bowl.
It was like the third day of him coaching. It was like, I didn't know what Andy was doing. I thought he was crazy.
I think that is the headline today. Andy didn't win the Super Bowl here because he let Hugh walk all over him. Mark in Woodbury Heights. What's up, Mark?
Joe.
Mark.
How are you, gentlemen? How you guys doing?
Good, Mark. What's up?
Joe, I never thought I'd disagree with you like I'm about to on two fronts.
Okay.
I only want to discuss one of the two fronts. Yeah, but first off, Jalen Hurts is one of the top 5 athletes in Philadelphia. And number 2, Jalen Hurts is one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. And I'll leave it at that. We'll talk about that another time.
He ain't trying to argue with you, Joe. He ain't trying to hear your nonsense.
He's spitting facts, and then we move on to Castellanos. Okay.
Castellanos. Here's a guy who steps to the plate every night and takes the easiest approach possible. Let me swing at the first good pitch I see because it's easier that way. Instead of working the pitcher, instead of sacrificing things for the betterment of the team. I hate watching him hit. Hate it. And here's a manager that has sacrificed sometimes the benefit of the team for this guy. He's left him out there. He plays him every day. Thank you, Rob Thompson, for finally sitting this guy. And we don't know what he said. Obviously, it had to be extremely disrespectful and negative for Thompson to do this. And I applaud Rob Thompson. I applaud him because any coach who is worth his salt or her salt doesn't put up with that nonsense. I don't care what your streak is. I don't care if your family, your immediate family, your wife, your kids.
You heard him.
I don't care. Rob Thompson has consistently had this guy's back, and he has the nerve to go in there and badmouth him because he got taken out of a game. Ridiculous. And he's throwing a pity party. Are you serious, Joe? Are you serious?
Yes, he told you.
Joke. It's a disgrace. Thank you, Rob Thompson. I'm done, gentlemen. God bless all of you.
Drop the mic.
I'll tell you what.
But we need a guest, though. We need Hughes Clues guest, and that's a good call.
Yeah, real quick.
Well, what's your guess?
Yeah, all right, no problem.
Oh, Bronco.
That's a good guess.
Oh, we're getting close.
So did it like
he cooked there? I mean, he was cooking
with the Rocky music. You have to feel like you're getting cooked.
Yeah,
the Rocky music
coming against you.
The Rocky music cooks you.
Why are you guys okay with him having a lighter hand on the other players? Like that's the part I think we have an issue here.
We don't know that he does.
Well, I think he does.
Well,
I
and
don't
not only
think so.
that, you can't treat it. Everybody's star players are going to get treated differently than everybody else. That's just the rule of thumb.
But we're told he crossed a line. We don't know if any other players ever crossed the line. No, we can't forget that. That's
Why did he cross the line? But he didn't just wake up one day and say bleep Rob in front of the team. Rob took him out of the game.
Yeah, and he probably threw a little hissy fit.
I agree with you. But, but Rob Thompson, this is what everyone just likes this because we want to say this to Castellanos. Forget that for a second. Castellanos has been part of the team for years, just like these other guys. Okay? And everybody else gets to make up their own rules. But now, after all this time...
I don't know that they do.
Well, I think they do.
Yeah, see that? Yeah.
Bryce Harper, hold on, let's be real. Bryce Harper, once every 6 weeks, doesn't run a ball out. He just doesn't. I mean, for all the Castellanos things, he never does that.
Yeah, what Bryce is...
there you go. Bryce is different.
Bryce is different.
Okay, but if I'm
Castellanos,
we're missing it. If I'm Castellanos, I say enough of this crap. What you made the example out of me. I'm not excusing him. I agree with you guys. He's a baby, and maybe Topper had no choice. But my point is, who started this? Topper. Topper started by letting all the crap with Bryce go. He started last year last year, and I know he's been better this year. Trey Turner was bad enough late in games he should have come off the field. We never did that. So there's different sets of rules around here. And if I'm Castellanos, I'm like, you didn't just do it. You chose here to do it. That's if I'm him, I feel that.
But that's his problem. Like if Rob Thompson, if we kill a guy for doing something over and over again, and we don't like the way he does it, and then all of a sudden he changes the way he does it, like I don't understand why that's a problem. We wanted the guy to change, and now he's changing, and it's an issue because it feels like he's singling out one guy. But like sometimes somebody has to be the sacrificial lamb. Like
bring forth the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, like that's just the way it is.
But that's fine. But we also have to understand he's going to be pissed off about it. It's like we don't want him to be pissed off.
Right, but he can't cross a line.
And he has to be more. If he has to be professional about it because it's not like. See, you're compartmentalizing and you're making it personal. I don't think it's personal. This is for the betterment of the team.
But does he think it's personal?
Well, if he thinks it's personal, then he needs to get out of his feelings.
Or maybe the manager needs to do a better job of explaining himself.
I think he did. And I don't think he wanted to hear. See, we're all speculating. And you might not be wrong, but I will tell you something that I feel like I know in my spirit. I feel like I know that Topper knows how to communicate with these guys. I feel that.
Well, he's not with this guy, obviously.
Well, I think he has, Joe, because to your point, he's had conversations with Castellanos. He probably asked him. I would not be surprised if he had a conversation last year saying, hey, man, might need a rest day. And he said no.
Right.
Imagine, let me give you an example. Just an example. Imagine if there is a music bed. You bring us back from a break with Kyle. And you hear Jack do the same thing. And it happens over and over again. And then one day, out of the blue, Rod walks in there and says, you're out this segment. I don't like that. I know what you would think. Now, I think you'd handle it more.
I'm not going to mouth off to Rod.
But what are you thinking? Like, Jack does the same crap.
But thinking and acting on it and doing something and mouthing off are different things. Castellanos apparently crossed the line.
Now, but let's play this out. Let's say that you are an impulsive person, and Rod knows. Well, I don't know about that. Nah. And Rod knows it. Should Rod be totally floored if you're like, Rod, Jack does it all the time? What the bleep?
But if he thinks if Rod's discretion is that's the move that he needs to make for the betterment of whatever the program is that day, the 30 minutes, then that's on him. That's what you have to respect that decision. By the way, what we're leaving out of all this, there's a very good likelihood that while Castellanos was pissed in the moment, he's fine today and everything's okay.
Yeah,
he's going to go back in the lineup and everything's going to be fine.
Well, I hope.
And then what do we say?
Well, then we move on and we're happy. I mean, what do we?
What's that though,
and then we're all best friends.
Yeah, then we move on. All right, 215-592.
Ain't that what we do every day?
Yeah, we just argue about the next thing. All right, your phone calls. And hold on, do we have to go to the final segment to give away the prize?
Yep.
You.
That's good. That means
give everyone the clue right now.
Can
I give them a clue. Come on.
The last clue. But before I get a clue, can I just say this?
No.
Somebody guessed it. But anyway, the last clue.
What do you mean someone guessed it?
Somebody gets. Well, somebody told me what it was.
But not on the phone.
But not on the phone.
Oh,
okay. It's his iconic horse logo.
Read them all again. Just give everyone the whole break.
If they can't get it with that one, Joe, I don't know what to tell you. But the first one is this brought me great joy back in the day. This has been around for at least 60 years. Named after an animal. Iconic horse logo.
There it is. Your chance. Phillies, Padres, Tuesday, July 1st. All right, 215-592-9494. All right, your segment coming up to talk you people as well. And AI, is AI taking over WIP? You guys got to hear this. That's next. Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Trey Turner with another road home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. We're taking the Phillies in the first 5-run line today. Ranger Suarez is on the mound for Philly. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball all season, allowing just 3 earned in his last 33 2/3 innings. Adam Mazura's on the mound for Miami. This is his first action in the majors this season. He's given up 11 homers in 12 games in the minors. Take the Phillies in the first 5-run line. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
If you want the perfect spot to unwind and have fun, check out the Chesapeake Inn. Nestled on the picturesque waterfront, Chesapeake Inn offers a slice of paradise. Feel the rhythm with live music, sip refreshing Bud Light and Michelob Ultra drinks at our Tiki Bar, or sail in and dock at our marina. Join us for lunch or dinner any day of the week and enjoy Bud Light and Michelob Ultra specials all summer long. Make memories that last a lifetime at Chesapeake Inn. Fun, food, and unforgettable moments. Only an hour from Philly and Baltimore. Visit ChesapeakeInn.com.
Kick off summer at Conacelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Conacelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Conacelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Conacelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Conacelli is a nice place to do business.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speed. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Back to Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's the Tom Kelly Show. Just to let you know, 94.1 on the radio. All right, let's go. Dial it up 215. Speak your mind.
I kind of like it.
I like it a lot.
It's pretty good. So this is TK's new open.
It's Philly Sports Gold. Kelly got the fire, every segment's got soul. Respect to the
You know what has to happen now.
We need one?
We need a.
Oh, we need our own song. This is good. It kind of makes me want to listen to TK more now.
It's not that good.
I like it. The numbers in there. The background singers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I think it's better than whatever Tom was using
Too
before.
much robot influence.
Well, okay, so that's part of this.
Let somebody make us a song.
Yeah. Well, so Tom, from what I understand, I haven't spoken to Tom about this, but I heard they brought this up on the afternoon show yesterday. It seems like TK had a listener made him this song, right?
Yeah,
but it's pretty obvious, considering it was a quick turnaround, that some AI had to be using this. I mean, we have background singers, the whole operation.
This is Tom Kelly's song, right?
Yeah.
You know who's yelling at me, acting like it's theirs?
Who?
This Fritz guy out here.
What do you mean?
He just said, "Don't steal my bit." I'm like, I'm sorry. Did you make the song?
What bit?
Also, I know
we got show crime
well,
again.
There's just a little bit of sensitivity.
Okay, we can't talk about Tom Kelly's song.
God forbid Tom Kelly has an open, and people across the station want to play it.
How am I going to not react to Tom Kelly's AI song?
Well, also one of us went the extra mile and remixed the Tom Kelly intro. So,
do we have that?
We do. Yeah, you want to hear it?
Yeah, sure.
Listen to the remix.
It's the Tom Kelly Show.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm Tom Kelly. As well said, Tom Kelly. Are you out of your mind?
This is better.
That's worse.
No, it's better.
I mean, I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm Tom Kelly.
Yeah. Okay.
What is that?
No.
What is the ooh?
Yeah, I'm Tom Kelly.
Yeah, I'm Tom Kelly. So if he rolls with the new version, the Kyle's version, instantly number one show on the station.
Well said, Tom Kelly.
I like that.
The new one.
I like. Well,
no,
the
new one's good.
Okay, Joe, since I'm being bullied into saying that the new one's better.
You don't think this is better? It's got more of a real Tom flavor to it.
I tell you what.
Okay.
It's catchy.
It is catchy.
It's very, very catchy. which I like. That right there, what is that?
It sounds like he's like vomiting.
That's him reacting to a mouse being in the
We
studio.
want a happy ending.
We want a happy ending. That's funny.
I forgot about when the mice were here. And then that was before you got here. We had a couple.
We had mice?
Yeah. I don't know where it went. Hopefully not here any longer. We haven't seen it in a while.
No, they probably did a good job exterminating. That right there is funny. What is that? Ooh.
How would you react to a mouse in the studio, Hugh? We've never talked mice. You know, we know a lot of animals and bodies of water scare you.
I'm not.
Are you
I'm
okay
not
with
afraid of mice
No?
like that. I mean, no. I mean, I'm. You know, I'm not. I'm not gonna jump up and oh my gosh. You know, I'm not gonna be like that.
But like if it ran over your foot, what's the on-air reaction?
I'd be like, oh man, mouse ran on my foot.
So you'd be pretty calm.
There's like no chance that's your reaction.
You
You're
don't think
afraid
so?
of going in the water
I don't
because
like,
there's wolf eaters.
Now, if it's a spider, now that's something different. I do not like nothing crawling on me like that. So if it's a spider, yeah. But a mouse, not so much.
Like if there was a spider, would you scream on the air?
No, if it was a spider.
Yeah.
Would I scream?
Yeah.
I would like to say no, but I'm feeling like it might be a yes. It all depends on how big the spider is.
I think you're probably
I might
spot
get
on
in
that.
trouble because I might have some choice cuss words that I might.
You and Nick Castellanos. All right. Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. 72% are on Team Topper today, 28% on Team Castellanos. Quickly, a little compensation update. We gave you the news. Jair Alexander, who a lot of people were interested maybe the Eagles signing as a veteran corner. He went to the Ravens earlier this afternoon.
Baltimore.
But the deal he got there makes me, well, I'll just say it this way. The Eagles obviously didn't want him. I mean, because this is not a big deal. He got a 1-year, $6 million deal. That's nothing.
Well, and he has been out there for a while, too, so there's that.
Like 2 weeks ago, the whole
Yeah, it's
thing
been
was?
a while. As far as free agency is concerned, he's been out there for a while.
Yeah. Well, I'm just surprised he didn't get more. So that tells me he didn't have a big market, and he wanted to be in Baltimore. So he goes to the Ravens for the upcoming season. Let's get back to the phone lines here, and then we will check in with you people here. Before we finish, we do have to give this prize away. Hugh, the rule is we can't go home until we give the prize away.
I think somebody's going.
Well, I hope so. We'll finish with the Castellanos calls, though. Kevin, West Philly, wants me to stop ripping Ace Bailey, though. What's up, Kev?
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I think you should stop ripping them because the faults that you're giving them is they're positives also. And if you think about it, the cons, the pros outweigh the cons. You saying that he take a lot of bad shots. Well, Ben Simmons didn't take any shots. You want a guy that got the heart to come out there and take the shots. You want that type of guy. You fought him for the school he went to, where he could have went to any school. That's another fault that you taking. That's not. He went to that school to get with his friend. It didn't work out. They wasn't good enough. I'm not going to punish him for that right there. Also, the big thing is he's only 18 years old. You acting like the man can't mature.
But they're all Kev. They're all 18, right? So like I got to judge them against each other, right? They're
all of them aren't 18.
Well, but the kids,
maybe like
they're fairly young.
Right, but they're all the kids that we're talking about, right? Whether it be Edgecombe or Bailey or Knipple, they're all freshmen or sophomores, right? Like,
yeah, well, I like those two you named. I like Edgecombe or Bailey. I'm with either one of them. I take them. I'm not going to fault Bailey for the reasons you fault him, and you calling him a loser.
Well,
come on, man.
No,
the
but
guy's
Kev,
only 18.
Do you know why I call him a loser?
I know. I just heard you say that he wanted to go to Washington.
Well, because
I didn't hear that. How do we even know that's true?
Well, I'm going to believe the story, and
he doesn't want. Well, it was reported he didn't want to work out.
Yeah, there was a report yesterday that he didn't want to work out with the Sixers, and people in the league think he's trying to work his way to a team with less good players, right? Like he doesn't want to be on a team that has Maxey. He wants to be on a bad team. I'll say it that way, so he could shoot the ball more. Kev, I don't think he's a loser as a kid. He's a young man. Like I don't know him, but. Kev, there are losing players.
He might be a loser.
Well, maybe he is. But like, there are players in the NBA that play on bad teams. They score 20 points a game, and they go home with a smile on their face. I don't want that guy on my basketball team. I want a winning player that wants to win. I want to be like the Thunder. If Ace Bailey wants to go shoot 30 times a game in Washington, go ahead. I mean, knock yourself out. Like, I don't want that guy here.
I can't fault. See, that reason I didn't hear you say that. And I kind of agree with you, but I think that the Sixers always trying to be the smartest people in the room, and they always make these same mistakes. They've been doing it for eons. And I just say, take the guy you want. If you want Ace Bailey, take him. Don't trade down and none of that. Try to be tricky about anything. Just get the job done.
Well, I agree with
Edgecombe.
yeah, Kev. They do try to outsmart themselves sometimes. Look, I just think Edgecombe's going to be a better NBA player, and Knippel's interesting too. I'm not an Ace Bailey guy, but Kev, what is your guess for Hughes Clues? We got to give away these tickets.
So, is it a Mustang?
You got it. You nailed it.
100%.
Here, it only took you to 138.
Well, no, people had it. They just they listen. I appreciate that because people be listening and they understand my craze. A lot more people understand my craze than y'all give them credit for. Good job.
Kevin, you got it, buddy. Congratulations. We'll see you at the game on July 1st. Well, I don't know if a lot more people understand you're crazy.
They do.
I mean,
They do.
A select few. One a day when we have a great prize to give away.
So let me tell you what happened. So yesterday, I went to Dover, Delaware, right? Went to the Monster Mile.
Okay.
And, they have a race coming up July 18th, I think, through the 20th, right? And we were just going around the track. And they had the pace car.
You get to ride?
Dude, they let me drive it. So the first pace car was the Mach 1. They had a Ford Mustang Mach 1, which was nice. But we got to talking, and they said, well, yeah, we got the new pace car came in, and it's a dark horse. And I was like, oh, the dark horse. And I was like, well, can I see it? And they were like, yeah, you can see it. So went back there, and there was a manual. And it's like, you know how to drive manual? I said, yes, I do. Yes, I do. So they said, if you want, you could take it around the track. And I was like, I just want to get in and see. Like, number one, like as a bigger guy, there's two things that you want to see before you drive somebody else's car. Number one is if you can get in it.
How'd that work out?
It was great.
Okay.
A great fit. And, like, now that I'm older, don't like to drive and, like, jump in cars that are lower to the ground. This one didn't feel that low. So, jumping in and out, it didn't feel like a struggle. It didn't feel like, fat kid in a little car. It didn't feel like that. But, dude, when I got in it, I drove it like I stole it, like in the little area.
Yeah.
And everybody was kind of looking because, I smoked the tires. And, like, I acted like it was my car. And they kind of looked at me with shock and awe. And then I knew I was like, I probably need to give them back their car. And I said, okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to drive it. But, boy, I tell you, anybody that's driven a Mustang or know anything about a Mustang, I don't care what year it is or what you do to it, nothing sounds like a Mustang. It has a unique sound that is intoxicating. And when when I cranked that dark horse up, I was like, damn, this is a nice car.
So
very, very nice car.
Is there any thought to maybe, I don't know what it would be for you, football player, talk show host, like a third or fourth act to your career, race car driver?
I always fancy myself the black race car driver.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
And I found out that they was telling me yesterday that Dodge is getting into the truck series. They're trying to work their way back up to
you could do
Cup
that.
Series.
You could do that.
I mean, I need a sponsor.
Well, I
need some monies, but I could do it.
Could you?
I could do the truck series.
Oh man, if you were doing the truck series and we were doing shows like the day before the event at the place,
I would like to do that.
I think you should put your mind to this.
I would like to do that. I just need a sponsor. I need a couple $100 million, something like that. I need a sponsor, and I need a car.
Yeah. Do you think you'd be good at it?
Yeah, I think so.
But you never did it before.
No, but I mean, I can drive.
Wait a second. There's more skill to being a race car driver.
No, you're right. You're right. But
millions of people drive.
I think that I have the skill set to do it. I think I can do it.
Kyle, what do you think? Would you be a good race car driver?
Absolutely not.
No, I think I could do it. But here, another drawback is like when we were talking yesterday, I would probably have to drop about a whole 100 pounds because ain't too many race car drivers built like me.
You think you weighed a car down?
Ooh, yeah, because it's like most of them are smaller. Like when you talk about the Jimmy Johnsons, the Brad Keselowskis, guys like that, they're a little bit smaller. They're like jockeys.
But they're not quite that small.
Well, they're little. They're petite, man. Like Jimmy Johnson's petite.
They could do a heavyweight division.
Yeah, but then it'd just be me.
I watched that. The heavies racing around the track.
Tony Stewart probably was one of the bigger, if I'm not mistaken, and he hasn't raced in a while, but he was probably one of the bigger ones that raced.
I always think they just sweat it off. It's so hot.
Well, it is hot.
Yeah.
And especially down there at Dover at the Monster Mile, you have like 40 cars on the track, and you're only racing a mile, and the embankments and stuff are so high. It's white knuckle driving the whole way through. You don't get a respite when you're racing on like a track like Dover.
Yeah, I'm looking up if there have ever been any heavy set race car drivers.
Was Tony Stewart considered I think he would be considered kind of heavy set.
Yeah, he came up in the list here. Yeah. All right, let's go to David in Westchester. What's up, David?
I'm trying to figure out how Hugh Douglas fit into a Mustang. I can't picture it.
David, let me tell you.
Yes, you.
Before I got in it, I was wondering the same thing. But listen, I fit. And you know what? I'm gonna I'm gonna push the envelope today. I'm gonna go see if I can get in a Corvette.
Yeah?
If I get in a Corvette, I'm gonna do what every midlife crisis male does at this point in life.
It's gonna be like a clown
you know what
car
that is,
situation.
David? Yeah, Dave know what that is. We're gonna get a Corvette.
So
Corvette.
The heaviest current full-time Cup driver is listed at 207 pounds. So you're gonna have
I'm
to
gonna have to drop out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop some weight.
Yeah.
He's definitely oversimplifying being a driver,
I
but
know.
that's okay. Yeah.
Did you expect anything less? The guy thinks he can just
Oh
roll
no.
roll onto the track
It's a
and win.
lot. Yeah, it's a lot that goes into driving. No question about that. I have much respect to the NASCAR drivers. Much respect.
I don't know, Hugh. I think you're living in Hugh land again.
Well, welcome to our show. I mean, this is what we do.
Probably might be right.
So let's get to this Nick Castellanos. All right, that guy. Topper has stood by this guy for ever since he got here. He has had his back. And this guy, to turn on him like that is basically unforgivable. You can't do that. I mean, Topper, he let him get the streak when he shouldn't have. He keeps putting him in. You know, he's taken him out for defensive replacement before. And for him to have a little hissy fit, and I don't know what he said, but it's got to rival something I probably said a few times over the years because I've been putting on a bench, for my mouth. And whatever he said was definitely to the point where it's probably, like I said, probably fractured that relationship.
Well, David, I hope it's not. It may have, though, right? We're going to find out as this goes along. I just am wondering if if it was worth the battle. Like, was it worth it for a game in Miami to take him off the field for defense? Now we have all this? I don't get it.
Yeah, you're a bleeping idiot. Yes, it was worth
Why?
it. He's the manager.
So it's all about principle rather than the team. Like, does it make the team better? Are we better today?
But we don't know. We'll have to see.
Okay.
Obviously, last night we weren't.
Well, I know.
But like I said, he is the manager. He's the leader of that team. And even if you don't respect the man, you got to respect the position. And he's not doing that. He didn't do that. And like I said, and I will reiterate, this guy has had his back through everything, and this is how he repays him. That's just crap. I'm sorry, but you can't do that. You got to think about the team and not about your own personal feelings. If the manager wants to pull you for a defensive replacement, he's going to pull you. As we know, Joe, I play senior softball. I get pulled at times, and
you probably should be pulled. I mean, if we're being honest, you should probably be pulled more.
But do you have a hissy fit?
They should drop you in the order.
Do you have a hissy fit when you get pulled?
No, because I probably shouldn't even be out there. But what are you going to do?
David, good phone call, man. We appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, David probably should be dropped in the order. I think we all agree on that. All right, can we check in with you people today, see what they're up to?
You people. It's time to hear from you people. What do you mean, you people?
Wah, he said, Casty. My name's Joe. Wah.
Oh, that's what they're saying?
Yeah, that was the guy.
Are they crying, or am I crying?
I think that's a mocking of you.
Okay.
You look like Humpty Dumpty today, by the way.
Did I fall down? Am I round, though?
I guess it's
I feel like the Humpty thing, he's also got a round body.
white head.
Yeah.
And I don't really go.
Yeah.
I did get a Kyle, mute Joe's mic.
I control it over here, too. Yeah. He can do it, but I'll put it back on.
Well, technically, I could bring the level down.
Well, you could. I can't control that.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to do that. We do have we have a show to do here. Yep. So this take by Hugh is the closest we've ever seen Hugh come to accountability.
What do you mean?
Someone else's accountability.
Somebody on there is like they're really
Well, they get it. I mean, they're right about that.
Yep. Embarrassing Casty is fine. Joe embarrasses himself on the radio every day.
I think we both do that, though. To be fair,
why is embarrassing Casty fine? Like, I don't understand. Like, that's cool.
Well, I think that was just a vehicle to get to the fact that you embarrass yourself.
Okay, that's fine. If you want to come after me, I've seen some of that. Like, Goody embarrassed him. Why? This is a good way to manage a team, to embarrass players.
Yeah.
Okay.
He said, yeah.
Take that route.
Yep. So as soon as Hugh's Clues started off, we got a pathetic.
Yes.
That's
it.
That's evergreen. That's evergreen on a daily basis.
That's it. I'm boycotting Hugh's Clues.
Somebody said they're boycotting.
Well, they missed out on Phillies tickets. They're boycotting just because the Clues were pretty rough today. Yeah.
A few things that people guessed for bringing Hugh joy: falling asleep in the club, controversy.
Ooh,
that does bring me a little joy.
It does.
Pettiness.
Yep. You know what? You know what would have been a good answer today? The comment section. Because you love the comment section.
I do love the comment section.
Something's controversial. Hugh goes right to the comment section.
Straight to the comments. I go straight to the comments.
And lastly, for something that gives Hugh joy, lying to the listeners.
I don't lie.
Yep.
You tell your truth, which is ridiculous.
I speak the truth.
No.
One more thing here. Speaking of ending streaks, when are we going to end Hugh's Iron Man streak of terrible clues?
Well, the Castellanos one ended yesterday. Maybe we can end Hughes tomorrow.
Listen, no matter what I say, if I gave out a good clue with the first, which I do,
yeah, at this point, it's just like a meme
it's just,
to rip.
Yeah, it's just that's what it is.
I need a graphic. You know how they always do, like when one streak ends, who's the next up? So Castellanos, an X through him, and the longest current streak at Philadelphia sports is Hughes clues with a terrible clue.
Terrible first clue.
Yeah. It is past Castellanos.
I love the fully serious. I'm boycotting Hughes clues.
Yeah. I'm out. I'm done with you people.
To what end? What
I'm
happens?
saying I put a lot of thought in that first clue.
Also, how would we know if anyone is actually boycotting Hughes
That's
clues?
what I mean. I'm
you
like,
don't guess?
There is no way.
I refuse to
know.
guess because the first clue was stupid.
Dude, they refuse to think about them.
There's like 30
just...
guesses a day, and there's thousands of people that maybe are
I'm
boycotting.
in some people's headspace though, because they're gonna guess.
That's true. I think to some degree, because we joke about them being in your head. I think you're in their head to some degree.
No,
with,
I
with
am.
The clues.
I am rent free.
I mean, if they're boycotting,
because the fact that every time I give out the first clue, they just kill it, like regardless to what I say.
Well, but yeah, I think Kyle missed it today. So earlier, you were on the phone. You know, yesterday Hugh called everyone that agreed with him delusional. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Today he said the first few guesses each day are sacrificial lambs.
I did say they're sacrificial lambs.
I felt so bad.
Bring forth the sacrificial lambs.
So that's basically Will in the Northeast.
Yeah, well, that's what Will. That's basically what Will's saying.
Always gets in early,
and like once every 6 months, just nails it right away, and then
that's true.
And then your self-esteem is destroyed.
Bring forth the sacrificial lamb.
Yep. One more thing though, they're not happy with me today.
Oh,
what you do?
There was a caller on the line from you people, who everyone was hyping up because. They always like to guess the answer, and a lot of times, to their credit, they do get the correct answer.
So they work as a group.
They workshop
that's
it.
Nice. That's nice.
And then they tell somebody to go in and call and get the answer. And I believe he was up, and you went to the Ace Bailey guy.
Oh no!
So they're very upset. They think they're blaming me, but I'm passing the buck.
No,
this is on Joe.
You passed the buck on air though.
You people, that is clearly on Kyle. I mean, that's no. Actually, I'm sorry. Now, to be fair, I just want to argue about Ace Bailey. I don't know who's going to have. Like sometimes they tell Kyle. Sometimes what their guess is, but he doesn't tell me or Hugh. No. So when I go to a caller. I don't know if you have the right answer or not. So I didn't intentionally make you wait.
Right.
I just wanted to yell about Ace Bailey. You're just upset because you wish someone got your answer earlier. And
I'll give you a good piece of advice. Yeah. If you want to get your call prioritized, give me something like Joe's a complete moron.
I always take those first.
I need to school Joe.
Yep.
Or I want to argue with Joe about et cetera, et cetera. You know,
some hosts will bury those.
Right,
I will bring those right up.
And I love everybody having, either side on the Castellanos thing. That's great. But if you just call and say, Joe's a moron.
Yeah.
I need to talk to this guy.
Yeah, you get priority. That's how it works around here. All right, that is about it for us today. Yep. Hugh, we got a Phillies game tonight.
I didn't even do my parlay.
Well, here's what I need to know. What does Nick Castellanos do tonight? Is he going to respond, get a couplet, a bomb, or is he going to go in the tank?
Wait a minute, did we get the lineup yet?
Nah, not yet. Let's assume he's in there.
Okay, we're gonna assume. I think he's gonna do well if he's in there.
A home run?
A base hit.
And then he glares at Topper as he goes around the bases.
You better
Points
play
in the
defense.
dugout.
Yes, all of that.
Stare down.
The stare down of his own manager.
All of that.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
All of that.
All right, that's enough for us. Afternoon show next with another couple names in the top 11 in Philadelphia sports. That's next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Peace.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind the Lambeau losers the tush push is back. Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
And now, breaking news. You leaving me, your state-of-the-art 65-inch 4K smart television, for going out with friends and not staying in to watch TV. Sources confirm that is a terrible decision. Picture-in-picture mode. Do your friends have that? Can they simultaneously stream live sports and extreme baking shows? How about I make everything sepia? Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just don't put me on standby.
Don't listen to your TV. Head out with your friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Hey Navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out.
One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6.
Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Brad Marchand won one for the old guys last night. Not that the Panther center is that old, he's 37, but he had to wait 14 years since winning one in Boston to hoist the Stanley Cup again. And he wasn't just a hanger-on. Teammates credit Marchand for inspiring them to back-to-back titles in South Florida. Marchand will always be associated with the Boston Bruins. That's true. But it's very cool to see an older player reinvent himself and win on the biggest stage. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
We're back on a Wednesday, the WIP afternoon show. With Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Top 11 week rolls on. Ike, how you feeling, brother?
Brother Spike, doing pretty good. Listen, it's a Wednesday. Yesterday was not very good. Last night, meaning, but the fightings.
No.
We'll make it through. Excited about your top 11 list today.
Mm-hmm.
And wait to get to that.
The real one.
Jackie Baseball, I'm going to just say this.
Here we go.
A line has been drawn in the sand in the clubhouse. Let's figure out which side of the line we're on. Holla at your boy.
Spike already getting heat early for his top 11 list that has not come out yet.
Yeah, that was outrageous. We're sitting here in our common area or whatever, and there was one of our great Odyssey partners was there, and he looks over to me. He's like, "Hey, your top 11 list sucked." I haven't even given it yet.
They know.
I haven't even given it yet.
That was awesome.
And when I said that, he still wanted to argue with me about it. I was like, I legitimately do not credit me with the cameras list.
My initial thought was, hold on. He saw the list already?
No.
I'm like, how did he see the list?
Yeah, it's not.
And then you guys both left. I was still standing there,
Yeah.
listening.
Yeah.
And he's like, under his breath, he was talking to his buddy. He's like, he won Super Bowl MVP, and this guy is still... It was so funny.
Love it, man.
Well, it is a big show as far as top 11 week continues. At 2:30, we will reveal from the official list numbers 7 and 6. And what I can tell you about this is that when we reveal 7 and 6, all of a sudden, it's going to be a little bit more about who is where and less about who is on the list, because you'll be able to figure that out. So that happens at 2:30. Larry Anderson joins us at 3. Of course, we'll talk to him about the Castellanos situation. Flyers and 50 with Broads at 3:30. Talk about his list. Oh, my God. I reveal mine at 4. The Eagles Insider of the Year Power Rankings at 4:30. It's almost too much show for one 4-hour period. Ike.
Yes.
I think we have to start with the Castellanos-Rob Thompson situation. This broke during the show yesterday that Rob Thompson pulls
Nick Castellanos from yesterday's game because of something he said, or sat him, he didn't start, something he said when he got pulled out of Monday night's game for a defensive replacement. We don't know what he said. We do know that Thompson said it was because of something he said that crossed the line. And Nick Castellanos' response was, at best, a little chilly, right? He said, this is my punishment, I'm not playing. So my question to you is there a chance that this blows up in the Phillies' faces? Like, with a night to sleep on it and think about it, is there a chance that this ends up not working?
Sure. When you say not working, do you mean that this doesn't lead to them?
Maybe it submarines it. Like, maybe Castellanos is like, screw this guy.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Does it have the opposite effect, I guess, of what Thompson was trying to do?
All right, so here's how I would answer this question, because I don't think it's as simple as answering it in a straightforward black and white fashion. There are more tentacles to this thing, and I think there's a message being sent to Castellanos that his behavior after a managerial decision in the clubhouse was unacceptable and disrespectful to some degree. When you push a mild-mannered, mild-tempered man like Rob Thompson to make this type of move. And to actually, they didn't go into details about it, but he gave us enough detail to know. He could have very easily said it was a scheduled day off, but they knew that wouldn't have passed. They knew that stuff wouldn't have passed.
Yep.
This guy doesn't take days off, so he wants to play every day. So I think part of it was a message to him, and then also a part of it is a message to the rest of his team. Right? Whether it's indirectly or directly, that this type of behavior, if I decide to make a decision that I think is in the best interest of this team and trying to win, whether you publicly or vocally support it or not, as a team member, you support the decision and move along, right? And it may work out, it may not work out, but what you won't do is disrespect me in front of this team, or disrespect a teammate, if that's what it was.
Yeah, we don't know what he said.
We don't know exactly what it was. Or disrespect another teammate, if that's what he did. So here's what I'll say to that, Spike. If this results in the clubhouse being more fractured and somehow this team craters from this, I'll still give Rob Thompson a pat on the back for this move. Because I don't care. I think the principle is more important than sparing Castellanos' feelings. Because quite frankly, for Castellanos, his feelings has been spared for like 2.5 years here.
That is fair.
His feelings have been spared, right? So Rob Thompson has gone out of his way to support the player and be a player's manager. This is something he's doing like he's done all year long, whether it's sit Bohm, whether it's move Bohm down in the lineup, whether it's move Stott down in the lineup, whether, whether Kyle Schwarber, doesn't get the bat in his most desired spot. Like, he's had to make tough decisions, moving Romano out from being the closer and putting Kerkering in. Like he's had to do that stuff this year, and I'm applauding him for that because for years I criticized him for that. I'm not going to now, when he makes a tough decision, not back him. I back him in this, and if it costs us, so be it. I think him as a manager has to have certain boundaries that he can't compromise for his players. And for this manager who's done nothing but compromise, I believe, and for the benefit of his players for 2 years, this was something, in my opinion, that he must have been pushed to do because it was that egregious. So I'm okay with it.
Speaking of being pushed to do, Scott Fransky talked a little bit about the decision last night, and here's what he said.
I can tell you that the idea of taking him out of the game defensively, I can almost assure you that Rob Thompson would not do that on the fly without talking to Nick about that first. Nick is an everyday player who plays every inning of every game and loves to do so. And Rob understands that wholeheartedly and loves that about Nick and respects that a great deal about Nick. It definitely wasn't a surprise to Nick when it was put in motion last night. He knew that it was coming. Take that for what it is.
Now, when he said he knew that it was coming, does he mean not starting or being pulled during the game?
I think pulled during the game.
Okay.
So they've had conversations about late in the game, this was something I'm going to have to start doing.
Right. And by the way, 215-592-9494, do you think there's a chance this could blow up the Phillies season? And I know that sounds crazy, but sometimes it's just one thing. And you look back, sometimes it's a bye week that saves your season, right? Sometimes it's a wide receiver saying something about a quarterback and defensive end going on a radio show and airing dirty laundry all over the place. By the way, that could have gone a different way too. The entire AJ, Jalen, Brandon Graham thing, that could have gone a different way too. So I look at this, and on one end, Ike, I agree with you. Like we have begged Rob Thompson to draw to the thing that you said earlier, draw lines in the sand and be tougher with these guys and set sort of rules. On the other side, I think about it like he's never been this guy. Like, and if I'm Nick Castellanos and I have played for this guy for 3 years and never has anybody been, there's no way it's the first snide comment made in the dugout. And I want to say, by the way, if it comes out what Nick Castellanos said is obviously unacceptable, then it is what it is. But at this point, we don't know what he said.
Right.
We've all been around clubhouses and locker rooms, and there's a lot of awful stuff said in clubhouses and locker rooms and dugouts.
And players firing back at a manager or coach that's happened. But it happens.
We saw Jalen Carter screaming at Nick Sirianni or laughing in his face earlier. So
it happens.
So I start thinking about was this the time and was this the place? Was first of all pulling him late in a game, was pulling him in Miami in front of his family in a game that you're probably going to win anyway. This is not the playoffs. It's not a game to get into it's not a game to clinch the division or anything like that. It's a game in Miami in the middle of the season. And he doesn't normally do stuff like this. And then to pull him from the lineup, and by the way, publicly say, and I know they're sort of left no choice in saying what happened because people know that Castellanos doesn't just get days off. They can't hide behind it. Publicly embarrassing him, that again, I agree that at some point Rob Thompson has to lay down the law and has to stand up for himself. What makes me worried is that because he's never done it before, that all of a sudden the players don't know what the rules are and don't know who this guy is and don't know what they're allowed to get away with. And you're in a situation this is not a guy that's super valuable, by the way. So if this goes the wrong way and you're heading into a trade deadline where you need to make 2 additions to the team, all of a sudden you're like, well, do I need another right fielder? And if I got to get off this guy's contract, this is going to cost them to get off his contract. This is not a contract that other teams are excited to take on.
It's not Rafi Devers?
No. And by the way, even Devers' contract people were laughing at the Red Sox, and Devers is a guy who is incredibly productive. So the thing that I worry about is that all of a sudden we have a clubhouse that doesn't really know what the rules are. You pissed off one of the clubhouse leaders on the team. And if it goes the wrong way, then we were just saying yesterday, this is a team that may not have another year in this window. You've taken the final year of the window and closed it potentially. Yeah. So while I get where Thompson's coming from, I guess I would also as a player think, well, what the hell? Why me? Why now? Why to this extent? Why with this game? Why is it this one thing, this one time? Yeah. And why am I being treated differently than a defensive liability at shortstop and a defensive liability at first base and a defensive liability at third base? No offense.
Less errors than Lindor at shortstop.
Shut up.
Yeah. Not a defensive liability at third base. What are you talking about?
Well, okay. But when Otto Kemp was there or whatever. Jack, what do you think about this whole thing?
Graham.
Yeah, Otto Graham.
So I think it could definitely backfire, and I don't believe that this thing just going to blow over. I know that they tried to say that last night, they're over it now. Well, first off, Castellanos didn't sound over it.
Not last night.
It didn't seem like
yesterday. Yeah,
because I think I would feel better if Castellanos came in and was like, "Hey, I was wrong. I was in the wrong here," and was more remorseful. And he didn't seem that way. He didn't seem that he was remorseful.
Yeah.
And what worries me, the only thing that worries me, I think if it was about Rob Thompson, I think this is fine. But if it was about a teammate, let's say, I know people have thrown out, maybe he was ripping Rojas. Maybe he was ripping one of these other younger players. But if he said something about, well, why don't you take Trey out of the game? Why don't you trade another star on the team? Then I think that's where the diversion could happen. So I hope it blows over, obviously, but I'm definitely concerned about it not blowing over.
I tell you what, if it doesn't blow over, he needs to blow his ass up out of here.
And I think they will.
Yeah, so then if that's the case, that's the case.
But what worries me about that is like, okay, now you're trading a prospect to get rid of Nick Castellanos.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going into a trade deadline, needing to trade for two pieces for sure. We need a bat. We need a bullpen piece. All of a sudden, you've made yourself poorer prospect-wise. Yeah. Again, like, I get where you're coming from. I wonder about the time and the place and the situation and all of that.
This is the time to do it.
You think so?
This is the best time to do it. You're still in the first half of the season. Same thing I said about hitting the retaliating of hitting a batter, by the way. I'm sure you all saw it. Tatis got hit last night. They immediately hit Ohtani. Just saying.
Yep.
People believe in it. Best teams in baseball, they believe in it because it's what you do. So even if it costs you a game, the bigger picture is at stake more here. Because here's what I'll tell you. What's Rob Thompson supposed to do? He gets later in the season, and he wants to make this defensive move. He doesn't. Cassie can't get to a ball because of this. Now what? Now we're ripping Rob Thompson for leaving him out there, knowing he's a defensive liability. So the manager is damned if he does, damned if he doesn't, which is why he has to have principles that he believes in and doing what's best for the team and have conviction in that. And if the player can't get on board with that and have it explained to him, he didn't embarrass Castellanos. He's not the first player to be defensively replaced late in the game. We won a World Series with a guy doing that. By the way, that guy gave you 30 and 90 every year. He gave you 30 and 90 every year.
Replaced every game in
and
left
was
field.
replaced and won the World Series with it. If this dude can't get on board with that, then he can't be here.
And the manager has to show that he has a backbone. If it was about another player on the team.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the biggest, this is like trying to solve a math problem and you don't know. Like, one of the numbers. Like, we don't know what he said.
Sure, but if you had to bet, do you
like
think...
when they use letters. I hate when they use letters.
Algebra.
In the math.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
X plus 3 equals 9. What are we
that's
talking
like the
about?
hardo thing they do with the Super Bowl. Like, just say it's Super Bowl 59.
Yeah.
No, I like the Roman numerals.
We're not in Rome.
No, yeah. We're in America.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know you did NFL Europe, but no one cared.
Yeah.
No one cared. I forget what I was going to say.
Oh, you lost it. All right.
Yeah.
215-592-9494. Are you all right with what Rob Thompson did? And do you think there's a chance this could blow up in the Phillies' faces? Andrew in Willow Grove, you're on WIP. What's up, Andrew?
Not too much, guys. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday.
What's up, Andrew? Happy Wednesday.
I do not see how anybody could be supporting Castellanos on this. I understand maybe not backing Thompson 100%, but a very important thing is Nick Castellanos has not been a great Philly his entire time here. And statistically, he's having arguably his worst season. So for him to get upset about getting pulled for a game offensively or defensively, probably not the time to make a big stink about it. But with that being said, being in Miami, I could see him getting upset about it. But he has a negative WAR, wins above replacement. That is saying that you could grab anybody off the street, put them in right field, and the Phillies will be better off for it. Right?
Well,
I think that's a very important part of this.
Yeah, but I think I think it is. But the fact is, you also have Nick Castellanos on the team. Like, so there is a human element of this, and I also think there's a difference between having a vet, a guy who has been in pressure situations before, a guy who is, and Jack has mentioned this before. And again, Andrew, I guess I don't necessarily disagree, but Jack has mentioned before that Castellanos is kind of like the balls of the locker room. Like, Schwarber is the guy who keeps everyone calm, but a lot of the younger players look up to Castellanos. So again, like, you could argue that means that Castellanos has to be more of a model citizen, but he's never been a model citizen. And we know that he's played every inning of every game. And yeah, I guess theoretically you could just replace him with but that's not really what it means. Like, replacing a negative WAR player, you still have to find a 0 WAR player to replace him with. Do you see what I'm saying? Like a zero WAR player doesn't mean that they're not valuable. It just means that they are of average value. So like, I don't know. I think it's a little more complicated than he's not that good anyway.
Definitely more complicated, right? And I'm glad that you said team, because if he is one of these leaders, and as Jack said, he, brought up Trey Turner or someone else, he's the one drawing the line, right? Thompson's not the one picking sides or drawing a line in the locker room. That's toxic, right? We understand this is not going to be the Phillies at 100% that are going to cruise in like a warship to the World Series, right? They're going to need to make some moves. Everybody's going to have to perform. They're going to have to be greater than the sum of their parts. And if you're drawing lines, I don't care who you are, you need to be benched for the day.
Well, and the only other question I'd raise, and I agree with you, is has this happened before, and has he gotten away with it before? And have other players gotten away with it before? Because the other question in this is when all of a sudden the teacher that you have or the boss that you have, who's just one of the guys, comes to work one day and says, hey, that thing that you've done 4 times to me, well, it doesn't fly this time.
Yeah, like
You're
when
suspended
you were the
for a
PD.
day. I never did that as a PD. Everybody knew.
There was days.
Everybody knew exactly where I stood, including you, Fritz.
Nah. Every day, one of the guys spike, and then all of a sudden you say one thing wrong, dead. Yeah. You kidding me?
But you knew that about me.
Yeah, but it was like, hold on, I didn't even see it coming.
Well, I kept everyone on their toes, unlike Topper. Maybe they need me to manage the Phillies. All right,
You
Andrew.
manage everyone else?
Yeah, well, how do you know I'm not managing Topper right now with these comments? Thank you for the call, Andrew. 215-592-9494.
Can I throw this in there?
Yeah,
real quick?
Go ahead. We'll
I
get
don't
to you
care
in a second,
anything
Jeff.
about his streak. Don't bring.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have to care a little.
No, I don't. Is he anywhere close to Cal Ripken?
No, he is not close to Cal
He's
Ripken.
close to Pete Rose's record with the Phillies.
Who cares about that? Who cares about that?
Hall of Famer. So
yes, his streak does not matter at all.
What matters to can I give you one counter to that? Part of being the manager of this team is to you have to manage everybody differently.
Yeah.
Everybody doesn't get the same rules. And you mentioned that, even when we were talking off air about it.
Yeah.
So and part of that is knowing what is important to all these guys and how you get the best out of all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it might not be important to Thompson, but it's important to Castellanos. So like him hitting him this way is a pretty. I think it's even more extreme than moving Schwarber up from lead off to or moving Bohm down the lineup.
Good. No, good.
Yeah.
Good. Streak means a lot to one person, Casty. Guess what? Think about that the next time you mouth off to the manager in front of the team, or you disrespect a teammate in front of the rest of the team, right? Like, obviously the streak didn't matter that much to you or you just decided, you know what? Damn, a streak, this is more important. See, it's all about him. That's selfishness. And Thompson has, what's the word I'm looking for? Placating, enabled him with this stuff. That's because for a month last year in the beginning of the season, he could have set him at any moment because of the way he was playing, and he didn't.
But that was for performance, different than that. Yeah,
no. That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying, but that's also to help the team and help you out. But he kept him in there because he knew how important the streak was into him and how the streak was to him. And this is how you repay me.
Yep.
This is how you repay me by disrespecting me like this. Yeah, I don't give a damn about your streak. Have a seat.
Well, let me put
Eli's streak getting broke was nonsense. McAdoo should never be a head coach again for doing that.
The Eagles saw that and said, come on down, pal.
I don't even like Eli or the Giants, and I said that was bull.
Well, and I know we do Eagles Insider of the Year, and we don't have this thing about Phillies Insiders, but let me send a little message out to the Phillies Insiders.
Uh-oh.
If you want to immediately be Phillies Insider of the Year, you will find out what Castellanos said. We need to know what he said.
Yeah. How long do we have to wait before we find out what was said?
You know what? This is proof. The fact that it hasn't come out is proof that the Phillies clubhouse is together in one aspect, because the more dysfunctional a locker room is, the more leaks come out.
Are you kidding me?
Yes.
We saw what 2020 was.
You're right.
With the Eagles.
Yes. Yeah. So if there's something that
stop leaks from coming out of there.
So I think it is a credit to the Phillies that it hasn't come out. That said, I don't work for the Phillies. I work for WIP, and I am saying to you, Phillies Insider, if you want to be instantly Phillies Insider of the Year, you will find out what Castellanos said. 215-592-9494.
Is that for Scoops?
Well, it's for Scoops. It's for Fritz. It's for Matt Gelb. It's for Todd Zalecki.
What is this guy? What insider is this guy?
It's for.
I give you a lot of quality information.
Well, isn't Alex Coffey a columnist
No,
now?
Alex Call.
Alex Call. Oh, yeah, Alex
Insider,
Call.
The Woj of
I was talking
WIP.
about Phillies.
The Woj of WIP.
Yeah.
That's what I called him the other day.
Lachlan March, like all you people are covering the team every day. Get us the story. What's it used to work here? Tim
Kelly.
Tim Kelly.
Tim Kelly Sports. Yeah.
Let's go. Let's get it done. All right. 215-592-9494. Coming up next, the big reveal of number 7 and number 6 on the official top 11 list constructed by you, the listener, and the staff. Number 7 and number 6. That is coming up next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Let's talk about my friends at Dietz & Watson. It's grilling season. You know it. Fire up that grill with hot dogs, sausages, and meats from Dietz & Watson. Enjoy endless sandwich combos with freshly sliced meats, cheeses, and condiments. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find the local retailer near you and grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Nothing's worse than stepping into a hot shower, and hot, it's not. Over time, sediment builds up in your water heater, making it work harder, driving up energy costs, even affecting your water quality. For just $49, Christian Home Services will flush your water heater, inspect your plumbing, and test your water quality. That means cleaner water, proper flow, and reliable hot showers, all helping to prevent expensive breakdowns. Call Christian Home Services today at 267-957-1989 or visit ChristianHomeservices.com.
Ready to take on whatever the road or trail throws your way? At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're keeping things moving with the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W, the all-terrain tire built for adventure and everyday reliability. From the job site to the campsite, the Falcon Wild Peak AT4W is engineered with aggressive tread and rugged sidewalls for next-level traction and durability. Rain, snow, or rocks, this tire handles it all. Whether you're commuting to work or heading off the beaten path, CJ's has the perfect Falcon tire you need to feel confident through every mile. At CJ's, we're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to a fresh set of tread. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Stop into any one of CJ's 18 locations or visit cjtire.com to learn more. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
If you're going to dominate the day, you better bring a roster that brings it at night. Mattress Warehouse is calling a play that puts sleep in the win column, which saves up to $1,200 warehouse-wide now during the 4th of July sale. On a budget, that's okay, no sweat. Choose from 40 different models under $799. Snag a free adjustable base with select mattresses and buy one, get one 50% off bed gear, performance pillows, and sheets. Come in today and sleep better tonight. Shop mattresswarehouse.com. That's mattresswarehouse.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And after the tip-off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 of bonus bets. If your first $5 bet wins, visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. That's FanDuel.com/GIGLIO. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want, at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait one sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Payout via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Phillies baseball on the radio. It's just better. Sports Radio 94 W.
So I'll go with, let's go with 63%.
85.5% say it'll blow over.
Wow.
That feels high. It just does.
That feels high.
Can I tell you why I'm more worried about it than I was?
Yeah.
Because he is.
Right.
Because Jack is.
Yeah.
Like
he worries about everything.
But not stuff like this.
Right. He would normally be trying to downplay it.
Yes, he'd be like, it'll be fine. This stuff like this happens. It's baseball. You guys don't know. You're not baseball guys. Yada, yada, yada.
I tell you that every day.
Yeah, but he's like, I don't know. His worry is becoming my worry to a certain extent, that it's not going to just blow over.
Should I be worried?
I don't know.
Well, you played the game, Mike.
Well, I'm the one that's not worried about it, but I'm also assuming. Listen, I might have sounded harsh on Casty in the first segment.
Yep.
But I will say this. I think he has the ability to get over this.
I'd be disappointed if he didn't.
And that's
I
what
would
I'm
too.
saying. And,
I would too.
And here's what else I'd be disappointed in. The leadership on this team. You can't tell me that now Bryce isn't down there, so this is less to do about Bryce.
Although maybe he's on a flight down today.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe he has to go down there and do some damage
also, by the
control.
way, he's got a phone.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I was going to
Yep.
mention that.
Yep.
So he can make the phone call.
Yep.
He certainly can. And the fact that he's here, he knows we're talking about this. So yes,
For
he
sure.
certainly
Hi,
knows.
Bryce.
He knows it's a topic.
Yeah.
But Schwarber, right? Pitchers, Zach Wheeler, those guys, they have to value Casty to some degree being in the clubhouse. So they see that value in him and they want him on the team. This is me assuming that this is what it'll be. And you go talk to him and it's like, listen, man, we understand it. I don't think Topper was trying to do anything to embarrass you. We need you here. We want you here.
Yeah.
So we got to move past this. We got to move past this.
And by the way, they know what he said.
Yeah, exactly. They know exactly what he said.
They know what he said. So I would be disappointed if Schwarber didn't say something to him.
Yeah.
You know, because if he is the guy who regulates the temperature in there, what does that mean? He's the thermostat?
Mm-hmm.
I guess so.
Yeah. So I think he's got to talk to Casty too.
Well, speaking of that, the thermostat. Now, it's not the same situation. I don't want people to think that's what I'm doing. I guess you could view it as apple to oranges, but I'm comparing it to the Jalen AJ thing last year after BG had spoke on it. It was uncomfortable, but conversations needed to be had.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So maybe this is the 8th time Casty's done it,
Right.
and like, by the way, this could be not only a message from Rob Thompson to Casty, it could be a message from Rob Thompson to the rest of the team about Casty, like starting a conversation with hey guys, I need your help. Now this could happen behind closed doors. Maybe he's tried it. Who knows? All right, It's Top 11 week on the WIP Afternoon Show. We have revealed so far. So we all have our lists, and Ike gave his list on Monday. Jack gave his list yesterday. I'll give mine today. But then there's the official list. And the official list is determined by you. You voted all last week at 50% listener vote, 50% staff vote. So we have so far revealed number 11, Devontae Smith, number 10, Joel Embiid, number 9, Jordan Mailata, number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Let's reveal the next two.
The top 11. Number 7.
Number 7 on the official top 11 list in Philadelphia sports is Jalen Carter.
Too low.
7. Well, listen, I had him higher.
Feels
so-
low. Feels
Yeah.
low for how people talk about him.
Right.
Too. You know, now we've said it is a stacked list this year. But
Tough list.
a tough list this year.
So if he's 7,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, now you start doing the math of who's left on the
Right,
list, right? Yeah, and Jalen Carter being 7 with the year he just had, with here it is. Right?
Here it
Could you
is,
hit the day?
237.
The sack on Stafford that saved the season. So there you go.
A big play.
A big play. Yes. Congratulations, Jalen Carter, number 7 on the official top 11 list. Let's get to the next one.
This is the top 11. Number 6.
Number 6 on the list of top 11 athletes in Philadelphia on the official list is Lane Johnson.
Wow.
Which I also feel like is low.
Well, yeah, I mean, listen. It's tough. I mean, Jack considers him a top 3 right tackle in the history of the game, so you certainly would think he would be higher.
He was on the all-quarter century team as the right tackle.
Yeah, ESPN
According to
put out their
ESPN.
all-quarter century team. Yeah, he was on
When
it.
did they do that? I don't
It was on the website today. By the way, they're doing the same. They
Of
got
course
lists.
they
too.
are. Yeah. Thank you for pointing that out,
Yeah.
people. Yes,
You can only
yes.
talk about the Pacers so
Yes.
much.
Yes, yeah. Lane at 6 and Jalen Carter at 7.
So let me point something out to you here. And we have the only person we've revealed so far not on the list is Trey Turner. We said that yesterday.
Yes.
So I'll recap the list, and then I'll tell you who's not on the list, which I think is a stunner. Number 11, Devontae Smith. Number 10, Joel Embiid. Number 9, Jordan Mailata. Number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Number 7, Jalen Carter. Number 6, Lane Johnson. You know who's not on the list? Zach Bond.
Zach Bond is not. See, that's what I was calculating. I'm like, hold on.
Because you start thinking about the guys you know are on the list, or at
Right.
least you think you know are on the
Right.
list. Zach Bond is not on the list. Now,
The fans left out Zach Bond.
well, the fans,
Well, the fans
and
and
the
us,
staff,
yes.
yeah, and we'll give. By the way, I can tell you I'll tell you this: the fans had him lower than the staff did.
Okay.
On their list.
On their list.
So both of them, I don't know that he made either, but like. I'm actually stunned. I
am too.
Jack talks about Saquon erasure, I think, to an extent. I think there's been a little bit of Zach Bond erasure from this year in our focus on, because we talk about Coop and Quinion, Jalen.
Yeah, the
Coop
young
and Quinion,
guys,
Jalen.
yeah.
Meanwhile, Zach Bond just came in, was debatably the defensive player of the year in football, got a giant check in the offseason.
Yeah.
I'm actually stunned. Now, he's only been here 1 year. But we know Saquon's going to be on the list, and he was only here 1 year. So
And
And his-
Quinion's only been here 1 year.
And his year was more surprising than Saquon's. And not
100% more
Saquon-
surprising.
yeah.
Like to see Zach Bond came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
did that.
Yeah, I've said this all year, and I've said it intentionally. He was arguably the best defensive player we had last year.
Yes.
That's no disrespect to Jalen Carter.
No.
That's just telling you how great I think Zach Bond played last year, making plays.
Well, and we
Guy
talk-
was a little playmaker at the linebacker position.
We talk about Jalen in terms of like responsibility on offense. You know, Zach Bond's got a lot of responsibility
Yep.
on defense too.
Yep.
So, and they used him in a bunch of different ways. He was good every way, whether they lined him up on the line of scrimmage, whether
Yep.
he was in coverage, whatever he was doing, he did a great
He
job.
made big plays all year, man.
Like
I don't think I've seen a linebacker. Trot was a different type of linebacker. I don't remember a linebacker, and maybe somebody could jar my memory, being as much of a playmaker as Zach Bond was. Like, it's one thing to be a tackling machine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right? But it's another thing to get sacks, tackles for losses,
cause fumbles,
interceptions. Like
the
he
two,
did it all.
The two that come to mind, and he's better than both these guys, and maybe they combined. Like he was basically Hicks and Michael Kendricks combined. Like Kendricks made
Hicks was a playmaker too. Yeah.
Hicks was a playmaker.
Yeah.
Like Kendricks really had the 1 year where he was a playmaker, but he's best linebacker they've had since Trot.
Yeah,
no doubt
easily.
about it. And he was clutch too.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the pick in the Super Bowl. He had a couple fourth down stops. I mean, we talk about the Coop play, right? But he also stopped the Washington late in that game or early in that game, I believe. Like he had some big moments for a linebacker that we don't really, usually talk about.
Can I ask you something? Why? So
I
I'm
don't understand it. I don't get it.
I'm trying to think why. And I think he would have a case, depending on how you're doing the list, the last two guys on the list being Devontae Smith and Joel Embiid. I would have thought after winning the Super Bowl, he's going to get more votes than Embiid. And he had a better year than Devontae Smith, that's for sure. Now, he wasn't drafted here.
Right.
I think part of it is we talked about this with Hurts in that he doesn't give us much, sort of works for him in both ways. Zach Bond is not the quarterback, so we don't wonder about he's just like quiet.
Yeah.
We haven't heard one thing about him in the offseason except for the contract.
Gotcha. By the way, he was the number one priority for the team.
To sign, yes.
Not just the team's viewpoint, our viewpoint. So how is the number one priority of the offseason to get re-signed? How is he not one of these guys?
It's stunning to me.
Yes.
And even I'm trying to think back to the parade. I don't even remember like a video of him doing something crazy during the parade. He just flies under the radar, and I think to a certain extent that hurt him.
Money yet. He wasn't going to cost himself
No,
money.
no, but that's a good point.
Can you imagine, Spike, Fritz, if they didn't re-sign Zach Bond?
Oh, my God.
What would the reaction be in this city if they didn't re-sign Zach Bond?
Especially with N'Kobe.
Yeah,
how
being
long
hurt,
he'd be
yeah.
out for? I mean, they
It'd been
drafted
like we lost Dawkins. It was like,
It would have been the
Dawkins.
worst all season.
Yeah.
It would have been the only thing we talked about this entire all season is how did they let Zach Bond go? We haven't had a linebacker here since Trotter. And yada, yada, yada. It would have been our number one topic.
Vic Fangio would have called us 3 times a week
yeah.
complaining about
Vic
it.
Fangio might have retired if they did
Yeah.
that. so yeah, he was number 6 on my list. He was right. I had Jalen Carter at number 5. And Zach Bond was number 6 on my list because I thought those were your 2 best defensive players on the number 1 defense in the league. Jalen not being on the list is just outrageous. You know, that's just outrageous to me. This is borderline outrageous.
That he didn't get voted on.
Yes, this
right.
is borderline
This is not
outrageous.
one person's opinion. This is everybody's
Yes, this is
opinion.
everybody's opinion.
Is it because he wasn't drafted here? I mean, it seems like we give preferential treatment to guys
Saquon
not.
wasn't drafted here.
I know.
Schwarber wasn't,
Harper,
wasn't
blah, blah,
always
blah,
a
yeah.
Philly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wheeler.
See? And this is why myself and ESP were smart to go with the Eagles O-line as a unit.
So you don't have to put my lot on.
Exactly.
It saves a spot.
Because if you being honest with yourself, Jordan Mailata plays a tougher position at left tackle.
Yes.
He didn't have as good of a year as Zach Bond had.
No. Now, by the way, well, we'll get to this in a bit.
You know
All
what
right.
I'm
Yes,
saying? Like
yeah.
Jordan Mailata did not have as good of a year individually
As Zach Bond.
had last year.
You could argue, aside from Saquon, Zach Bond had the second best year of any player on the Eagles last year.
Yes.
Saquon 1, Zach Bond 2.
Yes.
215-592-9494. You know who's going to have a good summer? You. You know why? Because you're finally going to out with the old windows, out with the old doors like I did by calling Guida or going to goguida.com. And the biggest sale they have, it's the summer sales event with Guida. 40% off every energy efficient window, 40% off every door. I'm not a math major. 40% is almost half off. So you're going to get this huge discount on the windows. You're going to get this huge discount on the doors. You're going to save money because your energy bills are going to go down. You're going to feel better about it. Your house is going to be more comfortable during the summer when it gets hot outside. Oh my goodness. And no money down. Start your project with no money down and interest-free financing for a year and a half. Up to 18 months of interest-free financing. Don't miss it because it only goes to July 31st. Call Guida to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate, 877-GO-GUIDA, or go to goguida.com. That's GoGuida.com. All right, 215-592-9494. Jeff in Wilmington. You're on WIP. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, guys? I don't think it was as much as what was said to Topper, but where and when, meaning, like, was it in front of other people? And I just think Topper said, I can't have that. And he's, quite frankly, carried Castellanos' ass for 2 years when he was hitting 220, 230, and swinging and wailing and carrying on. I don't care about the streak. And the other thing, people were worried, well, he did it in front of his friends and family in Miami. Last I checked, they're playing 4 games. Pretty sure.
Right.
And it's year 11.
Good point with that. Yes. Yeah, he's not a rookie.
It's year 11. It was the 8th inning. It was an inning and a half. I mean, come on.
Come on, Jack. I know you're being.
No,
he's being serious.
No, he's being serious. He's not being facetious at all.
Okay.
He's being
It's hard
serious.
to tell sometimes with him, but
Well,
he's being serious.
I know, it is hard to tell.
Very talented.
So, Spike, I don't think this is going to be a big deal. I'm with the whatever percentage of people that think it's going to blow over. I mean, things like this happen a lot, and maybe it's happened before, and I don't know. Did Castellanos go to Topper and say, hey, I want to talk to the GM? Why don't you give him a call? And by GM, I mean Bryce, to see what's going on, see if this is okay.
Well, here's what I would say. Look, if I had a bet, I would bet it doesn't derail the season. But here would be my counter to you. The same guy who thinks that being pulled in that game is a huge deal. The same guy who was so pissed about it, he said something about it. The same guy who, when he was talked to about it before the game yesterday to the press, he was sort of cold about it. Like, I think on one hand, you have to realize that you've already established that he is an irrational actor on this. Like, he irrationally cares about the game streak. He irrationally cared about being pulled out of the game. So to think that he will act rationally here is, I think it's fair to to say you think it'll happen, but also he would be the one guy in the starting lineup who it's possible that he doesn't act rational about it. I think of every other player on the team, and I think, all right, they'd probably swallow it, whatever. This is the one guy who I think could be pissy about it longer than a day or two.
In his defense, they don't really have a stellar outfield defensive unit. So putting somebody else, you can put Rojas out there. He's faster. He's not, a Gold Glover. So, and maybe Castellanos said something to that effect, like, "What, you're putting this guy out there for me?" It could have been that.
Yeah, it could have been. It could have. I mean, thank you for the call, Jeff. It definitely could have been about another player. Now, there is no doubt that Rojas.
Which honestly, I think is worse, by the way.
Saying something about another player.
Yes.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Now, an outfield of Marsh, Rojas, and Kepler is a better defensive outfield than any outfield with Nick Castellanos.
Well, and especially in a 2-run game in the 8th in Miami, which is a huge outfield.
Yeah.
You need people he can't cover ground right now. I mean, by every defensive metric, he's the worst defensive outfielder in baseball.
Now, I know Fransky said.
Wait, what would he say to that?
Well, I think I don't think he's handling that very well.
Yeah.
I think he's very defensive about
He's
his
sensitive
defense.
about it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's a prideful guy.
Sure,
he cares
that's
about.
clear.
And here's another thing: like in this world of players, sitting for whatever injury there is, this is a guy who has not sat at all. And I know we're talking about that as a negative thing, that he wants to play every game and he's just prideful about it. I think there is something to be said for a guy that does not miss games and does not miss innings.
Well, and the one thing part of where my worry comes in here is that Castellanos, by all accounts, is like out there early with Paco Figueroa, working on defensive stuff. Like takes a lot of pride in it, and takes a lot of. So now is he gonna put the same level of work in? Is he gonna do that kind of the extra work that it takes to be a good defensive outfielder? I would think he would. I'd be disappointed if he didn't. But now he's like, well, bleep you guys. You want to take me out of the game anyway? Why'd I be out there early?
And I'm going to tell you, it's a thin line between being admirable, competitive, wanting to be out there every day, and being selfish. Because if you had a shooter on the court who couldn't hit the broadside of a building, but he wanted to play every game, he wanted to be out there, we wouldn't be saying, roll him out there, man. He wants to play every day.
Got to give him credit.
Got to give him credit for that. We'd be like, no, dude, make a shot or go sit over there somewhere. So I only say that to say I'm not poo-pooing the fact that he wants to play every day, but his reaction to being taken out for defensive purposes, to me, pulls back the curtain on the motive behind all this. This isn't about the team and this and that. No, this is about him.
I agree.
So him wanting to be out there is really just him not wanting to be embarrassed that he's not playing well. He wants it to be the illusion because he's in a lineup every day that there's nothing wrong with when he's batting 215 and 220 last year. That isn't, and you're a terrible defensive player. I'm not giving you credit for wanting to play every day when you're a negative out there. Now, this year, I'll give him credit. It hasn't been that way.
Yeah,
he's been much
good
better
player.
this year. I'm speaking more about the past than I am this year. I'm just saying I don't give him as much credit for the whole wanting to play every day and streak thing because I think it's rooted in selfishness. And I didn't come to that conclusion until the way he reacted for what the manager is doing for the team.
Well, by the way, nobody says this about St. Ripken. Cal Ripken's streak was about selfishness, too.
Exactly.
I mean, it was.
It was.
He was a good player, but, relax, Yeah. And now, there are two issues here about Thompson's decision. One is the decision to pull him from the game. Mm-hmm. I think the bigger decision is the decision to not start him and publicly say why you're not starting him, that he said something. And that, I don't think pulling him... I don't know that pulling him makes Castellanos go into a spiral, but the sitting him and the public shaming of him because of it, I think those are two separate decisions. Both made by Rob Thompson, connected, but I think they're two separate decisions. So for me...
But one is a reaction
to the other.
To the other,
To me, there's a difference, and again, I will say again, I don't know what he said. You can say, I'm okay pulling him, I'm a little nervous about sitting him the next day. And
he
saying
doesn't
what he
sit
said.
him if he doesn't say what he said.
And and
You
until
know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
he would have replaced him defensively, and then he would have been right back in the starting lineup yesterday.
Yes, yeah, for sure. All right, 215-592-9494. You're worried that this Castellanos thing could become a much bigger deal. One guy who we can talk to about it is coming up next with us. That is our very own Larry Anderson, who makes his first appearance on the show after a loss.
Unbelievable.
The streak is over.
Oh, man.
Well, we ruined
This
it
is the
last
LA
week.
that we want, though.
Yes.
Last week we got greedy. We had him on Thursday after a win on
we
Wednesday.
ruined it. We ruined it.
We ruined the Castellanos streak of
Yep.
LA calls.
Yep. Larry Anderson joins us next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Kick off summer at Castelli Autoplex on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken. Castelli has over 2,000 new and certified Toyotas, Hondas, Hyundais, Genesis, Nissans, and quality pre-owned vehicles of many makes and models, and they are unaffected by tariffs. Gas, hybrid, plug-in, or electric, Castelli has it all, and at the right price. Low financing, incredible lease offers, top dollar for your trade, and so much more. Search Castelli.com or visit our family-owned and operated dealerships on Ridge Pike in Conshohocken to see why Castelli is a nice place to do business.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. June means road trips, beach weekends, tailgates, you name it. It's grill and go time at United Tire. Before you hit the road, make sure your car's ready. Right now, when you buy 2 or more tires, you get $50 off any service your car needs. Maybe you need an alignment or brakes, or you want top-of-the-line road hazard coverage. Whatever it is, United's got you covered. From oil changes to inspections to brand new tires, the team at United Tire is the best in the business. Visit UnitedTire.com to schedule your service today.
It's the Robin from Robin Ford back on the air. Megan from Rose Tree, what's chirping?
Hey, Robin, still on the fence. I need a new SUV, but is now really the right time to buy?
Stop nesting and soar into summer at Robin Ford. Buy a brand new Ford Explorer now and save big with Ford employee pricing. But hurry, it ends on July 6th. There's no stopping the Robin. Call me now, 866-THE-ROBIN. Up next, Sean from Springfield. You're on the air.
Hi, Robin. What are the actual details on Ford employee pricing?
Simple, Sean. Here at Robin Ford, we're all part of the same flock, so you pay what we pay. You can save up to $10,000 off a brand new F-150 and save 5% under factory invoice on any brand new Ford. No fluff, no feathers. No matter where you are, you're closer than you think to a better buying experience at Robin Ford. Online at robinford.com. Robin Ford, where cars and trucks are sold. Cheap, cheap.
Offers valid on select models. Excludes taxes, title, license, and dealer fees. Offers end June 30th, 2025. See dealer for more details.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And their Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is gonna be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Peace Lily is so last year. Hey, has anyone worked with fiddlenecks?
Shelby's popular flower shop is in full bloom.
We just got a request for an arrangement that evokes air. Who's up for that challenge? No?
She needs to hire a floral designer to nip foliage faux pas in the bud.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It wasn't just another coronation, it was an escalation of their dominance. The Panthers won their second straight Stanley Cup last night, needing one less game than a year ago to beat the Oilers, and they led for a record 255 minutes across their 6 games. In today's day and age, this is a dynasty, and there's no reason to think this combo of player, head coach, and front office will slow down quickly. I'm Andrew Bogish.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Joining us now, as he does every Wednesday at 3, Larry Anderson. L.A., this is our first call after a loss. What went wrong? How did this happen?
I answered the phone. That's what went wrong.
Yeah.
Never should have answered, not after a loss. Especially with the other crap going on.
Yeah, I know.
Stuff, I should say.
Maybe we caused it. I think maybe Jack said maybe we made the error in having you on Thursday of last week. It screwed up the mojo. I don't know what happened.
Kind of did.
Yeah.
Blame you guys for that.
So all right, you mentioned this other crap going on. Nick Castellanos gets pulled for a defensive replacement, has something to say to Topper. Topper doesn't like it, pulls him from the lineup. What is your general take on the entire thing?
Manager did what he thought was the right thing to do. That's really all there is to it. I wish somebody come out and say what they said. It's like everybody's, if we're some big boys, we should be able to say what happened. But now everybody got to be hush-hush, and so nobody knows, and so everybody can speculate and talk about it for another week. And it's like, why don't you come out and say what happened, But
yeah.
I don't know. It's not my decision. So it's the manager's decision, and he just, it must have been something he really didn't care for. I don't know what that.
Oh, we lost L.A.
Then he turns around and says, I like his intensity or his what do you say, his passion or whatever the word was. It's like, well, yeah, but you still have to. You can't badmouth the man, and not badmouth the manager. I don't know what he said, but you can't. You just got to accept it. He's a manager. He makes a decision. So, if he's passionate, so be it. But, watch your mouth, I guess. That would be my advice, but he obviously doesn't want my advice. He's not going to listen to me or anybody else. He's on his own program.
So let me ask you this, L.A. How do you think this sort of plays out? Like, stuff happens. It's a long baseball season, a lot of games, tempers flare, stuff like this. It happens, and Topper handled it. But moving forward, I'm wondering, how does Castellanos handle this moving forward? You think he's able to sort of move past this and get back out there and play good baseball, or do you think this is something that he takes offense to and it somehow has some sort of lingering effect?
That's the $64,000 question, Ike. It's like, how's this going to affect Cassie? Because he's actually playing pretty well.
Yeah.
Swinging a bat pretty good. Taking him out for defense, if we've got the worst defense outfield in baseball, or close to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that from me. I'm saying that's our metrics.
Oh, yeah.
Defensive metrics say that.
Yep.
So if the manager thinks we can put a better outfield out there, then I don't know why anybody should complain or have a problem with it. But it's, if he takes offense to it and doesn't like, Thompson calling him out or benching him, then I hope it doesn't reflect in the way he plays, because that's, that affects the whole team.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, it's not going to help anybody.
Ellie, let me ask you this as devil's advocate, as I want to do sometimes. It makes everybody else annoyed, but I just want to sort of like I'm just trying to think this through from all sides. So Rob Thompson, this seems out of character for him. At least publicly, and he said what happened. I think that is the other thing that I thought was surprising about all of it. If you're a player in a clubhouse and the manager sort of acts one specific way, and there's certain things that you think that are acceptable, and then all of a sudden it gets turned around and all of a sudden it's not anymore. Is there a possibility that this isn't the first time Castilla has said something, and he not just annoyed that he was benched, but annoyed at the fact that he was treated differently than he's been treated before?
Yeah, has he been taken out for defense before?
I don't think so.
I don't remember. I don't recall. And that's the only thing I can think of is maybe that's what was getting Casty kind of riled up. It's like, why are you doing this now? I was good enough the other 300 games or 250 games, but I'm not good enough this game. That's just without, we don't know all the details or what, but you have a point there. If you say, well, he's never taken him out for defense before, why is he going to do it now all of a sudden? And if you catch a guy in a wrong mood or whatever, wrong buttons pushed, then he says something he probably shouldn't have said, and then gets benched and he loses his streak. I don't know if he cares about his games played streak or game started streak or whatever, or both. But the fact that he did have a long streak, and it's something to be proud of, and all of a sudden you don't have it. There's a number of ways to look at it, but nobody knows exactly what happened. Nobody knows why, or did anybody ask Topper why'd you go for the defense in this game and not others? Because it's not the only 3-1 win we've had.
No.
No, that's true. Yep.
So I don't know. I'm again, when we speculate, for me at least, I get in trouble, and so I don't want to say anything. I don't know.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing that you said about speculating about what he said is I almost have no choice but to believe it was pretty bad because they're not telling me. I almost feel like if somebody said what it was, if he cursed at Topper, something tells me he's not sitting down the next game. So I'm almost forced to imagine that it is something bad because I don't know what it is, and I would have expected I would have known. So that's what happens. You just sort of, when you don't know the answer to something, you sort of fill in the blanks, and I think that's part of what we're doing. It's hard to figure out this situation without knowing that thing.
Yeah, and that's why it's like, I don't know. I believe in transparency. I believe it's okay to call a guy out if he's not playing well. I can believe it to do it publicly. Not everything has to be in private and so hush hush. It is what it is, and it's that. Why not put it out there? it saves everybody a lot of trouble and it puts an end to everything. I think when you find out. But
yeah, the speculation probably is worse than you know what I mean. Like everybody speculating what happened. Yeah, you're right. If you just,
I mean, I could hear Cassie going, "No, I was good enough for the other blankety blank 250 games."
Right. That feels like something he'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we have no. I mean, that's speculation. That's you say stuff, and there's a million things, not a million, but there's a number of things you could probably throw out there that he could have said, but. If we don't know, we're never going to find out, I guess. So I don't know what we do.
We're going to find out. We got Fritz on the case.
Yeah. We got Fritz on it. Yeah. Nobody better than him. You know that, right, L.A.?
Sherlock Fritz,
yeah. L.A., a baseball question. How about that? So Jesus Luzardo has those 2 starts where he basically melts down. There's the last start, which was excellent, and last night was sort of so-so. What did you see from Luzardo last night that caused the struggles?
Just a lack of command, really, more than anything. I just not making his pitches that he was making. He made the start before. I think that's all it is. When you're walking them into guys and the pitch count gets that high, it's like, man. I think part of it is going against his former team, although he'd faced him before. He hadn't faced him down there. And, like he said, he wanted to go talk to some of his friends and say hi and so on and so forth. I'm like, that wouldn't be my concern for playing against my former team. It would be I want to go beat their brains in. But I don't know. I think maybe he was partly just that, playing, going home, playing at home and playing his former team. And, I don't know. Maybe they saw some things or had some things on him that I don't know. I really don't. I think more than anything, just his command.
Yeah.
If you make better pitches, you're going to have success.
Yeah, and every time we've talked to you about a pitcher struggling, I feel like 9 times out of 10, command is the issue. Occasionally we're talking about velocity, but most of the time it all stems from the ball not being exactly where they want it to be.
Right. Exactly.
What?
So,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, that's what we got to deal with. It just, to me, it's just you have better command, you're going to have better success. And if you don't have command, you're not going to have as much success. That's kind of just the bottom line. But we know that.
So coming up this weekend, the Mets are in town. We don't like the Mets at all, but they happen to be leading the division. They're struggling a little bit. How, I'm sure we've asked you this question before, but it feels like a big series. How big can a baseball series, one 3-game baseball series be in the middle of a 162-game season?
Not that big.
All right.
It's just not. It's
yeah.
Not, but everybody wants it to be big, and so it'll be big. But sorry about that.
Well, it is what it is. I wanted your honest answer.
It is. It's big in the fans' minds, but in the players' minds, it's 3 games. If you get swept or you sweep, it's a 3-game swing. But there's so much of the season left. I mean, we went on a string where we got hot, and the Mets were cold. The Mets, it seems like the Phils got hot, the Mets got a little cold, and it's but with 3.5 months left in the season. There's going to be more of that. So the 3 games here, I mean, obviously you want to win them. I'm not trying to trivialize it, but it's, whether you're playing the Mets, the Dodgers, or the Marlins, you want to win them. And that's the bottom line.
Oh, they're coming after you, LA.
Yep, they got you. There it is.
Well, LA, the correct answer is they are massive games that everyone needs to listen to on 94 WIP that we cannot miss.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. All right, LA. Well, I just want a piece of advice to you. If you get pulled in the 8th inning at some point for a defensive replacement in the booth, I want you to just watch your mouth.
Oh, I'm going to zip it.
All right,
so Stalker's right over his shoulder.
Yeah, staring at him. All right, LA. Thank you, man.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
There he is, the great Larry Anderson. Yeah, I thought it was interesting that LA is just like, somebody's got to say what he said. Well,
yeah. LA's all about just say it.
Yeah.
Can we stop beating around the bush here?
Well, truthfully, it leads me to believe that it's something that's bad.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, of
if
course.
he said, F off to the manager or something, we would know that.
Yeah.
It must be something.
I don't think you get set for that.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
And I would think they don't want to bury him public. Even though yesterday they came out and they said that, but they don't want to make it look worse from the outside for him.
Yeah.
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah. 215-592-9494. Wade in Chester. You're on WIP.
Not
What's up,
that
Wade?
Wade.
Different Wade.
Yes, not OG Wade.
Yes. Wade in Chester. You're on WIP. What's up, Wade?
What's up? Hello?
Yo.
What up, Wade?
Yeah, what's up? Yo, I had to get off speaker. My bad.
There
Yeah,
you go.
man. How y'all doing, man? What's good?
Good.
Man, I guess I'm pinch hitting for C. He was up the bat, or he's still late.
He's still late.
Yeah, but he's retweeting Ike, so he's clearly on his phone somehow.
Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing,
He
Wade.
might be in a meeting.
Truthfully, Wade, he just hasn't figured out a way to spin this Casty conversation into a Jalen Hurts conversation. And whenever he figures that out,
true, yeah.
I will see his name up on the board here.
Well, yeah. Well, I guess the Phillies finally got some fight in them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They've been getting punked for years. It's been going downhill, man. Like, every year it's down. Like, we need to – I want to trade some people. Castellanos go, and he's going to have to go, man. This is going to be a locker room issue. I think what happened when Casty went Tony Montana, and you me in Miami, I can't play in front of my family. You know what I'm saying? You know, Tony Montana like that, and he like, I do you one even better. You mad? I pulled you out. How about you sit? And it's messed up. It's kind of messed up the streak. They should have let him go out, play probably 1 or 2 innings, then take him out. But
no,
the football, right?
There it is.
I don't like no weak stuff. You feel me? Listen, no.
Yeah.
This is what I love about football. You remember when Jason Kelsey was screaming in that guy's face, and everybody was like, "Man, look at the passion and everything and all that." You remember that? And when he was on plane, he grabbed the boy, he screamed in his face. You remember that? Remember when Kelsey did that?
When Jason Kelsey did
in a
it?
player's face?
Jason Kelsey.
In the Rams game when they're in the red zone?
Oh, yeah. No, I do remember that. He was yelling about something that happened out there. Yeah. Yep.
But now he just screamed. He like did a scream, man, like, oh, like out there like a tush push or something. But like he got all applause for that. You do that in baseball or basketball, you get thrown out the game in baseball, you get in a technical foul in basketball. This is what I love about football. It's raw motion. It's straight, no weak stuff. You gotta come with it. So like baseball, it ain't no fight, man. We fighting fields, but man, we getting punked since they came and beat us. Like in the playoffs, they came and beat us at the home, and it's just terrible. Like we need to put our foot down. Like, and I know baseball, it ain't no fighting and all that. It ain't that physical and everything. But like, you still need to make a stand, and we ain't doing that. We've been getting punked. We should have beamed the ball after they hit us. You know, they did a little sneak beam. We should have beamed him, not in the head or nothing, but we should have got a hit. And then if somebody charged him out, then we get a little fight, you know?
Yep.
A little tussle, it's all good.
Yep. I'm always down for that.
The game. I know you is.
Yeah, look at the Dodgers and Padres last night. That's a real rivalry.
Yeah.
Tatis gets plunked to hit Ohtani, and then Iglesias got hit later. He didn't get thrown out of the game.
Nope.
Everyone's getting plunked last night. That's called entertainment.
In Atlanta because he ain't get a new deal, you feel me? He said, yeah, y'all ain't want to sign me back with my brother. I got something for Trout before we hit the field.
All right, Wade. Well, so
All right,
wait a
man.
minute. Is just real quick. Is it Casty that needs to show the fight, or is it Rob Thompson? I'm just confused.
No,
Which
this is Rob Thompson. This is Rob Thompson trying to show the fight, put his foot down. It's too late. Like you gonna do that with his streak? Like come on, bro. Like come on. Even every player, like all right, come on. Like this is you even said it. Spike, you said it's out of character. So everybody like, come on. All right, we understand y'all had a little problem. Like, come on though. You gonna do him on the streak though?
yeah,
Rob.
But what if he criticized a teammate in front of the entire team? Like that's a huge issue.
And it's also a huge issue that you benched him and you ain't bench him all this other time. You heard when came on, Larry Anderson, he ain't want to say it, but he said well, if that's what the manager thought he should have did, he guess he did it. You should have asked him what you thought should have happened. And he said it like, yeah, we've been playing all these games, y'all ain't bench me, now you want to do it now? And at Miami in front of my family, the streak, like, come on, cuz. Like, it's about to be bad, yo. It's already been bad. They ain't signed Ranger. They don't want to they need to get rid of Ranger if they're not going to sign him, so you can get something for him. Get rid of Casty because he holding up a spot. You know he older. He ain't getting no better. We stuck on that contract. Bring Painter up. Bring the other guys up. Get them young guys in. Let them play. If Harper, MVP Harper hurt like that, Don't come on out and try to get hurt even more. You older, so your body can't take all that wear and tear. If you got to sit out and get better, then do that. Let the young guys come up and play so we can – because Harper got a lot of more years of this, and the window was open with a stick, and the stick broke. But maybe we can get that window repaired. We got the promotion with the show.
Oh, Emmons and Siding. Yeah, Emmons Roofing and Siding. Yeah.
The roofing and the window people that you got, Spike, with the windows, they don't hear your dog.
Oh, that's
barking.
Gaida.
Yeah, Gaida's the windows and the doors.
Maybe we need some Gaida windows to get it back right. And we got the young people, Painter and all the other young prospects, and bring up Clemens in the third baseman and whoever else. Like, because people ain't playing how we want them to play. Stott ain't coming up to do what he supposed to do. We thought he was going to be better than what he is. He ain't doing nothing. The Rojas can't hit. He's still fast. Man, come on, man. Like, it's time to move on. Like, make some moves. The dude's sitting in the corner like a potted plant. Like, well, then Harper, man.
All right, wait.
Not a potted plant sitting in the corner.
Yeah. I just got him there. Did you hear that?
What?
Yeah. He let one fly, Wade did.
Oh, I didn't even hear it.
Yeah. I think
she got a good ear.
Well, I think you should go back and listen. I got that puppy.
Well, that's why
you're asleep behind the wheel.
You're over there playing drops.
Yeah, well, you're worried about Wade.
I was trying to find not a potted plant sitting in the corner.
You're worried about Wade from Chester taking your spot on High Hopes. That guy's got all the info right there.
I'm
He's
a
got
big
the
Wade Chester
solution.
guy.
Yeah,
that was a long, winding phone call.
It was.
Yeah, that was a different Wade call. Yeah, that was different.
I couldn't catch up to that one. He was doing what did
that's been
the weave? Is that what Trump calls it? The weave that he does, when he starts at one place and then he brings it back around.
Eventually gets there. Eventually gets there.
Dan in Collegeville, you're on WIP. What's up, Dan?
Guys, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Real fast on Cassidy. This isn't the way that I necessarily would have gone about it, but do you think there was any wish for Thompson to get him out of this streak? So, again, I'm not sure what stress or undue hardship it may have put on him, but do you think there may have been an interest in getting him out of that starting game streak for whatever reason?
Oh, so they can rest him another time. He doesn't have a streak. Nah, it's a very, very chess way of looking at it. That you're just like, hey, what we can do is. I think there are other ways to do that. I don't think so.
I agree.
And he never. By the way, he never seems like a guy who's run down anyway. I mean, I never look at Casty and think to myself, boy, he could use a game off. So I don't think that's it. I think,
agree.
Yeah.
It's more. I think it's to your point. Like, this is not the way that if I was Thompson, it's not the way that I would have said it. But I could see why you would want to, if he feels he can't take a day off. If you just say, "All right, listen, I'm going to make the decision for you." That was just my possible. That was what I hypothesized. But more importantly, may I ask you? I think this audience may be the most sympathetic. I just would like to, on behalf of, I think, just your normal, regular, everyday callers, could you ban OG Wade, or at the very least, cap him to no more than 30 seconds and not let him ramble on?
Dan, I think it's a great idea. I would love to have a clock on OG Wade. And really, this is what I would say. I don't want to cap the call, but to me, OG Wade has 30 seconds to prove that the call is any good. And if it's not, then he's gone.
I think this is a horrible idea, Dan.
Oh, no, it's a great idea.
If I can just explain real, because again, like Herb,
yeah.
There are guys, to be sure, some of these callers entertain me.
Yeah.
But when somebody says that Don Shula told Dan Marino not to throw the ball, I'm sorry.
Did OG say that?
He did yesterday. Then I have to flip to the other station, and I hate flipping to the other station.
There are no other
stations. Don't bring that to this show. Yeah,
there are no other
we're not
stations.
even talking about another station.
Yeah, there's no other stations, Dan. Thank you for the call.
Yeah,
look,
and you get your call cut short.
Yeah, I think that the truth is that OG is in a very bad place since Jalen Hurts won Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, empathize with the man.
He's got nothing to say, and if I were to offer him some advice, OG's just got to study up on other stuff. He's got to be able to call up and give a take on the Philly. It can't just always wind back to Jalen at this moment.
Well, this would have been a good week for him to be live and direct.
Well, he called us yesterday, or 2 days ago. It was a horrible call. He just had nothing to say. He should just be calling the morning show every day this week.
Well, you should call Joe DeCamera and yell at him for leaving Jalen off the list. I agree with you.
Yeah, not like the guy in the hub over there yelling at me for DeCamera's list.
Yeah.
Telling me my list stunk.
Yeah. Well, he knows.
My list didn't stink.
Well, we don't know yet.
We don't know. 4 o'clock, yeah.
Correct.
215-592-9494. By the way, thank you to our friends at McGurk's Pub and Grill. They brought tons of awesome food from their summer menu. And I would like to personally thank McGurk's because when they bring food, they know that I'm vegan and they make sure they have something special for me. Have the Power Bowl, the vegan Power Bowl.
Yeah, we're Power Bowls, man.
The McGurk's summer menu is back with a smash burger, lobster roll, fresh seafood items. Are you guys lobster rollsmen?
Oh, yeah.
Back in my day.
I had the smash burger nachos.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, smash burger nachos.
Wow, that's a whole
That was
thing.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Spike and I had explained to Ike before the show what quinoa was.
Yes.
Who's not a huge quinoasman.
Yes.
Yeah. I still don't know what it is.
It's like...
you explained it, and I still don't know what it is.
It's like if you take rice and make it little tiny balls and make it better for you than rice is.
No balls.
No balls. There it is.
So it's rice?
No. It's a grain.
It's a form of
It's a grain.
Okay.
Yeah.
I should know.
It's good for you. It's got more protein than rice.
Yeah. You're a protein man.
Yeah. It's called meat. Protein I eat.
That's right.
Grab that.
Guy.
Grab that clip. There you go. By the way, the midday show, Joe and Hugh will be at their new Langhorne location next Wednesday. I heard, by the way, afterwards, Joe and Hugh are going to go to Sesame Place and go down the slides together. That's in Langhorne as well.
I can see that.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
I don't even know what that is.
Sesame Place is the little amusement park up in Langhorne.
Is that like the giant
They have
slide?
water slides and all that kind of stuff at
okay.
Sesame Place.
Okay.
I don't think they're actually going to do that, but they will be at the McGurk's in Langhorne. Flyers in 50 with Broads is next, and we'll go over Broads' top 11 list. Broads. That's Ike's favorite part of the show. Lights up. I wish he lit up when he talked about me. Like... when he talks about Broads. Broads is next. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
I've been a loyal customer of the Scott Auto Group for years. My first car, current car, both came from the Scott Auto Group. Love my family out there with the Scott Auto Group. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. A stunning new showroom was out there a couple months ago. Blown away. State-of-the-art service center and a car buying process, of course, that is easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick, and when you go, make sure you tell them Fritz sent you.
The Phillies play here tonight. Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Trey Turner with another road home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The sun is out and you're ready. You got your sprinkler going, your mister with the little fan, and your cooler. All you need is something good and refreshing to pour over ice. Like a spritz with Aperol, Aperitivo, and Mio Netto Prosecco Brut from Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Mixed with sunshine, add soda water, a slice of orange, and you're good. The drink is good. The weather, good. June is good. Start summer off right at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Going up.
Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up.
Going up.
But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button.
Going down.
We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Since 1983, Nissan has been assembling award-winning vehicles for you, right here in America. And this summer, we're committed to keeping our lineup affordable and free from new tariffs. That's why we've lowered MSRP on our best-selling Rogue and Pathfinder. So you can get the car you want at the price you want, knowing Nissan is here for you. Hurry into your local Nissan dealer today to save big during the Nissan Summer Sales Event.
Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on Rogue or Pathfinder. For a limited time until supplies last, assembled with U.S. and imported parts. Available on 2025 Nissan Rogue or 2025 Nissan Pathfinder from new dealer stock. Example, 0% APR financing for 60 months at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N7725.
Doug.
Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu? Is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
I'm Jenna Fisher. And I'm Angela Kinsey. And together we have the podcast Office Ladies. Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere. Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Summers are for ignoring your wife at the barbecue and listening to the Phillies.
Hey!
On WIP.
What is this guy doing?
Please put a thumb in the air. I was talking to Broads. And I was trying to talk to you at the same time. And then I forgot I took the bed out. And now we're here.
You didn't even say anything to me.
No, I know. Well, I was trying to do it, but I realized the mics are down in there, or the speakers down in there.
I had it in my headphones.
Yeah, I was all flustered. Castellanos is batting fourth tonight, so I was trying to tell you.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Castellanos is batting fourth. But you know who's batting now on the WIP afternoon show? It's our buddy Broads, Flyers and 50. Broads, how we feeling, buddy?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, as always. You guys are the greatest.
Nice shirt. I like that.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's just the greatest athlete in Philadelphia history, plastered on my chest with his jersey hanging up in the background. But other than that, my mind's
Greatest athlete in Philadelphia history.
Yeah, it was tough. You know, Eric Lindros, Bobby Clark, Ron Hextall. My list is all over the place, but Jalen Hurts had to sneak in there.
So before we get to Flyers and 50, I would say this about Broads' list, his top 11 list. It's like unpredictable. It's very hard to critique because it's interesting. So here's what Broads had. Broads has Quinyon Mitchell, number 11.
Okay.
Matvey Michkov, number 10.
Oh, there he is. Knew the meat man was getting in there.
Yeah, and you think you know where it's going, but then he hits you with a curveball, right? Okay, number 9, Jalen Carter. Number 8, Kyle Schwarber. Number 7, A.J. Brown. Number 6, Lane Johnson. Number 5, Bryce Harper. How about this? Okay. Number 4, Joel Embiid.
Wow.
Number 3, Saquon Barkley. Number 2, Zach Wheeler. Number 1, Jalen Hurts.
Wow. A lot of love for big fella there, huh?
Yeah.
That has to be the highest Joel has been ranked.
I've
your
seen.
list hasn't come out.
Well, my
yet.
list hasn't come out, but I'm
Yes.
going to tell you, I don't have him ranked that high. So was this are you trying to manipulate me by doing this? Like, what was the reasoning behind putting Embiid 4?
I promise, Spike, you were not on my mind when I was making this list. Joel Embiid. There are a few guys in town. Everyone says, well, what did he do the last calendar year? And the resume and this and that. Shut up. Shut up. There are a couple of guys where you just add frickin' in between their names. It's Bryce frickin' Harper. He's a top 5 athlete. It's Joel frickin' Embiid. You could be angry that we didn't get past the second round. You could be angry this, that, and the third. Joel Embiid is one of the greatest athletes that has ever been in Philadelphia, ever. Outside of right now, currently, just from a skill level standpoint. That doesn't mean you can't be angry. Doesn't mean you can't be mad. You can't be frustrated. But when you're one of the most skilled, talented players that we've ever seen in town, ever, in the history of the town, then you got to be on this list in the top 4.
Well, I didn't know that's what the list. Is that what your criteria was based off of? The history?
I don't know what the hell this list is. This list is the greatest debate list I've ever seen in my life. I texted Spike the other day and I said, this is the best concept I've ever heard in my life. Because nobody knows, and that's what makes this great. But it's 5:03 a.m. I'm filling in for John Johnson, and this guy's dropping F-bombs at me. He probably just woke up, didn't even have a cup of coffee yet. His wife's probably yelling at him for not cleaning the dishes. And this guy goes, I got to call Broads. Embiid, you're an idiot? You're an idiot, Embiid! 4! And here I am having to hang up on the guy. So I love this. I love this list.
All right, let me ask you one other question. We noted today, as we're revealing the official list, which is listener vote and staff, is that Zach Bond didn't make that list, and Zach Bond did not make your list. So I guess my question is, and I'll just name a couple of players, why does Quinyon Mitchell, Matvey Michkov, why did they get on your list instead of Zach Bond?
Great question. And I do think that you can swap Quinyon with Bond. That was a toss-up for me and where I was conflicted. But it just comes to me, when I watch Q play, this guy's coming out of Toledo. He's setting the tone. And sometimes DBs, the non-sexy thing is the sexy thing about their business. You know what I'm saying? They're just out there locking guys down left and right. He's looking at Slay and going, yo, that's cute. You've been around for 12, 15 years. Watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to kick everybody's ass. So Zach Bond, while he had a tremendous year, it took him a little bit to get established on special teams. I had to learn a little bit about the league. Q goes, you had to learn. The only people learning is Terry McLaurin when I'm about to lock him up and put him in jail. So that's the separator for me. In regards to Matvey, I mean, this guy is a franchise guy. All right? He needs to be on this list. You got the leading rookies in goals in the NHL. You got Torch who's benching him nonstop, so he's not even playing the right amount of time. And now he's watching upstairs in a suit and tie, writing down stats when he should be out there on the ice, stick handling and dangling. He could have had some goals if there was a power play on this team. So, I mean, he's the face of the franchise,
Hold on, man.
So wait.
Hold on. Stick hanging
And
and dangling.
yeah.
Hold on. Something didn't sound right about that one.
No.
The stick handle, you go out and dangle. You're not watching the Stanley Cup playoffs, watching Brad Marchand do a little shoulder dip, a little backhand.
Oh, man. That was a good one. I hadn't heard stick hand.
Dangling.
It's called a big dose of D.
So,
We're good with our sticks around here.
so in short, you forgot Zach Bond.
Basically.
Yeah.
No. I just told you it was a toss-up between him and Q, and the reason why I went Q is because he didn't need no special teams year to learn the speed. This guy is the speed.
You be careful with the special teams. You may lose your big fan over
They're
there.
really starting to go after shots out of let go by already.
Yeah.
Yes, that's two.
Why don't we?
Chris was my favorite player.
Well, I know we're 7 minutes into this, but why don't we hit Broads' thing here? Get a little.
Flyers in 50 with Hunter Brody.
I love special teams, and that did not once cross my mind, and now I'm sick to my stomach. Anyway, here we go. I really want to get into draft talk, but I can't after watching the Lord Stanley get lifted last night in Florida. Watching the guy skate around, I had goosebumps. It's all I ever think about is when I was 4 years old, 5 on the driveway, game 7, Broads has the stick on his puck, he scores! Scores! I cry. I was in tears. I was in tears last night. I can't find my chair. I was in tears last night, and I'm watching. I was in the gym. You know, I like watching highlights. I was watching Ovechkin win it back in 2018, and there's just tears. And then I'm doing a couple chest presses. Tears. Doing a couple bicep curls. When you're watching as a hockey player the Stanley Cup Finals, and guys live out their dreams and kiss that cup, oh my God, it's the best! It's the best! And I need to see it happen here in town, Danny.
Well, you gotta make the playoffs to win the Stanley Cup. So
that's a good assessment.
Yeah. So your prediction right here before we let you go: are the Flyers going to make the playoffs next year?
You're letting me go already? And no, they're not winning the cup.
Already? It's supposed to be 50 seconds.
Well, hold on, I got something to ask you.
All right, sure.
A couple of things, right?
All
Did
right.
I gain? I guess I lost points with Ike, and do I gain points with you due to my ball knowledge?
You know what? I think it was a creative list. I like your list. And it's not like an Embiid, like there's just curveballs all over the place.
Yeah.
Having Jalen Carter as low as 9, even AJ as low as 7, having Embiid as high as 4, I think Wheeler at 2 is a good one. The Hurts thing, number 1, is psychotic, but whatever.
What do you mean?
What's that?
What do you mean?
Well, he's not better at his job than anybody on this list. So
wow.
He isn't. But that's I
Not
get
even beach golf?
Nah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what do you think about that, bro?
He hits me with the Jordan documentary, crazy dude with the hair.
Yeah.
That's what you just did with the shrug. I mean, this guy, he needs to get hit with a right hook.
Well, all right. Relax. So, do you have any other questions aside from that one?
Are you coming to the Puck It Up party? You're officially invited.
I'm invited. All right.
You are invited. Listen, I love you guys. I may take jab, just like I'm Team Fritz and this old Joe DeCamera nonsense. I love you guys. I gotta bust the balls when I gotta bust the balls.
All right. So the official Puck It Up.
No balls.
The official Puck It Up draft party is Friday the 27th, and Chickies and Pizza in Glassboro. Is that?
In Glassboro, New Jersey at 7 o'clock. That is correct.
There you go. Well, if I have the invite, I will head right from our show at Chickies in South Philly. I'll make it Chickies Day, and I'll go right to the Chickies in Glassboro, and I will join you for the Puck It Up draft party. You can count me in.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Are
Yeah.
you going to wear a Jalen Hurts jersey?
Me?
Yeah.
Where am I going to get a Jalen Hurts jersey? No, I'm not going to wear it. I'll wear my Ike jersey or my Boston Scott jersey. I have a Hollis jersey, but I don't have a Jalen one.
Okay. I'm going to have to get a night one after this terrible performance. I'm not going to be able to sleep
No,
tonight.
no, it's a great performance, brother. You're good. You're good.
Are you on overnight tonight into tomorrow?
So this is the one day off this week. Buzz is taking duties for overnight for Thursday, but I'm back in the saddle Friday.
Oh, okay. All right. There you go. All right. Broads81 on Twitter. The Puck It Up draft party Friday, June 27th at the Chickies in Glassboro starting at 7 o'clock. Thank you as always, Broads.
Oh, it was a pleasure.
Stick handling and dangling.
Stick handling and dangling.
Man, that was awesome.
Sounds dirty. Sounds dirty. Broads has graduated from 50 seconds to 10 minutes.
How about that?
You can graduate from whatever car you're driving now to a brand new Hyundai at Colonial. Don't leave all the graduating to the high school kids and the college kids and the grade school kids. That's not even really graduating. You can graduate to a brand new Hyundai at Colonial. You don't even have to go to school. They can give you 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. 20% off. That's only at Colonial. It's up to 10 grand. That's a lot of money. And they are, even if your trade doesn't get a passing grade, piece of junk, whatever, going to guarantee you the cars are going to give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter what condition it's in. That's only at Colonial. At Colonial as well, when you drive away in that brand new Hyundai, you know you got 3 years of complimentary maintenance. You know you got America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain with Hyundai Assurance. Online 24/7, colonialhyundai.com. Always the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tags. Additional offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires June 30th, 2025. 215-592-9494. Ooh, I feel like we got to get to this. Yeah.
We do.
All right. Sean in Newark, Delaware. Sean, you're on WIP.
Hi, Spike.
Hi, Sean.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Ike. Hi, Fritz.
So, Sean, the rumor is that you created the Tom Kelly Show song.
Yes.
Okay.
I was listening.
Hang on, Sean. Just before we get the background, for anyone who hasn't heard it yet, Tom Kelly has a new intro song.
My favorite.
Yeah, we're gonna play a little bit of this hit.
Tom Kelly Show, just to let you know, 94.1 on the radio. All right, let's go. Dial it up 215, speak your mind. 592-9494 every time.
More than hot takes, it's Philly sports gold. Kelly got the fire, every segment's got soul. Respect to the roots, but he's building his throne. One call, one beat, one mic, all down.
All right. So, all right, Sean, first of all, are you a huge Tom Kelly fan? How does this happen?
No, I've become a fan because he's become more prominent on the station recently, and I like his voice, and I've heard his shows. I listen to all the shows because I drive a lot, so I'm all different. I'm all over the dial. I don't have any one particular favorite show, but I'm familiar with most of your hosts.
Okay. So I think the big question, and when I popped this to Tom Kelly, he had acted like he had never even considered this before. You don't like have a studio and singers and stuff, right? That is an AI song, is it not?
Well, that's what made me call, because I've been out of it the last 5 days, and I was unaware of anything that was happening. I had my hip replaced on Friday.
Oh, God bless.
And when I sent the song to Tom, I listened that night, and I wasn't sure whether he liked it, because he seemed like, oh, well, I don't want to play it anyway because I still like that Meek Mill song. So I don't want to give that up, So he almost seemed like, well, gee, if I have a hit song or a new song, it's not Meek Mill anymore. So, and then next thing you know, I was riding in the car today, and I heard Joe Giglio mention it, and then I saw the video from you on TV.
Okay, so is it AI or it is, right?
Well, what bothered me, because I thought that you were the one that made me call, because I was like, damn, that's pretty dismissive. Like, you dismissed the whole freaking song like, oh, that's just AI, so therefore there's nothing there. And yes, you're partially correct. Obviously, there's a lot of AI in there.
Okay.
I didn't bring Beyonce in or, whatever,
yes.
The background singers and all that. But there's also a lot of thought. It took probably about 40 takes until I got it to where I was happy with it. You got to kind of teach the AI. You have to figure out how to do the lyrics. Obviously, I had to learn about Tom. I had to learn about the station. I wanted to incorporate all that in there. I wanted to make sure to have breaks so that they could cut it up. So there's a big thought process, and I got to keep tweaking the AI. No, I don't want that. Do this, and no, not like that's close, but like this, and that kind of thing.
Look, I'm not dismissing, and by the way, of like the guys on in the show can tell you. I use it a lot, so I understand. But
How he gets all his takes.
well, that's not true. It's not good at takes, actually. I've tried. And I understand the prompts are some of it, but what I was trying to explain to Tom is that, like, you talked to him on Saturday, and he had the song 2 days later. I was like, there's no way this guy's booking a studio full of singers. And so I know some of them, you can just tell the AI about the person, and it will write the lyrics. Is that what happened, or did you write the lyrics?
No, it was a combination of both. Like I said, tell me what you can tell me about Tom Kelly, and I researched it and heard about Tom. And also,
how'd you find that?
I haven't thanked Tom. I want to thank Tom because he gave me this opportunity. So I haven't done that yet. So thank you to Tom Kelly.
That's right. That's big stuff. Now, with the part about the soul, I don't know if he had, like, he's not soulful.
Yeah, there's no soul.
There's
Tom.
no soul.
Well, the song I was trying the song was, so I figured we got to go with that side of Tom, and we'll bring it out of him. You know?
Yeah. Tom's going to need about 100 more songs before there's even one ounce of soul there.
Can I finish it? The thing is, though, I left off. I thought he was kind of unhappy with it, and so anyway, I apologize if I interrupted you, but anyway, I thought he was unhappy with it, and then I've been out for the last 5 days and hadn't heard anything, so I was doing a remix to make it more like hardcore, like Meek Mill, and I've just about got one done, so I was going to send it to him the next time he has a show.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's hear that too.
When's the next time Tom's on?
I have no idea.
He's usually on at night. Now, is he on perhaps after the Phillies game tonight?
He could be.
Yeah.
He was on last night after the Phillies game.
Yeah, I guess a lot of times he's on when they're not in that time slot.
Here you go. I will tell you, the next time Tom Kelly... Actually, I don't see him on the schedule. So I don't think he's on
I'll send
tonight.
it to him today anyway, and
Yeah.
then, he can do what he wants with it, when he wants with it, if he wants to do anything.
All right, Sean.
But anyway, I do want to thank you for the opportunity. It was a lot of fun. It's flattering, because I saw you guys play it, and I was like, wow, that's like, I didn't expect that, so it was kind of fun.
Well, great job, Sean. Great job on the song. It's the feel-good hit of the summer. So everyone's saying.
Well, thank you. The one thing I did have in mind, that it made me think, you guys should do like a weekly rap, and I could probably do one song if you had a tailored topics, and you guys said, look, this is what you got to incorporate, and at the end of the week, we want one song that we could play, like either wrapping up what we're doing on the afternoon show or his show or Philly sports or whatever. But anyway.
Well, Jack will get your number, and we will look. Anybody, thank you for the call, Sean. Anybody that writes the Tom Kelly hit, but he didn't. Look.
Here we go.
Well, here's the thing, though. Yeah. There is a skill to using the AI programs in that you have to prompt them the right way to give you what you want.
Right, like yours is only looking up like different ways that Jalen's season wasn't that great.
Yeah. But it can't, like, if you wanted to
Y'all are
create
crazy,
images and things like that, it can do that.
Sure.
But like, there is a skill in trying to get it to do exactly what you want it to do.
Yeah. And you got to have an ear for music.
Right. Well,
to know what sounds good.
Right. That said, him thanking the Academy, like I do, and I'm friends with a lot of musicians who are, like, obviously for good reason, terrified of this stuff, So, look, you did a great job.
We should all be terrified of this stuff.
Yeah. You didn't write the song, though, or record the song. Am I being unfair? Yeah.
Well,
he told the computer, look, I know how it works.
And you know how this works better than,
Yes.
I don't even use the stuff, so you certainly know how it works.
I do.
Yeah.
You do. You have to say, no, not like that, like this, but that is different.
Then you actually coming up with lyrics and everything else.
Yeah, it's like,
So he produced it. Would you say, no?
No, I wouldn't even say that. I think that's disrespectful to producers. I would say he is good at AI prompts, which is a skill.
All right.
It is a skill.
Just know that we're never getting a theme song.
No.
From him.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
And God bless him. God bless him.
It's a catchy little tune.
But he said one of the things he had to do was research Tom Kelly.
Well, first off, it's not like he's on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
How are you finding research on Tom Kelly?
And all the facts are wrong about him. He's only hot takes. He's got no soul.
He's 5'6".
Yeah. What are we talking about?
The middle linebacker on a 3-win team. On a 3-win team in high school. And by the way,
yes,
Tom is not exactly. He's not really a big change. Like, I think he's not a ruffle the feathers type guy with like change and stuff like that.
Right.
So of course he's definitely nervous about like Is this song? Are people going to like this song?
He's got to use this song.
Yeah.
That's my same thing.
Of course he has to use this
TK,
song.
let me tell you, TK.
Yeah.
Use the song.
He's got to use the song.
The song is catchy. It will be a positive for you. Believe me, I hated Ike Juice. I hated that in the beginning.
Right.
And then,
by the way,
everybody else liked it.
By the way, that was Ben back then using a computer program to create it.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Jack did not create that.
Yeah.
That's Ben.
That's why I don't play it.
Use the Tom Kelly song. Make yourself famous, TK. Don't make Meek Mill more famous.
Well, it's not. By the way, it's not Meek. It's many.
Oh.
It's Many Men.
Oh, Many Men.
Yeah.
Oh,
50
okay. 50 Cent. Okay. All right.
I was wondering. He kept saying Meek Mill. I was like, Tom Kelly uses a Meek Mill song.
No, he uses
Do you
Many
think?
Men.
Do you think a record producer would mistake Meek Mill for 50 Cent?
Many Men, 50 Cent.
This is what I'm saying. It's a different skill. It's a different skill. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers.
Spike stuff, man.
Especially with hoity-toity music, Spike.
I'm just defending.
Exactly. Yep.
You know,
I hear you.
Just calling a spade a spade. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Both of these guys are not on the official top 11 list. Who is more deserving to be on the list, Zach Bond or Trey Turner?
Ooh.
What do you think the number's at? What do you think the number's at?
That is a tough one. That's got to be close to 50-50. Got to be. Everybody's equaled up, so I think, and even I'm guilty of this. We have overlooked and underappreciated what Trey has been able to do as a player.
Yep.
The right answer, if I'm picking between those two, Zach Bond's year was better than Trey's last year.
Yeah.
I'll go Zach Bond slightly. Let's go 54%.
They have Zach Bond at 62%.
Okay.
Which I actually think there's more support for Trey than I would have guessed on that.
Well, you know what it is this week is.
Yes.
They've enlightened a lot of us.
A couple of homers this week. Coming up next.
Still no home runs at home, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He's not hit a home run at home?
9 home runs on the road.
That was a shot last night, too.
He hates us.
Coming up next, I reveal my official top 11 list.
Yeah.
How low is Jalen?
That is coming up next on the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Philly season is in full swing, and I'm bringing you the tailgate must-have. Now, I'm talking about Surfside iced tea and vodka and Surfside lemonade and vodka. And now they have green tea and vodka available in a variety pack with 3 brand new flavors. All are absolutely delicious and paired perfectly with a day at the ballpark. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. Ask for it at your local bars and liquor store. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, navigation, take me to the Philadelphia area Kia dealership with the most inventory and super low lease payments.
Navigation is rerouting you to KiaofCherryHill.com.
Choose from over 450 new Kias, including Tellurides, Sportages, K5s, Carnivals, Seltos, Souls, and more.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Only at CherryHillKia.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Breaking news for the people of Boomtown. With Xfinity Mobile, the Wi-Fi is booming at home and on the go.
And an upgrade storm's on the way.
That's right. And with Xfinity Mobile Premium Unlimited, you can upgrade your phone when you want, up to 2 times a year.
Now, once customers catch wind of the guaranteed new device discount, it'll be the biggest upgrade storm in history.
Wow. Let's hear from our weatherman on the scene.
How's it looking out there, Rick?
Well, Bill, the Wi-Fi is still booming!
Now through September 30th, existing Xfinity Internet customers can get an unlimited line included for a year. Plus, ask how to get a free 5G phone. Learn more at XfinityMobile.com. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Unlimited line offer requires Xfinity 300 megabit internet or above. Taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Reduced speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option. Data thresholds vary.
When businesses thrive, communities score.
That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA Club World Cup here in Philadelphia. And our more than 70 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. And the bashing, physicality, general jealousy, and silliness directed toward Caitlin Clark doesn't just defeat the purpose for the WNBA. She is, in fact, its best player in Golden Goose. It is also clearly pissing her off. And when Caitlin Clark is angry, she's extraordinary. Like Steph Curry, like LeBron James, like Patrick Mahomes, like Tom Brady, she's a competitive animal. And messing with her only defeats the purpose of trying to stop her. I'm Bill Ryder.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the afternoon show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Oh, it's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Can't get anything past us. Phil's baseball is once again on WIP tonight. Phil's Marlins at 6:40. We will have leading off for you. What's that grin for over there, Joe?
What do you mean nothing gets past us?
Like that guy trying to get the song past us.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
Come
Okay.
on. Come on. We are on your radio, also on the free Odyssey app, and streaming live on YouTube, so you can watch the show. Hello, YouTubers. Appreciate you every day. All right.
Nah, we don't. But
Well, some of it.
He doesn't appreciate the live chat.
Yeah.
Nah, dude, there's like literally, there's one guy in there that's smart. Everyone else is an idiot.
I don't look at it.
Everyone else is an
don't say
absolute.
God bless you guys for looking at it.
I
could never.
I pretty much just stopped looking at it
Okay.
because it's just like I'm losing brain cells.
Yeah. Come on. All right. YouTubers.
I
All
even
right.
block people on the YouTube chat.
Have you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
From you or from the
Me,
channel?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah. Me.
All right. Yeah, you don't have control of the channel.
No,
John.
unless
Yeah.
I start wheeling some power around.
Yeah, no.
Blocking people.
Let Morgenstein do what he's got to do. All right. It is finally time for me to reveal my top 11 list.
Oh.
Ike did his on Monday. Jack did his yesterday. And here is the best one. Mine. And I know you're all wondering, did he put Embiid too high? Is he even going to have Jalen Hurts on the list?
Those are questions.
Yep. I tried to be fair. Now, I've asked everyone this, and I will give you mine. I have said this before. My criteria, I use 75% resume, 25% the last year. And, of course, how extreme the last year is, positively or negatively, can affect the list. Number 11 on my list is Devontae Smith. I feel like that's the right spot. I think we were all talking about the same guys for the last few spots. Number 11, Devontae Smith. Number 10, Trey Turner. I think I agree with Jack that overall Trey Turner has been generally underrated around here. Now, I think in some respects fairly. He has not had one full, really good year for the Phillies. He's had halves, whatever. But I've been specifically impressed by Trey Turner doing the most to his approach at the plate from last year to this year. He seems like he has taken it personally and seriously. He's been a different hitter. I don't have that dread that I had when he was up at the plate last year that he's just going to swing it some ball out of the zone trying to hit the ball 500 feet. And he's gotten better as the year's gone on. My number 10, Trey Turner.
And that was not changed from what he's done this week.
No, you have access to the list.
I know.
I haven't touched it.
One member of the show might have added Trey a little bit later. Yeah.
You didn't even have Trey on your top.
Well, he
11.
was like 12.
Yeah.
I took him beat off for Trey.
Number 9, Zach Bond. I am simply stunned that Zach Bond is not on the overall list.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Not to stop your flow.
Yes.
Is Zach Bond CH or CK?
I believe Zach Wheeler is CH, and I believe Zach Bond is...
I thought Zach Wheeler was CK.
Zach Wheeler CK.
Oh, and what's Zach Bond then?
Is he CH or CK?
Because I see people writing CK all the time.
Dude.
I think it's CH.
So they're both CK.
Okay,
Oh, so
they're both
of them are
CK.
They're both CK.
Okay.
On my list, I made them both CH.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So did I.
Yep. All right, number 9, Zach Bond. I am stunned that Zach Bond's not on the list. Zach Bond had an outrageous year for the Eagles. They don't win the Super Bowl without Zach Bond. You can say that about a lot of players, but it's for sure him. He was awesome, a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and got a huge payday. Basically made the Eagles change how they do business and how they've done business for the last 2 decades by paying that much for a linebacker. Number 9, Zach Bond.
Love it.
Number 8, Joel Embiid. Now, I had Joel number 1 on my list last year. I think it's more likely than not that the best, like the great years of Joel Embiid are behind us. But until I know that for sure, I'm still going to think there's a possibility that, and the team seems to be operating under the possibility, that he could be normal Joel Embiid next year. He has been the best Sixer I have seen in my lifetime. I'm 48 years old, a dominant player, the only player on this list that, by the way, his presence on the team alone makes the team a good team. That's how it's been since Joel Embiid has come in the league. When he plays, the team is good. When he doesn't play, they're not good. So he dropped from 1 to 8. I thought that was a big enough drop for a guy that had one horrible year, and a big enough drop if I'm saying 25% is over the last year. Yeah. So I'm giving credit for the resume. I am docking him for the last year.
He's been a third best Sixer in your lifetime.
Well, I think he's a better player than Iverson. Now, Iverson had a better Sixers career, but I think Embiid's a better player. But that argument is fine.
Well, who's
and
the other one?
You're saying Doc?
Yes, it had to be Doc or Moses.
Yeah.
Well, he was like...
I just was too young.
Sure.
Yeah. So of my lifetime of watching the Sixers as like an adult mostly.
Yeah. No, I mean, Iguodala is the other one.
Yeah. Iggy.
Well, he could have said Charles.
Yeah.
If I wanted
could have said Charles.
Make a case.
Yeah. I saw far more of Charles than I ever saw of Doc.
Doc, yeah.
Number 7 on my list is Jalen Hurts. Now, Jalen is right in the middle for me because I honestly think that everybody that I'm naming on this list is better at their job than Jalen. However, Jalen is the Super Bowl winning quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, has been to the Super Bowl twice, and won Super Bowl MVP. It would be unfair of me to have him not on the list, but it would also be disingenuous of me to say that I think he's better than I actually do. So I'm trying to give him credit for what he's accomplished. He has changed my mind. I didn't think they could win it with him, but he does not crack in big games. He is able to take Philadelphia, and he does have the most pressure-filled job in Philadelphia, and that is quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles, at least in sports. Mm-hmm. Number 6 is Jalen Carter. So it's a little bit of a mix for me. The reason I think talent-wise, he's probably higher. I think of the last year, he's definitely higher. But he's only been an Eagle for 2 years, and he's had one great season. So Jalen Carter hopefully will climb up this list as the years go, but I have him at number 6. Number 5, I have Bryce Harper. Bryce has had a good last 12 months. I wouldn't say it's great. I wouldn't say it's horrible, but it is undeniable his impact as a Philly, not just his play, but the respectability that he is responsible for, in part, bringing back to the franchise. So, and he has been a great playoff performer, even though he's got some great big moments. He's got a couple of bad moments, but overall, he is a great playoff performer. Bryce Harper, number 5. Number 4 is Saquon Barkley. Now,
what the hell is this?
Mind?
He's only been here 1 year.
Doesn't matter.
And he doesn't have a great resume.
Well, he doesn't?
A resume? No, he's been here 1 year. Now, here's the thing. Zach Bond had an outrageous year, too. He's only number 9.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think you got him low as well.
Well, at least I have him on the list, unlike a lot of other people.
That's a good point.
I am trying to keep to my criteria. My criteria is 25% a year and the 75% resume. So Saquon's resume is okay. He had a couple of good years in New York, and he had
We don't care about New York.
He had
Hell, just his resume here
is one great year.
Well, first of all,
but it's only
he should
20.
Be the all-time leading rusher in NFL history for
But he's
single
not.
season. Yeah, because everybody bullied the team into not playing him because they were scared.
And they won the Super Bowl.
And they won. Exactly.
Yes.
So he becomes the all-time leading rusher in total yards for an entire season, including the playoffs. And he's the AP Offensive Player of the Year, right? And he won the Super Bowl.
And he's on the cover of Madden.
I want to be clear. I'm the only one who had him on my list last year.
Yeah, but congratulations.
You two Jimos.
Congratulations last year.
Awesome.
You were right. What about this year?
He wasn't even an Eagle at that point. Where was he on your list?
He was signed as an
Where
Eagle.
was he on your list?
I don't know, 8, 9, something like
He's
that.
going to move up 4 spots after winning the Super Bowl?
And rushing for 2,500 yards this past year?
I'm telling you, I am the only person at this radio station.
What was your criteria last year when you didn't even play yet?
My criteria.
Your criteria is full of crap.
For this year, he is number 4. Number 3.
You might have a worse list of anybody.
I think
Absolutely
you found
not.
the criteria to keep him
Joe
down at
DeCamera
number
has
4.
the worst list. You might have the second
Well,
worst
Devin's
list.
got an awful list.
Yeah, wait till you see Devin's. It's
Jalen's
terrible.
on her list.
Yeah, but
Jalen's on my list.
Well, yeah, no.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. No, that's why the camera has the
camera,
worst list.
Right.
Yes.
But
he has the worst.
Devin's is pretty bad. Just so you're aware.
An atrocity.
Yeah. Number 3 is A.J. Brown.
Okay.
AJ
above Saquon.
Yes, because he has a better resume as an Eagle. A.J. Brown was just voted or just named the best receiver in football by Pro Football Focus. Mm-hmm. For him to put up the numbers he does on a very heavy run-first offense, and I would say this on eye test, A.J. Brown getting to be here for a full Eagle season and watch A.J. Brown every week in a way that I did not watch before, he is, to my eyes, the only wide receiver I've seen for the Eagles that makes me think about Terrell Owens.
Yeah.
Like, think about putting him in a class with Terrell Owens. He's unbelievable. I actually think he's underrated. If you can be underrated.
Yep.
And if he was on a more pass-heavy offense, like he would like break records.
Yeah.
So A.J. Brown I have as number 3. Number 2, I have Lane Johnson as a representative of the Eagles offensive line.
There we go.
Slick way to phrase that.
Thank you.
That's a slick way to phrase it.
But I wanted to give Lane specific credit because Lane has had an all-time, not just Philadelphia Eagles career, but is a first ballot Hall of Famer. And he, like AJ, you can look at the record with and without him. And the record with Lane Johnson during his career is much, much better than the record without him. He had a great year, and he's had a great career here. Number 2, Lane Johnson.
I got no. You essentially, I put the Eagles O line at number 2. You
Right,
put Lane
I
Johnson
put Lane.
at number 2.
Yes, but like I
I'm
was
okay with
using
that.
him as a representative.
So what
of
do you dislike the most about Jordan Mailata?
Oh, I love Jordan. Stop it. And number 1, and like,
there's no way.
I don't think it's even close. The best athlete in Philadelphia is Zach Wheeler.
Good take.
He has everything we're talking about, everything we look for in an athlete in Philadelphia. He is consistent. He is dominant. He has done it over a long period of time. He is dependable. It's not like here was a guy who got here who was hurt a lot. He hasn't been hurt like substantially since he's got here. You can give him the ball every 5th day, and he is a great playoff performer. We talk a lot about Bryce Harper not getting a World Series while he's here and how that will reflect. Like, I want one for Zach Wheeler because we would be able to put him, Jack was talking about Zach Wheeler the other day in relation to Roy Halladay and Cliff Lee and blah, blah, blah. The reason Roy Halladay was better at his peak than Zach Wheeler is, but the reason we have Roy Halladay up so high is because of the era he was here in and what we remember him by. If this era of Phillies baseball can get a World Series and we can think about this era in a different way, Zach Wheeler will be remembered as not just the top 11 of this year, but will be an all-time Philly. Hopefully he's a Philly for the rest of his career. So my number one athlete.
It's only 2 years.
Yeah, well, you never know. My number 1 athlete is Zach Wheeler. And there's my list.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this might be the second worst list at the station.
Again, Devins is worse.
Yeah. Okay, so third worst list.
She's got Michkov ahead of Wheeler.
Yeah. And she's Devontae top 5.
Yeah.
All right.
You want to go through Devin's list real quick?
I just like.
All right.
Yeah, you're hitting me hard
Right,
here.
yeah, he's not going to let that go.
Hold
Yeah.
on, real quick.
Yeah.
Real quick. This is all said with a smile, Devin. We love Devin.
You love Devin.
But
Devin Ace in my book.
Horrible list.
Horrible
Number
list.
11, Bryce Harper. Number 10, Zach Wheeler. That's a huge issue.
Yeah.
Number 9, Cooper DeJean.
It's good.
That's great. Yeah. 8, Michkov. Number 7, Schwarber. 6, Lane Johnson. 5, Devontae. And then 4, Jalen Carter, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where'd she have Hurts? At 4?
3.
3? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So there's my list.
So I don't have a problem with Zach Wheeler at number 1 because he's number 3 on my list. So
Sure.
if he can be number 3, he can certainly be number 1.
Lane, offensive line, you're fine with that.
That's pretty much the same.
AJ.
Barkley at 4 is outlandish.
My criteria
This
is
might
my
be the lowest
criteria.
Barkley is ranked on everybody's list.
Might be.
I said Saquon's number 4. You got Jalen at number 7. That is outrageous.
It fits
At
my criteria.
At number 7.
I thought it was being complimentary, Jalen.
No,
I have Jalen ahead of Embiid. No one would have guessed that.
And then I'm going to end with the big fella.
What?
I love the big fella.
Yeah.
He should not be on this list.
Oh, he should absolutely be.
He
on
should
the
not.
list.
Now, your criteria was different than mine.
For sure.
So
Yeah.
I get it. But it just doesn't feel right.
It doesn't
feel right.
It doesn't.
Leaving off Zach Bond. Now you didn't leave off Zach.
I did not.
But leaving off certain, even if Trey Turner being left out, who you didn't leave off.
I didn't leave out.
And having Embiid on here, like any player that's left off this list could easily be argued to be on this list over Joel Embiid. Whoever you have at 12 should be on this list.
You're saying he shouldn't be on here. I think it's crazy to not have him on here.
Okay.
I just do. I think it's crazy to not have him on here. Now, again, your criteria, last 12 months.
I'm going over a year. Yeah, I'm doing the year thing. I did the year.
If I went into it and just said the last 12 months, he's not on the list.
Okay. Okay.
By the way, Bryce is far lower.
Which is why he was lower on my
He's
list.
lower on everyone's list.
Right. Yeah.
We're all happy we held Harper accountable.
Harper was number 1 last year.
Everyone happy?
Where'd you have him?
A 7.
You?
Yeah, I'm
what,
sorry.
what are you talking about then?
I just hope everyone's happy.
No, you had Jalen at 7.
Yeah, Bryce might have been at 6.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yeah, Bryce was at 6.
Okay.
Yeah. The Eagles won the Super Bowl. Spike,
I heard. All right. 215-592.
All right.
Speaking of the Eagles, by the way, before we get back to the phones, Jair Alexander, who you were in on the Eagles signing.
Definitely was in on him.
Look, all I'm saying is, you look at the number, it makes you think two things. So Ravens signed him 1 year, $4 million, has bonuses that could get him to $6 million. Makes me think two things. One, there's just not a lot of cap room around the NFL, I would guess, at this point, which, by the way, puts the Eagles in really good position if there's somebody expensive who they want, because they do have it. And two, whether it's health, he's only played 7 games a year the last 2 years, or otherwise, definitely just seems like there's something that gives people pause about Jair Alexander. Yeah.
A, his health.
Yep.
He has an injury history.
Yep.
And then B, he's a live wire.
Oh, is he?
Oh, yeah, he's a live wire. It's basically CJGJ.
Oh, well, I could.
From a personality standpoint, yeah, I didn't notice until he was released and stuff started coming out about him, and I think it's funny as hell because it didn't happen to us.
Jair Alexander you're talking about.
Yeah, with Jair Alexander. So they named captains for a game and against the Carolina Panthers down in Charlotte.
Yep.
I guess he's from that area. He wasn't named one of the captains.
Okay.
He still went out to the middle of the field for the coin toss as a captain.
Oh, he would have been great here.
And said the coach must have forgot that he's from here. And it was a slip by the coach.
Jair Castellanos?
Dude, they had to sign him. We had to get him here. You kidding me? He would have been gold.
Yeah, he would have been gold here, man.
Yeah.
He's a talker. So maybe that's why the Eagles was like, nah, I'm good on this.
They were like, Vic, how bad do you need a cornerback? Not that bad, right? Not that bad, Ringo. Very impressive physically, right?
Meanwhile, the Ravens have him, Nate Wiggins, Marlon Humphrey.
Yeah.
They're loading up on that side.
Yeah, and they took our guy.
Malachi
Starks.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
And they have freaking the other superstar
The other
back
safety
there.
from Notre Dame. Kyle Hamilton?
Cal Hamilton.
Is that
Is
right?
he?
Yeah.
He got hurt last year, right?
He did.
215-592-9494. Corey in Columbus must have
See?
heard the bat signal. You're on WIP. What's up, Corey?
All that to lose to Patrick Mahomes. I don't know. I don't know what it's like. All them signings just to go home in the same round like the Sixers. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, God.
hey, I'm gonna have to do an adjustment because I did my voting for my WIP personality list, and I think I might have put Bros too low. I gotta bump Bros up a little bit.
He's starting to make more sense to you?
Yeah. You can vote, by the way. We're doing one final top 11 list you can vote on. Go to 94WIP.com/top 11. Vote on your 11 favorite current WIP personalities. Where did you have Broads? Do you remember?
I had him at 5.
Wow, that's high, though.
But look, everybody on my show made my top 11. I can't say that about all the other shows, you know what I'm saying? But everybody on my show was in my top 11.
All right, there we go.
I might have a little bias.
I actually have the list. Do you want me to read the list?
Corey's list?
Yeah, I have Corey's list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
All right. Number 11, Tom Kelly.
Okay.
Number 10, Richie.
Okay.
Number 9, Hugh.
Okay.
Number 8, Spike.
8? That's it. I'm hanging up on Corey.
Number 7, Devin.
I didn't hang up on Corey.
Number 5, Rhea. No, number 6, Rhea. 5, Broads. 4, Seltzer. 3, Elliott. 2, me. 1, Ike.
8, Corey.
That's what I'm talking about. See? Oh, yeah, the Spike's here is a little low.
Oh, yeah,
Get him in the
Oh,
top 5.
think this guy doesn't even have my back. Now I know who I'm doing a show with.
Ike's like, take that.
You're going to sit on hold for hours,
This
Corey.
is my show.
Yeah. My name's second.
Breakdown. Hey, everybody on the show made the top 11, but so this is the thing. Jack is my boy, so it's more than just the show.
Yeah, Jack
Jack
actually has been pushed all the way up to the top of the list.
And this is the thing. This is my criteria. It depends on how you rate Jalen. If you just
So why is Jack 2?
Because I make a lot of sense.
It's my list.
Jack is the most disrespectful to Jalen of
seriously,
anyone.
yes.
Way more than me.
His Super Bowl wasn't even that good.
I said with Jack, it's a little bit more. That's my boy.
Okay,
So,
all right.
yeah. But look, So your list, Spike, it's okay. I thought it was terrible, but, this is my problem. You talking about resumes. How Saquon got a better resume than Hurts? What he did?
No, he had a better year. It is 75%. By the way, they both had one really good year in their career. Saquon's happened to be better than Jalen's and lead to a Super Bowl and was this year. So that's why.
I don't know about that. All I know is the Saquon's great year, Hurts was a Super Bowl MVP. That's all I know. So that got to go points to Hurts. You know what I'm saying? Saquon ain't do nothing until he got with Hurts. A.J. Brown ain't do nothing till he got with Hurts. That's all I know. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it was definitely Hurts that made Saquon good.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? So you got to be. And let me give a Castellanos say real quick. I remember wasn't nobody popping their gums when A.J. Brown said passing. Nobody wanted him suspended.
No, people were upset with him. Most notably,
that's not
Brandon.
disrespecting the head coach.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Only one guy passes. All right? Only one. He ain't say passing game.
What is that sound?
We don't know.
We know who he was talking about. Yeah, there's no mistake about that. Yeah. Oh, you mean if Cassie was talking about another player?
If he was talking about another player, if he said, you going to bench me, but start trash, So he ain't say nothing wrong. If he said, you want to bench me, but, you keep putting, these you had Nola out there for all them times. He was you putting roll. I mean, he in his right to say that. So you know what I'm saying? He should have just said it to the coach. Ray said it to the media. All I'm saying.
Well, we don't know what the hell Casty said. We still don't know what he said.
I'm just put my speculatory, Nate. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
Also, real quick on the Tom.
All right, sorry, Corey, your time's up. I just
Kelly song.
Yeah.
Hey, Stevie Wonder ain't write none of them hits. He can't see. So this dude was using AI and somebody was writing them for him. So keep making hits, my guy Steve.
Now he's your guy.
Now
he went
he's
to the
his
wedding.
guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
It was Sean, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't even Steve. It was Sean. Number 8.
Yeah, that's a little low. You should have all been top 5.
Come on.
Yeah.
Corey. Well, I'm going to drop. You know what? Jalen at 7 might not be. Cooper to G might have to be 7 on my list. All right. Coming up next, we have some bounties for the Eagles Insiders. There hasn't been a lot of movement on Eagles Insider of the Year. So coming up next, we have some bounties we want the Eagles Insiders to go take care of. Your calls on the Cassie situation, top 11, 215-592-9494. It's the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. I didn't even realize the NBA Finals was still going on. They still got another game to play. Now, if you want to check a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. After they tip off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. Now, if you don't already have FanDuel, don't worry. It's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This summer, the pride of St. Joe's Prep takes on the Bloomsburg Baller.
Jack Fritz here.
Coming soon to 94 WIP. Joe versus Jack.
You can't beat me in basketball.
I'm going to ruin that little twerp.
In a test of athletic prowess.
Which athlete my ass?
He can't even walk without hurting himself.
Only the strongest will survive.
Mets looking to stop their 4-game skid. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Chris Sale in Atlanta, a -190 favorite against the Mets. Paul Blackburn making just his second start of the season, but this comes down to trusting the Mets offense. Taking New York as a big underdog. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's time to cut your old point-of-sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed. Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete's. Join us once again as we celebrate the summer of shellfish, featuring our incredible seafood boil with mouth-watering snow crabs, tasty shrimp, clams, and mussels. Feast on our Dungeness crab clusters served Chicky style. Or our seafood pasta with decadent crab, shrimp, and penne pasta in our legendary red sauce. Delectable choices from our summer of shellfish menu, plus a whole menu of new mixed seasonal cocktails for a cool start to your summer meal. Only at Chickies and Pete's.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We have unlimited data that never slows you down, covered by the Verizon 5G network, and all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part, we give you a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G when you switch to the 5G Unlimited or 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
When NASCAR returns to Dover Motor Speedway, get ready for a Monster Mile summer. Experience miles of speed, sand, and fun July 18th to the 20th. Book your summer vacation to see NASCAR's best battle, the Monster Plus, even more free fun for everyone at the best fan zone in NASCAR. All new, Miles Beach brings all the fun of the shore just outside Turn 4. We got concerts, we got autograph sessions, and never-ending tailgate. Be there live, in person, at the edge of your seat, July 18th through the 20th. Tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from,
we can be twinsies,
to,
how was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey sports station. This is the afternoon show. Brought to you by Guida Door and Window. Call 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGuida.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Top 11 week. Enjoying it. I would say, actually, we've posted on the website all the individual personalities. So you can go to 94WIP.com. By the way, while you're there at 94WIP.com/top11, you can vote on your favorite WIP personalities, your top 11 list. That is not staff voting, only listener voting. And we will reveal that list on Friday. We'll get to the Eagles Inside of the Year power ranking bounties in a moment. 215-592-9494. Raji in Philly, you're on WIP. What's up, Raj?
Yo, what's up, Spike? How you doing, fellas? How you doing, Ike?
What up, Raj?
Yo, what up, man? I love the show. Man, I was tripping on, Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys and Sly and Stone, but I forgot about this AI music, so I gotta give it props for the talent they got. I didn't see that coming, but I'm scared like you guys. I was kind of tripping out about that. I thought he was trying to get a job on WIP or something.
Yeah, he definitely wanted a regular spot, but yeah, I can't blame him for shooting a shot. But
True.
I am going to judge him a little bit differently than if a musician called us and said they wanted to write and record songs for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit different.
Well, in honor of Sly and Stone, different strokes for different folks.
Yes.
So I think this top 11 list is apropos for that.
Yep.
I kind of like the list that you guys had. I just had a question because I was making my list, and I wanted to see if you guys vibe with this. So I made the list, and then I made a separate list of, top 5 overachievers, top 5 underachievers.
Oh.
And the reason I did that is to see if those lists match up with my top 11, and that will help kind of decide if the top 11 is valid or not. So, Zach Bond's a third-round pick. I didn't expect much from him.
So he's an overachiever. Yep.
Same with now, I get the argument about Jalen Hurts. He had a lot of support, but he was a second-round pick versus all the other quarterbacks that are first-round picks usually.
Yeah, I think saying Jalen Hurts is an overachiever is absolutely fine. Second-round pick. Second-round pick going to 2 Super Bowls, winning 1. You could have said Russell Wilson was a second-round pick as well. Third-round pick. There you go. So we were 1 pick away from him, right?
Yeah, we got Foles, though.
Oh, really? It was the same
Foles
draft.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Bond overachiever, Jalen overachiever. What else?
Embiid's an underachiever.
I think that's fair.
I think Bryce Harper's, he's kind of where he is.
I agree.
Playoff performances matter too. So I mean, if I put all of them together, I'm not mad at anybody's list as long as we kind of put that in perspective as a criteria. But on a basketball tip, bro, I just want to see if you guys are receptive to this. Now, the question, Spike, you guys are hoop. I mean, I just want to see if you guys are more online with just sitting there and eating Embiid and Paul George's contract for the remainder of their tenure contract because of the second apron, or would you be willing to trade maybe not this third pick, but a future first round pick, maybe McCain and Embiid or Paul George for Jaren Jackson?
Oh no.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't. First of all, I'll let Ike answer.
No, go ahead.
I'm barely trading Jared McCain for anything. Is where I sit right now. Given
or
what,
Maxey then.
Well, okay, different conversation.
Okay.
I think Jaren Jackson is a nice little player that we would be maddened watching. He doesn't rebound. He fouls out all the time. He's a really good defensive player, but he's not
Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, but you're going to have to pay him now, like, you're going to have to pay him more than I think he's worth, and I don't think we're right on the verge. Like, I would not do that.
Okay.
I wouldn't. And by the way, I don't think Memphis would do it. I don't think Memphis is blowing it up. I think Memphis is trying to avoid salary hell, and because they have to pay Jaren Jackson.
And Ja.
And Ja, right.
True.
Yeah, so the biggest problem with that for me is McCain. Now, would I give up, Paul George, a future first, and something else for Jaren Jackson? Maybe. I'm not giving up McCain, though. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm pretty much there with you. I wouldn't do Embiid. I don't think Memphis would take Embiid, but I wouldn't do Embiid. I'm going down with the ship with him. Like either he plays here or he retires. So, but Paul George, if you want to trade Paul George and Maxey, not for Jaren Jackson though. So I need more of a wing player. I need a 6'7", 6'8" wing guy, preferably not 37 years old.
Yes,
that makes sense. Just a quick question. I'll hang up. But do you think, I heard people saying the Lakers might take Embiid for some, but do you think with this current finals of Pacers OKC that the moving forward, that your big man, your 5 or your 4 has got to be able to switch out and run the court, which is counterproductive to an Embiid or a Gobert or a big slow guy in the middle like an anchor? Thanks for time.
All right, Rush. Well, I mean,
I think the game is moving towards that.
Yeah, it's good to have him.
Yep.
I mean, Denver just won a title.
That's true.
With Jokic in
he
there.
ain't moving nowhere.
I guess it's just, and by the way, for all we say about Gobert, they were just in the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row with Gobert.
Yep.
So like you could say that he's preventing them, but I could also say Minnesota hasn't been in the Western Conference Finals in forever until they got Gobert.
Yeah.
They had Cat forever and didn't get there. So I don't think so. I think a healthy Embiid or a playing Embiid gives you enough positive to lose that little bit about being switchable on the wing.
Yeah.
And there's different ways to win. I think what is being proven in the NBA right now is that there are different ways to win. I still think you can win with a superstar. By the way, the Thunder are about to win a title with a superstar for all this we don't need superstars thing.
Right.
They're about to win a title with a superstar.
MVP,
because he scored 33 points a game. So I don't know. I still think you can win with a center, but the center has to be good enough to a big center to make up for what you're losing defensively with the other guys.
Yeah.
And you need other guys to be able to do it. The biggest problem with the Sixers is not that Embiid isn't switchable, is that the rest of their lineup isn't. If you can surround him with guys who can switch all the time, he's a good enough anchor defensively, again, if he is playing against the rim.
Well, they're going to take the Duke kid.
They're not going to take Knapple. Well, they're not going to take him at 3.
No, he's talking
about the center.
Oh, dude, that guy sucks. Mallock, dude, okay.
I saw your tweet.
Dude, okay, so I only do, my scouting is watching YouTube.
Of course,
but here's the thing.
That's me too.
Yeah, I don't watch, but here's the thing. In the highlights, it's supposed to, that's how you can get tricked.
Yes,
Dude,
yes.
I was looking at Malowat's highlights. One of them was him setting a screen. Dude, if they cannot fill a 7-minute video with the highlights of him dunking and blocking shots.
Shoot a 15-footer or something.
Right, I was like, the first minute and a half, I was like, is that a highlight? Dude,
You're going to make me go watch the highlights.
Let me tell you, if they draft Malowach, he's not even good enough to be a backup. Well, I guess he could be a backup right now.
Don't you like? I like
Bona.
I like Bona.
Edem Bona highlights are more impressive than Common Malowach. That's his name.
I really hope Billy King's driving around listening.
Billy,
he is.
Billy Malowach is not. Well, certainly he maybe 5 years from now, but.
Right.
Oh my God! With the third pick, I'd have a heart attack. Just absolutely not. All right, we will get to the Eagles Inside of the Year bounties, but we have something more important to tell you. By the way, got a text message a little bit ago from my sister-in-law Paige. It was a photo. It was a Blue Chew wrapper that she saw at the Frank Farley Service Plaza on the ground.
That's what I'm talking about. Somebody got it in.
That's what we do down there. We were there a couple weeks ago.
Quick, fast, in a hurry, man. Do what you got to do.
Well, the great thing about Blue Chew is because it's a chewable, if you need it immediately, you don't need a glass of water to swallow that
I
thing.
do notice there's a lot of trucks that stop there.
What? Yeah, well, you never know.
Where Jerry could take in, Jerry the truck horn drive?
He could have.
He could have.
He could have
Yeah.
if he had a Blue Chew. We want
whacking
you.
that thing.
All right. We want you to perform, whether it is in a parking lot somewhere, legally, hopefully, in your bedroom. We want you to perform peak of your performance. And to get peak performance once again, you may not perform like you used to. Blue Chew gets it done.
Yeah.
Just gets it done. It's the same stuff, same active ingredients as Cialis and Viagra and Levetiracetam. And as I mentioned, it's a chewable.
Yeah.
Ike, how about we give it to him for free?
That's what I'm talking about. Give it to him free.
Jack,
Swallow it.
how do you spell free, Jack?
FREE.
You go to bluechew.com, use code 94. Just do it. Go to bluechew.com, use code 94. You're going to get your first month for free. You're only going to pay for the shipping. Here's the good news. You're going to be like, oh, they're going to make me go to the doctor's office. Nope.
No shot.
No shot.
You do it at bluechew.com. And then I know what you're saying is like, oh, well, I'm going to have to go wait in line in the pharmacy to pick it up. Nope. You don't have to do that either because they're going to ship it to you in a discreet
hard
package. And it's all made and shipped here in the USA.
No tariffs?
No tariffs means it's cheaper. If you've been thinking about this, now's the time to do it. We're paying for your first month. Go to bluechew.com, use code 94. Your first month is free. You only pay for the shipping. And then you can
chew it and do it.
Chew it. Do it. Chew it.
All right.
So I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Off the Blue Chew read.
Yeah.
At what point do we step it up and bring the wives into the read?
Guys like to be stroked.
Jack, see a vowel come on.
Yeah. Should be right here.
Call her. You got her number.
Yeah, talk about their experiences.
The one time my wife comes on the show is to talk about
What do
Blue
you
Chew.
think? How am I?
Yep. Am I
I
performing? We've been together 15 years.
Yeah. Is my performance better?
Yeah. What do you think?
Am I in your top 11?
Yep.
All right.
Oh my
I feel
God.
like I needed to say that.
Yep.
I've been thinking about that for a while.
No time soon. At least on my end, I don't think.
Never never.
Might get AI Val to do it.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm
We
sure
can
she'd
get
be
AI
thrilled.
versions. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, goodness gracious.
That was awesome.
All right.
It's called a big dose of D.
All right. That one was too far. That one was too far.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Yeah. All right. So
Hardest wood I had ever touched.
Do you have any more before I start talking again?
That hammer is real, for real.
All right.
You guys don't understand how small it is.
There it is. Okay. Wednesdays at 4:30, we normally do the Eagles Insider of the Year power rankings, but there hasn't been a lot of movement recently.
No.
So
they could use a Blue Chew.
They could. So what we're going to do now is give out some bounties because you might think, oh, there's nothing going on with the Eagles right now, but there's information that we need. We need it. So we're putting out bounties to the Eagles insiders, and these specific things will help in your power rankings right now. The first thing we need to know from our Eagles insiders is the length and amount of Nick Sirianni's contract extension.
Yes.
It is shocking to me that this information has not been found out by any of the drones covering the team.
Somebody you know how long the contract is when he signed it?
Yes.
Like originally?
Yes.
5-year deal. Everyone knew it.
I want to know how much it is, and I want to know for how long it is. By the way, I think Nick deserves every penny, no matter how much it is.
So this was his final year of that deal?
Yeah, he's
this would have been the final
This
year
would have been
of
the
his
final
first
year.
deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, here's the other thing. A couple other bounties we have for the Eagles insiders. I need to know if there are any teammates at Jalen Hurts' wedding.
Big one.
Anyone, by the way, anyone. Aside from Stevie Wonder, is the only person we know is there, and his wife.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I want to know the guest list.
This would be big information.
Yeah.
It would be. So that is on the bounty. The other one. Did they really think Jihad Campbell was an edge when they drafted him? Elliott said that a bunch of times he believed that they think of him as an edge, so on and so forth. Howie has hedged every time he's been asked the question. Same with Vic Fangio. I need to know the truth, the real story of the conversations in the draft room. And the final thing I would like to know is why did Ty Robinson slip to the 4th round if everybody thinks he's so good?
That's a big one.
I haven't heard anybody say it. Baldy said he's better than Milton Williams right away. I don't know.
Jalen Carter's talked about how much of a monster he is in practice.
What's going on?
Why did he slip to the
And
floor?
everyone's like, oh, his age. But please, he's like 23. He's not 38. How many years do you need him to be on the Eagles? You know what I'm saying? He could be on the Eagles for a decade and still get a big contract after he leaves.
Yep.
So those are the bounties we have out there. The Twitter question is brought to you by Mark's Jewelers. For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Mark's. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Both of these guys were left off the official top 11 list. Who is more deserving of being on the list, Zach Bond or Trey Turner? 63.7% say Zach Bond. Nick in Collegeville, you're on WIP. What's up, Nick?
Wow, man. Is this the Foxhole show?
It is the
Foxhole
Of
show.
course it
All right, so
is.
you guys, I remember a couple months ago, if you were today, you got the Foxhole, label, you got the little collar, you got, free passes to the weekend gig.
Yep.
So first of all, we know college athlete, AAA baseball guy with a sore arm. He's not a Foxhole guy because as soon as you back him up in the corner, man, he's like, I love you, Fritz, but you get backed up in the corner and you start taking swings or kicking for the crotches, you're pulling ears. So
He is.
Sounds like a Sounds like a winner to me.
But he does that to two other Foxhole guys. Will do that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
There's still one king of the Foxhole.
That's not how the Foxhole works.
I didn't think so.
Like you get backed in the corner on your top 11 list.
Yeah.
And you start dropping Devin's list and how bad her list is. I'm at least the third worst. I can't be the second worst because you should see Devin's. Come on, man.
All I'm saying is he said I was second worst to the camera, and it's not. Devin's is second worst. If I have to be third, that's fine. Devin had Matvey Michkov ahead of Zach Wheeler.
Well, remember you guys said, wear all black on Friday night, show up around 2 a.m. We got something to do. I can't be there. Just letting you know. I can't be there.
So you're saying none of us are Foxhole guys. What about Ike?
Listen, I know I can trust Ike.
That's true.
Yep,
there it is.
Yep, he's the best. Yeah, we get it. Yep.
There it is.
Hurricane,
Wait a minute. Hold up, Nick. You say you can trust Ike. Corey from Columbus just had me number 8 on his top 11 WIP personalities, and Ike's like, well, at least I was number 1, and Jack was number 2.
Yeah, and I was like, I agree with the list.
I didn't really think about that.
Well, now I know how you operate in the Foxhole.
And he threw Donovan under the bus last week when a caller said you guys choked because the quarterback in the playoffs.
He didn't say
I
anything
agree.
about it. Yep.
You know what? Yeah, all right, I'm about to read down
listen,
there.
you made them unload. See, they had to go dig in the barrel.
Yep, backed into the corner. You may have a point, Nick.
Top 11 real quick.
What's
that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to start with red Ferraris, comfortable pillows, streaming TV, and I'm being facetious because here's my Spike.
Yeah.
If we're going to have a top 11 list, we need a little more criteria.
No.
I know we should. Everybody get to decide what
Here-
their criteria is.
Here's the thing, Nick. Here's the thing. Hall of Fame, barely any criteria. MVP, barely any criteria. These things are better when they are left open to the voters.
Yes.
So this is how many times have we had the argument about MVP about value or best, right? We'll say, well, he means the most to his team, but this guy played the best and blah, 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 blah. These things are better when we leave it open to the imagination of the voters.
My only thing. I think this is the second year you're doing this, correct?
Yes.
And Ike, how long did Spike say he's going to be in contract with you? He can't retire until when?
A decade.
Yeah, 10 years at least.
A decade. So
Again, there's no plan for Fritz
11.
in that whole thing, by the way.
Yeah,
I know.
You're going to be here more than a
digress, I'm
decade,
sorry.
buddy. You're 9 years old.
So hopefully we've been doing this 11 years, maybe 12.
Yeah.
So it should be at least 50% what you did this year. It can't be 75 on your resume and 25 on this year. You're doing a yearly list, top 11.
Exactly.
Yes, but
Because the list would never change if it's always the resume.
But my list changed.
Right.
Embiid went from 1 to 8. Bryce went from 2 to 6.
Fair point.
Yeah, but my list changed. That's how I want to do the list.
It just goes because I love how callers, not about this list, but in general, we should go get, when there was a free agent on the market, we should go get him. He was good 12 years ago. Dude, You need him this year.
Yeah, but nobody's
Not 12
doing
years
that.
ago.
Nobody's doing that.
No, I mean whenever an Eagle, whenever there's a free agent on the
Oh,
market,
okay.
everybody
Yeah.
forgets that the reason why nobody wants him is because he went to 3 different teams in 2 years, not 3 years, 2 years, and nobody wanted him. They kicked him to the curb again. Like, oh, we could use him, third wide receiver. We could use him. We don't need to throw to a third wide receiver. We can't even use. We need a pylon at the third wide receiver just so that they man him up.
All right.
So,
A little too much.
great
Thank you for the call, Nick, but a little too much criticism of the show during that. By the way, Ike, did you see this big news about your team, the Los Angeles Lakers? This is per Shams. This is enormous news, actually. The Buss family is entering an agreement to sell majority ownership of the Lakers to Mark Walter, the CEO and chairman of diversified holding company TWG Global. Sources tell ESPN. Jeannie Buss will continue to serve as her role as governor after the sale. So basically selling to a Josh Harris type.
Yeah.
Yeah. How about that? The Lakers not owned by the Buss family. Cashing out. LeBron finally they finally had enough LeBron. He picked up his option and they were like,
oh, man.
We're out of here.
Well, you know what? I think they said the the Buss family is one of the few owners in the NBA, and maybe in all of sports ownership, that don't have any other business interest.
Right,
like
right,
the
right.
Lakers is
Yep.
the whole family. Like that's their thing. So
That's like Mark Davis, right?
who was Mark Davis?
The
Raiders.
Oh, the Raiders. Yeah, the Raiders guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not my team anymore.
I can't wait to see. Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with you.
Yes,
I can't wait
that's the guy
to see
that-
where this number is.
Yeah.
That's the guy that owns the Dodgers, too.
Oh, really?
the same guy owns the Dodgers.
It's that group.
Oh, so Magic.
Yeah.
Magic will
I
now own
wonder
part
if
of the
Magic
Lakers.
is getting a piece of that.
Yeah, because he's
I
part
would
of the
assume so.
Dodgers. So my guess is
Magic now snuck his way back in there to
After
the
he tried to get Ben out there. Remember, dude,
Yeah.
Magic as the GM was
Magic as the
remarkable
GM
time.
was we did get LeBron to come.
He did. He did. That was all he did.
That's all he did, really.
and he was going to the Lakers no matter
Yes.
what. My guess is, I'll ask around. My guess is like $14 billion.
Ooh. Wow. That's what the Lakers, you think that's what they're
That's my gut.
Wow.
It's a huge franchise. It's the number one franchise in the NBA from a money. They own their arena. Like, it's got to be.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, you would know.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Man, Buss bought him for what, $67 million in 1979?
That's incredible.
I was going to say, did they pay that much?
That's what Sham said.
Yeah.
Okay.
That felt like a high number.
That felt like a high number for
Yeah.
what you said, 79?
Like $67 million in 1979. That's
The Sixers were 240 when Josh Harris bought them. 240
Yeah, I remember
million.
that. Yeah, I remember that.
All right, Jack, what's coming up in the top 11 at 5?
predicting next year's top 11.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Next year's top 11. Interesting. Based
See
on
how
what
that-
criteria?
Yeah,
we
wait,
won't know.
what?
Just taking guesses. I don't know.
Yeah, all right. All right. So next year's top
Eye
11.
test. Eye test.
Did you mail it? Did you mail this in?
I think it's an interesting one. Predicting who's going to have a good year, how they're going to fall next year. I think it's all right.
All right.
Jalen gonna
right
be-
now, I'm not feeling it.
I
Let's
want-
see how you present it.
I want to know where Jalen's going to be on his next year list. That's where I want to know. All right, that is coming up next. 215-592-9494. It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz.
Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your own phone. Now that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Guaranteed for 3 years because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Where exactly do you think you're going? You're abandoning me, your beloved, exquisitely plush couch. Look, these feet are handcrafted mahogany. Put their Heinekens back. Do you really want to go to that concert? Wouldn't it be infinitely better to stay here with me? Look, I have a perfect imprint of your posterior. Please, don't go!
Don't listen to your couch. Head to a concert with some friends and grab some ice-cold Heinekens. Must be 21 plus to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly.
Who takes better care of you than Daddy?
Dell Chevrolet and Jack Dell want to remind you he's always been your daddy. And this month, there's no need to bend over backwards to get a great deal on a new Chevrolet. It's the Jack Daddy Sales Event all month long at Dell Chevrolet. Over 300 vehicles available. Buy with 0% financing and no money down available every day at Dell Chevrolet. With inventory this large and offers this good, it's easy to see why no one has been responsible for more deliveries in the Delaware Valley than the Jack Daddy himself and Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with a Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, Jack's got you covered from front to back. You can get out of your old car or truck and into a new Chevrolet with the same payment you have now, or maybe one that's even less. Located on Route 30 in Paoli, or visit them online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Right now we have some major stars in sports who don't have a championship. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson lead that conversation in the NFL. Clearly Connor McDavid has been close to winning it all by losing in the Stanley Cup Final the last 2 years. Caitlin Clark is just getting started, but she's obviously searching for a ring. And Aaron Judge is coming off a World Series loss to the Dodgers. So out of those megastars, who will be the first to hoist a championship trophy? And my guess is that it will be Josh Allen with the Buffalo Bills. I'm Zach Gelb.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. The dinosaurs didn't root for the Phillies. And look what happened to them. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Frisk, top 11 week. To correct something I said, I actually went and started investigating. The Bus family does not own Crypto.com Arena. AEG, who is a concert promoter, owns Crypto.com Arena. So, I don't know.
I was just going to call you out on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I
no,
already started texting.
Of course not.
Oh, well, so my guess is closer to 11 billion than 14 billion. But that would be my guess on the Lakers. Still a lot of money. Yeah. The Celtics were about 7 billion. So, all right, Jack, let's get to it.
It's the 5.
Number 5.
At 5. 5. With Jack Fritz.
5. Beautiful 5.
First off, let me say this. I'm already looking forward to top 11 week next year.
Oh.
It's starting to become an annual thing around here.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We had double our listener participation this year, which is great.
Yep.
Hotly contested between all the shows this week.
Well, the shows need it.
Well, finally, again, no more thank yous, which is disappointing.
Yeah.
But last year, the morning show acted like it didn't exist.
Yeah,
which
very
is
true.
Incredibly disappointing.
Yep.
Giglio didn't know what he was doing with the midday show.
Yep.
And now this year, it felt like everyone's like, you know what? We might as well.
Yep.
We might as well.
Yeah. And for all you writers out there that don't have anything to write about, you're welcome to.
Exactly.
Yes. Go ahead.
Well, I
whatever
love
you
that.
need.
Sigh, here's my top 11.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Oh, weird. You happen to be doing top 11 for no reason whatsoever. Wonder why.
Maybe that's why I did 11 instead of 10. Maybe that's a secret genius of the top 11 list. So we know that it's specific to us.
Yes.
Everyone
I thought that was the genius of it.
No, it was. We were
I actually thought that was the genius.
We were
of it.
talking about it in a meeting last year that we wanted to do a list, and and Rod's is like, hey, the midday show does top 10 stuff sometimes, and I was like, all right, top 11 then.
Right.
That's all
Anything
it was.
not to be the midday show.
Yeah, that was our top 11.
Okay.
Once again.
Yep.
Checkers
Yep.
on this show.
Yep.
Always. So I took a crack at predicting next year's top 11.
Okay.
Here are the top 11, top 5. Number 11 is Jared McCain.
Ooh.
Jared McCain will sneak into the top 11 next year. Everyone's bitching about Michkov.
Yeah.
And Jared McCain was a more impressive rookie than Michkov. So, 2-5. 5-9-2.
No, he was
Yeah,
not.
he's going to win Rookie of the Year. Congratulations. Michkov was on an all-rookie team on the bottom 3 team in the NHL. Knock yourself out. Jesus, you freaking Flyers fans are insane.
Yeah. And McCain at the 16th pick, by the way.
Yeah.
And
you told me he's going to be Steph Curry.
Look, top 12 player
I will
potential.
not repeat that.
Top 12 player potential.
Of all time?
No, of the current, but top. Now, the tough thing for him is
top 12 in the NBA?
Potential, for sure. I'm so high on this kid.
I can tell.
No, you're so high.
Yeah, you're so high.
I think
Got him.
the only thing that would be tough for him this year is I don't think he's going to start. I think.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
So I think McCain and Grimes will start, but I think McCain ends up with 25 minutes a year, and people are going to love him.
Not to stop your flow.
Yeah.
But Spike has entered this into the conversation.
Yeah.
What if they take one of the guards?
I think they can play with him.
pick.
Yeah, I think if they take Edgecombe, he can play with these guys.
Okay.
He's not going to start, but he can play with these guys.
Yeah.
For sure.
You don't think the third pick's going to start either?
No.
Oh, wow.
I'm almost certain the third pick won't start. To start
Even
the
if it's
year,
Ace Bailey?
first of all, they're not taking Ace Bailey. And if they take him, they're going to trade him.
He is a bucket. I almost had it in my top 11.
Ace Bailey's not going to start next year. I would be stunned if if Ace Bailey is starting on the Sixers next year, it means that Joel Embiid is hurt. It means that Joel Embiid's not playing.
Okay.
Ace Bailey ain't ready to start on a contender.
We're going up to get Dylan Harper.
Well, operating as if that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
We're going up to get Dylan Harper anyway. Number 10 is where Trey Turner comes in. Left off the list this year.
Damn, still only number 10?
I know. Listen, it was actually, again, next year's going to be hotly contested as well. We'll see how the Phillies season ends up. We'll see how Trey's season ends up. But I think Trey is slowly but surely starting to get back in the good graces of the Philadelphia sports.
I'm surprised you got him at 10. I thought he would be higher.
Really?
Yeah.
Listen, let's get to the rest of the list.
Okay.
Number 9 is where I have Quinyon Mitchell. I think
about
Quinyon
the same.
is going to be CB1 next year. Last year, everyone knows Darius Slay was CB1 and he was CB2. Try to explain that to everyone yesterday. And I think that next year he really establishes himself as one of the 10 best athletes in Philadelphia. Quinyon Mitchell coming in at number 9.
Okay,
like it.
Number 8 is where I put the offensive line. Because I wanted to have more fun with this list.
8?
There you go.
By the way, 8?
How we drop all the way to 8?
Don't worry about it. I just
okay.
There's gonna be some kind of fall off. Who's playing right guard?
That's a good question. I have no idea.
I don't know who's playing right guard.
Yes.
We'll see. They're also
I don't
Tyler
even know the guy
Steen.
we traded for. I don't even know him. What's his name?
I don't know, Green? I think something Green.
Yes. First name starts with a D, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right.
I don't know.
It'll be Steen.
And they were also remarkably healthy last year. Hope they're healthy again. But
8?
8?
All right.
Number 7's Harper. Come on, man. He's gonna
Harp's only at 7?
Well, again, wait till you hear the top 6.
By the way, Harper's higher this year. Assuming he is on the list. Well, I mean,
No, this is a great point.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
This is where it's concocted in my brain.
Great point.
Number 6 is Saquon.
Wow.
I think we have a drop for Saquon next year. I don't think we're going to get 2,000 yards. I think it's going to be more in the still deserving of top 10. I think it's going to be in the 1,400 to 1,500 range.
I'll take it.
And hopefully by design, by the way. Hopefully this is not injury related. Right. But I think Saquon gets a little bit of a drop next year in the top 11.
Okay.
Number 5 is where I put Wheels.
5.
Wheels stays in the top 5.
All right.
Still great. He's going to finish second in Cy Young again because Skeens is going to win it.
Why is he going to drop? Well, he might not have dropped, so we haven't seen that part yet.
We'll see. Number 4 is where I put Joel Embiid.
Wow.
If he plays 45 to 50 games, he's a lock.
Okay, I agree with that.
Because he's going to dominate, and I think there is a chance he's going to do it. There's a chance he's going to do it. I think it's more than a 50-50 chance. I think that last year he has to. It's almost Bryce with the wrist thing. Like you got a pain tolerance thing. You got to just play.
I do think he just has to play. Wow, 4. What a return for Embiid.
Yeah.
Number 3 is where Jalen comes in. He's going to finish top 5 in MVP voting this year. That's a lock.
This is a setup.
I love it.
The passing game is going to be, he's going to have better passing numbers next year because they're not going to run it as much.
He is setting Jalen up.
Jalen's going to be 3rd.
Yeah, okay.
Number 2 is going to be A.J. Brown. Because A.J. Brown's going to have his first, like God season in Philadelphia.
Wow, I know whose number 1 is. That is a crazy number 1.
Number 1's Jalen Carter.
Number 1?
At this time next year, we're going to be talking about Jalen Carter as the best defensive player in football. He's going to be top 3 in Defensive Player of the Year award voting. And, I think it's going to become clear to everyone that are watching the best defensive player we've seen here since Brian Dawkins. I think Jalen Carter next year in what is going to be his contract year because he gets paid after next year, that's the time that he's going to put it all together and we're going to get a full all-pro season from Jalen Carter.
Wow. Jalen Carter, a defensive tackle at number 1.
Dominant.
Wow. Do you want to give that again real quick? Your top 11 for 2026.
All right, so Jared McCain, 11. 10, Trey Turner. 9, Quinyon Mitchell. 8, the offensive line. 7, Harper. 6, Saquon. 5, Wheeler. 4, Embiid. 3, Jalen. 2, A.J. Brown. 1, Jalen Carter.
No return of Maxey.
No return of Maxey.
No return of Maxey. No Bond. Nope.
No Zach Bond. No Cooper DeJean.
No Schwarber.
See, what I would think is, if Embiid has a good year, Maxey's going to have a good year.
Probably, unless McCain is in there and they put Maxey on the bench.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whoa.
215.
Where he belongs.
Not happening.
6-man.
Been
trying to tell you for years.
Yeah.
Check his pay stub.
I know.
Yeah, well, he's not paid like a 6-man.
That's what I'm saying. Check that pay stub and tell me he's a 6-man.
This hour.
Michkov, we'll see if he gets in there. I'm a little annoyed.
I'm surprised you didn't have him in there.
Well, I'm annoyed at the Michkov people, mostly Devin Caney, who, again,
in front of Zach Wheeler.
It's insane.
It is.
It is insane.
It is.
And Elliott. Mad at Elliott.
Well, yeah.
Still mad. Now we're texting about the Wheeler thing.
He brought up a great point.
Yeah.
That's not true.
He did. You two.
Oh, no. Well,
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Because you kind of agree with me.
Okay.
But you two introduced the idea of putting the offensive line as a collective there.
Yes. I have no problem with it.
But then then I get knocked for it.
Oh, well, I can't.
I get knocked for doing it.
That's Seltzer.
You're the face of the station. You're the face of the station. What do you want to do? What do you want us to do? Like with great power becomes great responsibility.
I'm just saying, you introduced the idea. You convinced me to do it.
I know. And then we didn't do it.
Well, I mostly did it.
Yeah, you took Lane as your representative.
He did. No, he mostly did it. Yeah.
And I had a take.
Yeah. Well, and the morning show, them complaining about this is a little message because I love the morning show.
Sometimes they need to get a little straight.
Well, it's like this is our thing.
Yeah.
If you, I can change we can change the rules whenever we want to. Yes. Whatever we say the rules are, that's what the rules are. Sorry.
Yeah.
And
you're insulting me and telling me it was salt and it's a cop out. You're just mad because you didn't think of doing it.
Yes.
That's all it is.
Stop thinking of side topics and think of content.
Yeah.
One time.
Let's grow up.
And can we break down real quick the Joe DeCamara book?
Okay. Wait, hold on. This hour sponsored by Guided Door and Window. Get 40% off all windows and doors, no money down, up to 18 months of paid off interest free. Call Guided Door and Window today at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit GoGUIDA.com. All right. So Joe DeCamara, following in Fritz's footsteps,
yet again,
has a book coming out. Comes out September 9th called Philly Sports, the best of Philly sports, amazing moments and stories in Philadelphia sports history. So I saw this book, and the immediate thing I texted to Jack was, "Is this a kid's book?"
Yes.
And it is a kid's book.
It's geared for ages 11 to 16.
Yeah, because I said it either looks like it looks like a book that would either be in like a 5th grade library or in a dentist's office. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That means I don't have to read it?
No.
Okay.
You kidding me? No.
Okay.
So it comes out
11 to 16-year-old. Okay.
Now, I do think, unlike Jack's book, I do think DeCamara wrote this one.
And who wrote mine?
Well, is Kevin Reevey co-writing this?
No, we combined.
Oh, okay.
We combined. Yeah, DeCamara did all this.
Yeah.
I would assume by himself.
All right, so I have to order this book too?
This is $11 cheaper than mine.
Really?
And it's 100 pages less.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's 100 pages less. He's done checked out everything.
Yeah. It's like, well, what's this for? It's like,
how many pages are full pictures?
Of what?
Action photos.
Oh, his book?
Yeah, his book.
I have no idea.
How about yours?
I think they're mixed in throughout.
Okay. Are all the pictures, do they all have you in them?
No, they're Phillies related.
Okay.
All right. God. Try to do one thing.
Yep.
By the way, I think the books are going to be in this week.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Ringthebellbook.com.
Yeah.
And we have to make sure that it outsells DeCamara's.
Yeah,
without question.
Yeah,
Yes.
kidding me. Yeah.
Can people still get free shipping and autographed book?
Yeah.
Ringthebellbook.com.
So I'm hoping that when we get the books in, then I'll say we're extending it for 1 week.
Okay.
For all the pre-orders, and then we'll ship them all out.
All right. I better get mine quickly.
Well, I will hand deliver yours.
No.
I
want it sent.
No, you don't.
I want
because
it
that's
sent.
money out of our pockets, and this is no free books, and
Okay.
I'm delivering your book.
Okay, fine. Send it to me.
And I want mine autographed.
Yeah, I want mine autographed too.
Okay.
By Kevin Reevey. Stephen Trenton, you're on WIP. What's up, Steve?
Hi, Spike Fritz. What's going on, my guys?
What's up, dude?
What's up, Steve?
I got a little stuff on the list, but first I want to talk a little Sixers. I'm just looking more and more at these two guys out of Rutgers. And I have no interest in them whatsoever. I can't stand this crybaby NBA with all the players are so spoiled, and I feel like this is just a perfect example of that. If you tell me, I know everyone says Rutgers is horrible, and that's why they couldn't win, but you take 2 of the best 3 prospects in the nation, you put them on the same team, not only can they not even get into the tournament, they can't even get a winning record. It just shows those guys go out there just to showcase themselves. They don't want to win. They don't want to compete. They just want money and that lifestyle. And that's why they won't be able to work with the team on the next level, because they didn't learn how to work with the team right now. I just wanted to say I just would never touch those guys, not with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I think you have to at least be suspicious of it.
No doubt.
Yeah, when we had Jerry Recco on, we asked Jerry about it, like, why weren't they better? He's like, well, the team wasn't good and this guy was hurt. And Steve, I still keep coming back to what you're saying. I'm like, okay, right. But we're saying that one guy's going to be the second pick in the NBA draft, and one guy's going to be the third pick in the NBA draft. And when you look, like at least here, we had Markelle Fultz, whose team was bad. That didn't work out. Ben Simmons, whose team was bad. Yep. That didn't work out. Yep. But, Steve, I don't think you have anything to worry about, because Dylan Harper's going to go 2, and I don't think they're going to take Ace Bailey. So I don't think you have anything to worry about.
I agree. Yeah, I really hope they do not take Ace Bailey. And my points on the list, I would say Zach Bond has got to be an absolute lock for this list. I know different people have different type of criteria, but for me, it's mostly who did best, with over the last year. And I think you can make an argument that Zach Bond was the best defensive player on the team last year, or at least produced more than anyone else.
I agree.
I think having Trey Turner on there above him, Trey Turner recency bias is crazy. I mean, he should not be on there over Zach Bond. It's not even close.
Well, he's not
even close.
Just so you know, neither guy made the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't give you the
Yeah, neither guy made the official list.
Right.
Yeah. I was more just saying lists I hear throughout the day. I'm like, come on, this Zach Bond guy is not getting the credit he deserves. But yeah, that's basically all I had.
All right, Steve.
All right, appreciate it. I gotta tell you, Spike.
Yeah.
I'm leaning on you, dude. This pick next week,
it's tough.
I don't know what the hell's going on, man.
It's tough.
I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I've been talked in and out of Ace Bailey within a month.
All right, so
it doesn't sound good. This dude doesn't want to work out for certain teams. He's trying to finagle ways so he can be a star player on his own.
So Ace Bailey actually visits the Sixers tomorrow, and then I think he either works out on Friday or whatever.
Are you going to be camped out outside of Camden saying don't come?
No, John Clark, I'm sure.
Clark, you'll be there.
I think they're going to trade back. So I like, which makes it a different conversation.
Yeah.
I think they would love to trade back, is my sense. I don't think they'd take Ace Bailey at 3. I don't think they would. Yeah. And here's the other thing. And again, I'm repeating. I am not a draft expert. I just watch highlights of the guys. I watched both guys this week. Watched a lot of Dylan Harper YouTube, a lot of Ace Bailey YouTube. Dylan Harper is a pretty impressive guy when you watch. He is very good with both hands. He's a great finisher. He's a really good passer. The shooting numbers are not good, but when you watch him, he looks pretty good.
He's Harden.
Well, I mean, he's
lefty.
Yeah, he is lefty. It's just like, I was pretty impressed watching Dylan Harper. The thing about Ace Bailey is, even when you watch his highlights, everything that you hear negative about him as a player, you see in his highlights. There are no easy shots in Ace Bailey highlights. And what worries me is not that I'm glad that he can hit hard shots, but like, the best players get themselves easy shots.
Easy shots, yes.
And like, you watch, and all of his highlights are him hitting difficult shots, fading away, blah, blah, blah. I just like, the two things I worry about with him are his handle does not appear to be very good, and his first step doesn't appear to be very good. And when you're 6'8" and you can't handle already, people can become better shooters. It is rare that a player has a sloppy handle in college and then becomes a good ball handler in the NBA. Like, that's not one skill that gets better. So if they stay at 3, my gut would be they will take Edgecombe, who I've enjoyed watching, and seems like the kind of player who always seems to murder us in playoff series.
Yeah.
Like, it reminds me of, he's not similar to Josh Hart a lot, but his motor is similar to Josh Hart.
Well, he's more athletic than Josh Hart.
He is from a leaping standpoint, and I think he's a better shooter than Josh Hart is. Josh Hart is not a good shooter at all.
Yeah.
But like,
I think I've just had Zaire fear with him. Zaire is a worse shooter, but like, both didn't have great handles. Both could jump out of the building. Both had dogging him before the sesame allergy.
Yeah, I'm not defending the Zaire Smith pick, but what happens if he doesn't almost die?
I was pro Zaire, by the way.
Yeah.
I like Zaire Smith.
Yeah.
Why?
So, he shut down Jalen Brunson in the Elite Eight that year.
He was pretty impressive college player.
He was awesome. He was awesome.
I hated that pick.
Now he's a
no, they traded for him,
They-
right?
but they-
They
yeah,
swapped
that was the
picks, but,
Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges, yeah.
No, he was a 6'4" power forward, which I don't know. It was a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I remember that draft. I wanted my guy from State.
I think Zaire Smith was 6'6".
Bridges
I know, but-
or what's the dude in Denver?
Oh, Michael Porter.
Oh, Michael
you were
Porter Jr.
big
Yes.
Michael Porter
I
Jr.
love Michael
I was
Porter
a Porter
Jr.
Jr.
too.
guy coming out.
Dude, before his back injuries, he lost all that athleticism. Michael Porter was a problem.
Oh, I've won a lot of money on Michael Porter threes. You kidding me?
All right,
5
there you go.
plus?
Yeah, sweet shooter too.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny. No, everyone brings up Mikal Bridges with that draft, right? With the that pick, and it feels like SGA never gets brought up.
Yes,
and he went a pick after.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Which is crazy.
Yeah.
It's like no one can remember that he was picked 11th.
I didn't remember it just now.
Yeah.
What do
you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? All right. We have leading off coming up, right? We do have leading off.
Get back on the winning track.
I would like that.
With this team.
I would like that. Maybe a couple calls for you. 215-592-9494. This is the WIP Afternoon Show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. I've known Adam Kasebe, the official realtor of the Rights Ricky Sanchez podcast, for years now. Ksebe. That's how you spell it. And by the way, I'm going to tell you about what he specializes in, but if you need any realtor at all, he's the first guy you reach out to. What he specializes in is getting you a house at the Delaware beaches. And if you haven't been to the Delaware beaches, what I want to tell you is it's everything that Jersey has, just with way lower property taxes. Jersey Shore, highest anywhere. Delaware property tax is way lower. But it's real hard to get one of those houses right now because they're very in demand. And that is where Kasebe from Long & Foster comes in. He specializes in the Delaware beaches. So if you think it's impossible, if you've been trying for months, maybe even years, you're on Zillow and you can't get it done, this guy is the guy. He will go the distance for you. Known Kasebe for years. He's hooked up tons of our podcast listeners with making this happen. And here's what you do. You buy the house. You have it to go down a few weeks during the summer. You rent it out the rest of the summer. It basically pays your mortgage for you. So when it's time, when you want to take the step or you've been trying and you haven't been able to get it done, you got to use Kasebe. Adam Kasebe, Ksebe. You can call or text him right now. This is his real phone number. It's got in his pocket, 302-864-8643. Text him, tell him I told you to. That is 302-864-8643 or go to processrealtor.com.
The Phillies play here. Tonight, Phillies, Marlins. Leading off starts at 5:40. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 6:40. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
And Trey Turner with another road home run.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
John Ritchie here. Get your grill on with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Who loves steak? Wild Fork has a steak for everyone, from picanha to black Angus bone-in cowboy steak, or my favorite, the beef tomahawk steak. Enjoy steakhouse quality without steakhouse prices. Visit one of their greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Headed to the shore? Shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
New Harley-Davidson street glides under $265 a month at Stars and Stripes Harley. Ride out for under $265 a month on a new street glide at Stars and Stripes Harley-Davidson.
Payments based on street glide model and base color with 30% down, 96-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Championship boxing with the best entertainers in the Delaware Valley. Club Risque. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship at all Club Risque locations this Saturday. Philly, Bristol, and Northeast Philadelphia. Don't miss the action. ClubRisque.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, New equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Keep listening, even after you've finally conquered the Schuylkill. Just follow and listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on the free.
For the best selection of diamonds to fit every budget, visit the home team at Marks. Experience the difference at marks-jewelers.com. Which is more likely to happen with the Castellanos-Thompson situation? It'll blow over or it'll hurt the team. 83.5% say it'll blow over.
There you go.
We will talk about that more during the leading off, which is coming up in a bit. K Cool in North Philly. You're on WIP. K Cool. K Cool Modi. K Cool and the gang. K Cool and the gang. Frank in South Philly. You're on WIP.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up, Frank?
What's up?
What up, Frank?
How are you guys? I was just calling to give you guys my top 11.
Awesome.
You were talking about it.
All right, might as well.
Yep.
Sorry. About that.
Uh-oh. Is that a cat? Yeah.
No, that's my son. Sorry. My top 11. No, I'm going to start with 11. I have Devontae Smith. 10, I have Vaughn. 9, I have Tyrese Maxey. I know
Whoa.
you guys don't have him on there, but I have him on my list.
So that's interesting. He did not have a good year last year. Why? I'm just interested in you having Tyrese Maxey over Vaughn.
Can I give you all that after I finish?
Sure. Might as well. Okay.
Okay. 8th, I have Mitchkoff.
Okay.
8, I think he has tremendous upside. I think he's really that good. I'm predicting a 30-goal season next year, 25 assists.
All right.
That's just my take on him. I know Broads will be happy about that one.
Yep.
Number 7, I have Schwarber. He's been pretty consistent for the Phillies. So I have him at 7. 6, I have Carter. I know he just missed my top 5. I think he's really good.
Okay.
He just misses it, though. I have Bryce Harper at 5. I think you had Harper at 5, too, if I'm not mistaken. He has one MVP, and he's pretty consistent in the playoffs when but I have him at 5.
Yep.
This will probably shock a lot of people here. I have Joel Embiid at 4.
Wow. The only list I've seen so far that has both Embiid and Maxey on it.
Yeah.
I have Embiid at 4. He also has an MVP, and he's been pretty dominant. I know he's, injury prone, but when the guy plays, he's pretty freaking good. So he's definitely on my list. I know you guys probably think it's a little high, but I think somebody else had him at number 4
Broads
on their
did.
list.
Yeah.
Broads, yeah.
Yeah. And who's 3, 2, and 1?
Okay, so 3, 2, and 1. I know it's going to be.
You're pushing me
probably not
here,
really.
Frank.
I
What's
got
3, 2, and 1?
AJ Brown at 3.
Okay.
I have. I think he's pretty dominant. Number 2, I have Saquon Barkley. He had an amazing year last year. And number 1, I have Zach Wheeler. Of course, the guy's been consistent for 5 or 6 plus years with the Phillies.
Now,
he's pretty
Frank,
dominant.
I just want to double check. You did have
Jalen Hurts is not on my list.
Neither is
all the time you need. What do you think? Why?
Neither is Lane Johnson or Jordan Mailata.
I understand that part of it, the Lane Johnson Mailata. I know I was going to get feedback on that.
Yeah.
However, I know Lane Johnson's a future Hall of Famer. I think he's great and all that. I just switched my list up a little bit compared to others because
I know,
feel like.
But why? Okay,
because,
I'm gonna dig into this. Tyrese Maxey over Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Jalen Hurts. Why is Tyrese Maxey over Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Jalen Hurts?
I think Tyrese Maxey really does make a difference. I know a lot of people aren't hiring him for the Sixers standpoint, but I know the Sixers are down the dumps because they had a bad year last year.
I understand, but again,
you look,
again, he's made one All-Star team. It wasn't even last year. Lane Johnson is a guaranteed Hall of Famer. Jordan Mailata graded out as the best offensive lineman in football, and Jalen Hurts just won Super Bowl MVP. So why Maxey over those guys?
I just feel like with a healthy team, I think the Sixers will make some noise next year.
Okay.
We'll see what happens with the 3rd pick. I'm a big Sixers guy. I know it sounds a little biased here, but Jalen Hurts, I like him and all. I think he's great, but
well, you obviously don't think he's great.
He doesn't turn the ball over that much and all, but if you look at it, the defense kind of bailed him out, I think, all season last year, and they ran the ball a ton. So, when you only throw the ball 15 to 20 times a game, you're obviously not going to turn the ball over that much, in my opinion. But yes, he did have his 2 games at the end of the year, which mattered most. But Saquon pretty much carried, I think, the offense pretty much the whole year. So that's my take on that.
Okay, Frank. I appreciate the call. That was the most creative list of the year. of the week, right?
Well, he wanted to get the people going.
Yeah.
Well, he certainly has the worst list I think I've heard this week.
Clickbait?
There you go.
That was
Ahead
some
of-
rage bait by Frank.
That was rage bait. Wow. His delivery was a little rage baity, too.
Only for you.
Well, I was falling asleep
Yeah,
over
you
here.
think the cars are still on the Schuylkill? You think we're still awake out there?
Everybody's listening out there. They're like, man, get us through this.
I wanted to hear the kids' top 11.
Yeah. Or a cat. You don't know if it was a kid or a cat.
It was
right?
tough to tell.
Yeah.
It was tough to tell.
The text line is brought to you by Benari Jewelers. Don't settle for ordinary. Choose extraordinary. Choose Benari Jewelers at Exton and Newtown Square. Online at BenariJewelers.com.
Text line, text line, text line.
Drink! The listeners at 2:36 p.m.
That's when he brought up the Jalen Carter sack of
Oh, yes.
on the Spike Eskin drinking.
But I didn't bring up.
Baker Mayfield or Josh Allen.
There you go. All right. See, so it's a win for me. I still didn't even say
The
their names.
listeners only had one drink during the show today.
Yep. See, I'm keeping everybody safe.
That's good.
Keeping
Big of-
everybody's
big of
caloric
you.
intake down. What's next?
Get my neck roll! Ike, oddly excited about learning how Zach Baun and Zach Wheeler spell their first names.
Yeah, you were thrilled.
Well, because here's the thing. Instead of just looking it up,
Yes.
every
asked
time I
on the
go to
ra-
write their name about anything, I'm always confused. Is it CH or CK?
Well, which is the correct way to spell it?
I still don't know. I'm confused. Well,
Well-
you said CK, right?
CK is how they spell it, but
I
I,
know,
think CH is the real
You
way.
mean the correct way to
He
spell
would-
Oh, yeah, well. it's
Well,
not-
Zachary-
It's not my name. You're right. Zachary is
Is
CH.
CH.
Yeah.
But Zach's just Zach.
If you're just named Zach, that's fine. If it's Zachary, should be CH.
I will admit, I'm probably more prone to go with CH unless you correct me.
Yeah, somebody call Baun and Wheeler.
And Zach Wheeler.
Yeah, get him to fix that. What's next?
I'm with Ike. Casty was being selfish, and the important thing is the team. Alec Boehm crying in the dugout after a win.
Well, hold on. I didn't make excuses for Bohm when he did that.
No,
I
no.
did not.
It almost got you off the Bohm.
It did,
Bohmer.
exactly.
Yeah.
Almost. Thanks, yes.
Yeah.
It almost got me off of there. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Yeah, Casty ran me a little hot earlier.
Yep. That is good. This is a good take out of you. What's next?
Is this guy okay? Danny Briere and Voorhees.
We need to send all the Flyers in 50 to Voorhees in the Flyers skate zone or whatever.
Dude,
And
he
just
is
say-
out of his mind.
Do you think they know about roads?
I think so.
They have to.
They have to?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, certainly, yeah.
There's not many interesting,
Flyers
creators out there.
Yeah. He's interesting.
He's interesting.
He's something else. Now, by the way, he comes all geared up now that he's on video when he's on with us.
Yes.
He's always got a hockey stick
Yep.
and he's
Yeah.
decoration.
Oh, no, he's leaned into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's all the way in.
What did he say to you? The stick was
stick-
langing and dangling or something?
The stick handling, dangling.
Yeah.
Dangling.
Yeah. What's next?
Another reason to not have Zach Baun on the list is because he came here from the Saints, and any player who's played for an NFC South team should not be on any list anywhere. Broad still taking unwitting shots at Ike.
He's like, he didn't have to play special teams like some loser.
Who would ever do that?
Yeah. Who would want to play special teams?
When the thirst backfires.
Yeah.
I let the first one go, but when he said it the second time, I'm like, hold on now. Treat us like we're lesser human
Yeah.
or something.
Who would care about a linebacker who earned his way onto the field with special teams? All right, what's next?
You know what? It's obvious that you took this seriously, and I appreciate your effort. Spike whenever someone simply has Embiid anywhere on their top 11 list.
That is true.
It is not.
Yeah, it is, dude. Every single time there's Embiid on there, you're like, you know what? This makes a lot more sense.
No, I said Bros was creative. I didn't even say it was good.
Oh, man.
And I didn't like Elliott's list, and he had Embiid on there.
Well, his list was terrible.
He had a horrible list, too.
This list was terrible.
Well, I
Yeah.
think that and this is continued now privately in text messages about Zach Wheeler.
Well, he's just wrong about
Of
it.
course he's wrong because he doesn't know anything about baseball.
Well, because he said, well, he didn't win a World Series. And number 4, Kyle Schwarber. He hasn't won a World Series here.
Yeah. It's actually it's not as bad as Schmidt, But it's close.
It's pretty bad.
It's close.
Quinyon
nothing
Mitchell.
nothing is as bad as Schmidt.
By the way, Quinyon Mitchell on the list because he won the Super Bowl, not Zach Bond. Not on his list at all.
Just ridiculous.
Yeah, what's next?
Empathetic Spike when finding out that Tom Kelly's song guy had his replacement surgery. Oh, man. God bless. Spike every second after that. You shouldn't be thanking anyone because you've done nothing at all and you've set back music by 50 years. Get well soon, though. Alex in Lancaster.
Text line.
I can't argue that. That's what happened. I was hoping for him because he just had his hip replaced, but
And he
also
said relatable, yeah.
But also he made up that he made the song, and then he continued to try to take credit for it. Well,
Also, none of these callers are taking hints today. Like the last caller just would not navigate to where we needed to navigate into. Just like Tom Kelly, song guy.
Now, the song guy was that's one of the more underrated funny things that happened today.
Yeah.
Because Spike wouldn't let up, man.
Well, he's like, it's not just that I had AI do it. Well, did you sing it? No. Did you rap it? No. Did you make the music? No. Did you produce it? No. Well, then I think it was just the AI. I think it was. You're good at the prompts. You definitely instruct the AI really, really good. All right, let's get to leading off.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Well, hello, Nirvana. Leading off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. 3rd of 4 against the Miami Marlins down there in Florida after the loss last night. A yucky game. That is the way I'm going to describe that one. The Phils were not locked in last night in any way. Base running errors. Luzardo was not very good. Kepler loses that ball on the lights. And of all nights, for Max Kepler to drop an easy fly ball to let the game get out of hand. Not last night, Max. Not last night.
Of all nights, not last night.
How many tweets did you get?
Oh, I didn't get any. I don't get Phillies tweets, really. Unless I get Bohm. I get Phillies tweets about Bohm.
And you used to get Bryce ones.
What's that?
You used to get Bryce ones.
Yeah, but I've been pretty easy on Bryce. If it's a week where I have said something negative about Bryce, then I'll get the Bryce ones. Oh, okay. Should he rest now? Is he accountable now? Okay. Tonight, man, every night, Phil's got a good pitcher going. Gives you confidence. So going tonight, Ranger Suarez versus Adam Mazer. It is the Phils are minus 175 favorites. The over/under is 8.5, 8.5 rather. Jack, you always tell us when I always ask you about the other pitcher, you're always like, "Oh, this is the kind of guy that the Phils are going to have trouble with." So Adam Mazer, is this the kind of guy the Phils are going to have trouble with?
Should not. No.
Okay.
So I think in 12 minor league starts this year, he's allowed 11 home runs.
Okay.
So he's got a bit of a home run problem in AAA. So hopefully that translates over to the big leagues.
Yeah, would like that too.
By the way, speaking of home runs, Castellanos plus 600 for a home run tonight.
Oh.
I still can't tell what we're going to get from Castellanos. Like, are we going to get motivated, pissed off Casty, which could be good?
Yeah.
Well, listen, you don't have to wonder if you're getting pissed off, Casty.
Pissed off, okay. But is it going to be a helpful pissed off or a hurtful pissed off? That's my question with Castellanos.
So here is what I've come to, because I've been thinking.
Showed up to the ballpark pissed off. Today.
Because I've been thinking about this the whole time. How does he handle it? But truthfully, one of the things we know about Castellanos, for better or for worse, is that he is prideful. I do not think he will let this make him play poorly. Like, I can't imagine him saying, okay, well, to teach you all a lesson, I'm going to look like a worse baseball player. Like, if anything, he will be driven, I believe, to show what a ridiculous thing Rob Thompson did was. Like, I don't think Nick Castellanos as a person wants to ever look like a bad baseball player, even if he's doing so because he's pissed off to teach somebody else a lesson.
Well, and check this out, which, I mean, it could just be you go to sleep on it, right? You take a night off, you come back the next day. How did Rob handle it today? Right?
Right.
Did you go up to him, make sure he breaks the ice with him, make sure he's good with him again? Does Casty take some self-reflection after sitting out a night, right, and saying, okay, I got to take some accountability for my action. Yeah, I didn't like being pulled out of the game, but my reaction probably wasn't the best reaction, and I want to show my teammates I'm a good teammate.
Well, and do they need to have that thing in front of the team as well? Like, I wonder if it's a closed door meeting, or do they say, like, I mean, apparently what happened with Jalen and AJ was they made amends in front of the team.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's happening too, of like, hey, we're good. Like, this was just a bad moment. Let's go out there and win a ball game.
I'd be surprised if like, I throw Kyle Schwarber out there because he's the vet and Bryce is not there. If Kyle didn't pull Cassie to the side at some point yesterday and talk with him.
I get it, man, but come on.
Yeah.
And that's what to watch for tonight is Castellanos, which is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go only from Xfinity Mobile.
And I'll be curious to see if he talks after the game.
Yeah, well, I would love, because you know what questions he's getting
the questions that's coming.
Yeah.
Or did they not make him available?
Yeah, well,
that would not be good.
I think it depends on how he plays, to be honest with you.
That's a good point.
Speaking of which, Player to Count On, sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. My player to count on, Nick Castellanos.
Should this be a show-wide?
Yeah, I'm going Casty.
Yeah, I was going to say, depending on who was going first, it was going to be Casty.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, I'm going Casty.
You going Casty? You know what? Give me a lefty tonight. It's too risky to go Stotty. Let's go Kepler.
Okay. Little Max Kepler.
I think he's got a hit in 7 straight.
Yeah.
He does.
Damn, I probably shouldn't have won.
Well, that's all right. Whatever. Schwarber should have had 2 last night, so I think he gets at least 1 tonight. He just missed a couple.
Yeah.
His timing's been a little bit off. Schwarber goes deep tonight.
All right.
That's the lefty I should have been picking.
We will get you those starting lineups coming up in a moment. This is leading off on 94 WIP. Ike.
Hey, I know about great defense and special teams, despite what Bro said. And I want to tell you about a special team that will defend your home. Now, I'm talking about my friends at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Now, Emmons uses American-made roofing products that have a lifetime warranty. Now, this is the last roof that you'll ever have to buy. For over 35 years, Emmons has specialized in storm-resistant roofing systems designed to last. Call Emmons today at 855-4EMMONS or check them out online at callemmons.com for a free roof inspection. From top to bottom, inside and out, Emmons has you covered.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings